In a desperate future world, Gohan finds himself reborn as a one-armed figure with a scarred visage. Although the situation appears grim, he emerges from his grave with a crooked smile. Despair? He muses, watch as I obliterate every boss with ease and ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. What? A system? Even in the guise of Gohan, what need have I for a system? Chapter 001. I clambered out of my grave. The realm of Dragon Ball. In the year 765 of the Age of Heroes, Goku succumbs to a viral heart disease and passes away. In 766, Trunks is born. That same year, remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, led by Dr. Gero, awaken the ruthless androids 17 and 18. The Z fighters are compelled to confront this new threat. Subsequently, Yamcha, Ten, Kairatsu, Krillin, Vegeta, and Piccolo fall in battle. Young Gohan, at the tender age of 9, narrowly escapes death while searching for the Dragon Balls. 12 years pass in silence, but on a fateful day in 778, the sky darkens ominously, shrouded in ink-black clouds. Wisps of smoke curl into the air. The shattered earth is littered with decaying buildings, and a foul breeze carries the scent of rot. From a high vantage point, Earth appears to be a canvas painted with shades of despair. This is the forsaken world of Dragon Ball. Location: the ruins of a city ravaged by androids that a gust of wind sweeps through, lifting a yellowed newspaper into the sky, casting it far away. Amidst the chaotic debris lies a conspicuous mound of earth, a grave adorned with flowers of various hues, swaying gently in the breeze. Before the mound, several bananas, a few apples, and a bottle of water are meticulously arranged, signifying an offering. The soil is fresh, the yellow flowers still vibrant, and the fruits remain unspoiled. Clearly, this is a recent grave, though the identity of its occupant remains unknown. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound breaks the silence. The small mound trembles, and the earth cascades in all directions. Then, a pale hand bursts forth from the ground. A one-armed youth emerges from the grave, his complexion ashen, his body marred by injuries, and his strength utterly depleted. The mere act of climbing out has sapped him of nearly all his energy. He collapses onto the ground, resting for a moment before mustering the strength to sit up. Once seated, he spits out the dirt from his mouth and pinches his nose with his remaining hand to clear the sand from his nostrils. Gasping for breath, he surveys his surroundings with a dazed expression. Where am I? As this question forms in his mind, a searing pain pierces through his skull, as though a needle has been forcefully driven into it, threatening to split his head in two. Ouch! His right hand clutches his head, pulling out tufts of hair in agony. He buries his face between his legs, emitting a low, beast-like growl. Amidst the throbbing pain, unfamiliar memories surge into his consciousness. Moments later, he gasps for breath, wiping beads of sweat from his forehead. Drenched in cold perspiration, he has been reborn. This is the Dragon Ball world, and he is Gohan. Yet, he is not the 9-year-old Gohan capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to vanquish Cell. Instead, he is the one-armed Gohan from an alternate timeline. Now, his left arm is severed at the shoulder, leaving only his right. A prominent scar mars his left eye, a reminder of a battle with the androids from years past. His severed arm is the result of an explosion from Android 18 while rescuing Trunks over a year ago. Even his current grievous injuries were inflicted by her. He harbors an irreconcilable enmity toward this woman. Android 18 not only slaughtered his loved ones and friends, but also brought about his own demise. This duo, reveling in destruction and slaughter, has claimed the lives of countless humans over the course of a year. Had he not traversed to this realm, Gohan's soul would have been extinguished, and he would never have risen from the grave. In an instant, their two souls meld, indistinguishable from one another, amplifying their combined strength manifold. The gravely injured body begins to regain some vitality. Ugh! Gohan expels a mouthful of muddy phlegm and reaches for the pure water at the grave's edge. He secures the bottle between his legs and struggles to twist off the cap. With great effort, he raises the bottle to his lips, gulping down its contents until it is emptied. He then consumes the bananas and apples, offerings meant for him, as wasting food in a post-apocalyptic world is a disgraceful act. Moreover, his current condition demands substantial energy for recovery. Yet, these meager fruits are but a drop in the ocean. Gohan sits cross-legged, resting for what feels like an eternity, yet the anticipated sound of a notification never graces his ears. Ah, it seems I am devoid of any of the essential systems typical for a traveler. He sighs in resignation and slowly rises to his feet. With his movement, the battered body protests vehemently, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Ouch! This is unbearable. Gohan grimaces, sweat trickling down his forehead. The injuries he bears are grave. Who knows how many bones lie fractured or how many organs bleed internally. Nevertheless, his indomitable will prevails. Though his body writhes in agony, he is not without endurance. What he urgently requires is a safe haven to recuperate. To perish once more so soon after his rebirth would be a tragic waste. Though his energy is scant, he can still manage to levitate. Determined, Gohan focuses his ki and begins to ascend toward Bulma's residence. Given the current circumstances, seeking refuge with Bulma is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Years prior, Capsule Corporation had been besieged by androids, devastating much of its equipment and research. Yet, the heart and soul of the company, Bulma, remains alive. As long as she exists, Capsule Corporation will endure. Since that attack, Bulma relocated the company to a discreet corner of West City. Gohan knows all too well that since that fateful day, the androids have not returned to haunt Capsule Corporation. Thus, it remains a sanctuary, at least for the time being. More importantly, Gohan yearns to inform Bulma and Trunks that he still lives. Trunks, who buried him with his own hands yesterday, must be grieving. An hour later, Gohan finally arrives at Capsule Corporation. Though it is merely 100 kilometers away, this journey has taken him a full hour, underscoring his current frailty. In his healthier days, such a distance would have taken no more than half a minute. Upon landing, his legs buckle beneath him, and darkness encroaches upon his vision as he nearly collapses. Summoning his remaining strength, he stumbles toward the familiar entrance and knocks feebly. "Who is it?" A sharp voice calls out from within. "It is Trunks." "Trunks, it's me." Gohan struggles to keep his heavy eyelids from closing, feeling as though they weigh a ton. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed within the room, followed by the swift opening of the door. The 12-year-old boy with violet hair burst forth in an instant. He gazed upon son Gohan, his lips trembling incessantly, tears having already blurred his vision. Son Gohan placed his hand gently atop the boy's head and remarked, "Trunks, what have I taught you? How could you not sense someone approaching you?" Upon finishing his words, son Gohan could no longer withstand the overwhelming drowsiness. His head tilted, his body weakened, and he began to topple forward. Trunks, quick-witted, swiftly caught son Gohan's falling form. "I understand now. Go on, he said, his voice breaking. "Wah?" At this moment, Trunks could no longer hold back. He burst into tears, his face marred with a mixture of tears and snot. Despite son Gohan being covered in dirt, Trunks feared that his own tears and mucus would stain Gohan's body, so he repeatedly wiped his face with his sleeve, ultimately smudging it even further. Bulma soon followed, rushing out. Upon seeing son Gohan, her eyes brimmed with moisture as well. Yet being an adult, she managed to suppress her cries. She took a deep breath, then placed a comforting hand on Trunks' shoulder, saying, "Stop crying now. Hurry and carry Gohan to bed to rest. His injuries are far too grave." "Yes, Mom." Trunks glanced back at Bulma, stifled his sobs, and proceeded to carry son Gohan inside. Chapter 002, Bulma and Trunks. In Trunks' residence, son Gohan lay in bed, his breathing steady and rhythmic, lost in a deep slumber. His soiled garments had been replaced, and his body was swathed in bandages, revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth, resembling a mummy. With 15 fractured bones, multiple internal hemorrhages, cerebral bleeding, and extensive muscle tears. His injuries were grievous, yet he clung to life, a testament to the astonishing resilience of Saiyan vitality. Bulma marveled at this and proceeded to administer a restorative potion to son Gohan. After attending to him, she pulled Trunks aside, inquiring, "Trunks, what exactly transpired? Although Gohan sustained severe injuries, he is evidently still alive, yet you." "Gohan brother was bleeding profusely yesterday and had no signs of life, so I buried him." "I'm sorry," Trunks replied, wiping his reddened eyes and lowering his head. "Now, recount the events of yesterday to your mother from beginning to end," Bulma instructed. "All right." Trunks nodded, recollecting the events with meticulous precision. "Yesterday, after training with Gohan brother, the androids suddenly appeared in a nearby city and wreaked havoc. I intended to join forces with Gohan to thwart the two androids, but he deceived me and knocked me unconscious. By the time I regained consciousness and rushed over, it was too late. Gohan brother lay in a pool of blood, devoid of life, and those wretched androids had vanished." As he spoke, Trunks' fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "After that, I buried Gohan brother," he concluded, echoing the same account he had shared with her upon returning home the previous day. Without a single deviation, Bulma fell silent for a moment before responding. "Gohan is quite fortunate. He must not have perished completely yesterday. You, on the other hand, acted recklessly." She raised her hand to strike Trunks, but hesitated upon seeing him with his head bowed, eyes glistening with tears. With a sigh, she lowered her hand. "Well, regardless, let us be grateful that he is still alive. Trunks, you must feel quite guilty now," she continued. After all, no one wished more fervently for Gohan's survival than he, who held Gohan in the highest esteem and admiration. Bulma's gaze softened as she reached out to tousle Trunks' soft hair. Son Gohan remained in slumber for 2.5 days. On the third day, he finally awakened, staring blankly at the ceiling until he recalled that he had been reborn. He was now in Trunks' home. After a moment, he managed to turn his head. At the foot of the bed, a boy with purple hair was sleeping soundly, a smile gracing his face as if lost in a pleasant dream. A beautiful woman in a white lab coat busily moved about the room, occasionally flipping through notes or diligently computing on her computer. In the center of the room stood a partially completed machine, its design remarkably unique. Son Gohan glanced at the device, his mind racing until he realized it was the fabled time machine. Years later, Trunks would use this very machine to travel back over a decade to deliver a miraculous remedy for Goku's heart virus, ultimately saving him. Thus, the timeline was severed, creating two divergent worlds. Contemplating these thoughts, Son Gohan swallowed hard, his throat parched and dry. "Tea, Trunks, water," he murmured, his voice hoarse. He then nudged Trunks' arm with his bandaged leg. Who kicked me?" Trunks jolted awake, eyes wide as he sat up, only to find Son Gohan blinking back at him. "Gohan, brother, you're awake? That's wonderful, truly wonderful." The boy's face lit up with joy, though he seemed oblivious to Son Gohan's earlier request. "Hey, you little rascal, fetch water for Gohan." Bulma approached, playfully tapping Trunks on the head. "Oh." Trunks finally grasped the situation, grabbing the water bottle from the bedside, uncapping it, and bringing it to Son Gohan's lips. After taking a few sips, a bit spilled down his chin and soaked into the bandages at his neck. "I'll manage it myself," Son Gohan said, shifting to sit upright. He found the bandages cumbersome, making movement arduous. With a surge of energy, he shattered the bindings with a single pulse of his aura. He then took the water bottle from Trunks and drank eagerly until it was empty. Bulma, sitting beside him, looked at Son Gohan with concern. "Gohan, how do you feel now?" Son Gohan met her gaze and replied, "I feel much better, just exceedingly hungry." His stomach growled in agreement. "Mom, I'm hungry too," Trunks chimed in. "Good. Gohan, please rest well and do not overexert yourself. I'll prepare something for you." Bulma smiled, glancing at Trunks and pulling him gently. "Trunks, you help too." "Okay," Trunks nodded. "Gohan, brother, I'll go help Mom with dinner and talk to you later." "All right," Son Gohan responded. The mother and son departed for the kitchen. Now, with Dr. Briefs and his wife deceased, and Vegeta also gone, Bulma and Trunks were left to rely solely on one another. However, Son Gohan's predicament was even more dire. He was utterly alone. Both Chi-Chi and Ox King had perished over a year ago, during which time he had lost his left arm. In the days he lay unconscious, the androids had attacked the Capsule Corporation. As Bulma and Trunks brought out plates of food, they discovered Son Gohan had changed into his bright yellow martial arts uniform and was intently examining the half-finished time machine in the center of the room. Bulma placed the dishes on the table and exclaimed, "Gohan, why didn't you obey and stay in bed? Your body isn't fully healed. You need at least another week of rest." Son Gohan turned, smiling, "I feel fine now. All I need is a hearty meal, and I'll be good as new." "Ha ha ha. Honestly, you're becoming more like Goku every day, never taking care of yourself," Bulma chided gently. "But I truly feel fine now, just extremely hungry." "How long have I been unconscious?" Son Gohan inquired with curiosity. "Today marks the 3rd day. Now, go wash your hands. Once you're done, you can eat," Bulma instructed. "No wonder I'm so famished. That means I haven't eaten in at least 3 or 4 days, Son Gohan murmured, patting his belly before heading to wash his hands. Once they had all cleaned up, they sat down to eat. During the meal, Trunks glanced at Son Gohan, his anxiety mounting until he finally spoke. "Gohan, brother, that day, I thought you had died. I felt no pulse or heartbeat, and your body was cold. So I buried you. I'm so sorry." "Indeed, Gohan, what truly happened?" Bulma echoed the question. Son Gohan regarded Trunks for a moment before looking at Bulma, then stuffing a large piece of bread into his mouth, resembling a starving soul reborn. After swallowing, he replied earnestly, "The resilience of a Saiyan is remarkable. At that moment, I was indeed as good as dead. If my will had faltered even slightly, I would have perished. I reminded myself that there are still androids 17 and 18 in this world yet to be vanquished, and thus I fought my way back. Trunks, we cannot afford to fall so easily, otherwise, there would be no warriors left to defend the Earth. We must diligently train to eliminate those wretched androids at the earliest opportunity. When I returned a few days ago, I sensed a hint of complacency in you." Yes, Gohan." Trunks nodded earnestly. Truly, Gohan's words were as melodious as they were inspiring. Chapter 003, Amplification of Power in the Gravity Spaceship. The notion of resurrection is often difficult to accept in other realms, yet in the world of Dragon Ball, it is commonplace. One cannot truly claim to be powerful without having faced death multiple times. Bulma refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to speak earnestly. "Just know this. Do not act so impulsively in the future. Can you single-handedly defeat 2 androids? Are you aware of their formidable strength? You are often reckless. Last time you lost an arm, and this time you nearly lost your life." Gohan shrank his neck, repeatedly affirming, Yes. "And you, Trunks, you are 12 now. Think before you act. It cannot be all about fighting and charging headlong. If both of you perish, what becomes of me? Trunks too recoiled, too intimidated to respond. He caught Gohan stealing a glance at him, and they both succumbed to laughter. Huh, you still find humor in this. They quickly donned serious expressions and returned to their meal. With two Saiyan-blooded gluttons at the table, the food quickly vanished. Having feasted, Gohan felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. Sensing that his strength was swiftly returning, soon breaking through his former limits. This was the unique talent of the Saiyan bloodline. Each brush with death and subsequent revival led to a significant enhancement of power. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surging strength within him, his heart ablaze with excitement. He understood this was akin to potential, a resource that, once fully expended, may never return. Otherwise, Saiyans could easily exploit this advantage to become invincible, leaving other races in the dust. Previously, he had been toyed with by Android 18. But now, perhaps the odds could be evened, and with a bold enough approach, he might even overpower 18. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Gohan's eyes as he envisioned crushing 18's head. However, fantasies aside, he felt no pressing urge to confront the androids. After all, 17 was right there beside her, a formidable opponent in his own right, stronger even than 18. Charging in would be sheer folly. Gohan had grown cautious of his life. Lacking absolute certainty, he had no desire to provoke those two harbingers of chaos. In the past, power had inflated his ego, as though some of his intellect had transmuted into strength, rendering him somewhat dim-witted. However, after merging with another soul, that flaw had vanished. He now cherished his life and remained exceptionally composed. Gohan, why don't you stay here for a while? Focus on your recovery and refrain from wandering about, understood? Bulma said as she tidied the disordered table. Gazing at Gohan, memories of his vibrant and considerate childhood flashed through her mind, filling her heart with pain and tenderness. Once a lively youth, he now bore the weight of the world, diminished to a mere one-armed warrior. How burdensome. Understood, Aunt Bulma. Gohan nodded, assisting Trunks with the dishes. His eyes brightened, and he asked, Aunt Bulma, didn't Uncle Vegeta once ask you to create a gravity chamber? Is it still around? Gohan had no knowledge of this in his previous life, but now, he was acutely aware. He recalled how Bulma had transformed a spaceship for Vegeta into a gravity chamber, where he trained diligently. Yet, the previous Gohan had been oblivious, wasting time tinkering with Trunks outside. This was hardly surprising. Gohan had lost all the Z fighters when he was only 9, leaving him without guidance or companionship. Merely achieving Super Saiyan status alone was already remarkable. Upon hearing Gohan's query, Bulma paused for a moment before replying. Indeed, I converted a spaceship into a gravity chamber, located at the old headquarters of Capsule Corporation. However, it suffered damage during an android attack. What are you planning to do? Trunks inquired, his curiosity piqued about the past, especially concerning Vegeta. Naturally, I wish to train using the gravity chamber. I suddenly thought, if Trunks and I utilize it, perhaps we could swiftly defeat the androids. Really? Bulma's eyes widened. While she was undoubtedly a genius in technology, she was quite naive regarding martial arts and training. Yes, of course, Gohan affirmed. I will go and fetch it right away. I want to go too. Trunks exclaimed eagerly. Very well, Gohan replied. Be cautious. If we cannot find it, I can always reconstruct it, though it may take time due to the scarcity of materials and equipment. Understood, we shall return shortly. Gohan and Trunks flew towards the old Capsule Corporation site. Gohan, what kind of person is my father? Trunks couldn't help but ask mid-flight. Your father, huh? Gohan recalled Vegeta's image and chuckled. He is a proud man, fiercely competitive. So, who is stronger, him or Mr. Goku? Trunks inquired, eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, Trunks resembled an ordinary child, seeking tales of his father from others. Gohan glanced at Trunks, reluctant to shatter his illusions, and replied with a smile, equally formidable. Hearing this, Trunks beamed. I knew it. Mom says the same thing. Gohan was taken aback. Bulma says that too? Before long, they arrived at the old Capsule Corporation site, once the most prosperous area in West City. Now, it lay in ruins, stripped of its former glory, reduced to desolation. From above, the ground appeared uneven, and the tall buildings were significantly damaged, many overgrown with damp moss. Gohan surveyed the area from the air and quickly zeroed in on a target. Found it. Over there. A spherical object, approximately 10 meters in diameter, lay askew within a crack. A high probability it was the spaceship. Gohan and Trunks descended, approaching the orb. It's really the spaceship, Gohan exclaimed in delight. Though the craft was covered in moss and bore a large gash, it was unmistakably a spaceship. Trunks, witnessing this for the first time, was filled with curiosity, exploring it with eager hands, only to end up with moss-covered palms. Gohan circled the spaceship and eventually located a protruding button. He thought to himself, the spaceship has indeed been damaged. I wonder if this capsule button is still functional. We should take it back to Bulma. Perhaps she can repair it. Reflecting upon this, Son Gohan pressed the button with determination. Immediately, the spaceship began to tremble, followed by a resounding boom. A plume of smoke erupted, transforming into a capsule that Son Gohan grasped in his hand. Trunks, who was still examining the spacecraft, was taken aback. Gohan, you could have warned me beforehand. You nearly scared me to death. Huh, since when are you so timid? Come on, let's head back. Son Gohan replied with a chuckle, stowing the capsule away. The two retraced their steps. Chapter 004, The Chaos Tower, the Sacred Realm. Their journey was uneventful, and they swiftly returned to the Capsule Corporation. Son Gohan placed the spaceship on a relatively flat area in the backyard. After a thorough inspection, Bulma remarked, "The damage isn't too severe. It should be repaired in about a week." Hearing her words, Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Plan 1. With the gravity training chamber and the spaceship at their disposal, the range of operable methods and available space would significantly expand. A sense of security began to blossom. Consequently, the following day, Son Gohan and Trunks undertook a thorough cleaning of the spacecraft, meticulously removing the moss and various grime that enveloped it. Aside from a few damaged areas, the vessel seemed to experience a renaissance. Now, it was time for Bulma to showcase her expertise. In this regard, both Son Gohan and Trunks were novices, left to observe from the sidelines. After resting for 2 days, Son Gohan felt his body had fully recovered and decided to advance Plan 2, a journey to the Sacred Realm, aiming for the hyperbolic time chamber. In this timeline, not even Son Gohan nor Vegeta were aware of the chamber's existence. Thus, Son Gohan had never made use of it, a tremendous waste indeed. However, there was a pressing concern. Since Piccolo's demise, the Kaioshin, whose essence was intertwined with him, had also perished, leaving the Sacred Realm unguarded. The whereabouts of Mr. Popo, the guardian of the realm, remained uncertain, as did whether the Sacred Realm had faced any assaults from the androids. All these questions could only be answered by a personal visit. Son Gohan prepared to take Trunks along. On the 4th day, he briefly shared his plans with Bulma. She was somewhat astonished that he possessed such knowledge and questioned why he had only brought it up now. Had I known, I would have started training sooner. Son Gohan anticipated her inquiries and had already crafted a response in his mind. He explained that he had overheard his father mention the chamber when he was quite young. Time had elapsed, and he had only recently recalled it, uncertain yet hopeful that it might assist with their training. Bulma regarded him thoughtfully and chose not to press further. Well, having a method and direction is beneficial. You may proceed with confidence. However, wait a moment. I have something for you, she stated. Something for us. Son Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances, both wondering what it might be. Shortly thereafter, Bulma produced a capsule, pressed a button, and with a boom, it transformed into an enormous crate. Trunks eagerly approached to open it, discovering inside a collection of identical battle suits, composed of blue and white hues. This battle suit looks familiar. Son Gohan crouched down to inspect it. Bulma's voice held a touch of sadness as she explained. These battle suits were modified from the Frisia Force's combat attire over a decade ago. Each of my companions had one, but regrettably, they never got to use them before they fell in battle. Gohan's size should fit Trunks well. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled. This is a remarkable find. The suits were exceptionally lightweight, form-fitting, and breathable. Moreover, they offered a degree of protection against attacks, proving far sturdier than the orange GI he currently wore. He recalled wearing a Frisia Force suit on Namek, and the design before him was reminiscent of the gear Bulma had provided when Goku and his son first entered the hyperbolic time chamber in the original narrative. Indeed, the resilience of these suits would withstand even if Son Gohan and Trunks transformed into colossal great apes. With outstanding elasticity, they were truly exceptional equipment. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan expressed gratefully. Without hesitation, Trunks found the smallest suit and donned it, pleased to discover it fit perfectly. He bounced around, clearly delighted with his new attire. Looks great on you, Trunks. Bulma smiled. You look quite dashing. Thanks, Mom. Trunks beamed in response. Son Gohan, feeling somewhat shy about changing in front of Bulma, found a discreet spot to change before emerging. Bulma's eyes lit up as she took in his stature. He was tall and muscular, even more so than Goku had been in his youth. Without the pursuit of further education, Son Gohan's physique rivaled that of a model. Yet, it was unfortunate that he lacked a left arm, which affected his overall aesthetic. He cleverly tied the sleeve of his left arm to prevent it from flapping in the wind. Wow, Gohan, you look so cool, Trunks exclaimed. Indeed, it fits beautifully. Bulma nodded, smiling approvingly. Son Gohan gathered the surplus battle suits and declared, Trunks and I are off now. We'll return in a day or two at most. All right. Take care, Bulma nodded. Goodbye, Mom, Trunks waved. Goodbye, Trunks, Bulma waved back. The brothers stepped outside. Son Gohan oriented himself before they took flight towards the Chaos Tower. Soon, torrential rain began to pour, shrouding everything in dark clouds. As Son Gohan and Trunks traversed the rain-soaked path, Their energy radiated, preventing the droplets from touching them. Before long, a colossal pillar that pierced the heavens came into view, adorned with intricate totems. Son Gohan recognized that the pinnacle of this pillar was the legendary martial arts sanctuary, the Chaos Tower. Trunks, let us ascend, Son Gohan called back to Trunks. Right, Gohan, Trunks replied. The two figures made a sharp turn, launching upwards and breaking through the swirling storm clouds, swiftly arriving at the summit of the pillar. The Chaos Tower, the dwelling place of the Cat Sage. Son Gohan and Trunks paused midair, gliding inside and landing smoothly. Son Gohan surveyed the surroundings and let out a resigned sigh. The longtime resident of this place, the Cat Sage, was nowhere to be found. Only a myriad of empty bottles and jars remained, with nothing else in sight. Gohan, where are we? Trunks inquired curiously. This was the Cat Sage's abode. He used to cultivate the senzu beans here, Son Gohan replied. Ah, and where has he gone now? Trunks gasped, then began rummaging through the bottles, hoping to find a single senzu bean to aid in Gohan's injury. However, to his dismay, not a single bean, let alone half of one, could be found. Son Gohan shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's move on. The sacred realm is still above us. The two departed, continuing their ascent. As they soared higher, the sky transformed from a dreary gray to a brilliant blue, and warm sunlight bathed them, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. They felt as though they had entered a different, beautiful world. Trunks, having never witnessed such scenery, was exhilarated, if not for his temperament. He might have shouted in delight. Soon, the two broke through a white cloud and arrived above the heavenly temple. Chapter 005, Son Gohan's Fury Unleashed. Gazing down from the heights, the semicircular heavenly temple floated not far from the atmosphere. Verdant vegetation adorned its surface, with several structures rising majestically, evoking a dreamlike quality befitting its divine name. Son Gohan and Trunks descended. Trunks looked around in awe, his eyes wide with wonder. He bounced a couple of times on the temple's ground, then scampered off, curiosity piquing his interest in everything around him. He exclaimed, Gohan, is this really the place where the Supreme Kai resides? Yes, indeed, Gohan replied, a smile forming on his lips as he observed Trunks' exuberance. After all, he was still a child, and his joy was unmistakable. Gohan felt a sense of happiness as well. At least the heavenly temple had not been attacked by the androids, and everything appeared to be intact. This indicated that the hyperbolic time chamber was still operational. I wonder if Mr. Popo is still here? Gohan pondered, following Trunks towards the cluster of buildings. There stood an archway, and passing through it would lead them into the true heavenly temple. They were currently still in the front part of the temple, on the plaza. Gohan, what does the Supreme Kai look like? Trunks, running ahead, turned back to ask. Is he tall, handsome, and really cool? Gohan recalled Piccolo's appearance and chuckled. He is indeed quite tall. However, handsome is a matter of perspective. After all, describing that Namekian with the term handsome felt rather peculiar, given that they lacked any distinction between genders. Just then, Gohan's pupils contracted. He sensed a presence emerging from the temple's grand entrance, shrouded in darkness. Gohan fixed his gaze on the doorway, coming to a halt. Trunks, stop. Huh. Trunks complied, noticing the figure stepping out from the entrance. It exuded no aura, nor did it emit any signs of life. Trunks instinctively took a couple of steps back. What on earth is this? While the androids lacked a discernible aura, they still exhibited some semblance of life force. Could it be Mr. Popo? Gohan squinted, uttering his thoughts. As he spoke, the figure finally emerged from the shadows, or perhaps it was the embodiment of darkness itself. Who else could it be but Mr. Popo? Clad entirely in black, he bore no excess color apart from his attire. Even more enigmatic than a Namekian. Upon recognizing Mr. Popo, Gohan exhaled in relief. Mr. Popo surveyed Gohan and Trunks before speaking. Mr. Gohan, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for a long time. His face was an impenetrable shade of black, rendering any expression unreadable. His voice was devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a robot. Await me? For what purpose? Gohan inquired. Mr. Popo replied. Since the Supreme Kai's demise 12 years ago, no human has set foot in the heavenly temple. I have waited here for 12 years, and finally, Mr. Gohan has arrived. I would like to ask if you are willing to become the new Supreme Kai? Upon hearing this, Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, that is so cool. Gohan is going to be the new Supreme Kai. There is nothing cooler than that. However, Gohan's subsequent response left him momentarily speechless. I'm sorry, Mr. Popo, but I do not wish to become the Supreme Kai of Earth. Gohan shook his head. Mr. Popo showed no disappointment. Gohan's answer was anticipated. Nevertheless, he inquired, oh, why not? Gohan explained, even if I were to become the new Supreme Kai, it would not grant me the power to defeat androids 17 and 18. Moreover, to my knowledge, becoming a Supreme Kai entails certain restrictions. For instance, Mr. Popo, have you not observed the mortal realm in detail over these years? For over a decade, The androids have rampaged, slaughtering indiscriminately. The world is in turmoil. Cries for help go unheard. What purpose does the existence of the heavenly temple serve, if not to protect Earth? Mr. Popo lowered his gaze, acknowledging his shortcomings. I am truly sorry, Mr. Gohan. As the guardian of the heavenly temple, I am unable to intervene in the affairs of the mortal realm. Gohan felt a surge of anger upon hearing Mr. Popo's words. What kind of absurd divine authority has been established here? Did you not descend to assist in locating the former Supreme Kai spaceship? Why is it impossible now? He had never grasped these matters clearly. However, due to the merging of another soul within him, he gained a new perspective. Thus, he became aware that there were indeed numerous means to save Earth. Yet, what use were these means if no one took action? For years, no one cared about Earth. They had abandoned a realm steeped in despair, leaving the burden of salvation on the shoulders of a mere 9-year-old child. This world had become utterly forgotten. Who could fathom the struggles Gohan had endured over the past decade? With no one to save him, he had to rely solely on himself. If only someone had intervened, Earth would not be in such dire straits. For instance, had Mr. Popo descended, brought him to the heavenly temple, taught him the secrets of training, and revealed the mysteries of the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan believed he could have managed the situation, or at least not suffered as he had. Or, had the King Kai contacted him during the onset of the disaster, revealing the location of New Namek, he could have traveled to gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect his friends. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Now, over a decade had passed, and still, no one had come. It felt as though everyone had forgotten about Earth. Even if they found New Namek now, it was likely that those once dear to him could no longer be revived. What fueled his anger the most were those fallen comrades. Though it was irreverent, he could not help but resent their inaction.
The King Kai might have forgotten Earth due to managing too many planets. But what about the others, if all went according to plan?
Those friends should have retained their physical forms, cultivating either in the afterlife or on King Kai's planet. How could they have remained silent for over a decade? Was it because they had no attachments after death? Or was there some other reason? As Gohan contemplated this, he could not help but wipe away the dampness at the corner of his eye, then clenched his right fist tightly. His feet instinctively gained new strength, and his aura suddenly expanded. Waves of energy erupted around him, causing the ground beneath him to crack with several fissures, golden flames of energy rising in response. Gohan himself could hardly believe that his first outburst of fury since his rebirth occurred in this place. It was well known that Gohan had always been a gentle soul, his anger a mystery. Yet, it could also be said that his rage was his greatest asset. As long as he was sufficiently enraged, androids 17 and 18 would find themselves facing an insurmountable challenge. Witnessing Gohan's sudden surge of power as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, both Trunks and Mr. Popo were taken aback. Goodness, Gohan's power is tremendous. With this level of energy, he could likely defeat the androids. Trunks thought, astonished. Mr. Popo waved his hands in apology, saying, Mr. Gohan, please calm down. I truly have no means to assist. It's my duty, and I cannot interfere with mortal affairs, nor could I contend with them. He assumed it was his previous response that had angered Gohan. Huff. Gohan exhaled, striving to regain his composure. In an instant, clarity washed over him. Damn it. It's all the fault of that incompetent old bird for creating the loophole, and he wouldn't even spare a patch. He dissipated the formidable aura surrounding him and said, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. He was aware that his previous remarks carried a hint of moral coercion. Whether others chose to care or not was their prerogative. However, whether he felt anger was certainly a matter for Son Gohan. Over the past decade, he had endured far too much. It's nothing, Mr. Bobo said, waving his hands and exhaling in relief. He continued, since it's not about the Supreme Kai, what, pray tell, is Mr. Gohan's purpose for being here? Son Gohan decided against further verbosity and stated directly, we wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. Is that permissible? Ah, so Mr. Gohan is familiar with the hyperbolic time chamber. That is, of course, not an issue. Please, follow me, Mr. Bobo replied, gesturing invitingly before turning to enter the temple. Trunks glanced at Son Gohan. What are you staring at? Let us go, Son Gohan urged. Oh, Trunks immediately followed suit, and Son Gohan strode in with purpose. Brother Gohan, your aura was incredibly powerful just now, Trunks remarked as they walked. Before long, you too shall surpass that aura, Son Gohan replied earnestly. He was not boasting. With the aid of the hyperbolic time chamber for training, he was confident that Trunks would rapidly grow stronger, exceeding even the aura he had just unleashed, and continue to grow even more powerful. After a short while, the three of them came to a halt before a grand door. Son Gohan looked up and noticed a clock hanging above it. Mr. Bobo said, Mr. Gohan, this is the hyperbolic time chamber. The flow of time here differs from that outside. A year spent inside equates to merely a day outside. However, each individual is permitted to utilize it for only 2 days in their lifetime. So Mr. Gohan must be mindful of the time. Once the limit is exceeded, the door will vanish, and escape will be impossible. Son Gohan nodded, understood. Mr. Bobo added, though, perhaps I worry unnecessarily. It's unlikely anyone could endure 2 years in there. He chuckled. After all, Mr. Goku barely lasted a few months. Son Gohan replied, all right, let us proceed. Mr. Bobo said as he pushed open the grand door to the hyperbolic time chamber. Is there truly such a wondrous place in this world? Trunks leaned in, discovering a vast expanse of white, an unknown realm. Plan 2, Chapter 006. Son Gohan's training plan. Trunks' eyes sparkled with curiosity as he stepped inside, followed closely by Son Gohan. As they entered, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber closed automatically. Son Gohan glanced back, noticing that the door also bore a clock, which now read precisely 12 o'clock. However, it ticked exceedingly slowly, seemingly not moving at all. Yet Son Gohan understood that this did not indicate a malfunction. Rather, when the clock once again struck 12 o'clock, an entire year would have elapsed. Trunks, walking ahead with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Brother Gohan, did you hear that? A year in here equals just a day outside. It's simply astounding. Son Gohan smiled. Indeed, I heard. But there's more to this place than merely the slow passage of time. You will soon find out. What else is there? Brother Gohan seems to know so much. Trunks replied, I'll explain later. Let us first explore our living quarters, Son Gohan said. Soon, you shall experience tenfold gravity alongside the extreme temperature variations. Feeling the thrill of an ice-fire duality, Son Gohan was determined to surprise Trunks. To the right upon entering was their residence, simply furnished with 2 large beds, a wardrobe, and a full-length mirror. Further inside, there was a bathing area and a restroom. The bathing area featured a massive tub, perfect for relaxing after a rigorous training session. At that moment, Trunks inquired, Brother Gohan, where does the water come from, and where does it go? Trunks, that question has truly stumped your brother Gohan, he replied. Perhaps it comes from where it ought to, and goes where it should. Trunks remained silent. To the left of the door was the kitchen, which, aside from the usual utensils, housed several large jars. Upon opening one, they found water, rice, and flour. Want meat? Huh, not a chance. This is merely enough to fill our stomachs, Son Gohan mused, aware that these jars also held some mysteries, seemingly refreshing themselves at intervals. It was quite extraordinary. However, such defiance of physical laws was not something Son Gohan wished to delve into deeply. After all, this was a world of the second dimension, where nothing was entirely impossible. One might as well witness a hammer striking out a spaceship as a triviality. After inspecting the kitchen, Son Gohan waved his hand, saying, Trunks, follow me. All right. Trunks nodded eagerly, trailing behind Son Gohan, unaware if he would still be able to smile in a moment. They traversed the corridor between their living quarters and the kitchen, arriving at a vast expanse of whiteness. They stood as if on a shoreline, gazing into the limitless horizon. Son Gohan, with a hint of amusement, said, Trunks, let us jump down and see. Okay. Trunks called out enthusiastically, then leaped into the white abyss. With a splash, he landed face first into the ground. Trunks cast a resentful glance at Son Gohan, struggling to rise. Yet the overwhelming force of tenfold gravity relentlessly pulled him down. He felt as though every cell in his body was plummeting. Ha ha. Son Gohan laughed heartily, pointing at Trunks. Brother Gohan, that's not fair. Trunks pouted. White flames ignited around him, and he gradually stood up. He had become careless, caught off guard without a hint of caution. Otherwise, with Trunks' combat prowess, he would not have fallen so embarrassingly. Ha ha ha. I forgot to mention that the gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, Son Gohan chuckled, stepping into the vast whiteness as well. Prepared for the challenge, Son Gohan faced no issues, only feeling a heaviness in his body, making movement less convenient. Brother Gohan clearly knew, yet didn't he warn me, making me fall. How infuriating. Trunks grumbled. Ha ha ha. To show respect for the hyperbolic time chamber. Wouldn't a hug be appropriate? Son Gohan remarked, suddenly feeling the air around them grow intensely hot. Each breath seemed to draw in flames, scorching his very insides. Yet, in mere moments, the temperature plummeted. In a few breaths, they transitioned from a furnace to an ice cavern. The frigid air slowed the flow of blood, and the breath exhaled instantly crystallized. Alternating between extreme heat and cold, the experience was terrifying. Trunks' complexion fluctuated between red and pale. I finally understand why Mr. Bobo said no one can stay in here for 2 years. This is truly unbearable. Son Gohan inhaled deeply, savoring the contrasting air, then began to stretch. He punched and kicked with vigor, his movements fluid and dynamic, stopping after a few leaps. He stated, You are correct. This environment is indeed torturous. Yet training within it can lead to extraordinary growth. Tenfold gravity, combined with this extreme cold and heat in the air, means that merely existing in this environment can significantly enhance our combat prowess. Thus, Trunks, in our quest to defeat the androids and to grow stronger. We should be grateful for such a training environment. Standing at attention, Trunks replied, "Understood, Gohan. I will train diligently." Gohan nodded, "Yes, very well. Now let us commence. Time is of the essence, and we must make every second count as we embark on the first phase of our training. All right, do not transform into a Super Saiyan. Attack me with all your might." Gohan divided this training into 3 stages, aware that both he and Trunks had insufficient foundational skills. Therefore, the first stage would focus on solidifying and enhancing their basic qualities, which encompassed various aspects, including foundational combat power, resilience to strikes, and combat techniques. These 3 elements could be developed concurrently and were mutually reinforcing. Gohan planned to dedicate 6 months to this initial phase. A longer duration was acceptable. Only by establishing a solid foundation could they erect towering edifices atop it. The adage "sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping" would aptly apply here. Regarding the second stage, Gohan intended to transcend the Super Saiyan form. Once the foundation was solidified, they would begin to attempt breakthroughs. They must not only dare to dream but also to act and experiment, enabling continuous self-improvement. If one becomes complacent, believing that being a Super Saiyan is the pinnacle, then they would never truly become a formidable warrior. Gohan also planned to allocate 6 months for this stage. While this duration was somewhat lengthy, they had no mentor and could only rely on persistent experimentation and practice to validate their methods. Learning from failures and continually exploring new approaches would lead to eventual success. Gohan believed, after all, things could hardly get worse, and they were already in a better position than before, weren't they? Chapter 007, The Erroneous Transformation. Time, relentless and indifferent, slips away quietly. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had swiftly passed. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan and Trunks engaged in a fierce battle. Compared to 6 months prior, both had significantly longer hair. Moreover, Trunks had grown sturdier and taller. They fought in their base forms. Yet the resounding clashing of their blows echoed like thunder, the sheer force astonishing. As the 6-month mark arrived, both their combat strengths had dramatically surged, rendering them incomparable to their former selves. However, upon closer observation, one would notice Trunks gasping for breath, while Gohan remained composed, effortlessly handling the situation. Though he now wielded only one hand, he exuded an overwhelming presence, embodying invincibility. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing an incredible force that sent them apart, establishing a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Trunks, panting heavily, remarked, "Gohan, you are incredible. I cannot match you." Gohan looked at him and chuckled, "Well, you have made considerable progress as well. After all, I am your teacher, so it is only natural for me to be a bit stronger. But in time, you will surpass me." Gohan did not forget to inspire him. "Stop joking around, Gohan." Trunks laughed heartily. "All right, we'll call it a day for now. Rest well. And tomorrow we start the new phase," Gohan said with a smile. "Hooray. No more hoorays." Gohan ruffled Trunks' hair, and the two shared a hearty laugh as they returned to the resting area. After shedding their sweat-soaked garments and indulging in a warm bath, they prepared rice balls and flatbreads to eat before drifting off into a peaceful slumber. The following day, they commenced their training to surpass the limits of the Super Saiyan form. At that moment, Trunks had transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, his entire being ablaze with golden energy. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, the sounds of "ha, ha, ha" echoing across the chamber. Gohan sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, continually running simulations in his mind, integrating new ideas with memories from 2 lifetimes. The combination of his past life's recollections and this life's experiences, along with the formidable strength and wisdom derived from the fusion of 2 souls. Gohan's potential and comprehension were now formidable. He remained in this meditative state for an entire week. After this duration, Gohan stood, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from Trunks. His brows furrowed, and he clenched his jaw tightly. Then, with a fierce roar, he tightened his right fist, unleashing a long, powerful shout. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted around Gohan, spiraling upwards and radiating outward. With a thunderous boom, a sound akin to thunder resonated in the previously quiet air as a bolt of lightning struck down. Gohan's hair stood on end, transformed into the Super Saiyan form, his golden locks and azure eyes glowing with an overwhelming golden aura. However, his base combat power far exceeded Trunks, which resulted in an even greater disparity in their battle powers post-transformation. After all, the combat strength of a typical Super Saiyan surged 50-fold from the base form. The fierce winds buffeted Trunks' face, and he widened his eyes, silently marveling at Gohan's formidable aura. "I envy him. I wonder when I will become this strong," he thought. Yet, Gohan's transformation was far from over. His energy continued to escalate. 2 seconds later, Gohan's muscles bulged tremendously, and he grew taller by 20 centimeters, soaring from 176 centimeters to nearly 2 meters. A flash of golden light illuminated his impressive physique, radiating a blinding glow. The overwhelming energy surged forth, compelling Trunks to involuntarily close his eyes. Gohan has surpassed the Super Saiyan's limits and entered a new realm. Trunks was both shocked and elated for Gohan. It seemed he needed to push himself harder, as Gohan was advancing further away. Trunks mused that, given Gohan's current display of power, the androids were no longer a threat. He was in a state of absolute dominance. It was hard to believe that for 12 years they had been oppressed by the androids, and yet after a single awakening, Gohan had suddenly experienced such explosive growth and strength. It was truly remarkable. Perhaps I should let Gohan awaken me as well. As Trunks indulged in these thoughts, Gohan meticulously sensed the changes within his body. His limbs felt powerful, and waves of immense strength surged through him. Gohan sensed that every pore in his body was wide open, and the fluid coursing through his veins was no longer blood, but boiling magma. His muscles were taut and robust, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. However, it did not take long for Gohan to recognize a grave issue. Yet, this was within his expectations. This form was leaking energy. Gohan lamented, "Indeed, my open pores are not only greedily absorbing air, but also expelling my energy." Although his strength was formidable, the consumption was staggering. Gohan estimated that in this form, his power had increased at least 70-fold compared to his base state, significantly surpassing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, the energy expenditure was simply too immense. It was unsustainable and wholly unsuitable for prolonged combat. Therefore, it was likely that this transformation was a failure. Nevertheless, this form is more than sufficient to contend with the androids 17 and 18. Vanquishing them requires not the slightest effort. Seizing the moment, while his energy reserves remain ample, Son Gohan resolves to attempt yet another transformation. The already formidable aura surges once more, escalating relentlessly. Trunks, utterly flabbergasted, collapses onto the ground, disregarding the discomfort in his rear. In his astonished gaze, he witnesses Son Gohan's physique once again heightening and expanding, a terrifying aura engulfing the very realm around them. Although he recognizes it is his brother Gohan, a flicker of fear stirs within Trunks. If the previous transformation resembled a hulking muscle-bound warrior, this current manifestation approaches the realm of monstrosity. Trunks gulps, shifting his position. The present Gohan indeed exudes an aura that is somewhat intimidating. His muscles swell like granite, radiating a golden fiery essence that crackles ominously. Fortunately, Gohan's visage retains a rugged manliness, complete with a scar above his eye. Had it been Trunks' face, the scene would have been utterly explosive, a visual impact too staggering to fathom. Exhaling deeply, Son Gohan initiates movement. He tests his martial prowess and speed, only to shake his head and revert to his normal state. Observing Gohan's dissipating aura, Trunks breathes a sigh of relief. That previous form, after all, was merely an unsuccessful transformation. While his power had indeed surged to 90 times that of his normal state, it bore significant flaws. In terms of raw strength, this form could rival that of a Super Saiyan 2, undeniably formidable. However, the drawbacks are glaring. Not only does it exhaust energy at an alarming rate, but it also drastically diminishes speed, creating a severe imbalance. Regardless of strength, if one cannot strike their opponent, it becomes utterly futile. Once energy is depleted, one becomes a mere target for annihilation. This form sacrifices speed in favor of power, leading to a perilous imbalance. Trunks approaches, his face adorned with envy as he exclaims, "Gohan, that was truly incredible. You scared me. You were invincible. If I were an android, I would have turned tail and fled at the sight of you." Son Gohan clenches his fist and, gazing earnestly at Trunks, states, "Trunks, the transformations I just attempted were flawed. Although the power increase was substantial, the disadvantages are far too pronounced." Thus, Son Gohan meticulously elucidates the merits and demerits of the two transformations to Trunks. He continues, "Yet, I have conceived a better idea. I believe half a year will suffice. If we still face challenges, we can invest another year in research. We have time on our side." "Oh wow," Trunks marvels. "Gohan, you truly are remarkable. Your mind works so swiftly. Just moments after a failed transformation, you already have a new approach. I wish to learn as well." Envy radiates from him. "Hey," Son Gohan smirks. "This is the advantage of standing on the shoulders of giants." Though Gohan's understanding is not lacking, these transformation forms are not solely products of his imagination. They were mentioned in the original narrative. However, there exists a vast distinction between intellectual comprehension and physical execution. The transition from mere knowledge to practical application required considerable time for Gohan. Had his understanding been even slightly inferior, he might have wasted even more time. After all, he currently lacks guidance and instruction. To embark on practice based solely on a vague concept in his mind is no trivial undertaking. As for why he opted to explore these two unsuccessful transformations rather than leap directly to simulating the full-power Super Saiyan form, Gohan has his rationale. It remains true that only with a solid foundation can one construct a taller and steadier edifice. Only through traversing one's own path can one identify traps and learn to avoid or amend them in the future. Life offers no steps that are devoid of purpose. Every stride counts. Chapter 008, Bottleneck and Emergence. Trunks inquires, Gohan, what is this new idea you mentioned earlier? At this moment, Son Gohan resembles a selfless teacher, ready to illuminate his student and guide him into a new realm of understanding. Trunks, Gohan articulates, you must remember, regardless of the transformation we undertake, our bodies form the foundation of everything and hold paramount importance. Transformation is merely about discovering the key to our bodies and activating it to temporarily gain immense power. However, only if our physical constitution is sufficiently robust will the power we unleash be truly formidable. The stronger our physique, the greater the strength we can bear. Trunks nods, somewhat comprehending, as if grasping why Gohan emphasizes the necessity of foundational training. Gohan proceeds, thus, we must diligently and unwaveringly train our bodies, continually enhancing our overall physical attributes. This way, the strength we manifest post-transformation will be even greater, more stable, and capable of bearing more power. I understand, Gohan, Trunks acknowledges. Although he senses Gohan has been somewhat verbose without reaching the crux of the matter. Is this how all teachers behave? Help. Regarding the new direction I previously mentioned, it inherently pertains to our body's foundational attributes and habitual patterns. Trunks perks up his ears. Gohan continues, now, let us entertain a hypothesis. What if we treat the Super Saiyan state as our daily foundational form, training it, familiarizing ourselves with it, and overcoming it? Trunks, what do you think will happen? Trunks ponders for a moment before excitedly asserting, when we transform again, will our power amplify by several dozen times? Just like how we currently become Super Saiyans? Gohan responds, you are quite bold in your imagination. However, you are correct, your mind is becoming more agile. It is not as exaggerated, but we will certainly experience a significant reduction in energy consumption, enabling our bodies to withstand a greater magnitude of power. Yet, this process will undoubtedly be challenging, requiring considerable time to refine and conquer. I'm quite exhilarated just hearing this, Gohan. I'm all in, whatever you say goes. Trunks exclaims, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. Let us eat first, Gohan suggests. Ah, yes, now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry, Trunks replies, momentarily taken aback. After their meal, the two trimmed their hair and commenced their first round of attempts. They first transformed into Super Saiyans, then attempted to dissipate their aura while maintaining the state. Regrettably, mere minutes later, they faced failure. After all, once transformed into Super Saiyans, the mindset often becomes volatile, irritable, and combative. However, once they relinquished their aura, the simmering anger quickly subsided. As their emotions settled, the transformation naturally dissipated, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain the state, let alone convert it into a habitual form. Time flowed like water, and a month passed. Truly, this is exceedingly challenging, Gohan. I can hardly sustain it for long. Trunks groaned, bent over with his hands resting on his knees. Keep practicing, Gohan encouraged, his golden hair flowing as he lazily executed a haphazard array of punches. Another month later. Haha, now I can finally maintain it for a good portion of the day. Trunks laughed heartily. You, Gohan, can uphold it for several days. Let us keep pushing ourselves. Trunks resembled a frost-bitten eggplant. All right, let's give it our all. 6 months later. Gohan. I have now become accustomed to maintaining my Super Saiyan form even while sleeping, Trunks boasted to Gohan. Indeed, Trunks, your progress is commendable. I am genuinely pleased, Gohan responded, generously giving him a thumbs up. It is quite rare to receive praise from Gohan, Trunks mused. Gohan merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. As half a year passed, Trunks had finally reached a level of mastery. Gohan, however, had completed his second phase of training 3 months prior. Reflecting on this time, he recalled the shattered cooking pot, the broken dining bowl, and the ruined bed, memories that held a peculiar charm. Had it not been for the automatic refreshing feature of the hyperbolic time chamber, the sheer number of broken items would have brought melancholy to both of them. Time swiftly flew by. A full year had elapsed since the master and disciple began their training in the time chamber. Gohan, what should we do next? Trunks inquired, glancing upward after their meal. Gohan replied, we will enter the third phase, consolidation, reflection, and learning anew. Trunks, what does that even mean? In the timeless confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, another 6 months passed. Trunks had matured into a handsome young man, though perhaps due to Vegeta's potent genes. He was not particularly tall. With a striking face, he appeared slender in clothing yet muscular when undressed, a quintessential image of a charming young lad. Gohan's transformation was less pronounced. Being in his early 20s, his physique had already stabilized. Nevertheless, a year and a half of training had rendered him noticeably more robust, with sharper facial contours that exuded an air of rugged charm accentuated by the scar upon his cheek. Recently, Gohan had sensed he had reached a plateau. His strength was increasing at a painfully slow rate, nearly stagnating. He understood the adage that haste makes waste. Over the past year and a half, both of them had made tremendous strides. Forcing further training could lead to significant issues. Balancing work and rest was crucial. Sometimes, a well-timed respite could yield better outcomes than relentless exertion. Thus, Gohan decided not to press on. After consulting Trunks, they exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, Mr. Popo awaited them. Despite the darkness obscuring his expression, his astonishment was palpable. He gazed at the golden-haired Gohan and Trunks, marveling at their transformation. What a remarkable change. Just standing there gave off an enigmatic aura, an impression of depth and mystery. Spotting Mr. Popo, Gohan greeted him, "Mr. Popo, why are you waiting for us at the door?" Snapping back to reality, Mr. Popo replied, "I was concerned you might exceed your time limit. So I came to remind you. I did not expect you to emerge a day and a half early. It's truly impressive that you managed to train for a year and a half in there. If it weren't for the plateau," Gohan thought, "I could have trained for 2.5 years. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Popo." Inside was manageable, though the food left much to be desired. "If you could prepare some meat next time, it would be splendid." Indeed, Trunks eagerly concurred. "I apologize, but meat cannot be preserved within. I will prepare a meal for you both right away. Please wait a moment," Mr. Popo said. Upon mentioning food, Gohan and Trunks salivated uncontrollably. After a year and a half of consuming rice balls and flatbreads, they were nearly driven to madness. "I want meat, lots and lots of meat." Both of them mentally screamed, feeling as though they could devour an entire dinosaur. Moments later, Mr. Popo presented a grand feast. The two Saiyans devoured the food ravenously, creating a scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic battle. Mr. Popo stood by, utterly astonished. This spectacle was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time Goku had trained in the sacred world of the Kais. One must commend Mr. Popo's culinary skills, honed over countless ages. Both Gohan and Trunks left the table feeling adequately satiated. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Popo," Trunks expressed with utmost politeness. Subsequently, the two leaped from the sacred world, plummeting back to Earth. As the wind howled around them, they returned to a world shrouded in gray. "Trunks, are you full?" Gohan asked, glancing sideways. "Not quite, Gohan," Trunks replied, patting his stomach. "Very well, let us first enjoy some barbecue. Once we are fully satisfied, we shall proceed to eliminate the androids," Gohan chuckled. "Sounds good," Trunks agreed. The pair landed in a forest, where they encountered the dinosaurs ubiquitous in the Dragon Ball universe. "Trunks, go for it," Gohan said, leaning against a tree in a relaxed manner, gesturing to Trunks. Understanding the cue, Trunks sprang into action. He quickly selected a fortunate dinosaur, skillfully eviscerating it and skewering it over a fire. Moments later, the dinosaur sizzled, its golden-hued oil glistening, filling the air with an enticing aroma that enveloped the forest. "Gohan, here you go," Trunks, drenched in sweat, tore off an entire dinosaur leg and handed it to Gohan. Delicious. Let us make up for this past year and a half." They feasted heartily until only a bare skeleton remained. Just then, a broadcast echoed from a nearby city. "We interrupt this program for breaking news about the androids. The recent attack occurred in the town of Taikula, located 200 kilometers south of the eastern city. Time for action." The satisfied duo grinned, ready for the next challenge. Chapter 009, The Terrifying Head Pat. In Taikula, located to the south of East City, the once thriving town was now engulfed in smoke and flames, the air rife with the sounds of explosions. Androids 17 and 18 had unleashed a merciless slaughter. Within mere minutes, tens of thousands of lives were extinguished. Even the barking dogs were obliterated by energy blasts, leaving devastation in their wake. The town lay in ruins, a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. Raising his hand, 17 summoned a brilliant energy ball that detonated, obliterating a 20-story building in an instant, scattering steel and concrete in all directions, the cacophony of destruction echoing around. A dark mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, a wave of heat sweeping across the area. 17. This area is devoid of life. Let us not squander our strength. Let us move south, where there are still many awaiting our games, spoke the cold, composed 18, arms crossed. She was the goddess of the Dragon Ball universe, T0 level, with silky, shoulder-length golden hair, a stunning face, and flawless, fair skin. Her upper body was clad in a buttonless denim jacket over a striped long-sleeve shirt, exuding an air of competence. The lower half featured a denim miniskirt that accentuated her long, shapely legs adorned with black stockings and knee-high boots, achieving an almost perfect silhouette. She stood there, radiating an aura of noble elegance. 17. A strikingly handsome young man with a visage akin to 18's replied, "There's no need to rush. Finishing off humanity in one go would be rather dull. Let us savor the thrill of the hunt. Otherwise, there will be no game left to play." Before their transformation into androids, they were a pair of twin siblings, which accounts for their striking resemblance. Number 17, with his long, flowing hair, possesses locks that are even longer and darker than those of number 18. Although these androids have been activated for over a decade, their youthful appearances remain unchanged, making them appear to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Number 17 is adorned with an orange scarf around his neck. Dressed in a black top and loose-fitting trousers, with a handgun strapped to his waist, resembling a Western cowboy. The sister exudes an icy beauty, while the brother radiates a cold, handsome demeanor. From their outward appearances alone, one would never suspect that these two are ruthless harbingers of death, responsible for the demise of over 80% of humanity on Earth. Natural disasters and the zombie apocalypse have not wrought such devastation. With a laugh, number 18 remarked, "How childish. I believe it's best to wipe them out all at once." Upon hearing her words, number 17 burst into hearty laughter, replying, "Childish, is it? I wonder who it was that obliterated an entire city after losing at a video game." Humph. Number 18 turned her head away, then raised a finger. A golden light flickered at her fingertip, followed by the explosive destruction of a nearby building. "Very well, let us annihilate this city in one go, and then proceed to South City to continue our slaughter," number 17 declared, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, a sphere of energy rapidly formed in the palm of his right hand, radiating intense heat and illuminating the vast sky as he aimed to level the city below. Observing this, number 18 also ascended, wishing to avoid getting her attire sullied by the upcoming explosion. At that moment, two figures shot in from the distance, arriving beside number 17 and number 18 in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, each received a heavy kick, plummeting to the ground and causing the earth to crack with a resounding roar. "Who is it? How infuriating. You've ruined my clothes." Number 18 emerged from the smoke, her jacket and t-shirt torn, revealing a dazzling expanse of pale skin. "How detestable. This was my favorite outfit, and I hardly have any left," she fumed, tearing off the remnants of her damaged denim jacket and brushing the dust from her face, radiating fury. Number 17 also emerged from the wreckage, his expression equally frigid. The instigators, Gohan and Trunks, descended from the sky, standing a short distance from the androids, their expressions blank as they observed the scene. Trunks glanced at number 18, noting her exposed midriff, his cheeks flushing crimson as he quickly averted his gaze. Upon recognizing Gohan and Trunks, both number 17 and number 18 paused in surprise. "Gohan, you're alive? You must have some extraordinary luck," number 17 remarked, astonished. "If you're alive, how could I possibly be dead?" Gohan replied coldly, "Humph. I told you last time that I would reduce him to ashes with an energy blast, yet you insisted he was dead. It seems you were mistaken this time." Number 17, number 18 said, her displeasure evident, unconcerned about her state of undress. "Isn't this fortuitous? We were just bored, and now entertainment has come knocking at our door." Number 17 chuckled, embracing his arms with interest as he regarded Gohan and Trunks, as if they were two foolish jesters. "Isn't this simply a death wish? Ha ha ha, Gohan. This time I will ensure you do not leave alive. I shall turn you into dust, obliterating you completely." Number 18 laughed maniacally. "Prepare to meet your end, Gohan," she exclaimed, coldly snorting, before forcefully kicking the ground, causing it to fracture under her immense strength as she lunged forward. The scant fabric adorning her chest fluttered wildly in the wind, creating an unsettling spectacle. Gohan and Trunks stood firm, sensing that the villains were being particularly loquacious today. Villains who chatter excessively often meet dire fates. Gohan fixed his gaze on number 18, declaring, "Trunks, I'll handle number 18. You deal with number 17. "Understood, Gohan," Trunks replied, relieved as he approached the eager number 17. In the blink of an eye, number 18 had leaped several meters in front of Gohan, launching a fierce straight punch toward him. The air parted under the force of her blow, producing a thunderous sound that showcased her formidable strength. Gohan regarded number 18's incoming fist with an icy stare. To him, her speed seemed akin to a tortoise's crawl. "Are you stunned with fear? You aren't even attempting to evade," number 18 thought to herself, smirking inwardly. Her punch was mere moments away from impact, and she was confident that if it connected, Gohan would either perish or be gravely injured. Yet, at that instant, Gohan slightly shifted his body. Number 18's fist narrowly missed, striking only air. "What?" she gasped, disbelief flooding her senses. Before she could regain her composure, a searing pain erupted in her abdomen as Gohan's right fist struck her with tremendous force. With a dull thud, number 18 coughed up blood, her flawless body propelled backward like a cannonball. "Die, Gohan sneered, closing the distance between them and placing his palm atop her head, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Terror flared in number 18's eyes as she sensed death looming closer than ever before. No. Gohan's palm glimmered with blinding light. And in an instant, number 18's head exploded violently. Her once alluring form crumpled to the ground, instantly losing its luster. Gohan's gaze remained cold as he flicked his fingers, reducing the headless corpse to a dazzling display of fireworks. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Witnessing the gruesome scene, number 17, engaged in battle with Trunks, felt his eyes widen in horror, his pupils dilating. He retreated swiftly, creating distance before unleashing a barrage of energy spheres that roared forth, causing the earth to shatter and mountains to crumble. Smoke and flames engulfed the area, enveloping several kilometers in destruction. The ground sank beneath the weight of the chaos, erasing the town of Taku Law from existence. Gohan soared into the air, using his sleeves to disperse the thick smoke. Trunks, unharmed at the center of the explosion, had evaded every energy sphere with agility. Humph, he scoffed, suddenly accelerating and appearing behind number 17. Danger. Number 17 sensed the imminent threat from behind, hairs standing on end as he summoned energy once more, striking backward. To his surprise, Trunks did not evade this time. Instead, he raised his hand to counter. Their palms collided, sending an energy storm erupting from their point of contact. In that critical moment, Trunks transformed his hand into a claw, seizing number 17's arm and, with a powerful throw, launched him into the sky. Almost immediately, Trunks erupted with brilliant light, sending an energy sphere soaring upward in pursuit of number 17. The latter, now gripped by fear, screamed in terror, his cries swallowed by the sounds of the explosion. His form was engulfed by the energy sphere, twisting and contorting before being shattered into fragments, followed by vaporization. A blinding flash illuminated the sky, lasting a full 10 seconds before fading away. The oppressive clouds dispersed, allowing the long-awaited sunlight to pour forth once more. Chapter 010, The Third Plan. Trunks and Gohan remained silent for a considerable duration, their minds flooded with memories spanning over the past decade. Trunks felt his eyes moisten with emotion. Gohan exhaled a sigh of relief, as a heavy burden lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. His combat power, previously at a standstill, had begun to surge anew. Although the increase was modest, it filled Gohan with astonishment. This signified that the barrier had been shattered, and the ascension to Super Saiyan Level 2 was now within reach. Trunks wiped his eyes and remarked, "It's finally over." Gohan turned to him with a smile. "Let us go home." "Yes, home," Trunks replied, his face breaking into a radiant grin. As both brothers, bound by friendship and mentorship, soared into the sky, they headed towards Capsule Corporation. 3 days later, the television broadcasted news updates. An announcement regarding the androids was forthcoming. "Attention, survivors of Earth," according to credible sources. The 2 androids that have plagued humanity for 12 long years have been eradicated by a mysterious, powerful figure. From this day forth, humanity is free. Though brief, this news reverberated profoundly within every soul. Every living human was choked with emotion. Many knelt in gratitude, bowing to the unknown savior who had liberated all of humanity. 12 years of suppressed emotions erupted forth. Some wept, others laughed, and celebrations ensued. At Trunks' home, the trio dined while watching the unfolding news. Bulma nibbled on fruit and turned to Gohan, saying, "Gohan, I reported the demise of the androids to the kingdom. But I know you both prefer to keep a low profile, so I withheld your names. You don't hold it against me, do you?" Gohan stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth, cheeks puffed out, and replied, "Of course not. It's quite all right." Bulma nodded, smiling. "Gohan, you've surpassed your father now." Gohan extracted a clean chicken bone from his mouth and placed it on the table, responding, I still have a long way to go. Trunks is exceptional too." "Indeed. Trunks has been under your tutelage for years, Gohan. You've taught him well." At Bulma's praise, Trunks couldn't help but puff out his chest, beaming with pride. Having spent nearly 2 years in the room of spirit and time, Trunks had grown substantially since their last encounter, prompting Bulma to marvel at her son's growth. Bulma continued, "But speaking of which, why do you both sport golden hair now?" "It's a form of training, Mom," Trunks interjected. "Training? Well, all right then," Bulma conceded, not pressing further, as she was unfamiliar with the intricacies. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan turned to Bulma and asked, "Aunt Bulma, may I inquire about something?" "What is it? Do you remember the fortune teller?" "The fortune teller? Oh, I remember. I met her once in my youth. She resided in the desert, in a grand palace." "Why do you ask?" "I have matters to discuss with her, Aunt Bulma." "Do you recall the way? Please take me there." Gohan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bulma readily agreed, "Of course. We'll set out as soon as we finish our meal." "Yes, indeed." Trunks chimed in, can I go too? Absolutely, let us all go, Gohan replied. Shortly after their meal, Bulma produced a capsule labeled Boom and tossed it onto the ground, which transformed into an aircraft. The trio boarded the plane, flying out of West City, traversing the desert until they arrived at a verdant oasis, where Bulma skillfully piloted the aircraft to a landing. It was hard to fathom that such a vibrant oasis existed amidst the vast, arid desert. Both Trunks and Gohan were visiting for the first time. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed around. Deep within the oasis stood a uniquely designed palace, undoubtedly the abode of the fortune teller. The three approached the palace, but upon arrival, they found the grand doors firmly shut, instilling a sense of unease in Gohan. He exchanged glances with Trunks, as they sensed an unsettling absence of energy emanating from within the palace. This implied that there might be no one home. Yet it was also plausible that the fortune teller, being an otherworldly entity, might not emit any aura at all. Bulma stepped forward and knocked on the door, awaiting a response. However, after an extended silence, it became evident that no one was home. It seems the fortune teller is likely not in her palace, Bulma remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. If we could locate Master Roshi, he might be able to reach out to the fortune teller, Gohan suggested. Bulma replied, that old man has been out of contact for over a decade. He has probably fallen victim to the androids. Sigh. Master Roshi is either dead or hiding away in some safe haven for years. Yet, given his character, the likelihood of him being slain by the androids is far greater. After waiting in vain, the trio returned home empty-handed. At Gohan's insistence, they made a detour to Penguin Village, but regrettably, they did not find the robot girl, Aral. While Penguin Village indeed existed, it had suffered significant devastation, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Neither Aral nor Dr. Senbei Norimaki could be found, as if they had vanished from existence without a trace. It remained uncertain whether they were absent from this world or had simply relocated elsewhere. Upon returning to Trunks' home, Bulma resumed her repair work on the spaceship, indicating that it would be ready in a day or two. Trunks was tasked by Bulma to stay and assist her, and sensing his reluctant demeanor, Gohan ventured alone to the sacred world of the Kais. Upon entering the sacred world, Gohan directly stated his purpose. Mr. Popo, can you contact King Kai? King Kai was the very objective of Gohan's visit. His quest to find the fortune teller was also to establish a connection with King Kai, as he sought to obtain the coordinates of New Namek. This formed the crux of his third plan, to journey to New Namek. Mr. Popo replied, that is indeed possible, but Mr. Gohan, you should know that I cannot interfere with mortal affairs. What is your intention? Gohan responded with a smile, this is not a matter of the mortal realm. I merely wish for you to contact King Kai. This is a routine communication among deities. Ah, that makes sense, Mr. Popo acknowledged. To be honest, I also seek King Kai to find a new Kai for Earth. Please assist me in reaching him. Gohan urged. Finding a new Kai for Earth? Mr. Popo instantly perked up and promptly initiated contact with King Kai. His method was rather straightforward and seemingly devoid of any technical complexity. Yet Gohan understood that he was not yet capable of achieving this on his own. There must be some deeper intricacies involved. Mr. Popo tilted his head back and called out into the sky, King Kai. King Kai, are you there? Mr. Popo has business with you. Gohan found the simplicity of this method amusing, having encountered far stranger phenomena before. Despite its rudimentary nature, it proved effective. Sure enough, moments later, King Kai's voice echoed from above. Ah, Mr. Popo, what is it? Mr. Popo quickly relayed. It's not me seeking you, King Kai, but Goku's son, Gohan, who wishes to speak with you. I've allowed him to converse with you directly. Oh, very well, came King Kai's voice from above. Mr. Popo instructed Gohan, Mr. Gohan, place your hand on my shoulder to speak with King Kai. Oh, all right, Gohan nodded, resting his right hand on Mr. Popo's shoulder. In the next moment, he felt a profound force connecting him to the North Kai. He could now converse with the North Kai, who inquired, are you son Gohan, the son of Goku? What brings you to me? Son Gohan replied, Lord Kai, I seek the coordinates of the New Namek. The North Kai responded, New Namek? Ah, I recall. It was the planet you wished for from Shinran over a decade ago, one suitable for the Namekians to inhabit. Allow me a moment to search. After a brief wait, the North Kai's voice resonated once more. Found it. New Namek lies within the constellation of Lyra, in the 35th star system, the first planet. Gohan, what is your purpose for seeking Namek? A surge of joy filled son Gohan as he mentally noted the location provided by the North Kai, responding, thank you, Lord Kai. I intend to seek a new deity for Earth. I see, the North Kai acknowledged. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I must attend to my racing duties. Son Gohan remarked, I heard you, Lord Kai. Are my father and the others currently there? He asked curiously, what are they doing? The North Kai replied, Goku and the others are not here. They have gone to the Grand Kai for the martial arts tournament. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. Thank you, Lord Kai, Son Gohan concluded. Very well, farewell. The North Kai hurriedly disconnected, preoccupied with his racing. Son Gohan stroked his chin, casting aside the myriad of emotions swirling in his mind. His expression gradually morphed into one of contentment, as everything seemed to fall into place. Chapter 011. Arrival at Namek. The android threat had been utterly eradicated, and celebrations erupted across the globe. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, 2 days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Bulma finally completed the repairs on the spaceship. The refurbished vessel now resembled a brand new model, though it was regrettably lacking in energy, with only 90 units remaining. In this era, resources were scarce, and recharging took an inordinate amount of time. To refill the energy to full capacity would require approximately a month, a duration far too lengthy for Son Gohan's taste. After all, he merely needed to reach New Namek, and 90 units were more than sufficient for several trips. Thus, he decided against further charging and resolved to depart for Namek that very day. Dressed in comfortable casual attire, Son Gohan meticulously packed a plethora of food and drinking water into his universal capsules. Meanwhile, Trunks eagerly pleaded to accompany him, his eyes sparkling with the allure of the unknown. Gohan, can't you take me along? I want to see aliens, explore the vast universe, and witness other worlds. This was perhaps the essence of youthful exuberance. Son Gohan, glancing at him with a hint of reluctance, firmly declined. No, Trunks, you cannot come. I have a more pressing matter for you to attend to. What is it? Trunks stood at attention. You see, although Dr. Gero, the creator of androids 17 and 18, has perished, his intelligent machines still exist. One of these machines continues to execute Dr. Gero's directives and is currently creating even more formidable androids than 17 and 18. Therefore, during my absence on Namek, your task is to locate Dr. Gero's research facility and dismantle it. This is crucial for the safety of the entire Earth, and indeed, the universe. Would you not agree this is of utmost importance? Such a situation exists. That is indeed serious. Don't worry, Gohan, I will do my utmost to find it. Trunks replied, his demeanor turning grave. The fact that Gohan entrusted him with such a vital task filled Trunks with a sense of pride and acknowledgement from an elder, his heart racing with excitement. Bulma, who had paused her tinkering with the time machine, looked at them with a serious expression. Gohan, if what you say is true, this matter is exceedingly important. I will accompany Trunks in the search for Dr. Gero's so-called research facility. Other matters can wait. Indeed, Son Gohan nodded, continuing. Although 17 and 18 are no longer a threat, the potential for danger still lingers. We must swiftly locate their lair and eradicate it completely to ensure future safety. Son Gohan understood that since his rebirth, the trajectory of this world had undoubtedly altered. The future of this timeline was fraught with uncertainties, and he could only grasp a general direction. As for Cell, he was a menacing entity relatively close in the timeline. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate him post-haste. However, the priority of vanquishing Cell remained secondary to reaching Namek, considering that Cell was merely an egg or larva at this stage. Hence, Son Gohan chose to first journey to Namek, delegating the task of uncovering Dr. Gero's research base to Trunks and Bulma. With all arrangements in place, Son Gohan boarded the spaceship, sealed the hatch, entered the coordinates for Namek, and pressed the ignition button. In the next instant, flames erupted from the spacecraft's base, lifting it skyward as it soared into the heavens, disappearing into the vast cosmos. Retracting her gaze, Bulma turned to her son. Trunks, time is of the essence. We must also commence our search. Yes, Mom, Trunks replied, nodding earnestly. On board the spaceship, Son Gohan activated the gravity system, adjusting it to 200 times Earth's gravity, and began his training. The journey from Earth to New Namek was estimated to take 2 weeks, and Son Gohan intended to devote this time entirely to his training. He would eat when hungry, train thereafter, and rest when fatigued. In the midst of this monotonous training, the 2 weeks passed swiftly. One day, after concluding his training, Son Gohan took a refreshing cold shower and made his way to the cockpit. A massive display screen in front of him showcased the dazzling starry expanse ahead. Countless star systems flickered by, the cosmos stretching infinitely. Before long, a colossal green planet entered his view. The ship's intelligence system promptly announced, "Esteemed Master, the vessel has arrived at its destination, Namek. Shall we proceed with the landing?" "Land it," Son Gohan instructed. Acknowledged. Searching for a suitable landing trajectory. Suitable trajectory found. Commencing descent. As the announcement concluded, the spaceship shimmered and pierced through Namek's atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the vessel landed smoothly. Son Gohan opened the hatch and leaped out, officially setting foot on Namek soil. After a prolonged journey of half a month, the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet brought him tranquility and serenity. He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and greedily inhaled the fresh air, embracing the gentle spring breeze. Moments later, he sensed an approaching presence. Someone was coming. Son Gohan opened his eyes, retracting the spaceship into its capsule before gazing skyward. A green figure descended from the heights, scrutinizing him with caution. Recognizing the Namekian, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo, Son Gohan understood that this was a warrior-type Namekian. These combatants were adept in battle, typically tasked with safeguarding the Grand Elder's safety. They were the backbone of Namek, rising to protect their people during times of calamity. As Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan was about to speak, but the Namekian interjected, gazing at him with a look of astonishment. "Ah, are you Mr. Sun Wukong?" At that moment, Son Gohan, with his golden hair and emerald eyes, bore a striking resemblance to his father, with facial features that echoed Son Wukong's likeness. Observing the bewildered Namekian, Son Gohan replied, "Sun Wukong is my father. I am Son Gohan." The combatant Namekian, suddenly enlightened, responded, "Oh, I see now. Do you know my father?" Son Gohan inquired. "Indeed. I had the fortune of meeting Mr. Wukong when he battled Frieza on Namek many years ago. Time has passed. And since you bear such a striking resemblance to your father, I mistook you for him. My sincerest apologies," the Namekian said, somewhat sheepishly. "No worries at all. It's a pleasant surprise to encounter an acquaintance. May I ask your name?" Son Gohan smiled. The Namekian replied, "Greetings, Mr. Gohan. You may call me Noboru. Mr. Wukong is a benefactor to us Namekians, and naturally, his companions are also our benefactors. Might I inquire what brings you to Namek?" Noboru's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Son Gohan stated, "I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls for a purpose. I would appreciate it if you could guide me to the Elder." Noboru glanced at Gohan's severed arm and nodded in understanding. "Of course, Mr. Gohan, please follow me." "Thank you for your assistance," Gohan replied. Noboru soared into the sky, with Gohan following closely behind. In no time, they arrived before the familiar figure of the Elder. Son Gohan recalled that this Elder was named Muley. Over a decade ago, Muley had been one of the 7 ordinary Elders of Namek. Subsequently, when Frieza attacked Namek, the previous Elder passed away. Before his last breath, he appointed Muley as the new Elder, endowing him with part of the former Elder's abilities. Elder Muley was exceedingly amiable, his bright eyes radiating wisdom. "Greetings, Elder," Son Gohan said with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Gohan," Elder Muley warmly responded, continuing, "I am already aware of your intentions. Just moments ago, I informed the other Elders to bring forth the Dragon Balls. Ah, and Dandy is en route as well. He is quite delighted to learn of your arrival on Namek." Son Gohan regarded Elder Muley once more, sensing an intriguing depth to him. Chapter 012, The Perfect Form. There was an unsettling feeling of being scrutinized. Gohan had previously encountered the former Elder, who had once unlocked his potential, leaving a deep impression on him. Although Elder Muley's abilities paled in comparison to his predecessors, his youth lent him a sharper edge. Yet, Gohan felt no fear. The immense power within him was his source of confidence. "Thank you for your help, Elder," he said. Elder Muley, recalling the mushroom-headed boy from over a decade ago, chuckled. "Not at all. Not at all. Time has truly flown. Mr. Gohan, you have changed remarkably. What happened to your arm?" Son Gohan responded, "I apologize for the inconvenience. My arm was severed years ago by a formidable adversary. I have come to Namek to seek the dragon's assistance in restoring it." Elder Muley remarked, "Ah, that is a mere trifle. Purunga can easily help Mr. Gohan restore his arm. Has that formidable foe been defeated?" "Thanks to the Elder's blessings, he has been vanquished," Son Gohan smiled. "Oh, it seems much has transpired on Earth," Elder Muley mused. As they conversed, they exchanged tales of the changes on both Earth and Namek over the years. In contrast to the tumultuous events on Earth, Namek had enjoyed a decade of peace and happiness. After a while, several presences approached. A group of Namekians descended from the sky, delivering the Dragon Balls. Among them, a young Namekian caught Son Gohan's attention. Tall and slender, he was not particularly muscular, yet his piercing, clear eyes were striking. At that moment, the young Namekian was also observing Son Gohan. They both spoke simultaneously. "Are you Dandy? Are you Gohan?" After a moment of surprise, they both scratched their heads and burst into laughter. Recognizing each other as childhood friends, Dandy rushed towards Son Gohan, his face alight with joy. However, upon noticing Gohan's severed arm, his expression shifted to one of concern. "Gohan, what happened to your arm?" he asked. "Well, as you can see, it's gone. It's a minor issue," Son Gohan replied with a light-hearted chuckle, as if it were not a matter of great concern. Dandy remarked, "I wish you had the ability to regenerate limbs like us Namekians. That's why I am here, to seek the power of Purunga to restore my arm." Son Gohan explained candidly. "I can definitely assist you with that," Dandy replied with a smile. Summoning the Namekian dragon differs from summoning the dragon on Earth. It requires the Namekian language for both the invocation and the wish, a skill Son Gohan lacked. Thus, Dandy intended to help him summon the dragon and translate his wish. Thank you very much, Son Gohan nodded appreciatively. The 7 orange dragon balls, each the size of a basketball, lay glistening on the grass, emanating a mysterious glow. The Namekians who had brought the Dragon Balls stood silently behind Elder Muley. Elder Muley turned to Dandy kindly and said, Dandy, go ahead and summon Purunga. Yes, Elder. Dandy replied respectfully. He stepped forward to the 7 Dragon Balls, extending his hands and spreading his fingers over them. He then called out in the Namekian language, Come forth, Purunga, and grant my wish. As Dandy's voice echoed, the perpetual daylight of Namek was abruptly shrouded in darkness. The entire planet was enveloped in ominous clouds. Crack! Within the dark clouds, golden lightning flashed, followed by the rumble of thunder. The 7 Dragon Balls on the ground sparkled with arcs of electricity before erupting into a brilliant golden light. The golden radiance intensified, becoming dazzling enough to obscure the eyes. Soon, a colossal beam of light shot skyward, piercing through the dark clouds above. Once it broke through, the golden beam spiraled in the sky before coalescing. In mere moments, the beam transformed into a gigantic western dragon, coiled majestically among the clouds, measuring over 100 meters in length, its scales shimmering with brilliance, exuding an air of formidable majesty. Compared to the dragon on Earth, the Namekian dragon was several times larger, reminiscent of the genie from Aladdin's lamp. Yet, Son Gohan thought the Earth dragon appeared far more handsome. After all, the Western dragon resembled an oversized lizard, which did not quite align with Eastern aesthetics. The dragon lowered its head from the clouds, its eyes, comparable to houses, glowing blood red, as its voice resonated powerfully. Human who summoned me, state your wishes. I can grant you 3. Indeed, it was just as Son Gohan remembered. The dragon of Namek is capable of granting 3 wishes. Moreover, following the incident with Frieza, the Grand Elder upgraded the Dragon Balls. Previously, while the dragon could indeed fulfill 3 wishes, it was limited in the resurrection of humans, allowing for the revival of only 1 person per wish. However, with the recent enhancements, the current dragon has shed this constraint. Dandy turned to Gohan and inquired, Gohan, shall the first wish be to restore your arm? Gohan shook his head and replied, No, I wish for the dragon to restore my body to its most perfect state. Just restoring a severed arm? What a preposterous notion. One must fully utilize the wish. Very well, Dandy nodded, then looked up at the colossal dragon and uttered a phrase in Namekian. It was a simple task. The dragon hummed, its eyes flashing with a crimson light. Immediately, Gohan felt a transformation begin within him. First, the scar on his face vanished, followed by a tingling sensation in his left shoulder as a complete left arm materialized out of thin air. Gohan's heart swelled with joy. He flexed his new arm, clenched his fist, and the joints crackled like popping beans, feeling the surging power within. This newly formed arm bore no unfamiliarity. It was perfection itself. Subsequently, the lingering injuries from years of battle were also healed. His facial features underwent slight adjustments, rendering Gohan even more handsome than before. His height, originally 176 centimeters, surged by an additional 10 centimeters to reach 186 centimeters. A furry tail sprouted, swaying gently in the breeze. His weight increased by over 20 kilograms. At that moment, Gohan's body had achieved its optimal state, truly befitting the Namekian dragon's prowess. He clenched his fist, and a formidable aura erupted forth, enveloping him in a golden blaze. A tumultuous wave of energy surged outward, startling all the Namekians nearby, as if an ancient beast had awakened before them. A bead of sweat, the size of a fist, dripped from the dragon's forehead. How terrifying, it thought. What a staggering presence. After a moment of hesitation, the dragon spoke again. The first wish has been fulfilled. Please state your second wish. Dandy glanced once more at Gohan, who now resembled a golden warrior radiating might. Gohan reined in his aura, contemplated, and said, For my second wish, grant me regenerative and recovery abilities akin to those of Majin Buu. Very well, Dandy nodded and addressed the dragon in Namekian once more. The dragon's eyes glimmered again, and Gohan's wish was granted. Unlike the previous transformation, he felt no discernible change in his body this time. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had acquired the extraordinary regenerative and restorative powers reminiscent of Majin Buu. In that instant, his sense of security soared. Chapter 013. The New Supreme Kai, Dandy. Gohan harbored 2 significant burdens in his life. The first stemmed from insufficient power, and the second related to death. He had experienced death once, so he held no fear of it. Rather, he cherished each additional day of life as a gift. Now, having wished for formidable regenerative abilities, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. The world needed him alive, and in truth, his life no longer belonged solely to him. Enhanced survival capabilities meant more means to protect those he cherished, as well as greater methods to vanquish his enemies. though it was likely that such abilities could not withstand the erasure of the Omni King or the destructive force of the gods of destruction. Nor could they fend off the might of angels. There was no denying that his capacity for survival had significantly improved. Gohan felt a surge of clarity, a sense of enlightenment washing over him. He sensed that he was on the brink of transcending into Super Saiyan 2, with a heart brimming with optimism. He even found the once ugly dragon to be somewhat endearing. At that moment, the dragon spoke again. The second wish has been fulfilled. Do you have any further wishes? I can still grant one more. As it spoke, the dragon gazed at Gohan with awe. Despite its massive size, Gohan appeared as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to the dragon. Gohan possessed an overwhelmingly terrifying power, capable of annihilating an entire solar system with ease. In a world of strength, size was not the sole measure of power. Gohan surveyed the gathered Namekians, ultimately fixing his gaze on the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, do you have any wishes? Elder Muley shook his head. No, we seldom require Paranga's assistance. With a hint of hope, Gohan inquired, Oh, may I ask, is there a way to revive someone who has been dead for over 10 years? Elder Muley shook his head, responding, Paranga cannot resurrect those who died of natural causes or who have been deceased for an extended period, as their physical forms are no longer present, and their souls have been reincarnated. What about those whose bodies still exist, but whose souls are in the afterlife or training under King Kai? Gohan pressed on. Is there no recourse for such cases? Elder Muley appeared shocked, his worldview seemingly shaken. Gohan then recounted the circumstances of Goku, Vegeta, and others. Elder Muley listened with astonishment, yet still shook his head. Paranga cannot resurrect those who succumb to illness, as they too are considered natural deaths. As for the other scenario you mentioned, perhaps upgrading Paranga's abilities could make it possible. I am truly sorry, Mr. Gohan. I had no idea so much had transpired on Earth. Even Goku has passed away. It is a profound loss. Upgrading may yield results. Is Paranga's version simply too low? Gohan pondered. Perhaps I shall seek to enhance it later. For it is not uncommon for Dragon Balls to reinterpret their own rules. In truth, Gohan had already anticipated this outcome. Hence, he held no lofty expectations when posing the question. Therefore, he felt no disappointment at this moment. There would be other opportunities. However, one must consider that those departed companions may not even wish to be revived. After all, they seem to live carefree in the afterlife, free from troubles. Sighing, he contemplated his third wish. After some thought, he turned to Dondi and said, In that case, Dondi, for my third wish, please inquire about the location of the planet Yardrat. With its coordinates, I can travel there at any time. He needed to find a new Supreme Kai for Earth and return to activate the new dragon, which was of utmost urgency. After all, he could not expect to bring the newly appointed Supreme Kai to Yardrat for years of training. He could afford to wait, but Earth clearly could not. As for why he didn't simply wish for instant transmission, Gohan had his reasons. Setting aside whether the dragon could fulfill that wish, even if he learned the technique, he would still struggle to sense the energy signature of the Yardratians, making it impossible to teleport there. His purpose for visiting Yardrat extended beyond merely learning instant transmission. There were other skills to acquire as well. The coordinates of Yardrat? Very well. Dondi nodded and once more addressed the dragon. The dragon's eyes flashed red, and a piece of information flooded into Gohan's mind. The location of Yardrat. The dragon was indeed efficient, with remarkable speed. Wish granted. The voice of the eternal dragon resonated through the heavens. All wishes have been granted, so farewell. In the next moment, it erupted in a blaze of golden light, its form dissipating into the ether. The 7 petrified Dragon Balls descended with a thud, creating several deep impressions upon the ground. The Dragon Balls of Namek and Earth, aside from their differing sizes, exhibited other distinctions. Upon the fulfillment of wishes, the Dragon Balls of Earth disperse in all directions, a precautionary measure instituted by the deity, fearing that the insatiable desires of Earthlings might exploit glitches, thus complicating the gathering of the Dragon Balls. Little did he anticipate that Bulma would later invent a dragon radar to counter this challenge. Conversely, the Namekians, who cherish peace and possess a gentle nature, seldom utilize their Dragon Balls. Therefore, the Grand Elder decreed that the petrified Dragon Balls would not scatter far after wishes were granted. Instead, they would be returned to the 7 clans for safekeeping. As the eternal dragon vanished, the ominous clouds quickly dispersed, and the skies of Namek regained their clarity within mere breaths, sunlight once more gracing the land. Gohan approached the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, I have one more request. The Grand Elder, Mori, replied, Mr. Gohan, there is no need for formality. Please speak freely. It is our honor on Namek to assist our benefactor. Gohan continued, Indeed, Earth is in need of a guardian. I would like to request a person to serve as the new deity on Earth. Mori responded, Of course, that is no issue. But we must also seek the individual's consent. Do you have someone in mind? Gohan pointed to a nearby dandy, saying, "Yes, Grand Elder, I wish to have dandy." Dandy, suddenly called out, appeared somewhat taken aback. The Grand Elder smiled at him, asking, "Dandy, would you be willing to venture to Earth as a deity?" Dandy, still in a daze, stammered, Can I?" Mori reassured him, "While your combat prowess may be modest, you are indeed an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan. With a well-rounded skill set, you are more than capable of becoming the deity of Earth." Gohan added, "Dandy, are there any reservations you have about going?" Dandy quickly shook his head, No, I'm just worried I won't be able to handle it." Gohan encouraged him, "Have faith in yourself. You heard the Grand Elder. He said you are an outstanding member of the Dragon Clan. There is no doubt you will become a remarkable deity." Dandy replied, "Then I shall give it a try. It feels wonderful to be needed by friends." Dandy relished the sentiment. At that moment, while feeling a mix of trepidation and joy, he exclaimed, "Ha! All right." Gohan laughed heartily. After exchanging pleasantries, Dandy bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the others. For a species like the Namekians, who do not require sustenance, farewells are simply that, farewells, without the need for prolonged feasting or fuss. Gohan produced a universal capsule, tossing it to the ground where it transformed into a spaceship. Everyone was taken aback by his remarkable ability. Without further elaboration, Gohan beckoned Dandy to board the vessel swiftly. Once aboard, Gohan deftly input the coordinates for Earth and pressed the ignition button, causing the spaceship to vanish into the sky, hurtling into the vast cosmos. Thus, another fortnight elapsed. On this day, a spaceship arrived above Earth, successfully landing. It was Gohan and Dandy. They disembarked, and Gohan retracted the spaceship. After securing the vessel, Gohan sensed the energy around Earth, confirming its safety before saying to Dandy, "Let us proceed to the sacred land of the gods." "All right," Dandy nodded. The two ascended into the air, soaring towards the sacred land. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the temple, where they were joined almost simultaneously by Trunks and Bulma. Trunks had sensed Gohan's energy and hurriedly brought Bulma along. Upon seeing Gohan, Trunks joyfully rushed over, examining him with excitement. "Gohan, you have finally returned. This is fantastic. Wow, your arms have grown back, and oh my, you even have your tail again. So cool." Gohan ruffled Trunks' hair, playfully admonishing, "You've turned into quite the chatterbox in just a month." "Not at all. I'm just really happy." Trunks laughed. "Mr. Gohan," Mr. Popo greeted from the side. Gohan smiled and nodded in return. "Gohan, you've become more handsome. The scar on your face is gone, your left arm has returned, and you seem taller." Bulma laughed heartily, her hands on her hips, as if she had reverted to her youthful self from over a decade ago. Curiously, she glanced at Dandy. "Is this the new deity you've found?" Gohan replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, Aunt Bulma, you've actually met him before." "Really? Is that true?" Bulma looked at Dandy in surprise. Unfortunately, the Namekians all appeared quite similar, and she struggled to recall who Dandy was. The only one she could think of was Piccolo. Dandy felt a bit shy, but he recognized Bulma. Though over 10 years had passed, Bulma had aged gracefully, appearing only more mature. Gohan smiled and introduced, "Allow me to present Dandy, the new deity I specifically sought out from Namek." He continued, "Aunt Bulma, he is the Namekian boy who suffered alongside us back then, the one with the healing abilities." "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember," Bulma exclaimed, her expression brightening. "Hello, Miss Bulma. It's been a long time," Dandy greeted. Hello, Bulma responded, clearly delighted to see an old acquaintance. "Dandy, this is Trunks, Aunt Bulma's son, as well as my disciple. And this is Mr. Popo, the guardian of the sacred land, who will assist you in your duties." Gohan introduced them one by one. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you," Dandy said politely, nodding. Trunks reciprocated with a courteous nod. "Hello, Brother Dandy." Mr. Popo bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Deity. You may call me Popo." "Mr. Popo, I look forward to your guidance," Dandy replied, addressing him with respect. "Lord Deity, please follow me. I will take you to inherit the position of the deity," Mr. Popo said. "Mr. Gohan, please wait here for a moment." "Very well," Gohan and the others nodded. With that, Mr. Popo led Dandy into the inner sanctum for the succession. Only Gohan, Bulma, and Trunks remained in the plaza of the sacred land. Gohan inquired about Cell. "Have you located Dr. Gero's lab?" Upon hearing this, Trunks paused in his attempt to touch Gohan's tail. Bulma replied, "Not yet. Dr. Gero was indeed a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army, and his counter-surveillance techniques are remarkably sophisticated. I have scoured the internet for extensive information on the Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Gero, speculating on numerous potential locations for secret labs, but to no avail. Subsequently, I even offered a substantial reward for clues, yet the responses have been scarce." Gohan asked, "Any useful information?" Bulma replied, "Yes, I have filtered out several leads, and I am currently investigating them one by one." "Very well, let us first investigate these clues. If we are unable to find anything, we We can then seek the assistance of Shinran, Son Gohan remarked, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Bulma concurred, also nodding. Trunks, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Gohan, is Shinran truly as miraculous as they say? Did your arm grow back thanks to Shinran's aid? Having often heard tales about Shinran, yet never having encountered the Dragon Balls or the dragon itself, Trunks' curiosity piqued. Son Gohan replied, yes, my arm was indeed restored with Shinran's help. The dragon can fulfill most wishes within its capabilities. Trunks continued to probe, and what are the limits of Shinran's abilities? Just how extensive is this most? Son Gohan scrutinized Trunks, perceiving a budding propensity for nitpicking. What profound thoughts occupy the mind of a 13-year-old? It's difficult to explain, but it's best to avoid making outlandish wishes. Son Gohan advised. Is that so, Mom? Trunks turned to Bulma. Well, that's about right, Bulma affirmed with a nod. After engaging in conversation for approximately 10 minutes, Mr. Popo emerged from the inner sanctum of the heavenly temple, accompanied by Dandy. Dandy, compared to earlier, now donned a cloak, and his demeanor had grown considerably more composed. Is the inheritance complete? Son Gohan asked. Mr. Popo replied, indeed, it was merely a simple ceremony, taking little time. And the esteemed deity's natural talent played a role as well. See, I told you, Dandy, you are entirely capable of fulfilling the role of the Supreme Kai. Son Gohan smiled. Dandy, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head, lacking any semblance of the gravitas expected of a Supreme Kai. Then, Dandy, when can you activate the Dragon Balls? Son Gohan inquired. Right now, Dandy responded. He then turned to Mr. Popo, saying, Mr. Popo, could you procure a model of Shinran for me? I require it as a medium to activate the Dragon Balls. Mr. Popo replied, oh, certainly. I carved a model of Shinran out of boredom some time ago. It's currently stored in the inner sanctum. I never anticipated it would come in handy. Please wait a moment. With that, he dashed back inside. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a wooden sculpture of Shinran. Supreme Kai, will this suffice? Mr. Popo inquired, presenting the intricately carved figure, which vividly depicted the image of the Eastern Dragon. This model was indeed crafted by Mr. Popo based on the dragon's likeness. It will do perfectly, Mr. Popo. Please place it on the ground, Dandy instructed. Yes. Esteemed Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo respectfully nodded before gently setting the wooden sculpture on the ground beside him. Dandy crouched next to the sculpture. The others, including Son Gohan, had never witnessed such a scene and wore expressions of curiosity. They remained silent, fixated on Dandy and the dragon sculpture, scarcely blinking. Dandy placed his hands over the sculpture, murmuring in an arcane tongue, uttering obscure phrases that resembled incantations. This language was neither the universal tongue of the cosmos nor the Namekian dialect, but rather belonged to the dragon race. It was said to be a wondrous spell left behind by the dragon god, Salama. As Dandy's incantation quickened, a faint golden light enveloped his hands. The radiance intensified, ultimately engulfing the dragon model. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light erupted, resembling a miniature sun exploding before their eyes, compelling them to squint. At the peak of this dazzling display, a massive golden beam shot skyward, transforming into 7 shooting stars that streaked across the sky. The group gazed upward at the luminous column until it vanished completely. When they returned their attention to Dandy, they discovered that the wooden dragon sculpture had disappeared. Wiping the fine beads of perspiration from his brow, Dandy stood and proclaimed, the Dragon Balls have been activated. Now, we simply need to gather all 7 to make a wish. What about the wishes? How many can we make? Son Gohan queried. Dandy responded, I have modeled it after Namekian Purunga. You may make 3 wishes. However, my abilities are slightly inferior to those of Purunga, as Elder Mori is a more exceptional dragon of our kind. Son Gohan laughed heartily, patting Dandy on the shoulder. Haha, that is already impressive. Thank you, Dandy. No need for thanks, Dandy replied. Shortly thereafter, Son Gohan and the others bid farewell and returned to West City. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was calibrating the dragon radar. After all, it had been over a decade since its last use, and the device required readjustment to function properly. Son Gohan and Trunks observed eagerly. Trunks gazed at the dragon radar, his face alight with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unable to resist teasing him, Son Gohan remarked, Trunks, are you holding in your bladder? Don't hesitate, just go. Trunks' face flushed. I am not. He quickly added, Gohan, let me take charge of collecting the Dragon Balls. Please don't compete with me for them, okay? Well, fine, I want to contest you, Son Gohan acquiesced. Alright, it's a deal, no backing out, Trunks declared, raising his palm to initiate a pact. With a resigned smile, Son Gohan clapped his hand against Trunks's. After all, what was there to compete over in merely collecting the Dragon Balls? Since Trunks was enthusiastic, he should take the lead. It's fixed, Bulma exclaimed, raising the dragon radar triumphantly. Here you go, Trunks, she said, handing it to him. As Trunks accepted the dragon radar, he felt a jolt of exhilaration, as if electrified. "Well, I'm off," he exclaimed, breath quickening. "Go on, return swiftly." Bulma smiled warmly. Hum. Trunks nodded, clutching the dragon radar, and bolted out of the house at lightning speed. That boy. Is every cell in his body filled with curiosity? Son Gohan mused, watching Trunks' departing figure. At that moment, Bulma called out, "Gohan, come here. I want to show you some of the clues we've gathered." "Oh, all right, coming." Chapter 15, Trunks' Wish. In the year 769, on October 3rd, I encountered a peculiar robot at the Yunzabit Heights. It moved with incredible speed, exhibiting immense strength, and I suspect it is a creation of the Red Ribbon Army. In the year 776, on March 28th, strange occurrences were reported in Penguin Village, with mysterious machine debris falling from the sky. In the year 778, on August 15th, an unusual energy wave erupted 300 kilometers north of North City's vast desert. In the year 777, on July 7th, a self-identified member of the Red Ribbon Army appeared in Paisley town of West City. Bulma meticulously sifted through the information provided by netizens and compiled a total of 13 clues. Given the current sparse population of Earth, and considering that most humans had been living in seclusion in the mountains and forests before the demise of androids 17 and 18, the flow of information was exceedingly limited. To have gathered so many leads was quite unexpected. Yunzabit Heights, Penguin Village, the North City Desert, Paisley Town, Papaya Island, Ginger Town, the Cloud Sea Desert. Son Gohan and Bulma deliberated, ultimately selecting 3 locations deemed most suspicious: Yunzabit Heights, North City Desert, and the Cloud Sea Desert. On the first day, Son Gohan and Bulma set out for Yunzabit Heights to begin their search. After an entire day of searching, their efforts yielded naught. The Bit Highlands were eliminated from consideration. By the time they returned to West City that evening, Trunks had already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, placing them neatly upon the table, ready to summon the Eternal Dragon for wishes at any moment. The Dragon Balls of Earth were significantly smaller compared to those of Namek. The latter were the size of basketballs, while Earth's were merely the size of a fist. The 7 Dragon Balls were meticulously arranged before Trunks. With his hands supporting his chin, he pondered what wish to make. Upon seeing Gohan and Bulma return, Trunks sprang to his feet, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "Gohan, Mom, I've gathered all the Dragon Balls. When shall we summon the Eternal Dragon to make our wish?" "I can hardly contain my anticipation," Gohan replied. "There's no rush. Let us wait a few more days until we've thoroughly investigated the leads we've filtered out." "Oh, all right then." Trunks' mood visibly dampened as he lowered his head. Observing this, Bulma inquired curiously, "Trunks, what wish do you have in mind?" "Well, yes," Trunks responded, "but I'm worried that if I say it out loud, it won't come true." Bulma chuckled lightly. "That's not the case. This isn't a birthday wish. It's a wish to the Eternal Dragon. Even if you mention it, it won't matter." "Then, I wish for the 3 of us to live happily together for all our lives," Trunks declared. Bulma and Gohan fell silent, taken aback by the simplicity and purity of his wish. Reflecting on Trunks' excitement throughout the day as he hurried to find the Dragon Balls, the 2 adults felt their hearts soften towards him. Gohan affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair and smiled. "Trunks, you don't need to wish for that, because we will always be together." "Really?" The 13-year-old boy looked up with hopeful eyes. "Of course," Gohan affirmed with a nod. "I thought you might wish for world peace. That wish might be beyond the Eternal Dragon's reach." "Haha," Bulma remarked. The following day, while Bulma was at home calibrating the time machine, Gohan and Trunks soared towards the Mara Desert, situated 300 kilometers north of West City. The Mara Desert spans over 10 million square kilometers and is remarkably vast, characterized by sparse vegetation predominantly consisting of desert and weathered stones. Although there are a few oases amidst the arid landscape, they are exceedingly rare. Some resilient shrubs grow defiantly upon the weathered stones, showcasing their tenacity in the face of adversity. Under the relentless sun, waves of heat rose from the desert, making even breathing feel laborious. However, Gohan and Trunks were far from ordinary individuals, having endured the extremes of the hyperbolic time chamber. Such heat was but a triviality to them. Flying above the expansive desert, Gohan said, "Trunks, let us split up. You head this way, and I'll go in the opposite direction. If anything arises, we'll signal each other by increasing our energy levels and regroup." "Understood, Gohan." Trunks nodded in agreement, and they separated. Each held a circular auxiliary detector, conducting a thorough search. Before long, several hours had elapsed. Gohan, fully focused, glided in the air, scrutinizing the terrain below. After some time, a forest of weathered stones appeared ahead, stretching endlessly in all directions. Trees with barren trunks clung to the weathered stones, growing defiantly. Gohan furrowed his brow, gripping his detector as he ventured into the stone forest. After delving approximately 10 kilometers, Gohan's detector suddenly emitted a vibrating sound. He exclaimed with surprise. Lifting the device to his eyes, a red dot flashed incessantly on the screen, pulsating with brilliant light. This detector, resembling the Dragon radar, was adapted by Bulma from the combat power detectors used by Frisia's army. It could sense anomalous energy fluctuations and computer network nodes. Gohan's detector had indeed located a nearby computer signal. In this desolate expanse, the presence of computer network activity was certainly unusual. Holding the detector firmly, Gohan approached the source. A few minutes later, he descended from the sky and beheld a hidden cave. The cave was well concealed, surrounded by abundant shrubs that obscured its entrance. Had Gohan not been wielding the detector, he might never have discovered this location. Raising his hand, Gohan unleashed a burst of energy that instantly ignited the shrubbery. Soon, the plants were reduced to ashes, revealing the cave's mouth before Gohan's gaze. He waved his hand to disperse the dust and acrid smoke in the air, then leaped into the cave. After traversing about 5 to 6 meters, he encountered a formidable steel door blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, a conspicuous emblem adorned the door, a striking red background with white borders, resembling a bow tie, emblazoned with 2 capital letters, R. It was unmistakably the logo of the Red Ribbon Army. Gohan's heart leaped with joy. It was indeed a stroke of fortune, a discovery made with little effort. The lab of Dr. Gero must surely lie beyond this door. Resolute, Gohan amplified his energy to notify Trunks. Sensing the increase in Gohan's energy, Trunks erupted with a fierce aura and swiftly flew in Gohan's direction. Moments later, he descended from the sky and entered the cave beside Gohan. Gohan, did you find something? He asked. Gohan gestured toward the imposing steel door behind them. If all goes as expected, it lies beyond this door. Oh. Trunks moved around Gohan to examine the door, placing his hand against the cold steel surface. He knocked, producing a dull thud. Gohan, this door is entirely made of steel. Over 40 centimeters thick. What should we do? Trunks queried. What else can we do? Gohan replied. We'll open it physically. Trunks, you try to break it down. But be careful not to damage anything inside. All right, Trunks nodded in agreement. Gohan stepped back a few paces. Trunks extended his palm and pressed against the iron door. With a surge of energy, boom, a tremendous sound reverberated. Instantly, the ground shook, and debris fell from above. The thick steel door, at least 40 centimeters in thickness, crumbled under Trunks' strike. Gohan, I think I may have exerted a tad too much force, Trunks said sheepishly. No worries, let us go. Gohan waved away the dust and stepped through the iron door, entering the interior. Trunks followed suit, also waving his hand to dispel the smoke, closely trailing behind Gohan. Upon passing through the door, a spacious laboratory unfolded before them, in stark contrast to the dim cave. The laboratory was illuminated by numerous glowing energy stones embedded in the ceiling, casting a bright light that resembled daylight. Dr. Gero had hollowed out this section of the weathered stone mountain to create a substantial secret base. Within the confines of the laboratory, an intricate web of wiring lay ensconced in bundles, littering the floor and walls alike. Towering computers stood sentinel, their screens engulfed in darkness, having ceased operation long ago. In the archives, a dense accumulation of manuscripts and work notes belonging to Dr. Gero cluttered the space. The hall was furnished with 3 nutrient sleep pods, arranged both horizontally and vertically. Of these, 2 pods stood ajar, while one remained sealed, connected by an energy conduit that supplied a continuous flow of power. Not far from the pods lay a headless corpse. Although referred to as a corpse, it was merely an assemblage of clothing and skeletal remains. From the attire, it could be discerned that this headless form was indeed that of Dr. Gero himself. Tragically, after awakening subjects 17 and 18, Dr. Gero attempted to control them with a specially designed remote, only to be unexpectedly slain by subject 17. In the end, his head was obliterated, leaving him without a complete body. On the opposite side of the laboratory, a gaping hole bore witness to the violent ravages inflicted by subject 17. This breach led directly to the barren desert outside, allowing sand and wind to infiltrate, resulting in a considerable accumulation of earth upon the laboratory floor. Son Gohan crouched beside Dr. Gero's remains, feeling about until he extracted the soul pin from the doctor's chest pocket. Rising to his feet, he gave the headless skeleton a kick, sending it flying through the breach. Trunks, gather all useful items, Son Gohan instructed. Yes, Gohan, Trunks replied, nodding as he produced a storage capsule, collecting the computers, notes, and various manuscripts. Meanwhile, Son Gohan approached the nutrient pods. He first stored the 2 open pods in his capsule, then knelt to inspect the lone, unopened pod. Affixed to it was a numerical designation, 16. Peering through the transparent glass, Son Gohan beheld a tall, robust android lying within. This android possessed a sharply defined visage, accentuated by a head of short, crimson hair. Clad in green armor over a black bodysuit, and wearing white socks paired with green boots, he bore a stoic expression. This was none other than Android 16, a creation of Dr. Gero modeled after his own son. The Doctor's son had once been a high-ranking soldier in the Red Ribbon Army, but met an untimely demise at the hands of the enemy during a mission. Driven by his unique attachment to his son, Dr. Gero endowed Android 16 with formidable strength and a formidable explosive device. However, in a bid to prevent his destruction in battle, he designed 16's personality to be relatively docile, leading to a being who shunned conflict in favor of peace, cherishing nature and small creatures. To the ambitious Dr. Gero, this was tantamount to a failure. Thus, 16 had remained dormant until now. Placing his hand upon the sleep pod, Son Gohan contemplated his decision and resolved to awaken 16. His reasoning was twofold. First, the planet's elite combatants were exceedingly scarce, and 16's considerable combat prowess could prove invaluable. Second, 16's gentle disposition and penchant for peace distinguished him from the malevolent 17 and 18, thereby minimizing the risk associated with his awakening. He embodied an entity whose benefits far outweighed the potential drawbacks. Given Son Gohan's current strength, even if 16 were to rebel illogically, he would easily be subdued. Not only Son Gohan, but even Trunks, could effortlessly manage 16. After extensive training within the Room of Spirit and Time, both brothers had achieved astounding foundational power. Moreover, in terms of transformation, Son Gohan was on the cusp of achieving Super Saiyan 2, while Trunks had fully mastered the first level's complete power form. Regardless of 16's might, it was unequivocally improbable that he could rival them. After meticulously examining the sleep pod, Son Gohan successfully located the activation button and pressed it. A series of mechanical clicks resounded as the lid of the pod began to open. Trunks, who had been on the verge of dismantling the floor tiles in his eagerness, approached. "Gohan, I've collected everything. What are you doing?" He then witnessed a colossal android rising from the sleep pod. Chapter 17. The Awakening of Cell. Trunks abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on Android 16 as he emerged from the pod. "Gohan, is this the android you spoke of, the one even more formidable than 17 and 18? Although Trunks sensed no immediate danger emanating from 16, he remained cautious, unwilling to underestimate him. After all, 17 and 18 had once appeared innocuous, yet were harbingers of chaos. This android could very well be another such fiend. "Let me eliminate him," Trunks urged, his aura rapidly expanding, whipping a tempest through the laboratory, causing their garments to flutter violently and threatening to tear the roof asunder. "Trunks, hold your horses," Son Gohan quickly interjected. In another moment, Trunks would have unleashed his wrath. Hearing Son Gohan's command, Trunks, albeit perplexed, complied and subdued his ferocious energy. 16 stood motionless, scrutinizing Trunks with caution before shifting his gaze to Son Gohan. After a few moments of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. "You are Son Gohan?" "Yes, that is I," Son Gohan confirmed with a nod. Curiosity etched on his face. Following a brief pause, 16 continued. "You differ from the records I possess. Of course, I have matured significantly since then. When Dr. Gero perished, I was merely 9 years old, so the information in your database likely reflects my childhood," Son Gohan replied. At the mention of Dr. Gero's death, 16's pupils visibly constricted for a moment before he regained his composure. "It is regrettable to hear of the Doctor's demise. Who is he?" he inquired, looking toward Trunks. "His name is Trunks, the son of Vegeta," Son Gohan explained. He then posed a question to 16. "Now that Dr. Gero is gone, do you still intend to contend with us, or do you have other plans?" Shaking his head, 16 replied, "No, I do not relish combat." He pondered briefly before adding, "I am uncertain of my purpose. Perhaps I shall wander and ultimately take refuge in the mountains, safeguarding the small creatures." Son Gohan nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. I am aware of your affinity for peace and nature. Therefore, should any crises arise on Earth, I implore you to protect our planet to the best of your abilities. Can you agree to this?" 16 regarded Son Gohan intently before responding, "I can." His demeanor remained as stoic as ever, his words few. "Very well, may I leave now?" 16 inquired. Son Gohan stepped aside, permitting passage. "You may depart, but 16, you harbor a formidable explosive device within you. Should you wish to dismantle it, feel free to seek either Trunks or myself. We can escort you to Bulma, who can assist you." "Understood," 16 acknowledged before striding out of the laboratory. As 16 departed, Trunks wore a look of utter bewilderment. He turned to Son Gohan, perplexed. "Gohan, what on earth just transpired?" Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, elucidated, "The target we seek is not him. Although Android 16 is indeed a formidable creation, he lacks aggression and poses no threat to Earth. Keeping him alive could be advantageous. Trunks, somewhat perplexed, replied, "How do you know that Android 16 is non-threatening? Androids 17 and 18 appeared harmless. Yet they are truly malevolent beings." Gohan responded, "I cannot fully explain this, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will personally eliminate him." "All right, if you are occupied. I can take care of it," Trunks offered. "By the way, Gohan, we have thoroughly searched the laboratory. Yet there is no sign of the intelligent computer you mentioned that is still in the process of creating androids." Gohan pointed to the floor beneath them and smiled, saying, "Who said we have finished searching the laboratory? Below, there lies a secret base." "Ah," Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "Watch closely," Gohan grinned, forcefully stamping his right foot down. With a resounding explosion, the floor shattered, revealing a vast black abyss. "It truly is a hidden wonder down there," Trunks marveled. "Let us descend and take a look," Gohan declared, leading the way as he leaped into the darkness. Trunks followed closely behind. Within mere seconds, they stood firmly on the ground of the basement. The dimly lit space obscured their view of the surroundings. After some exploration, Trunks finally located the switch for the power lamp, and with a click, the basement was illuminated. Now, they could discern the layout and dimensions of the basement. Compared to the spacious laboratory, this area was several times smaller and much simpler in design. At its center stood a towering, intelligent computer, 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, its screen glowing faintly, indicating it was still operational. Beside it was a semi-human-sized machine, topped with an inverted cylindrical, transparent vessel. A thick energy tube connected the computer to the machine, while the glass vessel was filled with a vibrant green nutrient solution. Small bubbles perpetually formed at the bottom of the liquid, eventually rising to the surface, and at the center of the nutrient solution, an extraordinarily grotesque embryo was developing, Cell. At this moment, Cell had grown to the size of an arm. Although curled up, the powerful rhythm of its heartbeat was visible. Trunks pressed his palm against the transparent glass. Cell's eyelids fluttered, as if it could awaken at any moment. "Gohan, this must be the right one, right? This hideous creature?" Trunks inquired. Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is indeed." Trunks remarked, "Why does it seem so familiar to me?" Gohan replied, "Perhaps it is because this creature contains my cells." "How could this monster possess your cells?" Trunks questioned. "That is because Dr. Gero collected cells from many powerful beings using machine bees, fusing them together to create this abomination. As far as I know, it contains not only my cells, but also those of my father and yours. Many of our ancestors' cells were gathered by Dr. Gero, including those of Frisia and King Cold." "What a monster indeed," Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. "Trunks, step aside for a moment. I will eliminate it," Gohan instructed. "All right." Trunks promptly complied, moving aside. Gohan raised his hand, fingers splayed, and unleashed an energy blast that shattered the glass vessel containing Cell's embryo. With a thunderous boom, the glass exploded, splattering green nutrient solution everywhere. Released from the liquid, Cell's embryo rolled on the ground before trembling violently, emitting squeaks reminiscent of a dying, hairless rat. Without hesitation, Gohan crushed it underfoot, reducing it to a mere puddle of meat. He then raised his hand again, sending another energy wave cascading over the remains. After a series of crackling sounds, all that remained was a charred mark on the ground. Thus, the Cell embryo was obliterated. Chapter 018, 3 Wishes. The brothers stood above Dr. Gero's laboratory. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan raised his hand and launched an energy blast downward. With a resounding explosion, the blast erupted, sending forth brilliant light and shaking the very ground, the flames reaching skyward. The entire laboratory was obliterated, a massive mushroom cloud billowing into the sky. The explosion resonating for hundreds of kilometers. Amidst the cacophony, the weathered stone forest was swiftly leveled, leaving a deep pit several kilometers in diameter, with thick smoke rising. As Gohan gazed down at the chasm, a satisfied nod followed, and he soared away with Trunks. The duo soon returned to the Capsule Corporation, where Bulma was still tinkering with the time machine. Gohan and Trunks eagerly unveiled the treasures they had salvaged from Dr. Gero's legacy. The room was filled to the brim with items, leaving Bulma utterly astonished. "Did you two just rob a place?" she gasped. "Computers, books, notebooks, manuscripts, tables, stasis pods, and even some mysterious dark materials? What are these? Did you find Dr. Gero's laboratory?" she exclaimed, pausing her work in disbelief. Gohan nodded. "Yes, we found it. All of these items were retrieved from Dr. Gero's lab. Bulma, please take a look and see if any of these are useful to you." "Ah, all of this is from Dr. Gero?" Bulma quickly stood and hurried over to inspect. Gohan continued. "Indeed, I thought they might be beneficial, so I brought them back." Bulma picked up a notebook, flipping through its pages rapidly. She then switched to a manuscript, her astonishment growing with each glance. Dr. Gero was truly a brilliant genius. It's a shame he took a misguided path. Androids, perpetual energy generators, genetic engineering. Remarkable, utterly remarkable. These are the visions of a genius, she marveled, her excitement palpable. Seeing her enthusiasm, Gohan felt reassured that he had made the right decision in salvaging these items. Thankfully, none of it had been destroyed in the explosion. So, what do you think, Bulma? Are these items useful? Gohan inquired. Absolutely. They are incredibly useful. Gohan, you both did well to ensure none of these were destroyed. Bulma replied with delight. Although Dr. Gero was a villain, his scientific contributions are invaluable. With these, I feel as though I've gained a new brain. Not to mention, my time machine should be completed a year ahead of schedule. Furthermore, I can draw inspiration from this perpetual energy generator to create other devices. Bulma spoke animatedly, her face radiant with joy. Trunks witnessed Bulma's vibrant energy for the first time, as if she had been rejuvenated to her youthful vigor. Gohan chuckled. So it seems we have had a bountiful day. We must celebrate with a feast tonight, huh? Yes, a feast. Bulma agreed, not even looking up from her work. It wasn't until half an hour later that Bulma finally emerged from her sea of knowledge. The first thing she did was instruct Gohan and Trunks. You two lend me a hand and put all these items in the empty room next door. Remember to categorize and arrange them neatly for easy reference later. The two young men sprang into action once more, transporting each item carefully. After finishing, Gohan and Trunks entered the gravity chamber to train for several hours. Training is an endless pursuit. The following day, the trio arranged the 7 Dragon Balls in an open space near Capsule Corporation to summon the Eternal Dragon and make their wishes. Once again, the familiar actions and recipes unfolded. The sky instantly darkened to an inky black. Following a flurry of lightning and thunder, the well-known Eastern Dragon spiraled amidst the clouds. Its 2 blood-red, enormous eyes glimmering, while its whiskers swayed with regal majesty. Truly, it was a symbol and totem of Eastern nobility. Wow. Trunks, witnessing the dragon for the first time, was enraptured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How magnificent! How splendid it would be to possess such a steed, he mused, drooling with delight. Meanwhile, Dandy and Bobo stood at the precipice of the heavenly palace, gazing down upon the mortal realm, where they too observed Gohan and others summoning the dragon to make their wishes. The dragon, with an inherent booming voice, echoed across the heavens. Humans who have summoned me, articulate your desires. I can grant you 3 wishes, any wish you desire. Trunks, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, Can any wish truly be granted? Indeed, any wish can be fulfilled, the dragon replied. Gohan rolled his eyes, unable to tolerate the grandiosity. Did the dragon truly understand its own limitations? With a grin, Gohan looked up at the dragon. Upon sensing Gohan's gaze, the massive dragon recoiled slightly. Was it being scorned? A bead of sweat, the size of a fist, rolled down the dragon's forehead. Silence. Gohan laughed. Since you assert this, I shall make a modest wish. The dragon, sensing an ominous premonition, nevertheless responded, State your wish. Gohan replied, Please elevate my power to that of a god of destruction or an angel. The dragon's head erupted with 3 black question marks. It fell silent once more. What on earth? How outrageous. Is this within my capabilities? If it were not for its noble status, it would surely be reduced to mere rhetoric. Gohan gazed at it, and it met his gaze in return. After a brief silence, it lowered its head. I apologize. That wish exceeds my capabilities. Please choose another. Gohan retorted, But you just claimed that any wish could be granted. I apologize. Any wish within my power can be fulfilled. But what you just requested lies beyond my abilities, the dragon continued to clarify. Observing the dragon's humbled demeanor, something shattered within Trunks. Where had the dragon's authority gone? Although he was unaware of the true nature of gods of destruction and angels, the reality remained that the dragon was not capable of fulfilling every wish. Its image had crumbled in an instant. Thus, what wish should they ultimately make? In truth, Gohan and his companions had already deliberated on their desires the previous night. The first wish, to resurrect those who had perished at the hands of the androids. Countless lives had been claimed by the androids, amounting to billions. However, the dragon could only revive those who had died within the past year. This wish was easily accomplished. Countless bewildered souls were resurrected. The total number resurrected, 5 billion. This illustrated the sheer brutality of androids 17 and 18. In just 1 year, they had slaughtered millions, a truly terrifying feat. Even demons would have to bear the marks of 17 and 18 upon them. The second wish, to restore the cities and various infrastructures destroyed by the androids. This wish, too, was swiftly fulfilled. However, due to the current sparse population of Earth, many of the restored cities became mere ghost towns. Years later, they would be overgrown with weeds and vines, resembling eerie ruins. The world was devoid of the burdensome existence of mortgage slaves, which could be deemed a blessing. The third wish, to fortify Earth, making it more resilient. The efforts of the Earth itself were evident. It invariably bore the brunt of injuries. Thus an upgrade to a new version was necessary. After enhancement, the mountains appeared greener, the waters clearer, and resources became more abundant. Even the humans birthed were more handsome and beautiful. With the 3 wishes successfully granted, the 7 petrified Dragon Balls transformed into 7 beams of light, scattering across the globe. These Dragon Balls flew into deserts, plunged into seas, and descended into cities. It would be a year before these petrified orbs regained their luster, awaiting collection once more to commence a new tale. As the dragon vanished, the skies brightened. Subsequently, Gohan sought Bulma's assistance to recharge the spaceship. The round trip to Namek had depleted the ship's energy to a mere 50. Gohan was eager to visit Yardrat, thus requiring immediate recharging. Armed with Dr. Gero's notes and various data, Bulma felt inspired, confidently asserting that she could fully recharge the spaceship's energy within a month. Gohan quietly applauded her resolve. In the ensuing days, Gohan frequently visited the Heavenly Palace to converse with Dandy while dedicating the remainder of his time to rigorous training with Trunks. Thus, half a month passed. On this day, after completing their daily regimen, Gohan and Trunks resumed their usual forms. After an extended period, their full power states had approached perfection, rendering constant maintenance of Super Saiyan form unnecessary. Their current focus shifted to diligently training their base combat strength. Striving to enhance their standard forms was an eternally prudent path. Following their training, the two agreed to indulge in a swim at the pool. Clad in oversized shorts, they luxuriated in the water, embracing the long-awaited tranquility and sense of security. At that moment, they rested against the edge of the pool, hands braced on the side, their lower bodies submerged. Gohan's tail swayed in the water, occasionally twisting into an S shape, then into a B shape, playfully contorting through numbers 1 to 9, leaving Trunks awestruck, his face reflecting envy. "Gohan, how can I grow a tail?" Trunks asked, his admiration evident. "I believe your mother mentioned that your tail was severed when you were 6 months old, and it has never regrown since. To regrow it now, you would likely need some external assistance. Do you truly yearn for a tail?" Trunks nodded emphatically, "Absolutely. How cool it would be." Gohan replied, "For Saiyans, a tail is a double-edged sword. It has its advantages, yet it also bears significant drawbacks. You may not know that Saiyans with tails, upon gazing at a full moon, absorb the moon's emitted Blutz waves, transforming into a great ape." "Huh, a great ape?" Trunks exclaimed, astonished. It was his first encounter with such knowledge. Saiyans could transform into great apes? Gohan continued, "Moreover, most Saiyans lose their reason upon transforming, succumbing to their destructive instincts. While their power surges tenfold in great ape form, the loss of rationality presents a glaring disadvantage. Additionally, the tail is perhaps the most vulnerable point of a Saiyan. If a Saiyan who has not deliberately trained their tail is seized by it, they will enter a weakened state, completely losing their combat effectiveness." Gohan meticulously explained this to Trunks, who frowned in response. This revelation left Trunks taken aback. Previously, he merely thought Gohan's tail was charmingly furry and cool, never realizing it carried such substantial flaws. Son Gohan did not disclose to Trunks that the blood coursing through Trunks' veins is that of Vegeta, combined with the lineage of Earthlings, which grants him over a 90% probability of retaining his sanity even after transforming into a great ape. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Gohan's wish to the Namekian dragon was to restore his body to its most perfect state. Consequently, the tail that had previously been severed grew back. This indicates that the dragon deemed Gohan, with his tail restored, to be in his most perfect form. Gohan could distinctly feel that since his tail had reappeared, his training efficiency had significantly increased. Moreover, Gohan was aware that there exists a transformation that necessitates the presence of a tail. To some extent, the Saiyan tail is the source of their power. After a moment of contemplation, Trunks inquired again, "Gohan, you mentioned the drawbacks earlier. What about the advantages? What are the benefits?" Surprised by Trunks' lack of trepidation, Gohan cast an appreciative glance at him and replied, "Indeed, there are benefits. The aspect of becoming weak and losing combat ability upon capture can be overcome through training. After rigorous practice, the tail will not only prevent a Saiyan from losing power when seized, but will also provide them with an additional means of attack. Furthermore, a Saiyan with a tail is likely to experience accelerated training progress. You carry the blood of the Saiyan royalty, so you should be able to maintain lucidity after transforming into a great ape. At least in my recollection, Uncle Vegeta retained his reason in that form, and your situation should be similar." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks' expression brightened once more. He exclaimed, "Then for me, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks, and I will train with my tail to mitigate that flaw." "Gohan, in response to your earlier question, I wish for my tail to grow back." Gohan nodded and replied, "Well then, let's wait a year. After a year, we can have the dragon assist you in regrowing your tail." After saying this, Gohan recalled something and his eyes lit up. "By the way, Perhaps Dandy can help your tail grow back sooner. If the Eternal Dragon could completely remove Goku's tail, could it not also find a way to make it regrow? With healing techniques, restoration spells, and the ability to regenerate lost limbs by harnessing the power of the dragon, the Namekians possess many incredible spells. Dandy might have a solution. Relying on the more straightforward and forceful methods of the old Kaioshin was currently not feasible, leaving Dandy as their only hope. Let's hurry and find Brother Dandy, Trunks urged, leaping out of the water and hastily putting on his clothes. Gohan, come on, let's go. Gohan, feeling a bit helpless, jumped ashore, twirling his tail like a fan to shake off the water droplets before changing into his clothes and accompanying Trunks to the Heavenly Temple. Upon hearing Trunks' request, Dandy nodded and said, I will do my best to try, but I cannot guarantee success. Thank you, Brother Dandy, Trunks exclaimed happily. Dandy continued, it may take some time, so you might want to stay here for the next few days while I conduct my research. Trunks immediately agreed. Sure, no problem. Hearing that Trunks would be staying for a few days, Gohan took his leave. Before departing, Trunks asked Gohan to inform his family that he would be unable to return home for a while. Gohan readily agreed and leaped from the Heavenly Temple, plummeting toward the earth like a meteor. He relished the sensation of free fall, which was entirely distinct from flying. The howling wind and sensation of weightlessness quickened his heartbeat. And it was during these moments that he would reflect on his past life, reminding him of his identity as a reincarnate. As he neared the ground, Gohan utilized the instant transmission technique, directing himself toward the fortune teller's palace. Upon arriving, he discovered that the fortune teller was still absent, leaving him uncertain of her whereabouts. Gohan even entertained the thought that she might have fallen victim to Android 17 or 18. However, considering that the fortune teller was a spirit medium, she should possess some unique means of self-preservation. The fact that he had not encountered her on 2 occasions only intensified his curiosity about her whereabouts and the events that had led her to vacate her palace for such an extended period. These matters, it seemed, could only be unraveled upon seeing the fortune teller again. Subsequently, with nothing pressing to attend to, Gohan flew to the bustling East City, which was in close proximity to the fortune teller's palace. Chapter 20, Captain by D. East City is a vibrant metropolis, rivaling West City, home to the Capsule Corporation. Both cities stand as the largest urban centers on Earth and serve as vital economic hubs. Once, West City thrived due to the presence of the Capsule Corporation, boasting a more advanced economy than East City. However, after the androids attacked West City, it fell into ruin, reduced to mere ruins. The androids, however, never ventured into East City. Thus, in terms of both economic prosperity and population, East City has emerged as the most flourishing city in the Dragon Ball universe, without exception. Gohan descended from the sky, standing atop a towering skyscraper, gazing at the bustling streets of East City. Vehicles flowed ceaselessly, and throngs of people filled the streets, creating a scene of tranquil prosperity. This was a true golden age for humanity. Gohan cherished the world as it was now. Half an hour earlier, in another part of East City, 6 members of a motorcycle gang had detonated explosives to break into East City Bank. Boom. Flames erupted skyward, and thick smoke enveloped the entire street. Help. No, please, let me go. I have elderly and young to care for. Bang, bang, bang. The robbers fired their weapons, claiming innocent lives one after another. As the chaos escalated, one of the armed robbers let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Ladies and gentlemen, we merely seek a bit of cash. If you insist on getting in our way, then I'm afraid you will suffer the consequences. Everyone get down. Hands on your heads. The bank staff cowered in fear, trembling as they complied. Satisfied with their submission, the robbers began filling bags with coins and gold bars. However, at that moment, an elderly man, tears streaming down his face, began to berate the gang. You beasts! You will meet a terrible fate for this, you monsters. His anger stemmed from the fact that his partner had just been shot dead by the robbers. Thus, he no longer wished to live. Hey, one of the robbers grinned, aiming his weapon at the old man's forehead. Old man, you want to die? What gives you the right to question what androids do? We have shown remarkable mercy. Haven Tiwi, you beasts are all the same as the androids. The old man retorted, unafraid. Since you wish to die, then I shall grant your wish. The robber coldly laughed, prepared to pull the trigger and obliterate the old man's head. Just then, several police cars screeched into the scene, surrounding East City Bank and cutting off any escape. Damn, those pesky flies arrived so quickly. The robber abandoned the old man and turned his attention to the police, frowning. A striking female officer emerged from a police car, holding a megaphone and addressing the robbers inside the bank. Listen up. You are surrounded. I am Captain by D, and I urge you to release the hostages. I can guarantee your safe exit if you comply. You have 2 minutes to decide, and the timer starts now. In her early 20s, Bai Di exuded confidence and poise, her long black hair cascading down her back, her brows radiating a fierce spirit. Clad in a uniform that accentuated her figure, her ample chest and long legs were accentuated, embodying the allure of authority. The robbers inside the bank swallowed hard, exchanging glances. Damn, how can there be such a beautiful police officer? You don't recognize her? She is indeed a heroic police officer from the Eastern capital. And she has yet to encounter a case she could not resolve. Ah, is she truly that formidable? Of course. Otherwise, what do you think qualifies her to be a captain? I have witnessed her in action. Her martial arts skills are exceptional, and she is incredibly formidable. We are in trouble now. I never expected her to lead the team here. What shall we do now, brother? What is there to fear? We have firearms and hostages. Can we truly be intimidated by this woman outside? I refuse to believe she possesses multiple heads or hands. How about we surrender the hostages and negotiate our escape? Is she trustworthy? It is said that her word is her bond, that she is utterly reliable. Very well, let us adhere to her terms. We will release the hostages. But she must ensure our safe departure. Agreed. The bandits concluded their discussion and then shouted to the police. All right, Officer Biddleye, we will proceed as you suggested. We will release the hostages, but you must guarantee our safe exit from this place. Here, allow me to remind you that we are armed with a substantial cache of firearms and ammunition. Should you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, we are more than willing to perish together. Officer Biddleye, what say you? Biddleye replied, of course, I can assure you of that. Now release the hostages. Very well. The bandits acquiesced. They emerged from the bank, carrying the hostages in sacks, and made their way to the road outside. The hostages were successfully transferred. The 6 bandits tossed the sacks into a car and made their escape, never anticipating they would actually be allowed to leave. From a distance, the raucous laughter of the bandits echoed. Ha! Biddleye, you wretched woman, I will kill you sooner or later. Ha! Upon hearing such taunts, the police were instantly filled with rage. How dare they insult their captain? An irate young officer exclaimed, Captain, when shall we pursue them? Biddleye's eyes glinted with cold resolve as she replied with a smirk. Let them revel for a while, shall we? I trust you installed the tracker and timed explosives on their vehicle? The young officer nodded. Of course, here. He handed Biddleye a tablet and a remote. The tablet displayed the real-time locations of the bandits' vehicles. After studying the tablet for a moment, Biddleye tossed a capsule to the ground, which transformed into a jet plane. Moments later, she commanded, now is the time, pursue them. Yes, Captain. Several police cars sped off in pursuit. Biddleye herself piloted the jet, trailing closely behind. The bandits' cars sped recklessly down the broad road. One of the bandits, cradling a sack, excitedly asked, Brother, where shall we celebrate tonight with all this money? It should last us quite a while. Let's discuss that later. For now, we must lie low. Oh, all right, I defer to you, brother. Suddenly, one of the bandits shouted, Brother, trouble. The police are on our tail. A bandit had spotted the pursuing police cars in the rearview mirror. What? Damn it. Look at that jet above. Crap. Just as I feared. That woman Biddleye is not to be underestimated. She's after us. Shoot down that plane. Several bandits brandished submachine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets at the police cars and the jet. The submachine guns barked, sending fire and noise into the air. Biddleye piloted the jet, skillfully dodging bullets. Though several stray shots struck the fuselage, causing sparks to fly, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Soon, the bandits' car reached an open stretch of road. Prepare to face justice. You scoundrels. Biddleye sneered, pressing the remote button. Boom. The 2 speeding vehicles exploded in a thunderous blast, coins scattering everywhere. The 6 bandits were flung from the wreckage, tumbling to the ground in disarray. Each sustained varying degrees of injuries, blood streaming from their wounds. Some struggled to rise. Damn it, what happened? One bandit exclaimed, wiping the blood from his face in anger. It must be that damned woman who tampered with our car. I have another vehicle. Everyone, get in. He shouted, pulling out a capsule. However, before he could transform it, several police cars arrived, surrounding them, while Biddleye descended from the jet. She leapt down and strode over, kicking one bandit to the ground and stepping on his chest. Hee, was it you who just insulted me? The bandit spat blood, gazing up at the long legs clad in black stockings that pressed upon him, his earlier desires extinguished. In fury, he retorted, you promised to let us go. You wretched woman, you are a liar. Biddleye pressed down harder, and the bandit struggled to breathe, nearly losing consciousness. Fool, I did promise to let you leave. But you are already far from the bank, are you not? What issue is there with me capturing you now? The 6 bandits, all right then. They had just attempted to reason with a woman? How trivial their perspective was. Now, this woman spoke with logical validity. How could they counter her? They found themselves utterly unable to retort. Men, handcuff them all, Biddleye commanded. Yes, Captain. Several officers stepped forward, securing the 6 bandits with handcuffs. Once the bandits were subdued, the officers collected the firearms and the stolen money. Take these scoundrels back and let them face the law of the kingdom. Let us see if we can secure a severe sentence. Death would be ideal. Bidalai waved her hand. Aya. The bandits struggled, realizing this woman intended to sentence them to death. Understood. Behave yourselves, get in. The officers ordered, forcibly ushering the 6 bandits into the police cars. The police vehicles sped away, returning to the Eastern Capital Police Department. Bidalai also climbed into the jet, which ascended into the sky. As the aircraft soared, Bidalai noticed a figure seated on the edge of a skyscraper nearby. A man. Huh. Am I imagining things? Bidalai pondered, controlling the plane to hover, rubbing her eyes before looking again. This time, she confirmed she was not mistaken. There indeed sat a tall man on the rooftop, legs dangling over the edge, gazing down at the streets below. What audacity! Should he fall, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Was he insane? Did he dare stand there without any safety measures? Was he seeking death or merely unhinged? Regardless, falling from that height guaranteed death. Just the thought sent shivers down Bidalai's spine. How did he get up there? He must have arrived by plane. She could not simply ignore him. While Bidalai was lost in thought, the man atop the building turned his gaze towards her. She maneuvered the plane closer, leaning out to shout, "What are you doing up there? Are you merely enjoying the view?" Initially, she intended to inquire if he was contemplating suicide, but reconsidered. If he were indeed suicidal, such a question might provoke him, hastening his decision. Thus, she forcefully swallowed the words she had half uttered, rephrasing them into a question about whether he had come to enjoy the scenery. Sun Wukong gazed at the beautiful female police officer on the plane. Recalling her fierce apprehension of a criminal moments earlier, and with a wry smile, he replied, "Yes, just admiring the view. Officer, you needn't worry about me. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to do so." Bidalai scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his tall and muscular physique, his strikingly handsome features, and the aura of confidence that enveloped him, making him appear intriguingly mysterious. His eyes resembled whirlpools, exuding an inexplicable allure that seemed to draw one in. It was the first time in her life that she encountered someone like him. How could a man like this contemplate suicide? Surely, his words must hold some truth. He really had come to this rooftop merely to enjoy the scenery, hadn't he? Yet, a sense of responsibility compelled Bidalai to inquire, "How did you get up here?" In this world, androids have been eradicated, and things will only improve from here on. The world is vast, filled with countless places to explore, and we are still young, with much to accomplish. Would you please step back inside? It's not safe here. Sun Wukong regarded her, unable to suppress a chuckle. After all that, you don't think I'm contemplating suicide, do you? Ha. Bidalai laughed awkwardly. So, would you consider it? Of course not. As I said, I'm merely here to enjoy the view. Sun Wukong replied as he retracted his legs from the edge of the building and stood up, observing his movements. Bidalai felt a chill run down her spine, her back drenched in cold sweat. Was he truly unafraid at such heights? How could he remain so composed? One misstep, and it would all be over. His calm demeanor was terrifying. Just thinking about it made her legs feel weak. So, did you arrive by jet? She continued to probe. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, I flew here myself. Ah, you flew here? Bidalai paused, momentarily believing he was jesting. Humans lack wings. How could one possibly fly? Wait for me, she said, maneuvering her jet to land on the rooftop, then cautiously approaching Sun Wukong. He looked at her with exasperation, thinking how stubborn this woman was. He had already assured her that he was not suicidal, yet she persisted in coming closer. Did her very cells resonate with a sense of justice? Such a heavy sense of responsibility. Sun Wukong had to admit that the police officer before him was quite striking. Her alluring figure and beautiful face were captivating. Among the women he had encountered, only Android 18 and Bulma surpassed her in beauty. However, this woman exuded a sense of righteousness and valor that neither Bulma nor Android 18 possessed. Especially with her long legs accentuated by her uniform, she was undeniably stunning. He admired her, but it was merely admiration. He was not the type to be driven by base instincts. If he were that sort of man, Android 18's fate would not have been so simple. As Bidalai drew nearer, she felt an overwhelming impact. At 165 centimeters tall and weighing 50 kilograms, her long legs and well-proportioned figure made her appear quite tall. However, Sun Wukong stood at an impressive 186 centimeters and weighed 90 kilograms. With a physique akin to a top model, brimming with explosive strength. The contrast between them was striking. Yet, Bidalai had encountered beings far larger than Sun Wukong. Humans towering 2 to 3 meters were not uncommon, with some reaching heights of 5 or 6 meters. Nonetheless, she had never seen anyone as tall and handsome as Sun Wukong before. This was truly a sight that struck a chord deep within her. Then, suddenly, a fluffy tail sprang forth from behind Sun Wukong. Bidalai was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing, her eyes transforming into hearts. How adorable. She desperately wanted to touch it. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Can I touch your tail?" Realizing her impudence, her face flushed with heat. What had she just said? She could hardly believe those words had come from her own lips. But that fluffy tail was simply irresistible. Wasn't it far more delightful than petting a cat or dog? What girl could resist such temptation? Had it not been for his keen hearing, Sun Wukong might have thought he misheard her, promptly refusing. I'm sorry, but that is not allowed. Vidali's face turned crimson. Quickly shifting the topic, she spoke earnestly. In any case, please don't think of suicide. Life is long and full of possibilities. There are many meaningful things we can do. And countless people who care about you. The world is vast. You should explore more. Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in her unwavering belief that he was contemplating suicide. Though he found her persistence amusing, he didn't take offense and patiently replied, You're absolutely right. But I must clarify, I'm truly just here to admire the view, with no intention of taking my life. Oh, that is a relief. When will you come down? Why not take my jet? Vidali was determined not to give up on rescuing him. Sun Wukong shook his head. No need for that. You should hurry along. I told you. I can fly. Vidali was at a loss for words. She thought Sun Wukong's mentality was quite peculiar, insisting he could fly. Wasn't that a sign of madness? All right. You claim you can fly, but could you please take my jet down? Don't act impulsively. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vidali, the captain of the 1st Division of the East City Police Department. You can trust me. I would never harm you. As she spoke, she approached Sun Wukong once more, her demeanor suggesting she was prepared to subdue him if necessary. Is she really going to resort to force? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, thinking that if he didn't showcase a bit of his abilities today, he might not get past this hurdle. Watch closely, he said, as white energy enveloped his body, lifting him into the air. Wait, what did you say your name was? Sun Wukong floated midair, staring in astonishment at the equally astonished police officer below. Is she really Vidali? Chapter 022, The Flying Martial Artist. Be Vidali? Vidali gazed up at Sun Wukong, her mind racing. He had not anticipated that this timeline's Vidali had become a police officer. The contrast was striking. Could they share a name? Almost impossible. Yet, upon learning her name, her face appeared increasingly familiar. Wasn't she indeed the Vidali he recognized? The dual ponytail and police uniform were unmistakable. Sun Wukong fell into a brief silence, hovering in the air while observing Vidali for a moment, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Vidali was astonished that Sun Wukong could genuinely fly. How could a human possibly defy gravity? Had anyone told her before that a wingless person could soar through the skies, she would have scoffed and laughed heartily. Yet, reality now stood before her, challenging her entire worldview. Is this some sort of magic? Vidali found it hard to believe. No, this is called the flight technique. Son Gohan circled the rooftop before landing gracefully and spoke again. Flight technique? What is that? Vidali inquired, perplexed. It is a form of martial arts, Son Gohan replied. Martial arts? How could there possibly be such a thing? It's impossible, Vidali countered. As a martial artist herself, with considerable prowess, she wouldn't have been appointed as the captain of the East City Police's 1st Division otherwise. Her father, Mr. Satan, was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament long ago. In her view, she understood martial arts well, and the notion of flying martial arts was utterly unfathomable. Son Gohan chuckled. Do not confine your understanding of this world to your limited perspective. As you said, the world is vast, and Earth is merely a drop in the ocean. What is flying martial arts in comparison? It is merely an application of ki. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Vidali fell silent. Indeed, as he said, the world is boundless, filled with countless wonders that defy explanation. Take, for instance, the androids that ravaged Earth for over a decade, an embodiment of technology she could not comprehend. Why did these two insignificant technological beings possess such world-destroying power? She had seen reports on the androids on television. Those two androids emitted energy waves akin to rocket blasts, capable of leveling entire cities in an instant. Truly terrifying. The mere thought of the androids filled Vidali with profound sorrow. Several years ago, her father, Mr. Satan, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, had doubted the androids' formidable power. He had believed it to be mere magic, a trick to deceive humanity. Consequently, he resolved to teach those androids a lesson. The outcome was predictable. Mr. Satan never returned, having been defeated by the androids, an utterly tragic fate. Observing Vidali's somber silence, Son Gohan said, Well, you should get back to your tasks. I'm leaving. At his words, Vidali snapped back to reality. Wait, please hold on. She exclaimed anxiously. What is it? Son Gohan asked, puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, Vidali asked, Could you teach me how to fly? I wish to learn this. Recalling her earlier thoughts of self-harm and the urgency that had compelled her to halt her flight, Son Gohan nodded. Sure. Meet me at the Capsule Corporation in West City at this time tomorrow. Just a flight technique, nothing esoteric, merely a trivial matter. As he spoke, Son Gohan ascended into the sky. What is your name? Vidali shouted after him. Son Gohan. came his distant reply, as he transformed into a meteor streaking away at incredible speed. Bidalai stood, staring in the direction of his disappearance, utterly bewildered. What she had witnessed today was truly extraordinary, shattering her worldview of 21 years. Moreover, this man named Son Gohan had indeed agreed to teach her the so-called flight technique. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy and anticipation. The thought of learning this aerial martial art tomorrow kept her heart racing. Cautiously, Bidalai approached the edge of the building and peered down. Whoa, that's terrifying. She felt dizzy and her legs weakened. She stumbled back in fear, returning to her jet, needing a moment to compose herself before taking off. Meanwhile, Son Gohan soared through the sky with a fierce energy, moving so swiftly that he broke the sound barrier as he navigated the clouds. Soon, he arrived above the Capsule Corporation and descended, pushing the door open. He stepped into the familiar surroundings, letting out a resigned sigh, his eyes glimmering with a hint of melancholy. This place was all too familiar. This house had cradled his entire childhood, his father, mother, and Grandpa Ox King. Everything felt like a distant memory, yet as if it had happened just yesterday. Sometimes, he even sensed their presence nearby, as if they had never left. That feeling was ineffable, yet profoundly precious. Son Gohan lingered on the sofa for a long while before stepping outside. He walked up the mountain path for over 100 meters, standing before two graves, the resting places of Chi-Chi and Grandpa Ox King. Son Gohan retrieved a capsule, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground. In an instant, 2 bouquets of white chrysanthemums appeared, along with fruits and offerings. He carefully placed these items before the graves and sat down on the ground nearby. Mom, Grandpa, I've come to see you. I'm doing well, so please don't worry about me. I have avenged you by defeating the androids. Son Gohan spoke to himself, lost in thought for quite some time. Ox King and Chi-Chi had passed away during the days he lay unconscious after losing his arm. Their death occurred just over a year ago, so the Dragon Balls had failed to resurrect them this time. He wondered if they were in the underworld or had been reincarnated. Son Gohan contemplated visiting the underworld to ask King Yama for assistance. If there were a way to bring them back, that would be wonderful. After sitting by the graves for a while longer, Son Gohan rose and flew back to the Capsule Corporation. He informed Bulma about Trunks' absence over the past few days. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement without further comment, immersing herself in her research. The next day, a jet descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the Capsule Corporation. Bidalai jumped out, transforming the jet into a capsule and stowing it in her pocket, then gazed around to take in her surroundings. Today, she had clearly put effort into her appearance. Her long black hair was styled into 2 ponytails cascading down her shoulders, and her face bore a subtle yet exquisite makeup. She wore a fitted white shirt tucked into snug jeans, accentuating her alluring figure and long legs, complemented by a pair of casual white sneakers. The Capsule Corporation was renowned worldwide. Hardly anyone on Earth was unaware of its name. Although it had suffered greatly in the aftermath of the android incident and no longer held its former glory, the remnants of humanity still possessed at least a few capsules. One could argue that the Capsule Corporation had declined, its brilliance dimmed, but one could not deny its influence and contributions to the world. The Capsule Corporation stood as a unique entity on Earth, an absolute T0 level enterprise. No matter who arrived, they could not shake its status. As Bidalai surveyed the Capsule Corporation, she pondered the relationship between Son Gohan and the company. Just as she was contemplating how to find Son Gohan, Bulma approached on a motorcycle. Stopping at the entrance of the Capsule Corporation, ISNT, that Ms. Bulma from the Capsule Corporation? Upon seeing her, Bidalai immediately recognized her. The internet had not been disconnected for her. She was well aware of famous personalities like Bulma. Though Bulma was now in her 40s, she appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a woman in her 30s. Taking a deep breath, Bidalai approached Bulma. Ms. Bulma, hello. Oh, hello, Bulma replied, scrutinizing Bidalai closely. After confirming she did not recognize her, she continued, is there something you need? Indeed, Bidalai candidly responded. It is Son Gohan who sent me here to find him. May I inquire if he resides here? Gohan. Bulma's eyes sparkled with recognition as she scrutinized Bidalai, her expression gradually becoming more animated. Ah, I see. You must be Gohan's girlfriend. I had no idea this lad was keeping such a secret. Come in, quickly. With unparalleled enthusiasm, Bulma approached and grasped Bidalai's arm, ushering her into the house. As Bidalai stumbled forward, she repeatedly clarified, Ah, Miss Bulma, I believe you've misunderstood. I'm not Gohan's girlfriend. He merely agreed to teach me martial arts, which is why I came to find him. Understood, understood. And please, drop the Miss Bulma. Gohan calls me Annie, so you may do the same, Bulma chuckled, pushing Bidalai onto the sofa. Just wait a moment. I shall summon Gohan. He should be training in the gravity chamber, Bulma declared. All right, okay, Bidalai replied, utterly perplexed by Bulma's warm demeanor. It seemed she was not as aloof as the rumors suggested. In fact, she was exceptionally amiable. Entirely contrary to the tales that circulated. As Biddy Lee observed, Bulma hurriedly exited but returned shortly after, taking a seat beside her. Indeed, Gohan was indeed training. And I've informed him of your arrival. He is currently in the shower and should be ready shortly. Biddy Lee placed her hands on her knees, sitting up straight. Facing the illustrious president of Capsule Corporation, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. After all, for an ordinary earthling, Bulma's aura was quite formidable. Oh, yes, I'll wait here, Biddy Lee said. Do not be overly anxious. I am not a strict parent. Let us converse casually. Consider me a friend, Bulma reassured her. Yes, Miss Bulma, Biddy Lee responded, though she remained exceedingly tense. Really now, I told you to call me Auntie like Gohan does. Why do you insist on Miss Bulma? Bulma expressed her discontent. Ah, very well, Auntie Bulma, Biddy Lee acquiesced. Much better. Now, let us have some fruit, Bulma suggested. Thank you. Biddy Lee replied as the two began chatting on the sofa. Bulma began to boast about Gohan. I've watched Gohan grow up. Our families have been close for generations. He is exceptionally intelligent and learns quickly. Truly an outstanding young man, deserving of the title of Earth's finest. Biddy Lee murmured, her head spinning, feeling quite out of place. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. What do they call you? Bulma inquired. Biddy Lee abruptly stood, her posture rigid. Nearly saluting. I am Biddy Lee, from East City, currently working at the East City Police Department. I was born in the year 757 of the age. And I have never been in a relationship. I hope for your guidance, Auntie. Bulma was taken aback by Biddy Lee's formality, her eyes widening in surprise. You're quite the nervous one, aren't you? After a brief pause, she urged, sit down, please. No need to stand when speaking. Biddy Lee complied, sitting down once more. I never would have guessed you were a police officer. That's impressive. Oh, how coincidental that you were also born in 757 of the age. So is Gohan. Biddy Lee was astonished to discover that she and son Gohan shared the same birth year. Really? What a coincidence. Yes, you two should communicate more. Young people should connect to strengthen their bonds, Bulma encouraged. At that moment, son Gohan, dressed in casual attire, entered. Biddy Lee, let us go, he said, extending his thumb toward the door. Ah yes. Biddy Lee quickly stood. She turned to Bulma. Auntie Bulma, I'm heading out now. We can continue our conversation another time. Of course. Off you go, young ones, Bulma replied, then playfully warned Gohan. Don't go bullying her. Understood. Gohan responded with a touch of resignation. Biddy Lee felt her cheeks flush as she followed Gohan outside. They arrived at the backyard of Capsule Corporation. This will do. Gohan indicated a lush green lawn. All right, Biddy Lee nodded. They settled down cross-legged on the grass. Gohan gestured to the spot across from him. Today, Biddy Lee wore jeans, making it comfortable to sit cross-legged. She obediently took her place opposite Gohan, appearing quite docile. Curiously, she examined Gohan's face and asked, Gohan, are you truly from the year 757 of the age? Indeed, is there a problem? Gohan replied, not at all. Auntie Bulma mentioned you were born in 757, which piqued my curiosity since I was born in the same year. I was born on May 9th. When is your birthday? Gohan hesitated. Can I say? Biddy Lee pressed on. You're not afraid to share? Gohan, bemused, remarked, you weren't so bold in front of Auntie Bulma, were you? Why are you so laid back with me? Biddy Lee laughed. She's an elder. You and I are peers, so naturally, there's less tension. So, when is your birthday? She pressed again. May 8th. Gohan replied with a hint of exasperation. Really? Biddy Lee's eyes widened. Why would I deceive you? Gohan said, amused. You're only a day older than me. How fortuitous. Biddy Lee exclaimed, her smile radiant. Why did you come to find me today? Gohan inquired, raising an eyebrow. I came to learn the instant transmission technique. We agreed on it yesterday, Biddy Lee explained. Gohan asked, what are you doing now? Biddy Lee pouted, just chit-chatting. All right. I'm sorry. Please, Gohan, teach me the technique. Very well, but you must remain silent for now, Gohan replied calmly. Biddy Lee fell silent. Gohan was no stranger to teaching. He had instructed Trunks for over a decade, making him quite experienced. He gathered his thoughts and stated, to master instant transmission, you must first learn to harness your ki. Once you understand how to control the energy within your body, the technique will come naturally. Ki? What is that? If I don't have ki, can I not learn the technique? Biddy Lee asked anxiously. Do not worry, everyone possesses ki. It merely requires training to utilize it. Ki is the latent energy within us. While it may be difficult for ordinary individuals to access, for martial artists like us, it is relatively straightforward. We can easily sense, control, and utilize our ki. I understand you have some martial arts experience, so grasping ki should not be too challenging for you, Gohan elaborated, sharing a wealth of knowledge that Biddy Lee found somewhat bewildering. Watch closely, Gohan instructed, extending his right hand in front of him, palm facing upwards. as he mimicked grasping something in the air. Biddy's gaze was fixed on his hand. Suddenly, a swirling mass of ki emanated from Gohan's palm, shimmering with a cold light, forming a spherical energy ball. What is this? Biddy gasped, her eyes nearly bulging. This is ki, Gohan explained. With a swift motion, he flicked his hand, sending the energy ball flying toward a distant boulder. With a thunderous crash, the massive stone shattered into dust, and a gust of wind whipped through the area, tousling Biddy's hair. Do I truly have something like that within me? Biddy was left in shock. Of course you do. It's just that your ki is relatively weak. Remember, ki can be strengthened through training, Gohan clarified. It seems reminiscent of the techniques used by the androids, Biddy remarked. Son Gohan remarked. The androids are products of technology, while ki is an energy that resides within each of our bodies. Although both paths lead to a similar destination, they must not be conflated. If one wishes to learn to harness ki, the first step is to sense the energy within our own bodies and subsequently guide it outward. What should I do? Asked Biddy. Son Gohan looked at her and explained earnestly, demonstrating as he spoke. First, relax and maintain a tranquil state of mind. Focus your thoughts and envision guiding the ki to your palms, like this. As he spoke, Son Gohan assumed a posture of embracing the air with his hands in front of him, gradually drawing forth a wisp of energy. In an instant, a swirling vortex of ki formed between his palms, quickly transforming into a glowing energy sphere. How wondrous! Biddy marveled internally, then closed her eyes, mimicking Son Gohan's stance as she began to sense her own energy. Observing her movements, Son Gohan offered gentle guidance. Maintain a calm mind, concentrate, and empty yourself, rather than forcing it. Upon hearing his words, the furrow in Biddy's brow began to smooth out. It was evident that her martial arts foundation was quite strong, and she soon entered a state of focus. However, sensing ki was not an easy feat as Biddy immersed herself in concentration. Son Gohan practiced his own martial arts nearby. His movements flowed seamlessly, embodying a harmonious blend of strength and grace, reminiscent of the Tai Chi he had mastered in a past life. While Tai Chi may not yield earth-shattering results, its practice brought profound comfort and endless satisfaction. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Biddy gradually opened her eyes and turned to Son Gohan, saying, "This is so difficult. I still haven't sensed my own ki." Son Gohan reassured her, "There is no need to rush. Every beginning is challenging. As long as you persevere, success will surely follow." "I hope so, but I must stop for today. I need to return to the police station to handle some matters." Biddy replied. "Of course," Son Gohan nodded. "May I return tomorrow?" she inquired. "Certainly," he replied. "I appreciate your help, Gohan." Biddy stood, bowing respectfully to him. Son Gohan accepted the gesture with grace. The gratitude of a teacher is akin to a rebirth. What is one bow in return? At that moment, Biddy's phone rang. She answered it. "Hello? What? Yes, I understand. All right, I'm heading back now." After hanging up, her expression shifted to one of urgency, her brow deeply furrowed. Son Gohan noticed her distress and inquired, "What's wrong?" Biddy explained, "There has been a violent incident in East City. The assailants have slaughtered dozens of people, and the death toll continues to rise. My team has already rushed to the scene. Even at jet speed, it will take me at least an hour to return, which is far too long. I don't know how many more lives could be lost in that time. I must go back immediately." As she spoke, she produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, which exploded into her jet plane. "Oh," Son Gohan frowned, gazing in the direction of East City. He then said, "Pardon my frankness, but I fear this is beyond your capacity to handle." From the direction of East City emanated countless powerful energies, far beyond what Biddy could contend with. Such power could only belong to extraterrestrial beings. It was inexplicable how such formidable entities could have appeared without his notice. After all, Son Gohan could not constantly sense the energies across the entire planet. Biddy stared at him in astonishment. "Why do you say I cannot handle it?" Son Gohan replied, "Because I can sense the energies of those assailants. They are not something you can confront. You can sense them from this distance?" Biddy was incredulous. "Yes. You will understand once you learn to harness ki," Son Gohan assured her. After pondering for a moment, Biddy resolutely declared, "I must return regardless. My team is already at the forefront. How can I hide behind when I need to face them later? Gohan, I cannot discuss this further. I must leave." Observing Biddy hastily boarding her plane, Son Gohan sighed. "The plane is too slow. Come down, and I will take you." Relying on earthly power to confront these extraterrestrial beings was futile. Son Gohan resolved to take action. The peace he had painstakingly reclaimed from the androids would not be allowed to be shattered again. As Biddy prepared to close the plane's door, she paused. "Are you saying you can move faster than a jet?" Son Gohan nodded. "Indeed, just a tad faster." "Ah, that is wonderful," Biddy exclaimed, immediately leaping off the plane and transforming it back into its capsule to keep it close. She rushed to Son Gohan's side, urgency evident in her voice. What do we do now? Son Gohan crouched before her. Quickly, get on. Ah, you want me to ride on your back? Bidalai blushed deeply, though slightly embarrassed. The gravity of the situation overshadowed her shyness, and she leapt onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. As Son Gohan felt her warm, soft presence against him, he dismissed any lingering thoughts of modesty and instructed, hold on tight. I've got it, Bidalai affirmed. With that, Son Gohan secured her legs with his arms, unleashing a surge of silver energy. In an instant, they soared into the sky, transforming into a shooting star racing towards East City. Ah! Bidalai screamed, her heart racing. Was this merely a fraction faster than a jet? The sonic boom they produced had already surpassed the speed of sound. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The capability of humanity to achieve such feats was something Bidalai could never have believed before. Their flight was as swift as lightning. Thankfully, the aura surrounding Son Gohan enveloped her, forming a protective barrier. Otherwise, the fierce winds would have left her battered. Amidst the whistling winds and explosive sounds, Bidalai's small heart was profoundly impacted. In her heightened state of anxiety, she forgot her embarrassment, pressing tightly against Son Gohan, wishing to merge into one. Simultaneously, her curiosity about Son Gohan intensified, yearning to unravel the mystery of who he truly was. In a flash, they arrived at East City. Abruptly halting, Son Gohan stood in midair, carrying Bidalai as they surveyed the chaos below. At that moment, several extraterrestrial beings clad in bizarre combat attire were unleashing energy, ruthlessly slaying one Earthling after another. The city was engulfed in thick smoke, with police cars racing about, officers directing the evacuation of citizens. Then, with a resounding boom, another explosion erupted, debris raining down as a building disintegrated, resulting in countless casualties. Son Gohan gazed down at the devastation and turned to Bidalai. Do you see? This is a battle you cannot partake in. Bidalai's complexion paled as she witnessed the carnage, her anger boiling within her. She gritted her teeth. Where do these thugs come from? Their methods are indistinguishable from those of the androids. These bastards are utterly unforgivable. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the extraterrestrials. They are not Earthlings. They must be aliens. Aliens? Extraterrestrial beings? Bidalai gaped in disbelief. Indeed, Son Gohan confirmed with a nod, raising his hand to point. A surge of energy erupted from his fingertips, subsequently directed towards an extraterrestrial being poised to instigate another cataclysmic explosion upon the ground. This alien, laughing heartily, was struck head-on by the energy beam, disintegrating into a fine powder with a resounding explosion. Son Gohan, with a few deft gestures, dispatched several more aliens, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. Bidari stood in stunned silence, her mind similarly shaken, struggling to comprehend the surreal nature of the events unfolding before her. So, you possess such formidable power, Bidari exclaimed in astonishment. She then recalled something and added, those two artificial beings, the demons, you eliminated them as well, did you not? It was something she should have surmised long ago. The news of the android's demise had been relayed to the kingdom by the Capsule Corporation. Son Gohan resided at the Capsule Corporation, shrouded in mystery and endowed with the ability to fly. All signs pointed to him. Who else could it be? Son Gohan did not deny it. Instead, he simply stated, it was I. He continued, find a safe place to hide. I must now eliminate the remaining extraterrestrials. With that, he escorted Bidari to a nearby secure location before returning to the battlefield, delivering powerful punches that obliterated the alien marauders. He pressed his fingers against the forehead of the last alien, a cold glint flashing between his fingers as he asked, speak, where do you hail from? The alien's complexion turned pale, terror overwhelming him. To him, Son Gohan was a figure of sheer dread. His comrades had all perished at Son Gohan's hands. Each strike was executed with clean precision, devoid of any superfluous theatrics. How could one contend with such an individual? Stammering, his mind blank, he struggled to respond to Son Gohan's inquiry. Speak. If your answer satisfies me, perhaps I shall spare your life, Son Gohan urged. I will speak. The alien trembled, his legs quaking, wetting his trousers in fear, a foul odor emanating from him. Son Gohan, pinching his nose in exasperation, endured the creature's pleas for mercy. According to the alien, he belonged to the Bojack Legion, serving as part of an advanced unit responsible for scouting life-bearing planets. A few days prior, they had arrived on Earth to gather pertinent information. Initially, they deemed Earth a low-tier planet, inhabited by humans with a combat power of merely 5, weaklings of no significant exploration value. However, yesterday, they learned from a certain Earthling about the Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish, an irresistible allure for extraterrestrials. This treasure elevated Earth's perceived value immensely. The advanced unit promptly reported the Dragon Ball's existence to their leader, Bojack. who commanded them to collect the Dragon Balls by any means necessary. Those who gathered all the Dragon Balls would be richly rewarded. Upon receiving the order, the advance unit began to coerce Earthlings for information about the Dragon Balls, but the humans had little knowledge to share, let alone the methods for collecting them. Frustrated by their lack of answers, the aliens resorted to brutal massacres, attempting to force the Earthlings to disclose the location of the Dragon Balls. The outcome was predictable. Son Gohan muttered to himself, "What a predicament, indeed. Truly, the Dragon Balls are both a blessing and a curse. I wonder which Earthlings' loose lips revealed their existence. Perhaps I ought to wish for their significance to be diminished." Yet, who exactly was Bojack? Son Gohan racked his brain, unable to recall any such character from the Dragon Ball universe. However, he understood, from the moment of his rebirth, the course of history had veered onto an entirely new path. Gazing coldly at the alien before him, Son Gohan inquired, "What is Bojack's strength? When will he arrive on Earth?" The mention of Bojack lit a spark of hope in the alien's eyes. He replied, "Bojack is extraordinarily powerful. You could never hope to defeat him alone. Instead, we could join forces. Perhaps we might stand a chance of victory together. What do you say? Consider it. It may be our only option." Son Gohan reiterated, "I asked when he would arrive." The alien responded, "At the speed of the king's spaceship. He will reach Earth in approximately 10 hours. Our time is running short. You must think carefully. Our alliance is our sole opportunity." "Oh, is that so?" Son Gohan chuckled. "You do make a valid point. Let us collaborate. I knew I was right about you. You are indeed a wise individual." The alien grinned, feeling his life might yet be spared. However, Son Gohan, with a sudden burst of energy, shattered the alien's skull. The extraterrestrial, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated so quickly, perished in an instant. Son Gohan kicked the lifeless body away and obliterated it into a cloud of crimson mist. "Is it your foolishness, or mine?" he mused, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. He then soared into the sky, locating Bittery in her hiding spot. Bittery stared at Son Gohan, astonished. "Have you already dealt with them? That was incredibly swift. All I heard were explosions." Son Gohan nodded. "Yes, for now it is safe." "Safe for now? What does that mean?" Bittery questioned, perplexed. "Hadn't all the aliens been dealt with?" "I shall not keep you in the dark," Son Gohan admitted. "Tomorrow, more formidable extraterrestrials will arrive on Earth." "Really? What shall we do?" Bittery's anxiety resurfaced. "Tomorrow, my companions and I will engage in battle. If we prevail, all will be well. If we fail, Earth will revert to the era dominated by the androids, and it may well become even worse." Bittery's face drained of color. Is there no other way? Could we not muster the entire might of the kingdom against tomorrow's foes?" Son Gohan replied, "That would be futile. Let me put it this way. To annihilate Earth, I would need only a single energy wave. The strength of Earthlings is far too insignificant. Even the most powerful nuclear attack, recognized by the kingdom, would be akin to a mere scratch to us. With proper precautions in place, even a nuclear strike would not graze me." Son Gohan's words left Bittery speechless. It was her first realization of the extent of human potential. She comprehended now how terrifying Son Gohan truly was. From his words, it was evident that the enemies of tomorrow posed an unknown level of danger. One thing was certain, they could effortlessly obliterate the entire planet. How could such a crisis be averted? Was reliance on Son Gohan the only solution? Were Earthlings destined to await their demise? Bittery's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. As Son Gohan had articulated, the power of the kingdom was indeed minuscule, unable to sway the outcome of the conflict. The chaos wrought by the androids over the past decade was a testament to this fact. In the face of absolute power, the kingdom's might resembled a flickering firefly, humble, weak, and helpless. Observing her, Son Gohan declared, "Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell, Son Gohan." Bittery suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Son Gohan turned back, poised to ascend into the sky. "Be careful tomorrow," Bitterly cautioned. "I still wish to learn the art of flight from you." "Indeed," Son Gohan nodded. Ascending into the skies towards the heavenly temple, he intended to assess Trunks' progress and inquire with King Kai regarding the true nature of Bojack. Understanding the opponent's situation is far superior to being shrouded in ignorance. At that moment, King Kai's voice resonated within Son Gohan's mind. "Gohan, Gohan, are you listening?" "This is King Kai." Son Gohan, taken aback, was astonished that King Kai had reached out to him. It was nothing short of miraculous. The chaos wrought by the androids had persisted for over a decade, and yet King Kai had never contacted him. What could have prompted this turn of events? He paused, standing atop the clouds, and replied, "Yes, my lord." King Kai's voice came again. "The matter is serious, Gohan. I shall be brief. A formidable adversary is approaching Earth, expected to arrive tomorrow. You must prepare for battle." Son Gohan was taken aback. Before he could even inquire, King Kai had broached the subject. It appeared that Bojack's identity was indeed problematic, certainly not that of a mere insignificant character. Otherwise, King Kai would not be so anxious. If you speak of Bojack, my lord, I have already encountered his vanguard, Son Gohan stated. King Kai expressed surprise. It is indeed Bojack. I did not anticipate you were already aware. I have annihilated his vanguard, my lord. I wish to know more about the origins of this Bojack, Son Gohan queried. King Kai fell silent for a moment, lost in recollection, and then began to recount. Bojack is a name from long ago. Over 1,000 years passed, a vast evil force emerged within the galaxy, committing heinous acts with the aim of annihilating the 4 great galaxies. This malevolent force, led by Bojack, was incredibly powerful and left devastation in its wake. Countless planets were rendered lifeless under their tyranny, and few could stand against them. The galaxy faced a dire calamity, teetering on the brink of destruction. Eventually, the Grand Kai shared a sealing technique with us 4 Kais. United, we managed to seal Bojack at the edge of the universe, restoring peace across the 4 great galaxies. Over 1,000 years have passed since. However, not long ago, the South Kai was slain by an ambitious individual. With the South Kai's demise, the seal we had established could no longer hold, allowing Bojack to break free and wreak havoc anew. The South Kai was slain? That is utterly shocking, Son Gohan remarked, suppressing his disbelief. I must inquire, what is this foe's strength compared to the androids? King Kai pondered before responding. His power far surpasses that of the androids. Otherwise, he could not have caused such chaos for so long. Then I am perplexed, Son Gohan continued. If Bojack is so formidable, how were the 4 of you able to seal him? Implicitly, he suggested that the Kai's combat abilities seemed inadequate against such a powerful foe. King Kai, having lived for countless ages, was astute enough to discern the underlying implications of Son Gohan's words. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and said, it was primarily due to the sealing technique. Alas, with the South Kai's passing, we can no longer enact the same seal, and chaos will reign again. Sigh. Chapter 26, The Bojack Gang. Over a millennium later, King Kai still vividly recalled the name Bojack, a lingering fear evident in his voice. It was clear how deeply Bojack had impacted King Kai's psyche. Is there anything else you wish to convey, my lord? Son Gohan inquired. King Kai replied, no, nothing more. Son Gohan pressed on. Then who is responsible for the South Kai's death? King Kai answered, it remains unclear. The perpetrator has yet to be identified. What a travesty, Son Gohan thought. They still do not know who orchestrated this heinous act. What are these Kais doing? Very well, Son Gohan said. Are my father and the others present? I wish to speak with them. King Kai shook his head. They are not here. Not here? Where have they gone this time? Son Gohan wondered. The last time he had communicated with King Kai, Goku and the others were attending the Grand Kai's tournament. Where could they be now? Why do they always seem to be away from King Kai's planet? They always seem to be occupied. King Kai explained, there has been a rebellion in the afterlife, and Goku and the others have gone to assist. Son Gohan was taken aback. A rebellion in the afterlife? What on earth? What is happening? He inquired. King Kai elucidated. Originally, the 18th level of Hell was divided between Frieza and Vegeta, and they maintained a fragile peace over the years, with little large-scale conflict. However, since androids 17 and 18 were cast into the 18th level of Hell, the delicate balance has been shattered, leading to relentless fighting among the factions. The entire afterlife is in turmoil. A fortnight ago, King Enma called for aid, and Goku and the others have been there ever since. Son Gohan's head spun. These individuals were relentless, fighting even in death without respite. It was impressive, to say the least. He now realized that Vegeta had been sent to the 18th level of Hell after his death, rather than joining Goku and the others. Upon reflection, it made sense. In this timeline, Vegeta had committed numerous atrocities and had not made any substantial contributions to Earth. It was only natural for King Enma to send him to Hell. Let them fight to their heart's content, Son Gohan declared, severing the connection with King Kai and soaring towards the Heavenly Temple. Upon arrival, he found Dandy casting spell after spell on Trunks, causing his face to glow a vibrant red. Son Gohan was astonished. Was Dandy's method merely to bombard Trunks with spells? He couldn't discern whether they were restorative or healing spells. Goodness, Trunks looked invigorated, as if he had just received a rejuvenating treatment. Seeing Son Gohan's arrival, Dandy ceased his magical onslaught, wiping the sweat from his brow and greeting him with a smile. Gohan. Trunks, brimming with energy, exclaimed, Gohan, what brings you here? I feel invigorated. Son Gohan laughed heartily. It seems you've been overindulged. So, has your tail shown any signs of movement? Trunks replied, my backside feels a bit itchy. That indicates some effect, I suppose. Son Gohan chuckled. At that moment, Mr. Bu, who had been standing at the edge of the Heavenly Temple Plaza, approached. He inquired, Mr. Gohan, what exactly is happening on Earth? Having witnessed the extraterrestrial chaos in East City, he was unaware of the specifics. Son Gohan furrowed his brow and recounted the situation regarding Bojack. After hearing the tale, Bu, Dandy, and Trunks' expressions turned serious. Dandy asked, Gohan, what do you plan to do? Son Gohan replied with a cold smile. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them with force. I will ensure they do not return. As they approach Earth, I intend to greet them with a warm welcome. Trunks, filled with excitement, said, Gohan, do you have a plan? Son Gohan grinned. As their ship nears Earth, I plan to strike first, showering them with a few Kamehameha waves, ideally obliterating their ship and its occupants. Why wait for them to land before we engage in battle? Brother Gohan, you are truly insidious, Trunks chuckled. No, this is merely strategy, Gohan replied with a smile. Haha, if we destroy their spaceship, even if they don't perish, they will certainly suffer. At that moment, we shall charge at them together, catching them off guard, Trunks asserted. Indeed, we must make them aware that our Earth is not so easily trifled with, he continued. Mr. Popo and Den shared the sentiment, believing Gohan lacked martial spirit. Yet they wholeheartedly supported this approach. When others invade your planet, what martial spirit is there to discuss? The following day, a colossal spaceship gradually approached Earth. On board, 4 men and 1 woman were fervently debating in front of a vast screen. All 5 wore expressions of excitement, engaged in discussions regarding the Dragon Balls. They were none other than the Galactic Outlaws, Bojack and his 4 formidable subordinates, Zanya, Gogeta, Bujin, and Bido, hailing from a life-sustaining planet named Hellish. Their orange hair and aquamarine skin were their distinctive trademarks. Among them, Bojack and Bido were the tallest, towering over 2.5 meters. Their muscular physiques weighing well over 150 kilograms. Gogeta, while slightly smaller, still stood at a height of 2 meters, adorned with a purple headband and wielding a large sword. A master of swordsmanship and the most handsome among the 4 men. The one Bojack trusted the most was Zanya, the sole woman in the group. Zanya possessed a slender and graceful figure, with an astonishingly curvaceous bosom that seemed bottomless, her vibrant orange waves of hair strikingly beautiful, and her captivating eyes mesmerizing. Standing at a perfect 170 centimeters, her aquamarine skin added an exotic allure. Although tall, she appeared dainty and delicate when standing alongside the 3 towering men, resembling a charming young girl. The smallest among the group was Bujin, a man of diminutive stature, barely exceeding 1.5 meters, though frail in physique. He wielded astonishing magical powers. Each of these 5 individuals was a formidable force, and even the infamous Frieza would have been no match for any of them. Masters who had roamed the 4 galaxies a millennium ago were far from being mere names. Gogeta turned to the commanding Bojack, my king. Have you contemplated what wish you shall make once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls? Bojack laughed heartily, addressing his subordinates. Of course, I have. Bujin inquired. What wish does the king desire? Bojack raised a goblet of red wine, drank it down, and proclaimed, though we 5 possess long lives, we have been sealed away by those 4 old fools for over 1,000 years. Upon our release, I feel my strength has waned significantly. This is unacceptable. Our dreams remain unfulfilled. Wreaking havoc across the 4 galaxies is a daunting task that will require considerable time. Therefore, I shall wish for eternal life for the 5 of us from the Eternal Dragon. Once we achieve immortality, the 4 galaxies, no, the entire universe, will eventually fall into our hands. Ha! Your wisdom is unparalleled, my king. You are invincible, Bujin extolled. Bojack shot him a sidelong glance before instructing Zanya, contact the Earth's Vanguard and inquire about their progress in gathering the Dragon Balls. Zanya responded with a melodious voice, yes, my king. She then proceeded to send a communication signal to the Earth's Vanguard. However, the anticipated response was non-existent. Moments later, Bojack's demeanor darkened, and the group exchanged concerned glances. After a brief silence, Bojack spoke gravely. There are only 2 possibilities. Either these fools have ulterior motives and made their wish after collecting the Dragon Balls, or they encountered formidable enemies on Earth and were annihilated. Regardless of which scenario it is, it displeases me greatly. What shall we do now, my king? Zanya inquired, twirling her flowing orange hair. Bojack coldly replied, accelerate our speed. Head to Earth at full throttle. Yes, my king, Zanya affirmed, rising to take control of the ship. With a flurry of commands, the spaceship surged forward at an astonishing pace, racing towards Earth. Bojack declared, I shall see who dares to obstruct my plans. They truly do not know the meaning of death. Bido, who had remained silent until then, cracked his knuckles, speaking with a malevolent gleam, the king is right. Whoever it is, we shall make them pay dearly, torment them, and eliminate them. He grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. Zanya returned to her previous position after accelerating the ship. Bojack then asked, by the way, Zanya, what have you discovered regarding who released our seal? Report, my king. It is known that the deceased is the South Galaxy's South Kai. However, we have yet to ascertain who was responsible for the killing, Zanya replied. Bojack responded. Good, continue your investigation. This individual is our benefactor. I intend to recruit him as my subordinate. Chapter 027. The battle erupts. The 5 galactic outlaws continued their discussions, fantasizing about how they would torture Earthlings, gather the Dragon Balls, fulfill their wishes, and then flamboyantly destroy planets before departing. Soon, a blue planet appeared on the ship's screen. Earth was finally within reach. My king, ahead lies Earth. Shall we descend? Zanya asked. Descend. Bojack commanded. Yes, my king, Zanya replied, maneuvering the spaceship as it began its descent towards Earth. On Earth, at the sacred world of the Kais, Gohan and Trunks stood at the edge of the plaza, their gazes sharp and unyielding as they focused on outer space. Suddenly, a spaceship materialized at the edge of the atmosphere. Though distant, Gohan and Trunks could still discern its presence. From the ship, 5 immense energy signatures cascaded downwards. Gohan narrowed his eyes, stating coldly, Trunks, they have arrived. Prepare for battle. Yes, brother Gohan. Boom. With a surge, both transformed into Super Saiyans, their formidable auras soaring into the sky, golden flames swirling around them, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged through much of the sky. The surrounding air began to boil, and the entire sacred world trembled slightly. With his golden hair and piercing blue eyes, Gohan appeared exceptionally fierce, his clothing billowing wildly in the gale, and his furry tail dancing in the wind. He gathered his hands at his waist, beginning to concentrate his energy for the Kamehameha wave. Came. The first syllable emerged as aquamarine energy surged forth, radiating a brilliant light akin to a sun hanging at his waist, dazzling and resplendent. The energy intensified, producing a deep, resonant hum. Seeing Gohan unleash the Kamehameha, Trunks positioned his palms above his head, manifesting the dying light. Compared to the Kamehameha, Trunks was more adept with the dying light, having grasped it effortlessly when Gohan had taught him. Energy, wave, dying, light, with a powerful thrust of their hands. The two unleashed cataclysmic energy waves that soared skyward, hurtling toward the spaceship that was breaching the atmosphere. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, the 5 were fixated on the immense screen. Suddenly, they noticed 2 points of light that were growing larger by the second. As the brilliance intensified, Bojack, perplexed, inquired, "What is that?" He had never anticipated that someone would dare to attack their ship. This is, Bujin, the most perceptive mage among them, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He then exclaimed in shock, "Not good. Someone is attacking our spaceship." "What?" The others were incredulous, their anger quickly mounting. "What is the meaning of this? They have yet to arrive on Earth, yet those rascals down below are already seeking to deliver a rude awakening. Are they?" Such audacity, indeed. Without waiting for Bojack's command, Zanya swiftly dashed to the spaceship's control cabin, attempting to maneuver the vessel to evade the twin energy attacks. "Buchan, hurry, stop them. Protect the ship." The spacecraft swayed violently, causing the crew to stagger. Buchan activated his telekinesis, aiming to alter the trajectory of the energy strikes. However, he was horrified to discover that his powers had no effect whatsoever. The energy blasts were far more formidable than he had anticipated. "My lord, this is dire. Their strength surpasses mine," Buchan exclaimed in shock. "Damn it, did the scouts not report that Earth was a low-level planet? How could such powerful beings exist there? What a bunch of useless fools." Bojack fumed. At this juncture, he finally comprehended that his vanguard had not hoarded the Dragon Balls, but had been vanquished by Earthlings. Unbelievable. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The 5 of them simultaneously unleashed their energy shields. Boom, boom. Although the ship continuously dodged, the energy blast struck its sides. It appeared that their attacks could curve. With a thunderous explosion, the ship erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. "Damn it, those Earthlings deserve to die." The 5 emerged from the wreckage, cursing as they plunged toward Earth. Fortunately, the Hera aliens possessed the ability to survive temporarily in outer space. Otherwise, they would have met their demise in that instant. However, they had vastly underestimated Gohan and Trunks' determination to annihilate them. The explosions were far from over, as an overwhelming barrage of energy spheres ascended once more. Those treacherous Earthlings unleashed their relentless onslaught. This was utterly absurd. Bojack and his companions had traversed the galaxy for years without ever experiencing such humiliation. The 5, bracing against their energy shields, continued their approach toward Earth, but their speed had significantly diminished. Moreover, one among them was injured, blood gushing from his mouth. Bojack's rage was palpable, his gums bleeding from the intensity of his fury. In the heavenly temple, Gohan and Trunks radiated an overwhelming aura, relentlessly launching energy spheres, fully unleashing the essence of the prince's fighting style. Boom. Keep pounding them. Gohan laughed heartily. Indeed, Trunks showed no mercy, exerting his full strength, reveling in the exhilaration. On this day, the ozone layer was torn open, and the thunderous explosion sent shivers down the spines of all Earthlings. The sky was ablaze, casting a crimson hue over the planet, as if doomsday had arrived. In East City, Biddy gazed skyward, conjecturing that this must be the result of Gohan's battle with the extraterrestrials. Her astonishment was beyond words. Gohan and Trunks unleashed their ferocious assault, but the energy expended in such a widespread, concentrated attack was staggering. Fortunately, they had Dandy, the humanoid power bank, behind them, occasionally casting recovery and healing spells, rejuvenating the two instantly. It was nothing short of miraculous. Buchan and Bido had perished, succumbing to the intense explosions. Goku was gravely injured, his sword shattered into several pieces, his body drenched in blood. Zanya's complexion turned pale, as one of her comrades was obliterated, their once alluring beauty reduced to a gruesome sight. Among the five, only Bojack remained relatively unscathed, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries as well. Witnessing Buchan and Bido's demise, their eyes widened in despair, yet they found themselves powerless to act. They could only resent the despicable Earthlings for their underhanded tactics. They had lost two commanders without even confronting the enemy, plunging Bojack into the darkest moment of his life. Such a reality had never crossed his mind before. Even when the four Kais had joined forces, they had merely sealed them, not truly vanquished them. This was utterly outrageous. As time passed, Bojack's temperament grew increasingly volatile. Yet the explosions persisted, as if the adversaries possessed an inexhaustible supply of energy, intent on obliterating them. They aimed to eliminate them in the skies. Bojack's fury erupted completely. Ah! A prolonged roar echoed. His shirt exploded, and his headband disintegrated into dust. His already imposing physique expanded even further, his orange hair transforming into a brilliant crimson. His aura surged, amplifying his power manifold. Ah! He bellowed once more, and a massive energy shield enveloped him, absorbing most of the energy impacts. Subsequently, he raised his hands to the heavens, summoning a dark red energy sphere that swelled into an awe-inspiring spectacle. Earthlings, perish! He roared, thrusting his hands downward. The colossal energy sphere hurtled toward Earth, devouring all the energy blasts fired by Trunks and Gohan, clearing a path for the three. Zanya and Goku wiped the blood from their lips, their eyes gleaming with determination, seizing the moment to accelerate through the atmosphere and officially breach Earth's domain. Bojack followed the energy sphere's advance, targeting Gohan and Trunks. As the energy sphere drew nearer to the heavenly temple, a bloodthirsty smile graced Bojack's lips. I shall send the Earth to accompany you two bastards to the grave. Ha ha ha. Oomph, such delusions. Gohan scoffed, clenching his fists, his aura undergoing a radical transformation. Unleash all your energy. In an instant, the skies darkened, and lightning flashed from beyond, illuminating the scene. Trunks and Dandy, nearby, stared in astonishment at Gohan. At that moment, Gohan's aura had transformed drastically, becoming ferociously intense. Trunks, go dispatch those two weaklings. Right away, Gohan. Without hesitation, Trunks soared into the sky, pursuing Zanya and Goku. Gohan fixated on the approaching dark red energy orb, bringing his hands together at his waist, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha. The azure wave surged forth like a colossal dragon, colliding fiercely with Bojack's dark red energy sphere. Boom! The heavens seemed to be adorned with only two radiant colors. Chapter 028, Ascension, Super Saiyan 2. The two formidable energy waves clashed in the skies, their struggle causing the surrounding space to warp, accompanied by the resounding sounds of violent collisions. Bojack's forehead bulged with veins, his teeth grinding painfully. Ah! He howled, muscles straining as he amplified his energy output. As he did so, the dark red energy sphere descended slightly, a glimmer of triumph flickering on Bojack's fierce visage. Cracks appeared in the floor beneath Gohan's feet, causing him to sink slightly. There's an opportunity. Bojack's eyes sparkled with excitement. The entity below seemed to possess slightly less power than him. Damn it, then perish. Bojack exulted, relentlessly pressing the energy sphere downward, intent on engulfing Gohan and the entire heavenly temple. Gohan staggered back, a corner of the heavenly temple crumbling away. Bojack's exhilaration surged. Victory was within reach. Suddenly, it seemed he heard Gohan speaking to him amidst the chaos. Somehow, Gohan's voice pierced through the cacophony, landing precisely in his ears. Bojack, are you happy? 3 question marks appeared above Bojack's head. The scoundrel across from him knew his name? And what did he mean by asking if he was happy? He was indeed a bit pleased, that much was true. Due to the apparent suppression of the opposing brute's power, victory seemed imminent. How could he not feel elated? Son Gohan's voice echoed once more. Heh, foolish one, I was merely deceiving you. Bojack appeared utterly baffled. What on earth was this young man up to? He was left in a state of confusion. Suddenly, Son Gohan's physique underwent a transformation. His muscles bulged significantly, instantaneously morphing into that failed second form, the muscular titan form. This transformation, however, was rapidly deflating, diminishing in speed, yet delivering a powerful visual impact. Yet, it could not land a hit. But let us not forget, they were currently facing Bojack. This was a mutated form with a power amplification nearing Super Saiyan 2. The augmentation was sufficient to reach an astounding 80 to 90 times that of the ordinary form. Utterly grotesque. Boom. Son Gohan's aura surged violently, becoming increasingly ferocious. His energy intensified, causing the Kamehameha wave's power to skyrocket abruptly. Before Bojack could react, his dark red energy orb was forcefully repelled, leaving him utterly defenseless. His power was completely crushed by Son Gohan. Bojack's mental state erupted in turmoil. He was caught completely off guard, with not a single thought of caution. Oh. As he witnessed his energy sphere about to rebound upon him, Bojack let out a wail, biting down on his tongue, and desperately dodged to the side. Though he moved swiftly, 2 energy blasts grazed him closely, tearing away chunks of flesh, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Boom! The Kamehameha wave and the dark red death orb surged into the vast cosmos, erupting in a thunderous explosion. A blinding light illuminated a significant portion of the northern galaxy. As countless planets disintegrated in the fiery chaos, the epicenter of the explosion formed a void of nothingness. Ha ha ha! Bojack gasped for breath, disregarding the searing pain coursing through his body, staring in horror at the golden warrior like Son Gohan. This young man, had he been hiding his true power? How insidious! Huh! Son Gohan exhaled, his muscles quickly retracting as he reverted to his ordinary Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan 1, full power. He grinned at Bojack, his golden aura erupting once more, then ascended into the air, charging towards the somewhat disheveled Bojack. At that moment, Son Gohan's speed was akin to lightning, in the blink of an eye. He stood before Bojack, his right fist raised high, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Humph! Though Bojack felt a tinge of dread, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided, producing a cacophony of explosive sound. Energy erupted violently between them, sending shockwaves that shattered countless clouds above. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 engaged in a frenzied melee, trading punches and kicks, blood flying in all directions, raining down from the sky. It was a battle of exhilarating intensity. Their powers were evenly matched, resulting in an impasse. Observing from the heavenly temple, Dandy and Bobo were gripped with fear. Their pupils constricted as they gasped. Meanwhile, Trunks had caught up with Zanya and Goku, and the 3 were embroiled in a fierce struggle. However, Zanya and Goku were already severely injured, and after several exchanges, they found themselves overwhelmed by Trunks, who dealt them fatal blows. The Galaxy Thugs quintet was now reduced to the lone Bojack. On the other side, the battle between Bojack and Son Gohan raged on. Son Gohan grew increasingly exhilarated and frenzied, while Bojack was left in astonishment. He realized something was amiss with Son Gohan's body, for reasons unknown. Even without reverting to his muscular form, Son Gohan's strength continued to escalate. Moreover, this wretched creature possessed regenerative abilities. Each strike seemed to result in mutual destruction, a classic case of hurting oneself while hurting the enemy. Yet, after a brief moment, Son Gohan would return to his original state. Simply absurd. Once, Bojack recalled biting off one of Son Gohan's fingers, only to discover moments later that the finger had regenerated within a few breaths. Absurd. It was utterly ridiculous. How could he continue to fight? Bojack's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. He understood all too well that if this continued, his strength would only wane while his opponent grew stronger. In this exchange of losses and gains, the outcome was inevitable. Today, he would perish on Earth. Yet, Bojack was filled with unwillingness. He did not wish to die. He had endured a millennium of confinement. How infuriating. Trunks, having returned to his normal form, floated high above. Observing the battle, he had expected a thrilling confrontation, only to realize it was a one-sided slaughter. The pitiful Bojack, battered and bruised, presented none of the grandeur of a once great villain. At this moment, he resembled a cowardly bear, utterly devoid of the will to fight. In stark contrast, Son Gohan grew bolder with each clash, his heart roaring with determination. Almost there, just a little longer, damn it, just a little more time. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I am about to seize that fleeting opportunity. My foundation is solid. I am fully prepared to transcend. I shall break through. Son Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, his gaze icy as 2 blades. Suddenly, rumbling thunder echoed from the heavens, with electric serpents dancing amid the clouds. Bolts of lightning struck down. With a single punch, Son Gohan sent Bojack hurtling away. Immediately after, a massive blue lightning bolt struck him. The battle intensified, fierce and unyielding. Roaring, Son Gohan let out a thunderous howl, feeling a shackle within him shatter. A flash of lightning illuminated his mind simultaneously. Soon after, the veins on Son Gohan's forehead bulged, his muscles grew even more formidable, and his golden hair stood upright, with a long strand cascading down his forehead. His emerald eyes turned increasingly cold. Boom. PSSHH, PSSHH. The golden aura enveloping him surged in strength. Arcs of electricity dancing around his body, producing a series of crackling sounds. Reflected in Son Gohan's pupils was the image of a colossal black ape, from which an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Golden hair, azure eyes, and a golden flame encircling him, crackling with electricity. The terrifying presence swept through the area, scattering the clouds above. Super Saiyan 2, behold. Son Gohan shot a piercing glare at Bojack, who nearly succumbed to terror. Who are you? Bojack stammered, consumed by fear. He admitted he had never encountered anyone as terrifying as Son Gohan. This aura alone, with just a glance, sent chills down his spine. The one who will kill you, Son Gohan replied coldly, vanishing in an instant. No, please don't. Bojack turned to flee. I cannot die here. I refuse to die here. I must escape. I must leave this dreadful place. At that moment, Bojack was consumed by a singular thought: escape. Yet, the vanished Son Gohan suddenly materialized before him, delivering a punch directly at him. No. Bojack screamed, unable to evade, as Son Gohan's fist struck him squarely. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted. Bojack's body disintegrated piece by piece, ultimately vanishing into the air. Chapter 029, The Peaceful Moments After the Battle. All was silent. The sky was adorned with drifting clouds, a gentle breeze wafting through, as warm sunlight cascaded down. Everything transformed into the most exquisite of scenes. As Sun Wukong turned to gaze at Trunks, Dandy, and Mr. Popo, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Trunks and the others, having recovered from their astonishment, watched in awe as Sun Wukong's form flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood upon the celestial plaza of the heavenly temple. The trio could scarcely comprehend how he had traversed the distance with such astonishing speed. Trunks jogged over, excitement radiating from him as he circled around Sun Wukong, exclaiming, Gohan, what an incredible aura. This transformation is extraordinary. What do you call it? Sun Wukong replied, this is a transformation that transcends the limits of Super Saiyan. Let us call it Super Saiyan 2. Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration. He longed to attain such strength. Gohan had always been his idol, the figure he relentlessly pursued. With a deep sigh, Sun Wukong exhaled heavily, causing the golden aura and lightning that enveloped him to dissipate. Though he remained in the form of Super Saiyan 2, this state allowed him to minimize the consumption of energy and stamina. Since this was his first transformation into Super Saiyan 2, he wished to maintain it longer to fully appreciate its nuances, aiming to guide Trunks in future transformations. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai echoed above the heavenly temple. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Gohan. I never imagined that even Bojack would be no match for you. You are indeed a formidable warrior. Perhaps you have surpassed Goku by now. Gohan, on behalf of the other Kais, I thank you. You have accomplished a deed of immeasurable merit. All 4 galaxies shall express their gratitude to you. Gohan chuckled, Lord Kai, while your words are flattering, I would prefer some tangible rewards instead. I cannot endorse your current approach. Ah, quite right. What is it that you desire? The North Kai inquired. Gohan turned to Trunks and asked, Trunks, is there anything you wish for? I would like a sword, Trunks responded, envisioning how cool it would be to wield a long sword like Gogeta. Despite its subsequent destruction, his admiration for swordsmen remained undiminished. Very well, Gohan said, Lord Kai. You must have heard Trunks' request for a sword. The North Kai replied, a sword? No problem. While I do not possess one here, I know where to find a good one. I can procure it from the Grand Kai. Thank you, Gohan acknowledged. As for me, I would like to inquire what valuable items you might have to offer, so I can make a selection. Select? Wait, what? Ah, my apologies, Gohan. Let's put a pin in that. I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell for now. The North Kai appeared hurried as he abruptly severed the connection. Meanwhile, the North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and leisurely drove a red car around the Kaishin realm. Busy? What a farce. Gohan remained unconcerned, knowing there would be other opportunities. However, a lingering question remained. How would the North Kai deliver the sword once he found it? Nevertheless, the threat of Bojack had finally been averted. The incident of Bojack's invasion concluded with Earth suffering minimal damage. In the Heavenly Temple, Gohan maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form for half an hour before reverting to his usual appearance. He then shared his experiences and insights about the transformation with Trunks, who greatly benefited from the knowledge. Through the battle with Bojack, Gohan gained a preliminary understanding of the advantages of an immortal body, namely the extraordinary perks of super healing abilities and recovery. The extent of these powers reminded him only of Majin Buu. While Namekians possessed healing capabilities, they paled in comparison. Remembering that half a year remained unused in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan decided to immerse himself in it, fully utilizing the remaining time. 6 months would be ample to solidify and enhance his Super Saiyan 2 form. Moreover, he contemplated several methods to maximize the potential of his immortal body, such as combining it with the Saiyant's near-death recovery ability, creating an unprecedented synergy. Trunks naturally did not lag behind and joined Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. Together, they diligently trained, learning from one another and persevering in their endeavors. Thus, 6 months passed within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. When the time arrived, Gohan and Trunks exited precisely on schedule. Notably, Trunks' tail had fully regrown during this period. Waving his newly formed tail joyfully, Trunks expressed his eagerness to bring Dandy an abundance of delicious treats. Gohan informed him that Namekians did not consume food, subsisting instead on water and photosynthesis. Trunks was left in shock, unable to fathom how a being could exist without the joy of eating, an experience he deemed the pinnacle of happiness. Upon emerging, they discovered it was already midnight. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair had grown considerably longer, hastily tied into ponytails. After exchanging greetings with Dandy and Mr. Popo, the duo leapt from the heavenly temple and soared towards West City. Upon arriving home, they found Bulma fast asleep on the living room sofa. Trunks fetched a blanket to cover her. Following a relaxing hot shower, the brothers collapsed into their beds, succumbing to slumber. The next day, they awakened to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Their noses twitched as they inhaled deeply, discovering that Bulma had prepared an entire feast for them in the living room. Wow! Food! Meat! The brothers' eyes sparkled with delight as they eagerly rushed to wash up and take their seats at the table. Having spent half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, subsisting solely on bland food, they had longed for a proper meal. Now, seeing the spread before them, their appetites stirred, ready for a culinary battle. Thank you, Mom. Trunks gulped, his mouth watering. Hee hee, Aunt Bulma is the best. Gohan chimed in with a grin. You two chatterboxes, stop dawdling and eat. Bulma laughed, observing Gohan and Trunks. Bulma recalled the unusual events of the previous day on Earth, sparking her curiosity. Also, how is it that Trunks has grown a furry tail in just a few days? Bulma pondered, her mind racing with questions. Let us dig in. Gohan clasped his hands together. Dig in, dig in. Trunks echoed, mirroring Gohan's gesture, grateful for nature's bounty. The two brothers devoured the meal with fervor, leaving only a few morsels for Bulma, who could barely keep pace with their voracious appetites. It was evident that they were true Saiyans, capable of consuming food as if their stomachs were black holes. After the meal, Gohan took the initiative to recount the events involving Bojack. Bulma listened with rapt attention, her heart racing as she imagined the peril. Feeling a swell of anxiety for both Gohan and Trunks. Chapter 030. The Great Ape Transformation Experiment. As she had suspected, extraterrestrial invaders had threatened Earth, only to be thwarted by Gohan and Trunks. Earth had narrowly escaped another catastrophe, and it was fortunate that Gohan and Trunks were present. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Recalling the chaos wrought by the artificial beings of yore, Bulma felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Subsequently, she inquired about Trunks' tail. To Bulma, the notion of a human possessing a tail was far from aesthetically pleasing and posed significant peril. After all, she had witnessed Son Goku transform into a frenzied, black-furred gorilla. Thus, it was only natural for her to harbor some aversion. Nevertheless, despite her reluctance, she could not withstand Trunks' persistent entreaties, ultimately conceding to the reality that her son had acquired an additional appendage. Once the dishes were tidied away, Bulma proceeded to give Gohan and Trunks haircuts. The morning passed in this manner. In the afternoon, Videl piloted a jet to Capsule Corporation. When Trunks opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback by Videl's presence. May I ask who you were looking for? Trunks inquired, dressed in a loose-fitting tracksuit that radiated simplicity and elegance. With only a subtle touch of makeup enhancing her features and her eyelashes fluttering charmingly, Videl resembled the girl next door. However, Trunks was certain he had never encountered this striking young lady before. Videl scrutinized Trunks before politely responding. Hello, I'm looking for Gohan. Gohan, you must be a friend of his. Allow me to escort you to him, Trunks replied. Thank you, Videl responded. Not at all. Please follow me, Trunks said, leading the way. All right, Videl replied, observing Trunks' swaying tail as they walked. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Are you Gohan's brother? Trunks chuckled. Indeed. We are half-brothers. Videl blinked in surprise. Half-brothers? What does that mean? Trunks explained. Haha, Gohan grew up alongside me. He is not only my brother, but also my mentor, and I owe him a great deal. Videl's expression shifted to one of understanding. I see. So you are the young master of Capsule Corporation? I know your mother. She is quite an impressive person. Calling me young master sounds rather unpleasant. Please just call me Trunks, he replied. Very well, Trunks. May I ask your name? I'm Videl, she replied. As they conversed, Trunks guided Videl to Gohan's room. At that moment, Gohan was poring over some of Bulma's notes, discovering a flicker of aptitude for science within himself, as he was able to comprehend certain elementary concepts. Indeed, perhaps I am suited to be a scholar. Exploring the boundless realms of science could be quite exhilarating, he mused. No. Gohan quickly dismissed the unsettling notion. Becoming a scholar is simply too terrifying. Reading will not save the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, he noticed someone entering. Lifting his gaze, he saw Trunks accompany Videl into his room. Gohan, this sister is looking for you, Trunks announced. All right, Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Trunks regarded Gohan with a knowing glance, then shifted his attention to Videl, appearing to understand something significant before hastily departing. Gohan, Videl smiled. It's truly wonderful to see you. Before you stands Gohan, the low-key hero who saves the Earth, he replied. Videl firmly believed that the number of individuals aware of what transpired the previous day did not exceed 5. What is this? Is it worth it? He is far too low-key, she reflected. From what I know, the man before me has saved the Earth multiple times. It truly resonated with the age-old adage. What peace exists is merely the result of others bearing the weight of the world on their shoulders. Quite poignant, yet fitting. Gohan smiled. Come with me. I shall elucidate the technique of flight further. They exited the room and found a quiet spot. Gohan continued to explain the intricacies of flight to Videl, who listened attentively and asked questions whenever she encountered confusion. After 2.5 hours, Videl bid farewell. Before parting, Gohan informed her that she could practice on her own from henceforth and need not travel all the way to West City again. As he had imparted all that he could teach, now, it was merely a matter of time and practice. However, Gohan was taken aback when Videl returned at the same time the following day. On the third day, and finally on the fourth, Videl sensed the presence of energy. A gentle breeze stirred around her, lifting the hem of her clothes and causing her long hair to flutter. Soon, she found herself levitating 20 centimeters above the ground. Though it was not long before she descended, panting, as her current energy was insufficient to sustain such elevation for long. Yet, Videl did not feel disheartened. Instead, she was brimming with excitement. She perceived a wondrous door slowly opening before her, revealing a vibrant and enchanting world within. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the landscape. Gohan stepped out of his house and walked into a clearing of grass. He scrutinized the silver moonlight on the ground, solidifying a resolve within himself, then tilted his head to gaze at the moon. At the sight of the full moon, Gohan's pupils dilated rapidly, and he became momentarily paralyzed. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced as if jolted by electricity, beating furiously. The sound was muffled yet growing louder. Thump, thump, thump. Within mere seconds, his heartbeat echoed like drums. Gohan clenched his fists, feeling as though an ancient beast had awakened within him, thirsting for blood, frenzied, volatile, and enraged. Various negative emotions surged through his body. In that moment, Gohan sensed that the substance coursing through his veins was no longer mere blood, but his fury and primal instincts. A powerful roar erupted from his lips. The beasts in the vicinity of Baozi Mountain quaked in fear, cowering to the ground, while the birds in the forest scattered in a flurry. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The rhythm of his heartbeat intensified, growing ever more rapid. Gohan's face contorted into a grimace, morphing grotesquely. Veins bulged on his arms, and his clothing tore apart. In an instant, Gohan's entire body expanded rapidly, and thick black fur sprouted all over him. Soon, he had transformed into a colossal black ape, towering at 25 meters, its body cloaked in dark fur. With blood-red eyes the size of lanterns radiating a terrifying glare, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, the giant ape lowered its head, examining its massive hands before striding toward a nearby riverbank. Gazing at its reflection in the water, it spoke in human language. This thing is utterly hideous. The voice resonated with a low hum, reminiscent of a dragon's speech, yet predominantly infused with anger. However, the ability to articulate indicated that Gohan retained his intellect even after the transformation, not succumbing to the madness typically associated with a giant ape. In fact, Gohan himself was astonished by his clarity of mind, a stark contrast to the frenzied beast he had envisioned. Yet, he soon comprehended the reason, the perfect amalgamation of two souls within him. One, a native soul, and the other, a soul from another realm. The harmonious fusion of these two souls not only significantly enhanced Gohan's comprehension, but also drastically altered his mental and spiritual fortitude, rendering it dozens of times stronger than before. Consequently, He was able to maintain sufficient lucidity and reason even in his transformed state as a giant ape. Chapter 031. The Super Saiyan Ape. Though somewhat unattractive, the increase in battle prowess has indeed multiplied tenfold. However, the sight of those two swaying tails on his lower half sent shivers down Son Gohan's spine. Fortunately, Bowsy Mountain was relatively deserted at this hour, otherwise, it would have been sheer social embarrassment. With a roar resembling that of a mighty ape, Gohan thumped his chest, resembling a lunatic. It was a moment of levity, but he soon adopted a serious demeanor. His transformation into the great ape was not for mere amusement. He had a more significant purpose. The colossal black-furred great ape gazed up at the moon, clenching his fists tightly, and then unleashed a thunderous roar. The powerful shockwave emanated from the black giant, rippling outward in all directions. The clouds above began to churn ominously. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped through the area, causing the surrounding forest to rustle. Soon, the very ground beneath trembled lightly. Son Gohan's energies surged wildly, and his black fur shimmered with a metallic gleam, gradually shifting to a golden hue. Meanwhile, in West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Trunks abruptly awoke from his slumber, his face a mask of astonishment. The energy, such overwhelming energy, was it Gohan's? What on earth was happening? This presence was frighteningly potent. He leaped from his bed, hastily donned his clothes, and dashed out the door. In South City, deep within the vast mountains, Number 16 paused in his nocturnal tree planting to glance toward the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Gohan, what incredible battle power, he muttered, falling silent for a moment before resuming his task, as if the happenings were of no concern to him. In the exalted realms of the Dragon Ball universe, at the sacred land of the gods, on King Kai's planet, the Kaioshin, Shin, suddenly lifted his gaze, his pupils narrowing in shock. Jebet, noticing the Kaioshin's unusual reaction, inquired, "What troubles you, Lord Kaioshin?" A bead of sweat trickled down the Kaioshin's forehead as he replied, "There is an overwhelming energy that has just erupted." "What? Energy?" Jebet's eyes widened in disbelief, for he too sensed an incredible, transcendent energy emanating from the mortal realm, reaching the sacred land. His face was a canvas of incredulity as he stammered, How is it possible that someone's energy could reach the sacred land? Who could it possibly be?" Then, exchanging glances, both the Kaioshin and Jebet harbored a terrifying suspicion. Could it be Majin Buu? That direction, wasn't it where Majin Buu was sealed? Oh heavens, has Majin Buu awakened? No. The Kaioshin shook his head, continuing, "This energy is not that of Majin Buu. I distinctly remember Buu's energy not being like this. Moreover, this presence is significantly more potent than Buu's. Who could this be?" The Kaioshin's expression fluctuated dramatically, revealing his inner turmoil. "Jebet, we must go to the mortal realm and investigate." "Yes, Lord Kaioshin," Jebet replied, placing a hand on the Kaioshin's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished. At Bowsy Mountain, Son Gohan had transformed into a magnificent golden great ape. A golden aura surged around him, exuding an invincible presence that resonated throughout the 4 galaxies. This was the Super Saiyan Great Ape, a transformation surpassing the Great Ape form by further ascending into a Super Saiyan state. Battle power multiplied by 10 and then by 50, an astonishing 500-fold increase. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Gohan's excitement grew. He recalled that the boost from Super Saiyan 3 was merely 400 times his base form. Yet now, this form had escalated to 500 times, a staggering 100-fold increase. Although he had become an exceedingly hideous giant ape and his speed had diminished, his strength was truly formidable. Gohan mused, "I wonder if I can achieve a further transformation. If I could ascend to Super Saiyan 2, that would be a 1,000-fold boost. How terrifying." With a deep breath, he prepared to push for Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Trunks had arrived. Staring in astonishment at Gohan's golden great ape form, he stammered, "Gee Gohan, how did you become like this?" It was Trunks' first encounter with Gohan in this state. Were it not for the familiar energy emanating from Gohan, he might not have recognized him at all. The transformation was beyond drastic. Before Gohan could respond, Trunks suddenly realized, "The moon. It's the moon, isn't it?" He tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. At that moment, Gohan's intended explanation was abruptly halted. Meanwhile, 2 figures materialized nearby. Kaioshin and Jebet had arrived. Despite their lack of energy fluctuations, Son Gohan's heightened senses detected their arrival. He turned to face them, and the Kaioshin and Jebet found themselves locked in the gaze of Gohan's enormous crimson eyes, causing them to instinctively recoil. Perhaps feeling that such a retreat undermined their divine stature, they halted after a step back. Jebet positioned himself protectively before the Kaioshin, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What manner of being is this, Lord Kaioshin?" The Kaioshin pondered deeply for a moment before responding, "If I am not mistaken, This is a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans. Just then, a ferocious roar interrupted their conversation. Trunks' body contorted wildly, transforming into a massive black-furred great ape. Now before the Kaioshin stood both a golden great ape and a black-furred one, each exuding an imposing aura. Jebbet placed a hand on the Kaioshin, appearing ready to flee at a moment's notice. They exchanged knowing glances, both nervously swallowing, silent as they observed Gohan and Trunks. Gohan remained vigilant, scrutinizing the transformed Trunks. He was uncertain whether Trunks would retain his intellect in this state. If Trunks were to succumb to madness, Gohan had already devised a plan to incapacitate him. At that moment, the black-furred great ape Trunks turned to Gohan and mumbled, "Gohan, I think I've also become a monster, just with a different color." Hearing Trunks speak, Gohan let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I won't have to resort to violence," he chuckled. "Congratulations, Trunks. You've transformed into a great ape while retaining your intellect, truly the mark of Saiyan royalty." He then cast a glance at Trunks' lower half. "Ah," Trunks yelped, hastily covering himself. Retorting, "You shouldn't talk, Gohan. Yours is even bigger than mine." Gohan burst into laughter. "We should leave this place quickly. It feels like we're being watched by two perverts." Gohan, "Indeed, we are both covered in fur." Gohan, Chapter 032, A Further Transformation? You make a valid point. But the fur I speak of is not that kind of fur. What kind of fur, then? Shut up. Thud. Gohan lightly tapped Trunks on the head. The two differently colored great apes swiftly departed, leaving the King Kai and Jebbet in a state of confusion amidst the swirling winds. Observing the direction in which the great apes had vanished, Jebbet inquired, "Lord King Kai, what shall we do now?" King Kai Asen replied, "It is said that Saiyans lose their reason upon transforming into great apes. Yet these two were able to communicate, indicating they are not mere Saiyans." Jebbet questioned, "What else could they be if not ordinary Saiyans?" King Kai explained, "They may possess the royal bloodline of the Saiyan lineage. As far as I know, planet Vegeta, where the Saiyans resided, was destroyed by Frieza several decades ago. Only a handful of Saiyans managed to escape due to being off-planet on missions, including the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. These two Saiyans are likely descendants of Prince Vegeta." Jebbet further pondered, "But why do the Saiyans possess such formidable strength?" The aura of that golden monkey was truly terrifying. I felt that a mere finger from it could crush me. King Kai remarked, "The Saiyans are a rare warrior race in the universe. It is said they can transform into the legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan. Frieza feared the emergence of Super Saiyans, which is why he annihilated planet Vegeta. However, about 15 years ago, Frieza was slain by a Saiyan named Son Goku. This Son Goku is the prodigious warrior capable of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Moreover, he was the Saiyan who was exiled to Earth as a child. This planet is Earth, so it follows that those two great apes, if not Goku and Vegeta themselves, must certainly be closely related to them. It is astonishing to realize how powerful the Saiyans have become. I, as the King Kai, truly feel like a frog at the bottom of a well." After a lengthy discourse, King Kai sighed and lowered his head. Jebbet hastily reassured him, "Lord King Kai, please do not say that. No matter how strong the Saiyans may be, they are still mortals, while you are the mightiest deity in this universe." "That may be so, but I feel rather ineffectual." King Kai continued. Jebbet then shifted the topic. "Lord King Kai, what should we do now? Should we continue to track those two?" King Kai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us refrain. They clearly do not wish for us to follow, as evidenced by their departure. Pursuing them would only incite their displeasure. I sense they harbor no ill intent towards us. They are more allies than adversaries. Thus, we should avoid provoking them. Jebbet, let us inspect the seal of Majin Buu. It has been several millennia since our last visit." "Yes, Lord King Kai." Jebbet nodded in agreement, placing a hand on King Kai's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished. In a secluded, deep valley, Gohan and Trunks, having reverted to their human forms, frolicked in the river, splashing water joyfully. After swimming, they emerged, donned their robust battle suits, and each caught a massive crocodile, gutting it and roasting it over a fire. Having transformed into great apes earlier, they were in dire need of sustenance. In less than half an hour, the delectable aroma of the crocodile meat attracted a multitude of adorable creatures. The brothers tossed some meat chunks to them, while the remainder was devoured by the two of them. Sated, they sat on a large rock, patting their full bellies. Trunks, rubbing his stomach, exclaimed, "Ah, being full is truly delightful. I believe nothing surpasses the happiness of a good meal." Gohan clapped his hands and stood up. "Now that we are well fed, let us proceed with our experimentation." "Indeed, let us," Trunks replied. With that, the two ascended from the valley and arrived at an expansive grassland. They transformed with a resounding blast into their Super Saiyan forms and gazed up at the moon. Thump thump, thump thump. The rhythmic beating of their hearts echoed like war drums as the brothers morphed once more into golden great apes. However, unlike the previous occasion, they no longer had to worry about their attire. The battlesuits crafted by Bulma were indeed worthy of praise. Their remarkable elasticity was unparalleled. Even in their 25-meter great ape forms, the suits fit comfortably, allowing for ease of movement without any hindrance. The quality was simply unbeatable. With a knowing glance exchanged between them, Gohan and Trunks engaged in a playful tussle, sending dust and debris swirling around them as the winds howled fiercely. After a brief skirmish, they paused. Gohan observed, "Indeed, whether transforming into a Super Saiyan first or into a great ape, the final fighting power remains identical, both yielding a 500-fold increase. Furthermore, the speed attained post-transformation was unaffected, surpassing even my speed as a Super Saiyan 2. Simultaneously, Gohan internally compared this state with that of Super Saiyan 3. The increase for Super Saiyan 3 was 400-fold, while the Great Ape Super Saiyan form boasted a 500-fold increase. Clearly, the Great Ape Super Saiyan transformation was superior in this regard. In terms of speed, although the Great Ape Super Saiyan was significantly faster than Super Saiyan 2, it likely still fell short of the speed achieved in Super Saiyan 3. Therefore, Super Saiyan 3 was somewhat swifter. Regarding endurance, the energy consumption for the Great Ape Super Saiyan was not substantial, resembling that of Super Saiyan 2, offering a high cost-performance ratio. Reflecting on Goku's astonishingly draining Super Saiyan 3, Gohan believed the Great Ape Super Saiyan form could excel in this aspect. Of course, it was also possible that Goku's Super Saiyan 3 state was not fully mastered, hence the excessive energy expenditure. On this matter, Gohan chose to remain observant. As for defensive capabilities, the Great Ape Super Saiyan's resilience was unparalleled, boasting an almost divine level of defense, far surpassing that of the diminutive Super Saiyan 3. However, the shortcomings of the Great Ape Super Saiyan were evident. Speed and appearance were one aspect. Primarily, the transformation depended on the Blutz waves emitted by a full moon. Although Bulma, during the GT saga, was able to create devices that could generate over 1700 W of Blutz waves, evidently, such conditions were not currently feasible. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to relay this concept to Bulma for her to construct in advance. Additionally, there was another solution to this dilemma, the Saiyan's secret technique, the artificial full moon. Vegeta could generate an artificial full moon using his own energy and oxygen. Although this skill would deplete a portion of the user's energy, its effect was indistinguishable from that of a natural full moon. However, neither Gohan nor Trunks possessed this ability, thus marking it as another shortcoming. Trunks inquired, "Gohan, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2 atop your Great Ape form?" Gohan replied with a hint of resignation, "I have already attempted it. It is futile. At least for now, I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps my foundation is not yet solid enough." Trunks suggested, "Why not first transform into Super Saiyan 2 and then proceed to transform into a Great Ape?" Gohan mused, "We could try, but I have a premonition that it is unlikely to succeed." Indeed, after reverting from the Great Ape form, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and gazed up at the full moon in an attempt to change. Yet, the familiar sensation returned once more. His eyes, after absorbing the brilliance of the Blutz waves, flickered momentarily, as if jolted by electricity. Almost immediately, a tingling sensation coursed through his entire being. Although his heart raced with fervor and his blood surged, he found himself unable to transform into the golden Great Ape, and his combat power did not exhibit any significant enhancement. Transformation failure. Chapter 033, The Kaioshin Returns. In the recesses of his past life's memory, a certain notion lingered. It was said that when the golden Great Ape regained its sanity and bore the might of the Great Ape within a human form, that would herald the arrival of the Super Saiyan 4. Yet now, Son Gohan, born of the ape, felt a deep sense of regret. Despite maintaining a lucid state, he could not revert from the golden Great Ape form to his human guise, nor could he attain the visage of the Super Saiyan 4. It felt as though something vital was amiss, resulting in his transformation as failure. Undeterred, Son Gohan considered this a natural occurrence. After all, he had only recently been reborn. There was still a long journey ahead. Nothing could be achieved overnight, nor could one ascend to the pinnacle of the universe in a single day. The legendary protagonists he had witnessed in his previous life, those who signed contracts in the womb and emerged to vanquish deities, were fated to remain beyond his reach in this life. The only assets he possessed were his foresight and relentless perseverance. An hour later, Son Gohan and Trunks resumed their human forms. They restrained themselves from gazing at the full moon above, for fear of enduring yet another round of transformation, which would negate their chance for sleep that night. After a night of turmoil, both were utterly exhausted. Trunks, desiring to stay, decided to spend the night at Son Gohan's home. The brothers, rubbing their eyes, reached the doorstep just as the previously vanished Kaioshin and Jebit materialized before them once more. Trunks eyed these peculiar figures warily, his fists clenched in preparation to confront them. In contrast, Son Gohan merely yawned, betraying no surprise, for he had anticipated the return of the Kaioshin and Jebit. Fearing that Son Gohan might dismiss them outright upon their arrival, the Kaioshin hurriedly spoke. I apologize for intruding, esteemed ones. I am the Kaioshin of this universe and bear no ill intent. I simply wish to befriend you. May I? Jebit, witnessing the Kaioshin's uncharacteristic humility, felt a twinge of displeasure yet remained powerless to act. Son Gohan, of course, recognized the Kaioshin. His appearance and attire were unmistakable. Casting a glance at him, Son Gohan stifled a yawn and replied, I understand. However, I am exceedingly tired today. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Is this how we bid farewell? Jebit was incredulous, having anticipated a more profound acknowledgement given the Kaioshin's revealed identity. The Kaioshin quickly interjected, smiling. Very well, you may rest. We shall return tomorrow. Please do not come too early. The afternoon would suffice. Agreed, Son Gohan affirmed. The Kaioshin grasped Jebit's arm, and they swiftly departed. As they vanished, Trunks, still bewildered, turned to Son Gohan and inquired, Gohan, who exactly are those two? Didn't I just say? The Kaioshin, Son Gohan replied. A god? Is he akin to Danny brother? Trunks pressed on. Trunks, I am truly exhausted. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Farewell. With that, Son Gohan disregarded him, stepping into his bedroom, clothes still on, and promptly succumbed to slumber. Trunks pondered the hierarchy of divinity, questioning whether the Supreme Kai or the Kaioshin held greater significance. The Kaioshin remained silent for a moment, then turned to Jebit, saying, Jebit, please investigate what has transpired on Earth in recent years. Additionally, look into the identities of those two Saiyans. Understood, my lord, Jebit acknowledged, departing to fulfill his duty. The following morning, Son Gohan awakened at 8 o'clock, discovering Trunks still curled up on the sofa. He kicked him awake, asking, Why aren't you sleeping in the bedroom? Is the sofa more comfortable? Trunks rubbed his drowsy eyes, appearing dazed for several seconds before responding. I was thinking about something last night and dozed off here. Thinking? About what? Son Gohan inquired, puzzled. I was contemplating whether the Supreme Kai or the Kaioshin is more powerful. I couldn't figure it out all night, Trunks confessed, still perplexed about the hierarchy of their divine standings. The Kaioshin is superior to the Supreme Kai. Son Gohan provided the answer. Really? I thought Danny brother was more formidable. Trunks mused. Stop pondering and hurry to wash up. Son Gohan urged him onward. They quickly grabbed a bite to eat before soaring toward West City. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, Son Gohan's first request to Bulma was to create a device capable of emitting Blutz waves. Bulma, bewildered by the term, was at a loss. Son Gohan proceeded to explain the principles behind the Saiyan transformation into a great ape. Only then did Bulma grasp the concept, agreeing to allocate time to construct the Blutz wave emitter. Bulma, Auntie, has the spaceship's energy been fully charged? Son Gohan asked. Not yet, but it has reached 80%. It's nearly there, Bulma replied. Let us set the spaceship charging aside for now and focus on the Blutz wave emitter. Son Gohan suggested. Oh, why? Bulma inquired, taken aback. 80% energy is sufficient, and I have discovered a better method. You can concentrate on the emitter and the time machine, Son Gohan explained. A better method? What could possibly replace a spaceship? Bulma questioned, though she refrained from pressing further. Not long after lunch, Videl arrived again. This time, Son Gohan refrained from teaching her anything, allowing her to practice her flight techniques on the grass. Videl smiled at Son Gohan before happily immersing herself in her training. Son Gohan wasted no time, entering the gravity chamber and setting the gravity to 500 times normal. He completed 1,000 push-ups with a single finger as a warm-up before embarking on his daily training regimen that lasted over 2 hours. When he exited the chamber, Videl had already left, and in her place awaited the Kaioshin and Jebit. Upon their initial meeting, the Kaioshin beamed, Mr. Gohan, we meet again. Yes, greetings. Son Gohan welcomed them with a smile. He then led the Kaioshin and Jebit to a dessert shop, where he ordered several servings of sweets and chilled beverages from the robotic server. As they ate and conversed, the Kaioshin and Jebit initially hesitated to partake in such mortal fare, but Son Gohan's enthusiasm proved irresistible, and they soon indulged heartily. Watching them savor the delicacies with unrefined delight, Son Gohan nodded in satisfaction, silently affirming that Earth's cuisine was unrivaled in the universe. Such accolades were not mere hyperbole. Observing their enjoyment, Son Gohan inquired, Kaioshin, what brings you to seek my company? The Kaioshin quickly wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth, regaining his composure, and replied, as I mentioned last night, I wish to befriend you, Mr. Gohan. Son Gohan regarded him with a knowing glance and remarked, "It seems the Kaioshin has done his homework since returning." "Ah, what do you mean by that?" the Kaioshin asked, surprised. "Quite simply, the Kaioshin didn't even know my name last night," Son Gohan pointed out. The Kaioshin wore an embarrassed smile, his divine authority seemingly diminished in that moment. Noting the Kaioshin's discomfort, Son Gohan chose not to press the matter, instead saying, "It is an honor to befriend the Kaioshin. I apologize for my fatigue last night." The Kaioshin was taken aback, feeling a surge of unexpected esteem. Last night, Son Gohan was not quite like this. That demeanor of his, as if repelling others from a great distance, had somewhat startled him. He never anticipated that today he would exhibit such amiability. "Ah, no worries. Rest is indeed of paramount importance." I assent that so? Since, as friends, I have treated you to such delectable cuisine, might you offer a token of gratitude? Perhaps a greeting gift of sorts?" Son Gohan chuckled. The King Kai and Jebbet found themselves momentarily bewildered. A greeting gift? What is that? Is it customary among mortals to present gifts upon meeting? Well, upon contemplation, it does seem plausible. There exists a saying among humans that speaks to the principle of reciprocity in gifts. Chapter 034, The Bet. But what should they offer? The King Kai was at a loss. As a deity, he possessed an abundance of items at his disposal. Ahem. Son Gohan cleared his throat, and then spoke. "Lord King Kai, to be candid, I wish to learn Jebbet's instant transmission." The King Kai and Jebbet were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. They had not anticipated that Son Gohan would know Jebbet's name, let alone mention his signature technique. After all, he had only witnessed Jebbet utilize instant transmission twice. How could this be? Furthermore, they had no recollection of introducing Jebbet's name to him. Thus, the only conclusion was that Son Gohan had long been aware of their existence. A chilling realization indeed. Who is the true deity here? Yet, despite their shock, the King Kai quickly regained his composure and replied, "Mr. Gohan, I'm afraid that is not feasible. It is not that Jebbet is unwilling to teach you, but rather that his instant transmission is bound by certain limitations. It cannot be learned by those who are not his attendants." "Oh, is that so?" Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise. In truth, he had long coveted Jebbet's ability. The instant transmission of Jebbet was leagues apart from that of Yardrat. The latter required one to lock onto the target's energy signature to execute the technique, whereas Jebbet's instant transmission was devoid of such constraints. Jebbet could teleport anywhere, as long as there was a destination in mind. This meant that Jebbet could instantly reach any planet or location under the King Kai's jurisdiction, rendering it a true divine skill. Yet, to think it was unattainable, that felt like an immense loss to Son Gohan. Alas, what a pity. The King Kai continued, "Yes, that is indeed the divine art. One must possess the divine aura to wield it." Divine aura? Son Gohan's eyes gleamed, and he inquired, "Are you suggesting that possessing divine aura would enable learning?" He recalled a method to acquire divine aura, though it would be a Herculean challenge for him at this moment. The King Kai responded, "That is merely one of the requirements. There are others." "Crap," Son Gohan sighed. "Well, never mind then. It seems our fates are too tenuous. I shall see if another opportunity arises in the future." The King Kai added, "If Mr. Gohan wishes to learn instant transmission, I know of a planet where this skill can be acquired. Though it may not be as formidable as Jebbet's, it is still quite commendable." Son Gohan remarked, "You are referring to the technique of Yardrat, aren't you?" "I am aware of that." The King Kai exclaimed, "I am surprised that Mr. Gohan knows of Yardrat's existence. I must have spoken too freely. To be candid with you, Lord King Kai, my deceased father mastered that technique, which is why I am familiar with Yardrat." The King Kai's eyes widened in understanding. "Ah, that makes sense." Subsequently, Son Gohan called for the robot to bring forth several new dishes, urging the King Kai to eat while continuing to inquire, "Lord King Kai, what is the hardest metal in this world?" The King Kai pondered for a moment before responding. "The hardest metal, you say? It should be vibranium. This metal is likely the most resilient in the universe." "Oh, could I see it?" "Of course," the King Kai replied, gesturing in the air, conjuring a fist-sized black cube that materialized in his palm. "Here." He handed the vibranium to Son Gohan. As Son Gohan accepted it, he was astonished to find that this seemingly small piece weighed several hundred pounds. The density was utterly astounding. He flicked it with his finger, producing a dull thud. Indeed, it was remarkably hard. Such a metal might be of use to Bulma. It appears quite impressive. Lord King Kai, could you spare me a bit more?" "I wish to study this metal," Son Gohan said. "Certainly, I shall obtain more for you shortly. However, if I were to produce it now, this room might not withstand the weight," the King Kai replied. "Very well, thank you, Lord King Kai. No need for thanks. We are friends, after all. It is but a trifling matter." "Lord King Kai, what about the sharpest sword in the world? Do you know what it is?" The King Kai contemplated before answering. "Well, The sharpest sword should be the Kai's sword from the sacred land. You wouldn't want it for yourself, would you, Mr. Gohan? Son Gohan laughed heartily. Huh? You've seen right through me. Your insight is commendable. I am in awe. The King Kai remarked. To be frank, even if I wished to give you that sword, it would be an exercise in futility. Son Gohan feigned ignorance. Oh? How so? The King Kai sighed. To be candid, while this sword currently resides on King Kai's planet, it has been sealed for over 70 million years, and no one has been able to draw it. Impossible. I refuse to believe it, Son Gohan asserted directly. The King Kai insisted. Mr. Gohan, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Every King Kai throughout history has attempted to draw this sealed sword, yet none have succeeded. Jebbet chimed in. Indeed, I can attest to that. I too have attempted to draw the Kai sword, but it proved futile. Even the King Kai has tried, and there was not the slightest movement. Thus, it is improbable that anyone could draw that sword. Son Gohan chuckled. Have you considered a particular question? What question? Jebbet inquired. Your powers are insufficient. That is why you cannot draw the Kai sword. The King Kai, Jebbet, the two were left speechless. Must you be so blunt? They felt as though they were suffocating. Son Gohan confidently declared, I would be more than willing to assist you with this task. I am certain I can draw that sword. Jebbet became agitated. I don't believe it. That is impossible. Neither he nor the King Kai were convinced. While it was conceivable that he was weaker, the ranks of the King Kai were not devoid of formidable beings. These deities had certainly tried to draw the Kai sword. East Kai, West Kai, South Kai, North Kai, one generation after another. Countless King Kais had attempted to draw this divine sword, yet all had failed. Hence, it must not relate to strength. Son Gohan smirked, his demeanor playful as he proposed. How about we make a wager? If I can draw the Kai sword, then it shall be mine. Huh? The King Kai raised an eyebrow, responding with a serious tone. And if you cannot draw it? If I fail? You may do as you please with me. Son Gohan replied with unwavering conviction. Very well, it is settled then, the King Kai proclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. He was elated, firmly believing that Son Gohan would never manage to draw the Kai sword. This meant that henceforth, Son Gohan would be obliged to heed his commands. The thought of wielding such a powerful ally was a delightful fantasy. What need did he have to fear Majin Buu? Bring it on, Majin Buu. Huh, even if Son Gohan were to indeed draw the sword, what of it? Simply present it to him as a gift. After all, the King of all gods' sword has been sealed in the sacred grounds for over 70 million years. Its existence or absence is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he genuinely wishes to behold the nature of this legendary sword. Is it truly the preeminent divine blade of the world? Yet to this day, the King of all gods and Jebbet remain skeptical that Gohan can extract the sword. A wager has been made, promising delight for both parties. Chapter 035. Inaccessible, utterly unreachable. The mere King of all gods' sword? Surely I can draw it forth. Gohan thought confidently. With his current prowess, he surpasses the Gohan who struggled to achieve Super Saiyan 2 by a considerable margin. There is no reason why that individual could succeed where he cannot. If that were the case, what motivation would he have to train? He might as well abandon all effort. Gohan smiled and declared, it's a promise. The King of all gods and Jebbet indulged in their food, their minds calculating with glee. After a moment, the King of all gods inquired, when does Mr. Gohan intend to draw the King of all gods' sword? Why were these two so anxious? Gohan, observing their demeanor, found it amusing and replied, I shall go shortly. He then continued, Lord King, do you have any other swords apart from the King of all gods' sword? My brother would also like a sword. The King of all gods recalled Trunks and responded, of course, I have another sword. It is called the Sword of Heroes, which bestows immense confidence and courage upon its wielder. It is indeed a rare and magnificent blade, and I am certain he will appreciate it. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, and a long sword materialized within it. He presented it to Gohan. Gohan accepted the sword, drawing it from its sheath with a resonant clang. A fine sword indeed. The blade was remarkably sharp, glinting with a cold light. Gohan was immediately enamored, and he was certain Trunks would feel the same. Although he had previously sought a sword from the North Kai, it had yet to arrive. Moreover, the item produced by the King of all gods would undoubtedly be of superior quality. There was little reason to wait idly for that other sword. Clang. The sword returned to its sheath. Gohan smiled and said, Thank you, Lord King of all gods. As he spoke, he stored the Sword of Heroes away. Moments later, the King of all gods presented him with a substantial block of adamantine steel, weighing several tons. Gohan requested that the King of all gods and Jebbet wait for him at the dessert shop, while he took the long sword and adamantine steel to find Bulma. Upon seeing Gohan return with the massive piece of metal, Bulma inquired curiously, Gohan, what is this? Gohan truthfully replied, This is something I obtained from the King of all gods. It is said to be the hardest metal in the universe. As he spoke, He set the adamant and steel down in the yard. The ground immediately sank significantly, leaving Bulma momentarily speechless. The hardest metal? Bulma approached with curiosity and tapped it, sending a jolt of pain through her hand. Ouch! She gasped. I've never seen such a material. It must not exist on Earth. Gohan explained. This metal is not only hard but also possesses a high density. A piece the size of my fist weighs around 500 to 600 pounds. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression akin to that of a discoverer of new lands. Fresh novelties always captured her interest. Upon entering the house, Gohan placed the long sword on the table and asked, Aunt Bulma, where has Trunks gone? This sword is for him. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bulma attempted to lift the sword from the table but found it immovable despite her efforts. Breathing heavily, she said, Trunks went to East City to help. To East City? What is he doing there? Gohan asked, puzzled. Bulma explained, well, Biddy called just now, saying there was a serious incident in a town over there that she was struggling to handle. She wanted to ask for your help, but since you have guests, I sent Trunks instead. Gohan responded, what is going on? Do you all have contact information? Why don't I? Oh, right, I don't have a mobile phone. So it's nothing. An incident that Biddy can't handle? What happened? Gohan furrowed his brow. Among ordinary people, Biddy's combat prowess is already at the pinnacle. If she couldn't manage the situation, it couldn't be anything less than extraterrestrial trouble. Bulma said, it seems the mayor's daughter was kidnapped by a 100-meter-tall gorilla. The gorilla has taken the mayor's daughter to the rooftop of a building, confronting the forces of the kingdom. Gohan exclaimed, what a familiar plot. Is this a scene from King Kong? Rolling his eyes, he added, since Trunks is already there, that little gorilla won't cause much trouble. Aunt Bulma, please pass this sword on to him. I must visit the king of all gods on King Kai's planet. Bulma paused for a moment and asked, to King Kai's planet? When will you be back? At the shortest, a day. At the longest, 2 or 3 days. It won't be long. Well, okay then. Thus, Gohan hitched a ride with Jebbit directly to the realm of the king of all gods. Consequently, Gohan became the first mortal to tread upon the sacred grounds of the king of all gods in several tens of millions of years. In the realm of the king of all gods, the sky was a pristine blue, vibrant spiritual flora abounded, and the gentle breeze was infused with rich, ethereal energy. Gohan felt every pore in his body open, greedily absorbing the fresh air. With such abundant spiritual energy, even mortals could extend their lifespan here, and cultivators would find their training immensely more effective. Truly, it was the sacred domain of the divine. In a certain town of East City, a 100-meter-tall gorilla squatted atop a skyscraper, clutching a little girl, its fierce gaze fixed upon the helicopters buzzing overhead. To it, those helicopters were merely bothersome flies. Humph. What's the matter? Is it wrong for it to have taken a liking to a human girl and wished to make her its wife? Haven't they long since championed the freedom to love? How infuriating for an ape to grapple with such narrow-minded humans. It simply could not comprehend, not at all. The girl in the gorilla's grasp appeared merely 13 or 14, with shoulder-length black hair and large, sparkling eyes, looking quite lovely. At that moment, she was crying pitifully, her expression one of utter distress, yet she continued to attempt communication with the gorilla. Please, Mr. Gorilla, let me go back, okay? Look at our size difference. We really are not a suitable match. I beg you. The gorilla, speaking human language, emitted a foul breath that nearly caused the girl to faint. No. My father said I must bravely pursue true love, and I will not give up. I fell in love with you at first sight, and wish for you to be my wife. I will cherish you well. I understand. You are testing my resolve. Aren't you? Perhaps your father wants you to pursue a female gorilla? I am human, and we are different species. How can we be together? Please let me go. We truly have no future. Despite her youth, the girl spoke with clarity, her voice tinged with tears, yet remarkably composed. However, the gorilla shook its head and insisted. My father also said that true love can transcend age and species. I believe you will come to love me in time. The girl rolled her eyes, internally cursing the foolish gorilla, yet replied, you are so large, and I am so small. We cannot have children. Huh, why not? Are you lying to me? The gorilla asked, astonished. Why would I lie to you? Chapter 036, My Mayor Father. As for the reason she could not bear children, she was, in truth, unaware. Yet, she recalled events from a distant past. Her elder had once told her that to conceive, a man and a woman must share a bed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have offspring. With the gorilla being so immense and she so diminutive, how could they possibly share a bed? Thus, the prospect of having children was rendered impossible. The memories weighed heavily on her, causing a melancholic expression to cross the young girl's face. At that moment, a voice emanated from a helicopter above. Xiaowu, can you hear me? It's your father. I have come to rescue you. Do not be afraid. I will bring you to safety. A man with graying hair, visibly anxious, shouted through a megaphone. Father? The girl tilted her head upwards towards the helicopter. Though she could not discern which helicopter the voice belonged to, a warm sensation enveloped her, alleviating her fear. Although this man was not her biological father, he cared for her deeply, as if she were his own child. Yes, he was her adoptive father, the town mayor. Did you hear that? My father has come to rescue me, she declared to the gorilla. The gorilla, oblivious to her words, remained fixated. Are you truly unwilling to be my wife? Xiao Wu vehemently shook her head. I refuse. Please let me go. If you release me, I will plead with them to allow you to leave safely. That is not an option. Your unwillingness does not matter. I will take you with me, the gorilla asserted, grasping her tightly and rising to its full height. Its colossal form towered over the building. As it stood, the entire structure creaked ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse. The gorilla glared at the helicopters above, visibly displeased. What bothersome flies? With one hand clutching Xiao Wu, it swatted at the aircraft above. The gigantic hand descended like a darkened sky, prompting the helicopters to hastily retreat. Subsequently, the gorilla leapt from the rooftop, striding away with thunderous steps. Thud, thud, thud. Each footfall left deep impressions, resounding like an earthquake. Several humans perished under its massive weight. The helicopters above could not simply allow it to abscond with a hostage and promptly pursued it. Angered by the audacity of these humans, the gorilla roared. With a furious bellow, it struck at the planes, one unfortunate helicopter being hit in the tail, spiraling down amidst plumes of smoke. This is bad. Billalai, standing atop a building, paced anxiously. Though she had mastered the art of flight, her speed was limited, and she could not hope to match the gargantuan gorilla in strength. Why, she wondered, had Trunks not yet arrived? Was he delayed by some unforeseen circumstance? As she watched the smoke-laden helicopter plummet, her anxiety deepened. Just then, a figure wreathed in flames pierced the battlefield from the distance. Trunks had finally arrived. At last, Billalai sighed in relief. In a flash, Trunks positioned himself beneath the stricken helicopter. He raised it with ease, guiding it safely to the ground before tearing off the door and vanishing once more. The pilot jumped from the aircraft, wide-eyed and astonished, gazing in disbelief at the direction Trunks had departed. Was he a mere man or a deity? In that moment, Billalai, holding a microphone, issued a command. Attention all teams, attention all teams. Our reinforcements have arrived. Cease rescue operations immediately and allow him to take charge. She understood that both Gohan and Trunks were super warriors, possessing capabilities beyond comprehension. There was no need for anyone to assist them. Merely refraining from complicating matters would suffice. Or else it would only hinder the rescue and increase casualties. The rescue teams complied, stepping back and no longer pursuing the gorilla. Their original mission had merely been to buy time, and they were understandably intimidated by the gargantuan creature. Trunks, now a streak of white light, swiftly positioned himself in front of the gorilla. The gorilla, perceiving this diminutive human as an obstacle, glared with fury, its enormous hand poised to strike. No! Xiao Wu cried out. Yet, the gorilla, unyielding, unleashed its wrath without hesitation. Full force. Eliminate the interloper. A shocking scene unfolded. The massive gorilla was sent hurtling backward, its posterior flipping skyward, landing in a disheveled heap. How could this be? The colossal creature, towering over 100 meters, sat up, astonished, as it beheld Trunks, who stood unwavering in the air. This boy had not been crushed by its palm. Instead, its own arm was shattered. How could this be possible? Its hand was several times larger than that of the boy. This was illogical, entirely unfathomable. Its father had never informed it of such a scenario. The beast, ultimately still a beast with limited intellect, roared in agony as the searing pain in its arm ignited its ferocity, bellowing at Trunks. Xiao Wu, dizzy from the tumultuous events, was equally astounded to see Trunks standing unscathed while the gorilla was the one injured. This is utterly incredible. The scene before her evoked memories of Goku from many years ago. Right, Goku? This boy also bore a tail. Was he not a kindred spirit? In that instant, hope ignited within her. Trunks, observing the rampaging gorilla, coldly remarked, Big fellow, your roars are futile. You carry the scent of blood. You have killed, and thus, I shall end your life. Roar. Die. Die. The gorilla, consumed by madness, paid no heed to these words and charged once more at Trunks. Yet, even in its fury, it clutched Xiao Wu tightly, an inexplicable obsession driving its actions. With each thunderous step, the ground trembled beneath the colossal gorilla, dust swirling in its wake. Trunks brought his fingers together, condensing energy, and in an instant, unleashed a beam of power from his fingertips that obliterated the gorilla's head. As its skull exploded, the gorilla's legs buckled, and its body fell forward. In its rush, the force of inertia caused it to fling Xiao Wu forward as if she were a projectile. Ah! Xiao Wu cried out, shutting her eyes in terror. In a flash, Trunks surged forward, intercepting her midair. Do not scream, he urged. As she opened her eyes, she found herself cradled in Trunks' embrace, her face flushing with embarrassment. You are safe now. The gorilla has been defeated, Trunks assured her. Thank you, Xiao Wu stammered, stealing a glance at Trunks' face. There is no need for gratitude. I was merely assisting my sister, he replied, then soared towards Billalai with Xiao Wu in his arms. Soon, Trunks located Billalai and gently set Xiao Wu down. Sister Billalai, I have fulfilled my promise and completed the task, he said with a smile. Billalai glanced at the unharmed Xiao Wu and replied, Thank you, Trunks. If it were not for you, we would have been at a loss. It was a trivial matter. Trunks replied, How about this? Allow me to treat you to a grand feast. Then I will apply to the police station for a bonus for you. Although I know you certainly do not lack this sum of money, it is the only thing I can do as your sister. Moreover, this is money you earned yourself. All right, then I shall indulge in a grand feast, Trunks chuckled. May I join you for the meal? I will cover the expenses, stammered Xiao Wu from the side. Chapter 037, The Sword of the Supreme Kai. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Son Gohan, the Supreme Kai, and Jebbet soared side by side, heading towards the sealed location of the Supreme Kai sword. Jebbet, with his hands clasped behind his back, floated in the center, his expression somewhat haughty as he proclaimed, The realm of the Supreme Kai is indeed a sacred ground. Even the Kais and the Grand Kai have never set foot here, let alone humans. Mr. Gohan is the first human to arrive in this domain. Son Gohan smiled silently, allowing Jebbet to continue his bravado. Otherwise, it would make him quite uncomfortable. After all, doesn't this serve to highlight his own remarkable status? The Supreme Kai, flying alongside Jebbet on his right, remarked, Jebbet speaks true, but Gohan is not an ordinary human. Flying on Jebbet's left, Son Gohan chuckled. Indeed, the realm of the Supreme Kai is worthy of its divine reputation. The scenery is breathtaking, the spiritual energy abundant, and the expanse boundless. It is a pity, however. A pity? What do you mean? Jebbet and the Supreme Kai were puzzled. The Supreme Kai voiced the inquiry. What is the pity? Son Gohan replied with a smile. In such a vast area, saturated with spiritual energy, it is all barren land. How wonderful it would be if we could cultivate it. With such abundant spiritual energy nourishing the crops, the food would undoubtedly be exceptionally delicious. Even livestock raised here would yield more succulent meat. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Perhaps the Supreme Kai might consider this? The Supreme Kai. Jebbet. Is Son Gohan suggesting they should turn into farmers? Please, they are the esteemed Supreme Kai and his attendant, the most noble and powerful deities in the universe. Asking them to farm? That is hardly a jest to be taken lightly. The Supreme Kai awkwardly responded. Let us just forget it. Sigh. I knew it, which is why I said it was a pity, such a splendid place wasted. Mr. Gohan. Farming in a sacred realm would be a desecration of the divine, Jebbet stated. No. It is simply a new venture, a perfect utilization of resources. After a brief flight, a vast lake appeared before them. In the center of the lake stood a mountain peak, rising several meters above the water surface. The trio descended from the sky, landing atop the mountain. The summit was not wide, roughly 5 or 6 square meters, but it was flat and covered in lush grass. Upon gazing up, Son Gohan discovered the sealed Supreme Kai sword at the center of the mountain peak. Although it was called the Supreme Kai sword, only the hilt was visible above the ground, with the blade completely buried beneath the earth. The three approached the sword, stepping on the soft grass. The Supreme Kai pointed at the hilt and stated the obvious, Mr. Gohan, this is the Supreme Kai sword. Son Gohan crouched down, brushing aside the grass to examine it closely. The Supreme Kai continued, this sword has been sealed here for over 75 million years. As far as I know, no one has ever managed to draw it. Since you desire this sword, Mr. Gohan, why not give it a try and see if you can pull it out? There are rumors that the one who can draw the Supreme Kai sword will gain immense power, becoming the mightiest warrior in the universe. If Mr. Gohan cannot draw it, then he must honor the agreement. Son Gohan flashed an OK sign and marveled at the sword. After 75 million years, the hilt appears as fresh as new. It seems the old Supreme Kai is quite the neat freak. What? The Supreme Kai expressed confusion over this remark. All right, could you both please stand aside? I will give it a try, Son Gohan stated as he rose to his feet. Very well. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet retreated to the side, wearing expressions of anticipation. Son Gohan understood that, in his normal state, he would likely be unable to draw the sword, so without further ado, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a resounding boom, golden hair and azure eyes erupted forth, a tempest of energy swirling around him. Is this the Super Saiyan form? Such powerful energy. Although it was not as formidable as his great ape transformation from the previous night, it was still an impressive display. The duo watched in astonishment, as it was their first encounter with a Super Saiyan, and they found it utterly fascinating. Son Gohan grinned, steadied himself before the hilt, stretched his limbs, then bent down to grasp the hilt firmly, channeling his strength into his arms. In mere seconds, the ground cracked beneath him, and the Supreme Kai sword was pulled upwards by over 20 centimeters. The Supreme Kai was astounded. How is this possible? Jebbet stared in disbelief. The Supreme Kai sword, which had not been moved for tens of millions of years, was effortlessly drawn. What on earth? Do they not care for their dignity? Both the Supreme Kai and Jebbet felt as though they were in a dream, utterly surreal. With a surge of determination, Son Gohan pulled upwards with all his might, and the entire Supreme Kai sword was extracted. It was far easier than he had anticipated. However, he had to admit that it was exceedingly heavy. If the sword given to Trunks by the Supreme Kai weighed 1, then the Supreme Kai sword was surely over 10,000. Even with Son Gohan's remarkable strength, wielding it was not as effortless as he had hoped. Unbelievable, it truly has been drawn. This is astounding, the Supreme Kai stammered, questioning his own existence. Jebbet hastily inquired, Mr. Gohan, how does it feel? Have you sensed that immense power? Not at all, but I must say, this sword is incredibly heavy, Son Gohan replied candidly. How heavy can a sword be? Jebbet questioned. Don't believe me? Why not give it a try? Son Gohan offered, gripping the blade with one hand and extending it towards Jebbet, a teasing smile adorning his face. All right, I shall give it a go. Jebbet, not thinking much of it, reached out to grasp the hilt of the Supreme Kai sword. As he took hold of the hilt, Son Gohan released his grip. The immense weight of the Supreme Kai sword suddenly bore down on Jebbet's hands. With a scream, Jebbet found the sword crashing to the ground, causing the earth to sink deeply, and the mountain trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Jebbet's face turned pale as his arm dislocated from the strain. The Supreme Kai was left bewildered. What sort of ungodly weight is this? It is utterly ridiculous. Jebbet quickly cast a healing spell upon himself, resetting his arm to normal. Gazing at the sword embedded in the ground, Jebbet was filled with dread, not daring to attempt to lift it again. Is this merely a matter of being heavy? His eyes glistened with tears. Son Gohan chuckled. I told you it was a bit heavy, but you didn't believe me. He bent down to retrieve the sword, lest the mountain soon succumb to its weight. Does the Supreme Kai wish to give it a try? Son Gohan inquired. The Supreme Kai shook his head vigorously. No. I shall not attempt it. What a joke. My strength is merely comparable to Jebbet's. I have seen his predicament, and do not wish to become the next fool. Ha ha. Very well. Son Gohan laughed heartily, shouldering the sword as he continued. Supreme Kai, may I pose a question? What question? Son Gohan gestured towards the mountain beneath them. If you cannot draw the sword, why not consider blowing up this mountain? If the mountain is destroyed, wouldn't the sword be freed? The Supreme Kai shook his head and said, That is not feasible, Mr. Gohan. This method has been contemplated by predecessors before. But this lake is ensconced with a magical array that safeguards the Supreme Kai sword. Should one attempt to forcefully destroy this peak, the lake will retaliate. Ah, I see. Gohan responded, astonished. He gazed at the vast lake beneath him, surprised to uncover such a concealed secret within it. Chapter 038. The sword shatters, unleashing potential. However, this rationale is sound. After all these years, it is implausible that so many Supreme Kais could be fools. Let us depart from this place, Gohan suggested, ascending into the air. Indeed, the Supreme Kai replied, following suit. Jebbet trailed closely behind. The three soared into the sky. Driven by curiosity, Gohan concentrated and hurled an energy sphere towards the sealed area. Before the Supreme Kai and Jebbet could react, the energy sphere was abruptly deflected back, an astonishing sight. Interesting. Gohan chuckled as he swatted the energy sphere away. It soared off, exploding in the distance with a resounding boom, creating a magnificent mushroom cloud. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet simultaneously thought that indeed, Saiyans are formidable harbingers of destruction. It hasn't been long, and already we are on the verge of restructuring the Supreme Kai realm. Mr. Gohan, do take care. The sacred land cannot withstand such devastation, the Supreme Kai remarked. Somewhat pained. Haha, understood. Once they reached a clearing, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet were particularly eager to witness the prowess of the so-called strongest sword in the universe. Meanwhile, Gohan brandished the long sword with such vigor that it left the Supreme Kai and Jebbet in awe, having just experienced the sword's extraordinary weight. Observing Gohan's effortless swordplay, they couldn't help but think that Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. After a brief display, Gohan soon found himself bored. With a sudden explosion of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gripping the sword by its hilt with one hand and the blade with the other, he twisted forcefully. Curious about Gohan's intentions, the Supreme Kai inquired, Mr. Gohan, what are you attempting to do? Gohan paused and replied, I wish to see if I can break it. Hearing this, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet were taken aback. Indeed, their initial assessment had not been mistaken. Saiyans are terrifying agents of destruction. Just moments after acquiring the universe's strongest sword, Gohan was contemplating how to break it. Unbelievable, Gohan murmured, clenching his fists as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Instantly, his energy surged, his golden hair standing on end, a lock falling over his forehead, crackling with electricity and emitting a sizzling sound. He appeared more formidable and imposing. His aura drastically altered. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet, who had intended to speak, found themselves swallowing their words, their throats dry at the sight of Gohan's transformation. Gohan grasped the Supreme Kai sword once more, his veins bulging as he twisted with all his might. A loud clang resonated, nearly causing the Supreme Kai and Jebbet to leap in shock. It's broken, truly broken? This is madness. How could the universe's strongest Supreme Kai sword shatter so easily? How is this even possible? Isn't this the most formidable sword in the sacred realm? My goodness. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet stared in disbelief at the sword now split into two in Gohan's hands, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an entire egg. Ah, splendid. Gohan exclaimed joyfully, tossing the two broken pieces to the ground. Supreme Kai, this sword's quality is rather subpar. You boasted it was the strongest in the universe. And no, I did not. The Supreme Kai stammered, his mind flooded with images of the shattered sword. Was it merely the sword that had broken? No. It was their faith that had been shattered. At that moment, Gohan noticed the old Supreme Kai had materialized behind the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. A grin crept across Gohan's face. Ah, at last, the legendary opportunity and boon have arrived, the old Supreme Kai intoned, his voice ethereal, as if a specter were whispering. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, causing the Supreme Kai and Jebbet to feel a chill, prompting them to gasp in fright and freeze in place. Turning around, they beheld the skeletal figure of the old Supreme Kai. Staring at his garb, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet exchanged uncertain glances. Old sir, who might you be? The Supreme Kai asked anxiously. The old Supreme Kai clapped his hands and stretched, panting slightly. I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. 15 generations ago? The Supreme Kai and Jebbet exclaimed, dumbfounded. Tracing back, that would place the time frame several tens of millions of years in the past. What an ancient history. They were utterly unaware of such matters. Moreover, from whence did this self-proclaimed old Supreme Kai originate? That remains a mystery. The old Supreme Kai continued, long ago, there existed a malevolent and powerful being who feared my abilities and imprisoned me within that Supreme Kai sword. The Supreme Kai inquired, old ancestor, was it Majin Buu? The old Supreme Kai recalled, no, it was a being far more terrifying than Majin Buu. Is there truly a villain more fearsome than Majin Buu? What transpired next? Old ancestor? The Supreme Kai queried, astonished. The old Supreme Kai coughed lightly. He sealed me within the sword, and after that, I lost track of events. Upon hearing the exchange, Jebbet became excited. So, the old ancestor was a formidable Supreme Kai who was feared by a villain, resulting in your imprisonment. Does that not imply that you are far more powerful than Majin Buu? The old Supreme Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, puffed up with pride. He was not afraid of my strength, but of my ability. I possess a remarkably daunting capability. What is it? What is this terrifying ability? The Supreme Kai and Jebbet's eyes sparkled with interest, eager to bask in the glory of the old ancestor's prowess. The old Supreme Kai huffed, humph. I shall not divulge it to you. You have disappointed me. After being sealed for over 70 million years, it took a mere human to free me. Truly absurd. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet stood like obedient children, their heads bowed in shame. The old ancestor was correct. They were indeed too inept to rescue him. Tilting his head, the old Supreme Kai beckoned Gohan, who had been enjoying the spectacle. You are the one who released me, aren't you? Come forth. Gohan approached with a smile. Yes. I inadvertently broke the sword. Was that truly accidental? The Supreme Kai and Jebbet shot him a glance, and upon seeing the old Supreme Kai's gaze, quickly lowered their heads again. The old Supreme Kai regarded Gohan and sighed. Remarkable. I never imagined that after millions of years, humanity could become so formidable. Truly impressive. Feigning ignorance, Gohan asked, Old sir, what was that terrifying ability you mentioned earlier? The old Supreme Kai replied, if it were those two ungrateful descendants inquiring, I would remain silent. But you, my savior, are worthy of the knowledge. My fearsome ability allows me to unlock anyone's potential, regardless of their prowess, enabling them to transcend their limits and become the most powerful warriors in the universe. Gohan exclaimed, wow, can you help me unleash my potential? It sounds rather impressive. I cannot ascertain its veracity. The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Gohan intently before exclaiming, how could it be false? You dare to question my capabilities? Humph, very well. In light of your assistance, I shall begrudgingly lend you my aid. He then commanded, stand still right here, do not move. You too, quickly step aside. He directed his ire towards the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. Yes, ancestor, they replied, retreating to the side, whispering to one another. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai commenced a peculiar and eccentric ritual around Gohan. Chapter 039. A day of respect for the elders and care for the young. The awakening ceremony was a solitary revelry for the old Supreme Kai. For a full 5 hours, Gohan watched as the old Supreme Kai leaped around him, feeling utterly numbed. He harbored concerns that the old Supreme Kai might collapse after such an exhaustive display. The old Supreme Kai, panting with each movement, was indeed facing a formidable challenge in maintaining such vigor for 5 continuous hours. The Supreme Kai and Jebet, who had been observing for the same duration, appeared dazed, yet felt it would be rude to depart. After all, this was a revered ancestor from 15 generations past. Eventually, the Supreme Kai could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Ancestor, how much longer will this ceremony last?" The old Supreme Kai, maintaining a relentless rhythm around Gohan, curtly replied, "Silence. This is a vital ceremony. Do not interrupt. The entire process takes 5 hours, with power enhancement requiring 20 hours. Ancestor, if it is indeed 5 hours, I believe we have surpassed that time." The Supreme Kai ventured nervously. The old Supreme Kai abruptly halted. "Has it been 5 hours already?" "Indeed, Ancestor," the Supreme Kai confirmed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Jebet, standing nearby, echoed, "Yes, Ancestor, it has indeed exceeded 5 hours." The old Supreme Kai scratched his head and laughed heartily. So it has already surpassed the time. I must be getting old, unable to keep track of time. Gohan thought to himself, if the old Supreme Kai were not old, he would seem quite youthful. "Ahem, young man, please have a seat." "Grandfather, I am Gohan. You may simply call me Gohan," he replied, his throat parched, shaking his numb legs as he settled down. Having refrained from speaking for 5 hours to avoid interrupting the awakening ritual, he was in dire need of moisture. The ordeal was excruciating. He even felt a pressing need to relieve himself. "Sit tight and refrain from speaking," the old Supreme Kai instructed, settling cross-legged opposite Gohan and mumbling incomprehensible incantations. At that moment, Gohan found himself longing for the simplicity of the Grand Elder from Namek, whose method of awakening one's potential was refreshingly straightforward. Just a gentle press on the head sufficed. The disparity between the simplicity of that method and the current experience was akin to comparing a leisurely stroll to a trek through hell. The Supreme Kai and Jebet dared not speak either. They stood like 2 javelins, caught in an agonizing limbo, even more so than Gohan. Time slipped by unnoticed, and eventually, Gohan felt the weight of slumber descend upon him, his eyes fluttering shut as he drifted into a deep sleep. The old Supreme Kai's strange incantations transformed into a soothing lullaby, lulling him into a sweet slumber. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water droplets falling into a lake echoed in his mind, sending ripples of tranquility through his heart. Upon awakening, Gohan opened his eyes to an unprecedented sensation of comfort and an unparalleled sense of calm. He gazed at the old Supreme Kai, still fast asleep before him, and smiled as he rose to his feet. Turning his head, he saw the Supreme Kai and Jebet also observing him. Gohan approached them, and upon his arrival, the Supreme Kai quietly inquired, "Mr. Gohan, how do you feel? Is there any difference?" "Difference?" Gohan flexed his fists. In truth, he felt no tangible difference. He simply felt unburdened, as if his spirit had undergone a cleansing, elevating him to a higher state of being. "I cannot pinpoint any specific difference. If I had to say, I feel more at peace and liberated, as if unshackled." I hardly comprehend that. "Let us wait for the ancestor to awaken before we inquire further," the Supreme Kai chuckled. Jebet scrutinized Gohan in silence, sensing an enigmatic aura enveloping him. The more he observed, the more inscrutable Gohan became, as though he were both present and distant simultaneously. "Mr. Gohan, this is for you," the Supreme Kai said, producing the King Kai sword from thin air and offering it to Gohan. "Lord Supreme Kai, you have repaired it?" Gohan accepted the sword, astonished. "Oh, why is it so light?" The King Kai sword, now in his grip, felt devoid of its former weightiness. The Supreme Kai smiled. "While you were awakening your potential, I had some spare time and reforged the King Kai sword. I did not anticipate that once the ancestor was unsealed, the sword would become significantly lighter. After reworking it, the sword has not only returned to its original state, but is even sharper than before. Our previous wager remains valid, so this sword is now returned to you, Mr. Gohan." "Well then, thank you, Lord Supreme Kai," Gohan replied graciously, stowing the sword away. Just then, the old Supreme Kai began to stir, awakening slowly. He scanned his surroundings in confusion, muttering, "Oh, I actually fell asleep? I never thought I could sleep for millions of years within the sword and still feel so fatigued. This body of mine is truly in poor condition." The Supreme Kai immediately interjected, "It was merely that you exerted yourself too much, ancestor." Gohan approached the old Supreme Kai and bowed deeply, sincerely stating, "Thank you for your hard work, Grandfather, I shall forever be grateful for this kindness. The old Supreme Kai stood, placing his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, lamenting, "You all are so adept at flattering with empty words. I am but an old man, with few days left to live. Alas, assisting you in awakening your potential has cost me a considerable portion of my lifespan." His countenance darkened, and a somber aura enveloped him. Gohan recognized that the old Supreme Kai was merely putting on an act. Yet the Supreme Kai and Jebbet took his words to heart, anxiously urging him to take care of himself and not overexert. Gohan grinned widely and leaned closer to the old Supreme Kai, whispering, "Grandfather, I had intended to gift you some magazines featuring beautiful women. But it seems your body cannot bear the burden. Thus, those gifts shall not be delivered." "What? Such a thing exists?" The old Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. However, recalling his status, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Ahem, I am not interested in your magazines." Gohan shrugged, feigning disappointment. "Very well. I had also planned to gift you some discs." The old Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, visibly torn. "If you insist on gifting them, I suppose I can reluctantly accept." "Very well, hand them over. Next time, Grandfather, to demonstrate my sincerity, I wish to collect the finest for you. Ordinary ones simply will not suffice. They do not align with your esteemed status," Gohan asserted, hands on his hips, resolute. "You young people sigh. Very well, just remember to bring them next time." The old Supreme Kai conceded. "Respect for the elders and care for the young. Do you understand?" "I understand. I will remember," Gohan assured him. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet remained utterly perplexed by the high-level conversation between the elder and the youth. They could only observe that the old Supreme Kai was now in high spirits and seemingly elated. It must be said that Mr. Gohan certainly possesses remarkable skills. Even in charming an elder, such prowess is truly astounding. Chapter 040, The Mysterious Gohan. "Grandpa, how can I now channel that formidable power?" Gohan inquired. The old Kai looked at him and replied, "Fool, why ask? How do you usually transform into a Super Saiyan? Just harness that technique and focus your energy." Gohan responded, "If I focus my energy using that technique, won't I just transform directly into a Super Saiyan? Can this transformation even be layered?" As for why the old Kai knew he could become a Super Saiyan, Gohan found no reason to ponder too deeply. It was likely that the old Kai had sensed it during his sword drawing. Although the old Kai was sealed within the sword, he could still perceive the events unfolding around him. This was hardly surprising. "The technique for transforming into a Super Saiyan," Gohan murmured, clenching his fists. "Focus. Anger. Huh. Boom." A tremendous wave of energy erupted forth, sweeping in all directions. Wah. The old Kai was the first to be propelled by the energy wave, followed closely by Kibito and the Supreme Kai. The three of them tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly in a thicket dozens of meters away, leaving behind a chorus of anguished cries. As Gohan unleashed his fury, the winds in the sky spiraled violently, giving rise to a colossal tornado for the first time in millions of years within the realm of the Supreme Kai. Swirling mist and dense smoke quickly enveloped an area spanning several kilometers. Gohan's aura radiated from the Supreme Kai realm, diffusing throughout the surrounding star systems. "Fool, transforming so suddenly in such proximity," the old Kai exclaimed, as the Supreme Kai helped him up, unable to contain his exasperation. "What an overwhelming aura. This is terrifying." The Supreme Kai remarked in shock, feeling Gohan's energy. Kibito added, "Indeed, it is a powerful aura, yet it differs completely from the violent energy of a Super Saiyan. This aura is imbued with righteousness, more akin to that of a deity." Ouch, ouch, ouch. I didn't expect this kid's potential to be so formidable, harboring such immense energy. Although not as powerful as that guy, it's still quite fearsome, the old Kai grumbled, rubbing his backside. Upon hearing the old Kai's words, the Supreme Kai and Kibito exchanged astonished glances, recalling the villain who had sealed their ancestor. "Is it that dreadful predecessor who sealed you within the sword?" the Supreme Kai asked. The old Kai retorted, "Of course." The Supreme Kai and Kibito were left bewildered. As the smoke cleared, Gohan's figure became visible. At that moment, he appeared as if radiant streams of light flowed throughout his body, yet he remained astonishingly unpretentious. If the transformation into a Super Saiyan was characterized by flamboyance and dominance, this current transformation was marked by restraint and subtlety, evoking a sense of returning to simplicity. Gohan seemed slightly more robust than usual, with his facial features more defined, exuding a mature composure. Other than that, he bore little difference from his normal self. He flexed his fists, stretching his limbs, and keenly attuned to the changes within him. His state of mind was distinctly different from that experienced during his Super Saiyan transformations. When transforming into Super Saiyan, whether it be Super Saiyan 1 or 2, his blood surged violently, his aura became wild, emotions ran high with aggression, combativeness, and coldness. However, Now it was entirely different. He felt a serene and natural state of mind, free and unrestrained. The exhilarating sensation of lightness, as though he could soar wherever he wished, was utterly intoxicating. The freedom to fight, the freedom to live, and the freedom to cultivate, all were unfettered and liberating. This was what one might call the mysterious Gohan. Gohan murmured to himself. The name of this state felt peculiar to him, as it had been coined by netizens, and now he truly embodied Gohan. Of course, referring to it as the mysterious realm might be more fitting. Huh! Gohan bellowed, invigorating his energy. In an instant, a silvery aura erupted from his body. This allowed Gohan to deepen his understanding of his own power. He quietly made comparisons in his mind. This state was far superior to Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, akin to Super Saiyan 2, it represented a comprehensive equilibrium, unweighted toward any particular attribute, thus embodying the essence of a versatile warrior. The energy consumption of this state was even less than that of Super Saiyan 2. If he refrained from attacking, it would hardly deplete his energy, rendering it nearly equivalent to his normal state. How remarkable! In terms of intensity, it was astonishingly close to that of the Golden Oozru, perhaps enhancing his capabilities by approximately 450 times, and this enhancement was all-encompassing and thorough. Was this truly my latent potential? While the transformation into Golden Oozru could achieve a 500-fold increase, its speed only soared to about 300 times, with considerable energy expenditure. Super Saiyan 3 could only elevate to 400 times, with significantly poor endurance, presenting substantial flaws. Therefore, if the leakage issue of Super Saiyan 3 could not be rectified, I might as well abandon it, as this mysterious state offers far greater advantages, a comprehensive and unassailable dominance. Gohan felt a profound calmness, his mind clear and analytical. At that moment, the old Kai and the others approached. Gohan snapped out of his contemplation, glancing at the somewhat disheveled trio, and sheepishly scratched his head. Ha! My sincerest apologies. I truly did not intend for that to happen. Humph, you little rascal, you have no regard for respecting your elders. At this rate, this old bone of mine will be dismantled by you. Ow, that hurts. The old Kai grumbled in irritation. Gohan retracted his overwhelming aura, returning to his usual state, and said, Grandpa, I'm truly sorry, but could we increase the dosage? Is that permissible? Well, that's somewhat acceptable. The old Kai nodded in satisfaction. The Supreme Kai examined Gohan from head to toe and remarked, You haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet your aura is astonishingly powerful. It's truly incredible. The old Kai scoffed. Humph, what does transforming into a Super Saiyan even mean? It's an unorthodox path. I merely guided the power within Gohan's body. That power has always been his, hence he can control it perfectly. The transformation into Super Saiyan is entirely different. It's a twisted method that amplifies strength through technique, which is quite harmful to the body. The Supreme Kai, taken aback, awkwardly responded, Ah, I see. Well, that makes sense. Cough, cough. Gohan cleared his throat and then continued. Grandpa, do you have any secret techniques left to impart? I can help you propagate them. Think again, there are none. Oh, come now, I know you have some. You simply don't wish to teach them. No. The Supreme Kai and Kibito exchanged glances, pondering if their ancestor was displaying a hint of childlike behavior. All right. No more, Gohan interjected. He then turned to the Supreme Kai and inquired, Supreme Kai, I have heard you mention Majin Buu several times. What manner of entity is he? Could you enlighten me? Gohan feigned ignorance, intending to guide the Supreme Kai into relocating Majin Buu's sealed egg to the realm of the Supreme Kai. He always felt that leaving it on Earth was akin to having a ticking time bomb. Chapter 041, Dealing with Majin Buu. Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai's gaze deepened as he recalled the painful past. That was a long, long time ago. Back when your Earthlings were just beginning to learn how to walk upright. At that time, in the depths of the universe, there existed an evil sorcerer known as Bibidi. One day, this malevolent sorcerer inadvertently created a terrifying being. This being would later become Majin Buu. Majin Buu is utterly devoid of any emotion, existing solely for the purposes of slaughter and destruction. It is a creature whose very essence is rooted in the propagation of terror. Over the subsequent millennia, countless planets transformed into desolate realms of death. In truth, Son Gohan is well aware of these events, merely revisiting a tale of yore. There is little to articulate, akin to the androids 17 and 18 plus version. Furthermore, he understands that Majin Buu was not a creation of Bibidi, but rather an ancient monstrosity that has survived since primordial times, with Bibidi merely possessing the means to control it. The Supreme Kai erroneously believed it to be a creature birthed by Bibidi. The Supreme Kai continued, At that time, aside from myself, there were also the West, North, and South Supreme Kais, along with our leader, the Grand Supreme Kai. I was the youngest among them, always trailing behind in their wake. Each of them wielded astonishing power. particularly the Grand Supreme Kai, who could vanquish a formidable adversary like Frieza with but a mere flick of his finger. However, eventually, Majin Buu invaded the realm of the Supreme Kais, and all four of my esteemed predecessors fell victim to him, leaving only me, the youngest, to escape by sheer cowardice. A look of anguish marred the Supreme Kai's visage, as if he lamented his past weakness and ineptitude. He inhaled deeply, regaining his composure before continuing. Majin Buu is truly terrifying. In time, even Bibidi, the creator of Majin Buu, grew fearful of him. Seizing the opportunity when Majin Buu required rest, he temporarily sealed him away to prevent any further activity. Years passed, and Bibidi, with his insatiable ambition, sought to invade Earth, bringing the sealed Majin Buu along. It was during the moment he attempted to unseal Majin Buu that I seized the opportunity to strike down that malevolent sorcerer. Fearing that excessive stimulation might awaken Majin Buu, I refrained from destroying him, reasoning that only the sorcerer Bibidi could lift the seal. Thus, I concealed him in a discreet location on Earth. And it has been several million years since then. With the tale concluded, Son Gohan sensed the Supreme Kai nearing exhaustion, an overwhelming weariness enveloping him. It was evident that Majin Buu had become a haunting specter in the Supreme Kai's mind, preventing him from finding peace even in slumber. Son Gohan gathered his thoughts and spoke. Supreme Kai, have you considered relocating Majin Buu to a different hiding place? After all, the Earth of today is not the same as it was millions of years ago. The human population has significantly increased, and they are no longer as naive as they once were. Keeping Majin Buu concealed there is no longer secure. The Supreme Kai regarded him thoughtfully. Mr. Gohan, your concerns are not without merit, but where could we possibly place him? I fear that a mere provocation could awaken him from his slumber. Son Gohan replied with a smile. You need not be overly apprehensive. Even if Majin Buu were to awaken, I would be capable of handling him. My only concern is that if he remains on Earth, unguarded, he could easily fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Should that occur, you, Supreme Kai, would bear an inescapable responsibility. It is not feasible for me to remain on Earth at all times. Wouldn't you agree? The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Then, Mr. Gohan, do you have any suggestions? Son Gohan beamed. I do indeed. I propose transferring Majin Buu to the realm of the Supreme Kais. What do you think? What? Both the Supreme Kai and Jebet were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Absolutely not. Son Gohan raised his hand to interrupt their protest, saying, allow me to finish my thoughts. The seal on Majin Buu here on Earth is indeed precarious. Setting aside the various unstable factors, have you not considered the possibility of Bibidi having descendants? If one of his progeny were to covertly venture to Earth and abscond with Majin Buu, the ramifications would be dire for you, Supreme Kai. Would you not agree with my reasoning? I believe there happens to be a sealing magic array in the Holy Land, the very place where the old Supreme Kai was sealed. We could place Majin Buu there, allowing you to monitor him at will, thereby ensuring absolute security. The Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged glances. While Son Gohan's argument was sound, the thought of burying a landmine beneath their feet, let alone of being like Majin Buu, was rather unsettling. The Supreme Kai found himself in a quandary, primarily due to the painful memories of Majin Buu's previous invasion of the Supreme Kai realm, during which he had slain the 4 Supreme Kais, leaving behind a haunting recollection for Kaioshin. Just as the Supreme Kai remained indecisive, the old Supreme Kai, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Very well, let us proceed as Gohan has suggested. With the old Supreme Kai's declaration, the Supreme Kai and Jebet dared not voice any further dissent and reluctantly acquiesced. Understood, Ancestor, the Supreme Kai replied, his voice weary. Observing this, Son Gohan assured him, Supreme Kai, please do not fret. I pledge that should Majin Buu show any signs of disturbance in the future, you may contact me at any time, and I will return promptly to address the situation. Indeed, that would be most reassuring. The Supreme Kai sighed in relief. There is no time to lose. Shall we set out now? Son Gohan suggested. Very well. Jebet, I must trouble you once more to escort us, the Supreme Kai instructed. Your Excellency, it is my duty. Jebet replied, placing his hands on the shoulders of Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai. In an instant, Son Gohan felt a dizzying rush as the world transformed around him. The trio found themselves upon the Earth. This is truly remarkable, Son Gohan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he yearned to master Jebet's instantaneous movement. They stood upon a frigid expanse, the icy winds biting, where the horizon melded into an infinite white. Are we in the depths of the glacier in the Cloud Zabit Highlands? Son Gohan pondered, recognizing the location. Indeed, the Supreme Kai nodded. And where is the sealing sphere for Majin Buu? Son Gohan inquired, puzzled. The Supreme Kai gestured toward the ground beneath them. It lies directly below. Son Gohan crouched down, brushing away the icy debris, squinting to peer beneath the surface, and indeed, he discerned a walnut-like object encased beneath over 10 meters of solid ice. That must be the sealing sphere of Majin Buu. This poor fellow has endured the cold and hunger here for so many years, Son Gohan remarked with a smile. This area was once a desert, transformed through geological upheaval into its current form, the Supreme Kai elucidated. All right, I will need you both to step aside. I shall retrieve it now. As Son Gohan spoke, he focused his energy into a brilliant blue sphere and struck the icy surface. Ah no. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet gasped in shock, but it was too late to intervene. They could scarcely fathom such a violent method of extracting the sealing sphere. Boom. The ice erupted in a massive explosion, shards flying in every direction, sending chills down the spines of the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. Simultaneously, the enormous walnut soared into the air before crashing back down, rolling a few times before coming to rest at the feet of the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. Hiss. The Supreme Kai froze in place, utterly aghast. Damn it, it is exceedingly cold today. Chapter 042, Friends Should Help One Another. Jebbet shivered in response. What on earth is happening? Both were filled with trepidation, fearful that even a slight misstep might awaken Majin Buu. Yet Son Gohan, undeterred, had unleashed a powerful energy blast to retrieve the sealing sphere. They stood stiff, teetering on the brink of tears, their fear palpable. Jebbet stammered, Gee Gohan, could you perhaps be a bit more cautious? The Supreme Kai concurred. Indeed, it would be quite troublesome if Majin Buu were to awaken. Oh, do not fret. Gohan reassured as he approached the sealed ball containing Majin Buu, tossing it lightly in his hands as if it were a mere plaything. Jebbet and the Supreme Kai's gaze remained fixed upon the seal, their heads nodding in fervent agreement. Gohan continued, Majin Buu has been sealed within for millions of years. If he could easily break free, he would have done so long ago. There are no incantations to release him, and he lacks the energy to escape. Is that truly the case? Both the Supreme Kai and Jebbet inquired, visibly anxious. Absolutely. So, let us not dwell on it. It's time for us to return, Gohan urged. The sealed ball containing Majin Buu descended from the heavens, securely cradled in his hands. Oh, very well, Jebbet nodded. Placing his hand back on Gohan and the Supreme Kai's shoulders, and with a swift motion, the three of them returned to the Supreme Kai's realm. Gohan set the colossal seal upon the mountaintop, which was nearly overflowing with its size. He clapped his hands together and exclaimed, All right, that should do it. The Supreme Kai circled the seal once more, confirming that it remained intact, allowing a weight to lift from his heart. Soon after, they descended back to the ground. Gohan remarked, After all, the Supreme Kai realm is a sacred domain. It is not easily reached by mortals. Henceforth, esteemed Supreme Kai and Jebbet, it would be prudent to conduct regular inspections to ensure everything remains secure. The Supreme Kai replied, We shall undoubtedly carry out timely inspections. Otherwise, we too would feel uneasy. Indeed, Gohan nodded, then turned to the elder Supreme Kai. Grandfather, how shall we maintain contact in the future? I cannot teleport, which is rather inconvenient. I would be unable to deliver any treasures I might find. Could you teach me Jebbet's technique? Gohan inquired, a hint of hope in his voice. The elder Supreme Kai waved his hand dismissively. That would be futile. It cannot truly be taught. Gohan sighed in resignation. Here, take this. The elder Supreme Kai pondered for a moment before producing a glass orb, roughly the size of a fist, and handing it to Gohan. What is this? Gohan asked as he examined the orb closely. The elder Supreme Kai explained, This is a communication orb. When you discover something valuable, simply speak into it, and we shall hear you. I will then send Jebbet to retrieve you. Ah, this is splendid. Gohan beamed, contently storing the communication orb in his universal capsule. Thank you, Grandfather, he expressed gratefully. Now, let us take our leave, the elder Supreme Kai said, turning away and gesturing. Gohan then addressed Jebbet. Jebbet, I must trouble you once more to escort me back to Earth. Certainly, it is no trouble at all, Jebbet replied, his expression stoic. Farewell, esteemed Supreme Kai. Thank you for your sword, Gohan smiled. The Supreme Kai waved back, replying, No need for thanks, Mr. Gohan. Do visit often. I certainly will, Gohan promised with a smile. Let us depart, Jebbet. Yes, indeed, Jebbet affirmed, placing his hand on Gohan's shoulder once more, and with a whoosh, they vanished. In the next instant, the pair found themselves at the entrance of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Mr. Gohan, we have arrived. Farewell, Jebbet said, preparing to take his leave. Oh wait, Gohan exclaimed, grabbing hold of him. Let us have something to eat before you go. I assure you it is something you have never tasted before. It is absolutely delicious. Is that all right? Jebbet hesitated, swallowing hard. Earthly cuisine is indeed quite delightful. What is there to be concerned about? We are friends, after all. There is no need for formality between friends. Come, come. Under Gohan's warm invitation, Jebbet reluctantly indulged in 15 ice creams, 10 spicy lobster balls, 8 crispy chicken legs, And a cup of milk tea. Cough, cough. Jebet, how does it taste? Gohan inquired. Mr. Gohan, it is exquisite. I have never experienced such delightful food on Supreme Kai's planet. Jebet candidly replied. Of course, these delicacies can only be found on our Earth, nowhere else. You are welcome to visit often. There is plenty to enjoy, Gohan chuckled. How can I accept such generosity? Jebet said, appearing quite earnest. Gohan waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing, it won't cost much. The main thing is to enjoy ourselves. Among friends, we need not concern ourselves with such matters. Well then, thank you, Mr. Gohan. Jebet smiled. I am quite full now. I should return. Wait a moment, Gohan called to the server. The server promptly brought over 2 bags brimming with food. Gohan took the bags and insisted, You've eaten, but the Supreme Kai and Elder Supreme Kai have yet to dine. Take these back with you. This thank you, Mr. Gohan, Jebet said, feeling a warmth in his eyes. Mr. Gohan is truly a wonderful person, even thinking of the 2 Supreme Kais far away in their realm. In contrast, he felt somewhat ashamed of only thinking of himself. A wave of warmth washed over Jebet. He was genuinely touched. By the way, Jebet, I intend to visit Yardrat tomorrow. Gohan mentioned. Jebet immediately straightened up. I shall come to fetch Mr. Gohan at the appointed time. Would you prefer to go in the morning or the afternoon? Oh, no need to be so formal. Morning will suffice. Just come by then, Gohan replied with a smile. Very well, I shall see you in the morning. Jebet nodded earnestly before vanishing in an instant. Gohan returned to the Universal Capsule Corporation, carrying a bag of food, and found Bulma examining a large piece of metal. Trunks, sensing Gohan's energy, dashed out from the gravity chamber. Upon their reunion, Trunks began chattering excitedly about the events from the day before. After listening to his tale, Gohan was somewhat astonished. You saved a girl named Mai, did you? Yes, indeed. She even treated me and Bulla to a meal, Trunks replied. Ah, nothing to worry about. Congratulations are in order, Gohan said, patting Trunks on the shoulder. But you really ought to wash up. You smell terrible. After you're done, let us go out for a bit. Going out. Trunks's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting the first part of Gohan's statement. Of course. Are you going or not? Hurry, or I shall go alone, Gohan insisted. I'm coming. Wait for me, Gohan. I'll be quick, Trunks exclaimed as he dashed off. Bulma turned to Gohan. Where are you 2 headed? I promised the Elder Supreme Kai I would pick up some local specialties, Gohan replied with a smile. Oh, Bulma nodded. Is he an elderly gentleman? Are you picking up some health products? Yes, health products, Gohan confirmed. Chapter 043, Health Products and Dandy's Study. Health products. Indeed. Health products. This was the Elder Supreme Kai's lifelong passion. In his youth, he traveled extensively across various galaxies in search of them, gaining vast knowledge and experience. Trunks quickly washed away the sweat and donned fresh attire before hurrying out the door alongside Gohan. Moments later, Gohan returned triumphantly, laden with bags of goods, while Trunks brimmed with curiosity. Because Gohan frequently visited peculiar shops, leaving Trunks to stand at the entrance as a lookout, he never revealed what he purchased, shrouded in mystery. During a meal, Trunks could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Gohan, what on earth did you buy? Gohan placed a finger to his lips and whispered, Show. The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed, or else the Elder Kaioshin will be displeased. Elder Kaioshin? Is it something for him? Trunks asked. Indeed. But you mustn't pry further, nor attempt to sneak a peek. The Elder Kaioshin does not appreciate others knowing his secrets. Trunks nodded earnestly, which led him to avoid those shops in the future, never lingering. He was a person of his word. However, reflecting on the contents of the capsule, Gohan was astounded. Rendered speechless. Perhaps it was a form of retaliation against the androids. Earthlings, utilizing advanced AI technology, had produced a series of photo albums for Android 18, including magazines and video albums. They even established a special section in the store for these, utterly unprecedented. Sections, photo albums. Sections, HD video. After indulging his eyes, Gohan tucked them away, finally living up to the expectations of the Elder Kaioshin. After a brief respite, Gohan and Trunks made their way to the sacred world of the Kais. He needed to discuss upgrading the Dragon of Earth with Dandy. The current version of the Dragon was far too rudimentary. An upgrade was imperative, a substantial one at that. At the very least, it should be able to resurrect those who have been deceased for over a year, provided their bodies and souls still remained, right? If they had reincarnated, that was one matter, but those who had not should surely be manageable. It was time for a brand new version to be launched. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Dandy furrowed his brow in concern. Gohan, it's not that I don't wish to upgrade the dragon, but my internal power is wholly insufficient. Be it mental energy, spiritual energy, or the power of the Dragon Clan, I am lacking in every aspect. I am simply not at that level yet. Gohan pondered for a moment before asking, Is there any way to enhance your power? Dandy replied, Certainly, it requires relevant training, ideally in an exceptional environment under the guidance of a great predecessor. How about the hyperbolic time chamber? Gohan suggested. That's different. The gravity in the time chamber is tenfold, and it primarily focuses on physical training, which I find quite challenging to endure. Moreover, without a mentor to guide me, it would be difficult to elevate either my mental energy, spiritual energy, or dragon power. Where, then? Gohan frowned, deep in thought, realizing the complexity of Dandy's predicament. At that moment, Trunks suddenly exclaimed, Gohan, have you forgotten someone? He might be able to assist Dandy. Who? Gohan inquired, puzzled. The Supreme Kai? Didn't you mention his rank is higher than Dandy's? Surely, he would possess more knowledge and could guide Dandy without issue. Trunks remarked. How could I have overlooked that? The Supreme Kai might be a bit unreliable, but the Elder Kaioshin certainly possesses considerable wisdom. Gohan's eyes brightened. He had been lost in the haze of the situation, while Trunks, as an observer, had quickly recalled the Supreme Kai. Haha, Trunks, you deserve credit for this revelation. Gohan laughed, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Who? The Supreme Kai? Dandy, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Yes, the Supreme Kai. Can he assist you? Gohan asked. Dandy, perhaps unaware of who the Supreme Kai was before, had come to understand the hierarchy of deities after assuming the role of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai was one of the greatest deities in the universe, existing at a level far surpassing his own, a being of immense power. Dandy wiped the sweat from his brow and said, if it's the Supreme Kai, he might indeed help me train. Fantastic. Gohan exclaimed, that simplifies things. He then produced a storage capsule, retrieving a communication orb. He immediately contacted the Elder Kaioshin. After a brief exchange, Elder Kaioshin's visage appeared within the orb, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Gohan, what is it? Have you come to a conclusion? All present fell silent, wary of interrupting what seemed to be an important agreement between Gohan and the Elder Kaioshin. Gohan nodded affirmatively, of course. I've kept your matters at the forefront of my mind. Upon my return, I scarcely had time to eat before arranging everything for you. I assure you, it will meet your expectations. Haha. By the way, did you enjoy the food that Jebet brought back? Elder Kaioshin chuckled, his eyes narrowing further. I did. It was quite delightful. I never anticipated Earth's cuisine to be so exquisite. Of course, grandfather, you must keep a close eye on Earth in the future, or the losses could be substantial. I'm not just referring to the food, Gohan added, chuckling. Very well. Elder Kaioshin thumped his chest with a resounding bang. That matter. I will have Jebet personally deliver it to you tomorrow, ensuring everything is flawless. Excellent. That's wonderful, Elder Kaioshin expressed with satisfaction. Grandfather, I have a request. Gohan said. Speak, Elder Kaioshin replied, in good spirits. I wish for the Supreme Kai of Earth to learn in the sacred land. When you have time, could you offer him some guidance? Gohan gently patted Dandy's shoulder. Ahem, Dandy, introduce yourself. Dandy leaned forward, his expression filled with reverence. Greetings, Supreme Kai, I am Dandy, the Supreme Kai of Earth. Elder Kaioshin remained silent, while Dandy nervously swallowed, his heart racing. After a moment of silence, Elder Kaioshin finally spoke. That's acceptable. But I must clarify, I want to teach him extensively. I have many obligations. That's perfectly fine. Gohan laughed. You needn't instruct him on anything else. Simply guiding him in his training when you have the time would suffice. All right, I will send Jebet over to fetch him now. And you can also entrust that matter to him, Elder Kaioshin instructed. Elder Kaioshin, true to his nature, was decisive and efficient. If there were a cosmic competition for efficiency, Gohan would surely cast his vote for him. Very well, please send Jebet here, Gohan said. Understood. Jebet, hurry. No sooner had he spoken than Jebet appeared in the sacred world of the Kais. Gohan solemnly handed the storage capsule to him, instructing him on its use and stressing the importance of delivering it directly into Elder Kaioshin's hands. Thus, Jebet escorted Dandy to the Supreme Kai realm, commencing his journey of advancement. Chapter 044, Planet Yardrat. With Elder Kaioshin's guidance, Dandy's progress should not be slow. If his emotions were properly aligned, unlocking his potential would lead to an immediate transformation. Gohan found himself unexpectedly optimistic. Next, Gohan needed to plan for the future of himself and Trunks. Their destination was clear, Planet Yardrat. They sought to learn instant transmission and many other wondrous techniques. However, this journey would not be a brief one. Gohan recalled vividly that Goku had spent over half a year mastering instant transmission, and when combined with travel time, it amounted to a full year. He and Trunks would be away for an extended period, leaving the safety of Earth in a state of concern. Fortunately, most obstacles had already been deftly cleared. Cell had been vanquished, and Majin Buu had been relocated to the Kaioshin realm. These two formidable adversaries had been dealt with in advance. As for the elusive Zamasu, it was unlikely he would manifest any trouble so soon, allowing Gohan to feel somewhat at ease. However, to ensure absolute security. The prudent Gohan requested the Kaioshin and North Kai to keep a watchful eye on Earth. Should any unwelcome trouble arise, Gohan confidently declared he had Jebbit at his disposal, ready to traverse the vast galaxy to confront any adversary. Trunks, brimming with excitement at the prospect of training on another planet, felt a surge of enthusiasm. Yet, Bulma found it difficult to part with her son and Gohan, offering countless reminders and advice as she clung to them, speaking for what felt like an eternity. Gohan, since you'll be away for such a long time, aren't you going to say goodbye to Videl? She inquires about you daily. That girl seems to have taken quite a liking to you, Bulma remarked. Gohan pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps it's best to leave it for my return. Aren't you concerned about her feelings? Bulma asked, her expression one of exasperation. Not really. I've only met her a handful of times. Her interest is likely just curiosity. To speak of love at this stage feels far-fetched, he reassured. Trunks, do you wish to see me before we leave? Gohan teased, nudging Trunks playfully. Trunks' face flushed crimson. And no, I don't want to go. You should marry Videl first. Gohan erupted in laughter. Oh, look who's shy now. That night, perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, Trunks found himself unable to sleep, counting Dragon Balls instead. Nevertheless, he rose early, brimming with vitality. After a hasty morning routine, they found that Bulma had prepared a delightful breakfast with the help of her robot. At that moment, Jebbit arrived at Capsule Corporation. Despite feeling somewhat awkward, he graciously accepted Gohan's invitation for breakfast, his appetite rivaling that of a Saiyan. Soon after, with Bulma's reluctant gaze upon them, Jebbit teleported Gohan and Trunks away from Earth. Watching her home suddenly feel desolate, Bulma sat on the couch for an entire hour, before finally mustering the energy to test the time machine. In the North Galaxy, on the planet Yardrat, three figures materialized, Gohan and Trunks. Thank you for your assistance, Jebbit. Gohan expressed. Thank you, Mr. Jebbit, Trunks echoed. Jebbit, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, replied, no need for thanks. Mr. Gohan, should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact the ancestor. I am always available to transport you. Understood, Gohan nodded. Farewell, Mr. Gohan, Mr. Trunks. Jebbit waved as he departed in an instant. Goodbye. They both called in unison, with Trunks feeling a newfound appreciation for being addressed as Mr. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were greeted by an expanse of towering skyscrapers, each uniquely designed with a futuristic aesthetic, rivaling any city on Earth, perhaps even surpassing them. In contrast, planet Namek appeared almost primitive, desolate in comparison. Surrounding them were numerous Yardratians, all fixated on the duo, as if they had been observing for quite some time. Suddenly, the leader of the Yardratians approached them, and as he moved, the throng of onlookers closed in around Gohan and Trunks. The sound of footsteps echoed, numbering at least 200. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Trunks whispered, Gohan, what are they up to? Are they planning to attack us? Stay calm, they bear no ill will. Gohan replied, scrutinizing the Yardratians. Their attire was reminiscent of the garments worn by Goku when he had previously traveled from here, nearly identical in style. Among the gathered Yardratians, two distinct types emerged, one with pink skin and lifeless, fish-like eyes, adorned with black spots, resembling an alien. The other bore a large, garlic-shaped head with simplistic features, akin to a slime. If one had to choose, Gohan found the second type somewhat more agreeable. At least its round head and simple features were rather endearing. The garlic-headed leader scrutinized Gohan and Trunks closely before finally addressing them. Greetings, visitors from beyond. His voice was soft, mirroring his appearance. Hello, friend from Yardrat. We are brothers from Earth, and as you can see, we harbor no malice. We have come to learn some skills from you, Gohan replied, striving to convey warmth. The garlic-headed leader's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you hail from Earth? Do you know Goku? The unexpected familiarity brought a smile to Gohan's face. Yes, Goku is my father. I am son Gohan. Ah, that explains your resemblance. Welcome. How is Goku faring? The leader inquired, visibly delighted. With a sigh, Gohan replied. My father passed away over 10 years ago. What? Goku has passed? The leader's expression shifted to one of shock. Yes, shortly after returning from Yardrat. He succumbed to a viral heart disease, Gohan recounted truthfully. That is truly unfortunate. Please accept my condolences, the leader expressed sorrowfully. Through their conversation, Gohan learned why the Yardratians held Goku in such high regard. The Jinyu force had once invaded their planet, only to be recalled by Frieza midway through their assault. Goku had dispatched the Jinyu force, earning the Yardratians' gratitude. Chapter 045. Of course, we want them all. The green garlic-headed leader, named Alum, was exceedingly hospitable, sharing an abundance of history and anecdotes about Yardrat. Observing the throng of people surrounding them, Trunks curiously asked, Alum, do you have a large population on Yardrat? No. I apologize. It is actually just me here, Elam said, scratching his head awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, the multitude of Yardratians vanished without a trace, leaving Elam standing there, looking adorably bewildered. What just happened? Why did they all suddenly disappear? Trunks exclaimed, startled. Gohan furrowed his brow, observing Elam closely. Yardratians possess relatively weak powers and a small population. To bolster our presence and avoid being underestimated, we often embellish our numbers, Elam explained. Trunks was left speechless, grappling with the implications of Elam's revelation. Son Gohan inquired, are all the individuals we just witnessed merely your clones? I can sense energy emanating from each of them, and they appear indistinguishable from the real thing. This is utterly absurd. Indeed, I refer to it as the multiplication technique, Elam replied. What an astonishing ability, exclaimed Trunks, his eyes sparkling with wonder, as he had never encountered such an intriguing technique before. If utilized in combat, this technique could yield remarkable results. It could easily deceive even the most adept masters in sensing energy. Son Gohan remarked, Elam, my brother Trunks and I have come here specifically to learn these techniques. Would you be so kind as to introduce us to your grand elder? Of course, follow me, Elam chuckled, leading Son Gohan and Trunks up a staircase. After a short while, Elam guided the brothers to a spacious chamber. Please, enter. The grand elder is inside, Elam said, opening the grand door. The trio stepped inside. The room housed but a few Yardratians. Elam gestured towards a towering figure among them, saying, allow me to introduce you to our grand elder, Lord Pibara. It was he who imparted the instant transmission technique to Son Goku. Standing beside the colossal elder Pibara were two attendants. Their true nature, whether real or mere clones, remained uncertain. The blue-skinned elder Pibara regarded Son Gohan and Trunks, stating, yes, the instant transmission technique was taught by me. Welcome to Yadrat. Son Gohan observed elder Pibara and was immediately reminded of the former Grand Elder from Namek. Both were Grand Elders of immense stature. Yet while the Namekian Elder was in the twilight of his years, Elder Pibara appeared youthful and robust, resembling a blue slime, making it difficult to ascertain his true age. However, he likely possessed considerable wisdom. With a smile, Son Gohan greeted, greetings, Elder Pibara. My brother and I have traveled from Earth to learn the instant transmission technique from you. Elder Pibara scrutinized Son Gohan for a moment before responding. You must be Son Goku's son. There is a resemblance. Son Gohan nodded. Yes, Son Goku is indeed my father. Elder Pibara chuckled. While it is referred to as the instant transmission technique, it is merely a method of utilizing spirit energy. Once you master controlling spirit energy, you will naturally unlock a plethora of extraordinary abilities. And what is spirit energy? Trunks inquired. Spirit energy is what you Earthlings refer to as ki, Elder Pibara explained. As Son Gohan listened to the elder's words, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Hadn't he heard similar notions when teaching Biddy the flight technique? Ultimately, it all boiled down to learning how to control ki and harness it to manifest various wondrous abilities. Yes, precisely, ki, Elder Pibara continued. For instance, instant transmission. And with a swift motion, he vanished from sight, reappearing on the opposite side of the room. With the multiplication technique, a series of identical Elder Pibaras flickered into existence. The once gigantic Elder Pibara suddenly diminished in size, transforming from a towering figure to one just over a meter tall. That is incredibly impressive, Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Son Gohan couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional prowess of the Yadrat people. Elder Pibara elaborated, these abilities are quite simple. They merely require the manipulation of spirit energy for movement, division, and expansion. Any Yadratian can accomplish this, so once you comprehend the structure of spirit energy, you will be able to master the techniques you wish to learn. So it's about understanding the structure of ki, Elder Pibara added. Son Gohan had to concede that the Yadrat people had attained an extraordinary level of understanding and application of ki. For ages, both Saiyans and Earthlings had merely used ki for flight and offensive energy blasts, with few capable of developing such remarkable abilities. The martial arts master, who had devoted his life to the study of combat, had once utilized ki to create a technique known as the Demon Seal Wave. A marvelous ability capable of allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. Yet, such cases were far too rare, especially compared to the myriad applications of ki possessed by the Yadrat people. Son Gohan patted Trunks on the back, and together they bowed to Elder Pibara, saying, please, Grand Elder Pibara, teach us the path of cultivation. Very well, but remember, a master can only guide you to the door. The journey of cultivation is yours alone to traverse. Your capacity to learn will depend entirely on your comprehension, Elder Pibara stated. Understood, Son Gohan and Trunks nodded solemnly, sharing a knowing smile. In the days that followed, Son Gohan and Trunks embarked on a rigorous training regimen. The Yadrat people provided them with accommodations, and each morning they sought out Elder Pibra to inquire about the intricacies of Ki. Whenever they encountered uncertainties, Elder Pibra would elucidate their queries in detail. Thus, a month slipped by in silence. By the second month, they delved deeper into their studies and solidified their knowledge. In the third month, Son Gohan successfully executed instant transmission, albeit still clumsily. By the fourth month, Trunks grasped the essence of the technique and managed to perform it for the first time. Come the fifth month, Son Gohan had refined his instant transmission, prompting him to explore another capability of Ki separation, the forced separation technique. This ability could forcibly extract energy that had been fused or absorbed, yielding unexpected advantages in certain scenarios. In the sixth month, Trunks began to learn the division aspect of spirit energy, which was the multiplication technique, allowing him to create numerous clones. Then, in the seventh month, King Kai delivered unsettling news. Chapter 046, The Underworld Uprising, The Arrival of Son Goku. In the underworld, the King of Hell, a figure as imposing as a small mountain, sat at his workstation, adorned with large black-framed glasses. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, soaking his thick beard. The beleaguered king had been laboring tirelessly for over a decade. Forget the 996. For him, the 007 lifestyle was merely routine. After so many years of intense labor, the King of Hell was on the verge of madness. With a stamp in one hand and the records of the deceased in the other, he gazed at the endless stream of souls with bloodshot eyes, feeling utterly overwhelmed. His duty was to determine which souls should ascend to heaven and which should descend to hell, yet the sheer volume of souls in the past decade had been staggering. Despite his relentless overtime, the backlog of work never seemed to diminish. The souls he was currently processing were remnants from years past. The shortage of personnel in the underworld was dire, leading him to call back some of the temporary workers to share the burden of this overwhelming workload. At this moment, the fortune-telling old woman was tasked with maintaining order in the soul passageways. As the workload grew heavier and the pressure intensified, the King of Hell found himself without a moment to weep. He felt as though he had transformed into an emotionless machine. Rows upon rows of white souls stood before him, stretching infinitely into the horizon. Yet, as with all things, there were exceptions. Some matters can only be addressed with special considerations. Take, for instance, those terrifying entities that maintain their human forms even upon entering the underworld. If they are not dealt with promptly, it is likely that the very roof of the Yama's hall would have already been torn asunder by their presence. Good souls ascend to the heavens, while the malevolent descend into hell. Let us allow Lord Yama to reminisce. Recently, those who have cut the queue to hell include Bojack, Zanya, Gokuya, Bujin, Bido, and the androids 17 and 18. If we trace back even further, we find Vegeta, Frieza, King Cold, and others. The path to paradise is rather straightforward. One simply boards the exclusive train and ascends. In contrast, the descent into hell is far more intricate. Souls destined for the underworld must first pass through a machine designed to purge them of their malevolence before they can enter and face their punishment. Some exceptionally vile souls may require several cycles in the machine to achieve any semblance of purity. Such nefarious beings are typically sentenced to life imprisonment, eternally languishing in hell, forever barred from reincarnation. The malevolent energies extracted from these souls are meticulously collected into jars, overseen by designated personnel. Once these jars are filled, they are replaced with new ones, and over time, the cleansing of souls has transformed into a grim assembly line of death. Working in such an environment is monotonous and dreary. Within the depths of hell, those truly wicked souls who ruled in life are unlikely to submit to anyone else in death. Thus, a scene of defiance unfolds, leading to daily skirmishes in the underworld. This state of unrest has persisted for over a year. Boom. Several energy blasts cascade down into the Yellow Springs, erupting with a deafening roar. Countless waters of the Yellow Springs surge forth, splattering everywhere, causing a rain of corrosive liquid to fall in hell. Should this rain touch anyone, it would erode their soul, inducing excruciating pain. Multitudes of lesser demons, caught in the downpour, emit heart-wrenching cries. On the ground, Frieza clenches his fists, glaring furiously at the combatants in the sky, his teeth grinding ominously. Damn you, filthy monkeys. You Saiyan apes, perish. He bellows. In the sky, Son Goku showcases his might, fending off 5 opponents in a fierce battle against Bojack's team. The thunderous sounds are ceaseless, energy blasts flying in all directions, sending tremors throughout the realm of hell. After a brief exchange, Son Goku's power surges explosively, enveloping him in a golden aura, his hair brightening to a golden hue as he transforms into a Super Saiyan. He then executes a sweeping kick aimed squarely at Bojack's head. Witnessing Goku's transformation, Bojack's pupils dilate in terror, his fear magnified to the point of paralysis. And he fails to evade, taking the full force of Goku's kick. Boom. Bojack is sent careening through the air, crashing into the yellow springs. Water erupting to heights of several meters. My lord, Gokuya shouts, drawing his sword from his back and slashing at Son Goku. Simultaneously, Zanya and Baido launch their attacks against him. Bujin extends his hands, attempting to ensnare Son Goku with his magic. Your techniques are futile against me, Son Goku chuckles, expelling a torrent of golden energy that firmly grips Gokuya's sword. With one hand and foot, he blocks the onslaught from Zanya and Baido. As for Bujin's control, it proves utterly ineffective. Son Goku bellows, unleashing a tremendous force that sends all four adversaries hurtling away. They tumble through the air before barely regaining their composure. Gokuya stares in astonishment at Son Goku, asking, "Who are you?" The golden-haired, blue-eyed visage is all too familiar. "I am Son Goku," he proclaims. Bojack rises from the yellow springs, panting heavily as he gazes at the golden warrior before him. "What is your relation to that fellow on Earth?" he inquires. "The fellow on Earth? Oh, you must mean Gohan. I see now. You were undoubtedly killed by him." "That Gohan has truly grown formidable," Son Goku laughs heartily, scratching his head. "Gohan? Is that his name?" Bojack muses, momentarily stunned. "Yes, he is my son," Son Goku replies, hands on his hips. "How infuriating. No wonder you share the same golden transformation." Bojack grits his teeth, his gaze towards Son Goku, filled with animosity. "Red-haired fellow, since you have fought Gohan, let us engage in battle as well. Here in Hell, I believe you are the strongest." Son Goku addresses Bojack directly. His words immediately incite a wave of fury. Frieza glares at him, resentment evident in his eyes. Vegeta, appearing from nowhere, transforms into a Super Saiyan with a resounding crash. Though his energy indicates he is merely at the initial stage of Super Saiyan 1. "Kakarot, your opponent is me," he declares angrily. "Vegeta, I will face you shortly. But first, I must deal with this guy." Son Goku gestures towards Bojack. "How infuriating, Kakarot. How dare you look down upon me?" Vegeta's forehead bulges with veins, his golden aura intensifying with rage. "Vegeta, I mean no disrespect. I merely wish to fight him first," Son Goku reassures him. "You scoundrel, insolent Kakarot, prepare yourself," Vegeta shouts, propelling himself forward with incredible speed, launching a fierce punch at Son Goku. Son Goku effortlessly raises his hand to block it. Simultaneously, a tremendous explosion reverberates from the depths of the underworld, followed by a billowing cloud of pink smoke. The onlookers gaze in confusion. In an instant, an overwhelmingly sinister aura erupts, swiftly enveloping the entire underworld. Suddenly, all souls yet to be reincarnated regain their corporeal forms, their death halos vanished. Some wicked individuals even experience an enhancement, becoming stronger than before. A terrifying energy spreads rapidly, soon engulfing the entirety of Hell. In a moment, the balance of life and death is upended, the deceased resurrected. In the blink of an eye, the order of the underworld collapses. Although Frieza, Bojack, and King Cold lack the ability to sense energy, it does not mean they are oblivious to danger. The area shrouded in pink smoke exudes a terrifying energy fluctuation, seemingly emanating from the Yama Palace. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Son Goku, who can sense energy, simultaneously alter their expressions drastically, for they detect an extraordinarily evil and powerful aura, one that intensifies with each passing moment. What on earth has transpired? Neither of them knows, but the innate warrior spirit of the Saiyans ignites within them. And upon sensing the formidable energy, the blood of both Son Goku and Vegeta ignites with fervor. What an incredible power! I must investigate, Son Goku exclaims eagerly, his eyes gleaming as he erupts with energy and speeds towards the source of the malevolent aura. Vegeta's expression darkens, yet he hesitates not a moment longer, following closely behind Son Goku. On the ground, Frieza tests the capabilities of his newly regained body, cracking his knuckles as he turns to King Cold. "Ha ha ha, father. It seems something significant is occurring in Hell. We must seize this opportunity." "Indeed, Frieza, we have regained our bodies, and I can feel my strength has increased considerably. Perhaps this time, we can exploit the chaos and find a way back to the living world. I have no desire to linger in this Hell." King Cold responds with a chuckle. "Exercise caution. Those individuals are far from weak." "Yes, father, but I must avenge Son Wukon's grievances," King Kurd remarked. "This child is quite determined, yet he is no match for the opponent." In a shadowy corner, the silhouettes of androids 17 and 18 emerged. Their expressions were icy as they fixated on the departing figures of Son Wukong and Vegeta. 18 spoke up. "Hey, 17, has something occurred? Son Wukong and Vegeta have left." 17 replied. "Indeed, it seems so. There was a substantial explosion over there. Look, the air appears to have changed color." "Ah, you're right. Should we go investigate?" "Let us wait a moment. Let them engage in battle first." "What is that in the sky?" Stones. Colorful stones? The two cunning figures retreated into the shadows once more. After years of dominance on Earth, they had learned the art of patience following a crushing defeat. In the sky, the members of Bojack's team encircled him. Zhangya inquired, "What shall we do now, my lord?" Bojack furrowed his brow and responded, "That fellow named Sun Wukong is significantly weaker than his son. If we join forces, we may have a chance of victory. As for that haughty, pointed-headed one, he is likely his nemesis. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Come, let us follow and seize the opportunity." "Yes, my lord." 5 figures erupted with energy, soaring towards the smoke-laden expanse. The sky of the underworld was a kaleidoscope of colors. Purple mist, pink gas, and the thick black smoke from the explosions mingled together, enveloping the entire realm. A transparent barrier materialized outside the Yama Palace, isolating it from the underworld. With the barrier's emergence, King Yama could no longer manage the powers of the underworld as he once did, leading to chaos between the human and spirit realms. This upheaval was the reason why all souls had regained corporeal forms. Souls yet to be reincarnated revived in an alternative manner. At that moment, atop the Yama Palace sat a corpulent figure, a rotund creature over 30 meters tall, its body a creamy white. Its round head and body were dotted with several holes for venting purposes. It incessantly chanted evil thought wave, resembling a foolish genius. The sky of the underworld was soon adorned with enormous, colorful stones that appeared both beautiful and sinister, as if they might explode at any moment. Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived above the Yama Palace. The plump figure seemed to sense their presence. Looking up with a naive smile and continuing its chant of evil thought wave, Sun Wukong stared in astonishment at the rotund creature, unable to fathom that the terrifying malevolence emanated from it. Vegeta, astonished, exclaimed, "What formidable energy! What kind of monster is this foolish creature?" "I don't know, but its energy is indeed powerful," Sun Wukong replied, his expression grave as he remained fixated on the evil thought wave. "Evil thought wave! Evil thought wave! Evil thought wave!" The large white creature called out again. Suddenly, the colorful stones in the sky plummeted down with a thunderous crash, wildly crashing towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What kind of technique is this? As the colorful stones rained down, Sun Wukong and Vegeta swiftly evaded with their agility. However, the sheer number of stones was overwhelming, akin to a torrential downpour, engulfing them completely. Thud, thud, thud. A series of resounding impacts echoed. Buried beneath the stones, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were in dire straits. These colorful stones were no ordinary rocks. They could inflict severe damage upon them. The tempest of colorful stones entirely consumed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, swiftly forming a mountain of vibrant stone. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as the colorful stone mountain radiated a golden light that pierced the heavens. The stones detonated, scattering in all directions. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, disheveled, burst forth from the chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They panted heavily, their expressions filled with disbelief. To their astonishment, they bore various degrees of injury. Who could have anticipated that their assailants were merely those colorful stones? Sun Wukong was relatively unscathed, merely suffering some abrasions on his hands. However, Vegeta was in a different predicament, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, what kind of monster is this?" Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the evil thought wave. In just a brief encounter, they had both sustained injuries, truly remarkable. The evil thought wave turned its attention towards them, continuing its chant. "Evil thought wave! Evil thought wave!" It lunged towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "This is infuriating. We have been underestimated." With a mighty roar, Vegeta unleashed his golden aura, charging at the evil thought wave. Sun Wukong followed suit, unleashing his own energy as they advanced. One on the left, the other on the right. They each delivered a powerful punch to the evil thought wave. Yet, the moment their fists made contact, their expressions shifted dramatically. A tremendous backlash surged forth, sending both of them hurtling away. The force of their own attack rebounded upon them, glaring at the evil thought wave. Vegeta's countenance darkened. He had never felt so humiliated when facing the androids. The creature before him was beyond his capacity to handle. "Vegeta, allow me to take the lead. You are still weak after just regaining your body," Sun Wukong suggested, clenching his fists as he began to amplify his energy. Vegeta's gaze oscillated between Sun Wukong and the evil thought wave, his heart a tumult of emotions. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong's forehead bulged with veins as his energy flared, ascending rapidly. Yet at that moment, King Yama's voice resonated. "Wukong, focus on breaking the barrier of the Yama Palace. Quickly, or it will be too late." "The barrier?" Vegeta and Sun Wukong simultaneously regarded the transparent dome enveloping the Yama Palace. "Vegeta, let's attack the barrier," Sun Wukong declared, conjuring an energy sphere that arced past the evil thought wave towards the barrier. "You need not tell me. You brat, Vegeta retorted angrily, unleashing several energy spheres of his own towards the barrier. However, they soon found themselves dumbfounded. Their energy spheres, upon striking the barrier, were instead absorbed, leaving the barrier unharmed, and even enhancing its defenses. Sun Wukong and Vegeta could scarcely believe their eyes, launching a barrage of energy spheres. Yet, without exception, each sphere vanished into the transparent barrier as if it were a bottomless pit. How is this possible? They both exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the evil thought wave, previously sidelined, grew irate. Can't you see such a large, adorable baby as I? With immense fists appearing out of thin air beside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It struck them both, sending them flying. Yes, indeed, it was as if it had torn a rift in space. Standing still while delivering a punch that appeared beside Sun Wukong. Suddenly assailed, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were sent careening several meters, crashing to the ground as blood spurted from their mouths. They rolled on the ground, quickly regaining their footing. Yet, at that moment, the colorful stones on the ground erupted, hurtling towards them. Wah. Sun Wukong swiftly grasped Vegeta's arm, using instant transmission to flash behind the evil spirit wave, evading the barrage of colorful stones. After creating some distance, Sun Wukong spoke in a solemn tone. Vegeta, the task of breaking the barrier is entrusted to you. I shall engage him. With that, he let out a long, fierce howl, golden energy surging forth, an overwhelming aura ascending to the heavens. His entire being enveloped in crackling lightning as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. What is this transformation? Vegeta gasped, his eyes widening in shock as the image of Sun Wukong's transformation etched itself into his mind. Yet, Sun Wukong had already charged towards the evil spirit wave, offering no further answers to Vegeta, clenching his fists until they turned pale and gritting his teeth in frustration. Vegeta cast a reluctant glance at the rushing Sun Wukong before turning his attention back to the barrier, striking it with furious punches. At that moment, Vegeta felt a tumult of emotions, frustration, helplessness, and an overwhelming anger. For all these years, stripped of a physical form and left with only his soul, he had been unable to cultivate and grow stronger. The strength he possessed upon his death remained unchanged even after regaining his body. Although the surge of dark energy had briefly amplified his power, it was evident that he was still leagues behind Sun Wukong. The proud Saiyan prince found it utterly unacceptable that his former rival had surpassed him by such a vast margin. Damn it, he seethed, channeling his rage into his strikes against the barrier. Meanwhile, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong reappeared beside the evil spirit wave, delivering a powerful sidekick. The sound of slicing air echoed, yet an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Though he struck the evil spirit wave, his leg inexplicably passed through it as if it were mere air, devoid of any resistance. Stunned, Sun Wukong quickly distanced himself from the evil spirit wave again. Kamehameha, he shouted, unleashing a formidable wave of energy aimed directly at the evil spirit wave. The brilliant blue light surged toward the foe, seemingly destined to collide. However, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. A dark fissure suddenly appeared in front of the evil spirit wave, swallowing the Kamehameha whole. The attack vanished into thin air, a phenomenon unheard of. What kind of ability is this? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. After exchanging blows for a few rounds, he found himself utterly perplexed by his opponent's tactics, unable to inflict any damage. Even when he did land a hit, the force would rebound back upon him, leaving the evil spirit wave unscathed. To deal 0 damage while being hurt by his own power, how was he supposed to fight like this? Soaring into the air, Sun Wukong called out loudly towards the palace of King Yama. Lord Yama, what manner of monster is this? King Yama's voice responded, Wukong, that is the evil spirit wave. The underworld has been accumulating dark energy over the years, and we have yet to purify it. A little red demon inadvertently shattered a jar containing this malevolent energy during its duties, causing many jars to explode in succession. This dark energy took the little demon as a host, transforming it into the massive evil spirit wave you see before you. In essence, the evil spirit wave is the embodiment of the dark energy accumulated in the underworld over the years. Is that so? Does it have any weaknesses? Sun Wukong pressed. I do not know, King Yama replied. This is the first occurrence of such a phenomenon in the underworld. Sun Wukong fell silent, although he still possessed trump cards. The current adversary strategies were utterly inscrutable, making combat exceedingly difficult. Vegeta continued to pound the transparent barrier with relentless fury, yet it seemed impervious to his onslaught. The barrier's resilience was terrifyingly formidable, appearing indestructible. However, the seemingly oblivious evil spirit wave no longer allowed Sun Wukong any time to contemplate. It expelled colorful bubbles and charged at him, intent on diverting the evil spirit wave's attention, allowing Vegeta more time to dismantle the barrier. Sun Wukong made a silly face, sticking out his tongue and taunting, "Nye nye nye." To his astonishment, the evil spirit wave halted its assault, a naive smile spreading across its face as it echoed, "Evil spirit wave. Evil spirit wave." It resembled a gigantic child, retaining a childlike innocence. Is this truly effective? Sun Wukong pondered momentarily before turning around and playfully wiggling his backside, clapping his hands. "Come chase me, fool, nye nye nye. Evil spirit wave, wah evil spirit wave." Vegeta was utterly dumbfounded. "Fool, come chase me," Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, unleashing his energy and darting off. The evil spirit wave paused briefly, then, calling out, evil spirit wave, it pursued him with wild abandon. Vegeta stood in shock, exclaiming, "What manner of combat is this? Kakarot, you fool." The foolish-looking evil spirit wave was equally clueless. Yet, recognizing that Sun Wukong was risking his life to distract the evil spirit wave, Vegeta quickly regained his focus and resumed his assault on the transparent barrier. Meanwhile, some resurrected spirits discovered that the passage from the underworld to the human realm had unexpectedly opened. Countless liberated spirits surged into the passage, eager to return to the land of the living. In mere moments, the passage became congested with souls, a chaotic throng. "This is bad. Vegeta, hurry," King Yama urged. "Shut your mouth," Vegeta retorted angrily. "You damn fool. You sent me to hell, and now you dare rush me?" He resolutely ceased his attacks, halting altogether. What's wrong? Why have you stopped?" King Yama's anxious voice rang out again. "No use. I can't break it," Vegeta snapped, circling the barrier in search of any weakness, but finding none. King Yama was on the verge of madness. After years of tireless work, he had failed to maintain control over the underworld. Now, with the palace sealed by the barrier, he had lost command of the realm. The dead were resurrecting, and the passage to the human world stood wide open, allowing countless souls that should have long departed to return, leaving him with a heavy burden of guilt. All his hard work over the years had gone to waste. King Yama paced restlessly in his hall, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Numerous resurrected souls had successfully crossed the passage back into the human realm. After observing for a time, Frieza and King Cold burst forth. However, the passage was entirely blocked, preventing their advance. "You insignificant ants, do not obstruct my path," Frieza declared, launching an energy blast that obliterated countless resurrected souls. To his surprise, androids 17 and 18 were among the crowd, and they inexplicably bore the brunt of Frieza's attack. "Damn it! Are you two lizards tired of living?" The two androids were not to be trifled with, and they retaliated fiercely against Frieza and King Cold. Having been resurrected, Frieza and King Cold found their powers significantly enhanced. In a one-on-one confrontation, they clashed fiercely with the two androids. Android 18 was seated atop King Cold's shoulders, tugging at his horns, while Android 17 landed a punch that sent Frieza's head askew. Meanwhile, Bojack and his crew had stealthily traversed the passage, returning to the human realm. The exit connecting the underworld and the human world was near Flame Mountain. Upon emerging, they found the air around them warm and invigorating. Compared to the extreme conditions of the underworld, this place felt like a paradise. After enduring a thorough beating from Gohan and Trunks, they have come to understand the profound truth that there are beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. No longer do they boast of their nonsensical dreams of annihilating the universe. Death has long dulled the sharp edges of their aspirations. Now, they merely desire to maintain a low profile and find a spaceship to escape this hellish planet. Discretion is paramount, for they are still oblivious to Gohan's whereabouts. What if they encounter him again and are met with his wrath? They have no desire to return to that infernal place. Observing the brash younglings strutting out of the corridor, full of swagger and arrogance, Bojack shook his head in dismay. These youngsters are utterly oblivious to the dangers ahead. Once that golden-haired tyrant appears, they shall be awaiting their transformation into mere fireworks. "Let us depart," he beckoned, stealthily leading his four subordinates into the dense forest. At that moment, a commanding voice halted their advance. "Hey, you lot shouldn't be here. Return to hell at once." Taken aback, Bojack and his companions looked up to find a green figure seemingly merged with nature standing before them. "Is that an Namekian?" Bojack, being somewhat well-versed, quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. Indeed, it was Piccolo. With the upheaval of the underworld, the cycle of life and death had shifted, allowing Piccolo to emerge into the mortal realm. Fixating on Piccolo, Bojack furrowed his brow, his expression one of discontent. "You Namekian, if I am not mistaken. You are adorned with a halo of the deceased. You two have just emerged from the depths of hell. What business do you have meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Are you unwell?" Piccolo merely snorted in response, standing his ground, clearly intent on blocking their path. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the old Kai and Mr. Popo stood side by side at the edge of the Kai's temple, gazing down upon the mortal world. Mr. Popo turned to the old Kai and inquired, Kai, what is happening? How have you returned to life? The old Kai's gaze was profound as he surveyed the lower realms. Mr. Popo, do not refer to me as Kai any longer. I am no longer the Kai of Earth, merely a Namekian who has unexpectedly returned to life. In my heart, you will always be the Kai of Earth. This upheaval in the underworld, this reversal of life and death, has granted me a second chance. But it is not without consequence, for I was already a dead man. Do not speak like that. Beneath the Flame Mountain, a standoff ensued before the battle erupted. Piccolo, having preserved his corporeal form and trained in the underworld, possessed considerable strength. Yet, regardless of his capabilities, his overall power was merely on par with Zanya, rendering him unable to withstand the combined might of Goku and Buu, and he was forced to retreat. Zanya, Bido, and Bojack had yet to make their move. Witnessing this, Bojack sneered coldly. Even if you wish to play the hero, one must first assess their own strength. With your meager abilities, do you dare to impede the five of us? Even in death, do you not know how to spell your own demise? Humph, who says he is alone? At that moment, a giant figure charged down from the forest. It was Android 16. Having observed the turmoil on Earth, 16 decisively intervened to assist. Oh, so there are reinforcements? You are merely courting death. Zanya, Bido, engage him. End this swiftly. Yes, my lord. Zanya and Bido approached 16, engaging him 2 against 1. However, 16's strength surpassed Piccolo's, making the confrontation less arduous for him. Piccolo, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected ally, assessed him and realized he did not recognize the newcomer. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Goku's sword struck down Piccolo's arm. In the underworld, Frieza and his son continued their battle against the android siblings. In truth, this was not their first encounter. When androids 17 and 18 first arrived in Hell, they had clashed, resulting in a humiliating defeat for Frieza and King Cold. The situation was much the same now, with the androids overwhelming the father-son duo, leaving them battered and bruised. Vegeta observed coldly, fists clenched, as he scoffed. Those bastards better annihilate each other. He failed to notice that, following his exclamation, a nearly imperceptible crack appeared at the top of the transparent barrier. Simultaneously, the battle between Goku and the evil spirit reached a fever pitch. Having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Goku engaged in a fierce exchange with the evil spirit. However, the evil spirit could automatically heal from its injuries, while Goku could not. After some time, the evil spirit remained unscathed, while Goku was left battered and bruised. Goku executed several aerial flips, evading the evil spirit's attacks, panting as he gazed upon the unblemished foe, his brow furrowed in concentration. At that moment, the evil spirit's right hand suddenly radiated light, and it pressed down upon the ground. Instantly, a swarm of diminutive evil spirits emerged. Although referred to as small, each stood over 2 meters tall, numbering in the hundreds, all identical. Fortunately, Goku was not afflicted by a fear of crowds. Otherwise, he would have succumbed at this point. Evil spirit! Evil spirit! The small evil spirits cried out, their forms flickering as they charged toward Goku at breakneck speed. A thunderous chorus erupted as the hundreds of evil spirit doppelgangers overwhelmed Goku. Yet, Goku would not sit idly by. A resounding cry echoed from within the mountain of evil spirits as a brilliant golden light burst forth. The small evil spirits were sent flying by Goku's overwhelming aura, exploding into clouds of smoke. A powerful energy rippled outward as golden flames shot up to heights of over 10 meters. Accompanied by fierce roars, Goku's golden hair elongated, and his features transformed. In mere seconds, his hair reached his waist, and his eyebrows mysteriously vanished, rendering him even more fearsome. As the transformation concluded, Goku's aura surged exponentially, radiating a lethal energy that left the evil spirit in shock. Clenching his fists, Goku fixed a cold gaze upon the evil spirit, stating nonchalantly, I am not yet familiar with this transformation, so I shall use you for practice. With a whoosh, Goku vanished, reappearing instantaneously to deliver a powerful punch that sent the evil spirit hurtling away. Meanwhile, Vegeta looked on in astonishment at the clash between Goku and the evil spirit. What is happening? Kakarot's energy has suddenly intensified. He can now suppress the evil spirit's energy? What in the world is he doing? After a moment of turmoil, Vegeta's energy flared, propelling him toward Goku and the evil spirit's battle. What is this new transformation? Vegeta gasped, incredulously observing Goku's villainous appearance. Super Saiyan has so many forms. Vegeta thought to himself, his expression shifting rapidly as he cursed Goku for his deceitful tactics. Once Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the evil spirit stood no chance. Goku's fists rained down like a tempest upon the evil spirit, whose corpulent form was battered, unable to retaliate, and drool flying in all directions. Witnessing this, Vegeta seethed. Damn you, Kakarot. You could have transformed into this form from the very beginning. Why did you delay so long? Are you out of your mind? Amidst the discontented mutterings of Vegeta, Son Goku soared into the sky, his entire being ablaze with golden radiance. Two colossal waves of light manifested in his hands, propelling them towards the evil contaminant wave. Before it could react, the energy blast obliterated it into a mass of flesh. Chapter 050, Son Goku's Desperation. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Could it be? He succeeded? Goku hovered high above, resembling an invincible golden deity, his gaze piercing and fierce. The aura he exuded was overwhelmingly potent. Wait a moment, didn't it just disintegrate into nothingness? Why does its presence still linger? In fact, it seems to have grown even stronger. Just then, the remnants of the evil contaminant wave began to writhe and swiftly coalesce. In no time, a figure emerged from the thick smoke. Is this an evolution of the evil contaminant wave? Both Goku and Vegeta stared in disbelief at the reformed entity. Yet, this iteration of the evil contaminant wave was entirely different from the last. If the previous form appeared as an innocent child, this one exuded the aura of a grand villain. The transformation was staggering. Its height had shrunk dramatically from over 30 meters to a mere 2. Now encased in a layer of hardened flesh armor, its form shifted from a pearly white to a predominantly red hue, accented with pink. Its dark, golden eyes brimmed with malevolence, and a sinister smirk played on its lips, unmistakably marking it as a formidable adversary. Observing the shift in the evil contaminant wave's aura, Vegeta exclaimed, "This creature's power has escalated tremendously." Goku furrowed his brow, understanding that this was no longer the foe they had faced moments ago. The evil contaminant wave now possessed a perfect physique, more suited for combat. And with its amplified energy, a grueling battle awaited him. Time was of the essence. Huh! Goku shouted, unleashing a fiery aura as he resolved to strike first. He executed an instant transmission, appearing instantly behind the evil contaminant wave, and delivered a punch crackling with electric sparks. His fist shattered the air, nearly tearing through space itself, crashing into the evil contaminant wave. Haha! The evil contaminant wave grinned, its body dissolving into a flurry of colorful particles, evading Goku's assault. Danger! Goku heightened his senses, refusing to allow any lapse in caution, and swiftly distanced himself from the creature. However, the evil contaminant wave reformed suddenly beside him, clutching a purplish-red energy sphere and pressing it against Goku's chest. With a thunderous explosion, Goku barely had time to react before the energy sphere detonated against him. The violent blast shredded his garments to tatters and left his upper body marred with wounds, blood streaming profusely. Yet, this was not the end. The evil contaminant wave opened its mouth, unleashing another glimmering energy sphere that struck Goku head-on. With a deafening roar of explosion, Goku coughed up blood, his body hurled backward, crashing into the dust, struggling in vain to rise. Kakarot! Vegeta yelled from the side. The evil contaminant wave turned its head, casting a wicked glance at Vegeta. Realizing the impending peril, Vegeta maintained a facade of bravado, taunting, "You fool, what are you staring at?" Haha! The evil contaminant wave chuckled darkly, smashing its fist into the ground. Instantly, a colossal fist materialized beneath Vegeta, sending him flying. Wah! He spat blood, his golden hair reverting to black, his weakened body unable to sustain the Super Saiyan transformation any longer. Vegeta! Goku, struggling to rise, called out, gathering his hands at his waist to concentrate a Kamehameha wave. A brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, saturating the atmosphere with dazzling blue. Ha ha ha! The evil contaminant wave watched, extending its right hand, which elongated to grasp Vegeta's neck. Just then, Goku executed an instant transmission, appearing before the evil contaminant wave and unleashing the Kamehameha at point-blank range. At such proximity, there seemed no chance for the evil contaminant wave to evade. Yet, to Goku's astonishment, a rift in space appeared on the creature's chest, voraciously consuming his Kamehameha. Almost immediately, it re-emerged from a different location, curving at an unnatural angle toward Vegeta. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku teleported again, seizing Vegeta and pulling him aside. The Kamehameha struck the ground with immense force. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, cracking the earth and obliterating a third of the underworld. Ha ha! Ha! Goku's chest heaved, his body battered and breathless. Vegeta struggled to stand, nearly collapsing under his own weight. How could such a monster exist? Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips, his expression filled with frustration. He felt utterly powerless, unable to withstand even a single attack from the evil contaminant wave. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Goku, you must flee. I will hold him off for a moment, Vegeta urged, coughing up blood. He gazed at Goku with incredulity. Flee? You expect me to escape? Kakarot, you underestimate me. Kakarot, Don't you have any hidden moves left? Goku replied with a bitter smile. None that would be of any use. Though he possessed the fusion technique with Metamore, Vegeta's current weakness rendered it impractical. Furthermore, both were grievously wounded, making fusion impossible. And the evil contaminant wave would never grant them the chance to perform the intricate dance required. Vegeta fell silent. Just then, the evil contaminant wave picked up a small stick from the ground, which quickly morphed into a bloodthirsty crimson sword. It then swung towards Goku and Vegeta with deadly intent. The pink sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving rifts in space itself. Goku's pupils constricted as he pulled Vegeta aside, flinging him away just as the sword energy rained down. Aya! Vegeta's cries echoed, uncertain of where he had been thrown. Ha ha ha. The evil contaminant wave continued to unleash waves of sword energy at Goku. Despite his efforts to dodge, the relentless barrage overwhelmed him, and he was ultimately struck across the chest, blood gushing forth. A sharp, agonizing pain coursed through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He erupted with what little energy remained, but his reserves were nearly depleted. Whoosh! 2 energy blasts flew from his hands toward the evil contaminant wave. Without a flicker of hesitation, the evil contaminant wave cleaved through both energy blasts, severing them in half. However, even as the explosions erupted around it, the creature stood unfazed, its strength unyielding. Ha ha ha! The evil contaminant wave emerged from the smoke unscathed, and Goku's heart sank to an abyss of despair. A hopeless predicament. An absolute deadlock. Throughout his battles, Goku had faced numerous dire situations, each time managing to find a way out. Yet now, he could fathom no means of turning the tide. This evil contaminant wave resembled an invincible demon, an embodiment of terror and might. Just then, the last remnants of his energy dwindled, and he reverted from Super Saiyan to his normal black-haired form. Super Saiyan 3, a form recently mastered by Son Goku, still remains somewhat unrefined, and its forced application imposes an overwhelming strain on his body. Chapter 051. Father, this time it is I who shall protect you. Beneath the Flame Mountain. The beleaguered Piccolo momentarily blinds Bojack's crew with a solar flare before urging Android 16 to take flight towards the Heavenly Temple. His intent is to seek fusion with the Elder Kaishin. Meanwhile, in the path leading through Hell, Chi-Chi and the Ox King tread cautiously, oblivious to the reason behind their sudden resurrection. For now, their sole awareness is to advance with the main group. As they progress, Chi-Chi hears someone mention that this is a passage to the living world, which ignites a surge of excitement within her. I wonder how Gohan is doing right now. Father, let us hurry. I want to go back and check on Gohan. Indeed, I hope Gohan is safe. Chi-Chi, you should refrain from pressuring Gohan to study so much in the future. Chi-Chi's gaze dims as she murmurs, the future? Who knows if there will be one? She then turns to the Ox King. Father, do you know what wish Gohan made on his 4th birthday? No, I do not. Gohan wished to become a great scholar. The Ox King falls silent. Let us move quickly. At this moment in the Enma Palace, a few individuals are frantically pacing. They are Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamchu, Baba, and Krillin. Summoned to help maintain order in the Enma Palace, they have found themselves ensnared within the malevolent barrier of the evil wave. Currently, they are utterly unable to breach this confinement, anxiously observing like ants on a hot pan. Krillin scratches his head in frustration. What should we do? Goku's energy has diminished. Is there anyone who can assist him? Vegeta is equally incapacitated. His energy flickers like a candle flame, ready to extinguish. Yamcha suggests, Baba, could you perhaps go to the living world and bring Gohan here? If he could defeat the androids, he would surely be of help to Goku. I can't leave either, Baba laments. It's over. It's all over. Son Goku presses his right hand against his chest, panting heavily, his gaze locked onto the evil wave, his mind failing to conceive any viable solution. A spirit bomb? No, this is hell. It is impossible to absorb energy here. Furthermore, the charging time for such a technique is excessively long, requiring an immense amount of energy to defeat the evil wave. Both conditions render the technique unusable. Just then, the evil wave cackles ominously, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Son Goku. However, the energy of the sword in its hand appears to have been depleted, rapidly disintegrating into luminous particles that vanish into the air. The evil wave, glancing at its empty hand, appears unfazed, continuing its sinister laughter as it extends its palm. Fingers splayed, targeting Son Goku. In an instant, a brilliant light emanates from its palm, and a colossal energy sphere hurtles towards Son Goku. As the energy sphere approaches, Goku clutches his chest, feeling despondent. At that moment, his stamina is utterly depleted, his energy non-existent. Even the slightest movement is impossible, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, nearly unable to stay open. Little did he anticipate that he might meet his end here. Goku's heart aches, having died once already, although he retains his corporeal form. Should he perish again, he would be irretrievably lost, vanishing from this world without a trace. Is this truly the end? Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the searing energy sphere looms dangerously close. Son Goku stares blankly at the impending doom, resigned to his fate. At the critical moment, a figure materializes out of thin air, positioning itself before Son Goku. Goku, taken aback, questions, Who? Who is it? Boom. The newcomer delivers a powerful kick, sending the energy sphere flying away. The sphere detonates in the distance, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. The evil wave, momentarily stunned, cautiously scrutinizes the suddenly appeared Gohan. The newcomer turns, declaring, Father. This time it is I who shall protect you. The resolute and familiar visage of Gohan comes into focus for Son Goku. Father? Is that you, Gohan? After a moment of surprise, Goku's pupils sharpen. Gohan has grown tall, towering over him, his bushy tail swaying in the wind, emanating an aura of overwhelming strength. In Goku's memories, Gohan's image had lingered at the tender age of 6 or 7, causing him to momentarily fail to recognize his own son. Gohan crouches down, smiling. It is I, Father. Indeed, it is you, Gohan. How did you come here? Goku struggles to regain his composure. It's King Kai, Father. There is no time to explain, we must leave this place. With that, Gohan effortlessly lifts Son Goku into his arms. Oh, this energy, it's Mom. Whoosh. Gohan, with Son Goku in tow, instantly teleports away. The evil wave, now agitated by their sudden disappearance, begins unleashing energy spheres, bombarding the underworld. The realm quakes under the explosions, the sky morphing once more into a foreboding crimson hue. On the other side, Gohan materializes before Chi-Chi and the Ox King, who, aside from Gohan, are utterly astonished. Gohan and Goku? What? What is happening? Chi-Chi and the Ox King exclaim in unison. Goku chimes in, Oh, Chi-Chi and Uncle Ox King? How did you end up here? By the way, Gohan, did you just use instant transmission? Did you go to Yardrat? Yes, I just returned from Yardrat, Gohan confirms. Gohan, my dear Gohan. Chi-Chi rushes forward, your hands, and your tail. What has transpired? Gohan embraces Chi-Chi warmly. Now, Gohan carries Son Goku with one arm, while cradling Chi-Chi with the other, embodying a picture of familial reunion and joy. Gohan pats Chi-Chi's back, saying, Let us not dwell on that right now. Mom and Grandpa, I'm so relieved to see you again. Rest assured, since you haven't been reincarnated, I will find a way to revive you. Oh, Gohan. Chi-Chi cries. All right, I must confront the evil wave. That creature has gone completely mad. Gohan turns his gaze toward the Enma Palace, where the evil wave wreaks havoc. Chi-Chi gently releases Gohan, scrutinizing him with tear-filled eyes. Gohan, don't overexert yourself. Promise me you'll return. Gohan nods solemnly. The nearly incapacitated Son Goku speaks with a grave tone. Gohan, the evil wave is formidable. Exercise caution. If it becomes too perilous, retreat using instant transmission. Although Goku has never used instant transmission to escape danger himself, witnessing his grown son now prompts these instinctual words to escape his lips. He feels an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to his son. Understood, Gohan acknowledges. Gohan, leave Goku to me, the Ox King interjects. Forget it. I can't let you go to Earth alone. Mom, Grandpa, hold on to me. I'll first take you to a safe place before returning. Gohan furrows his brow. All right. Chi-Chi and the Ox King obediently grasp Gohan's garment. Gohan aligns his fingers, forming a blade-like gesture to his forehead, sensing King Kai's presence, and with a swift motion, he teleports to King Kai's planet. After setting Son Goku down, he vanishes again. The others stand in stunned silence, gazing at the spot where Gohan had just been. Goku murmurs, Gohan has grown up, he can protect us now. Chi-Chi. She turns to Goku, tears brimming in her eyes. Goku. Gohan has endured so much hardship over the years. So much has happened. In times past, you were surrounded by numerous companions, yet Gohan now finds himself alone in his endeavors, and my heart aches with sorrow. Chi-Chi, I am truly sorry. Chapter 052, The Wrath of Son Gohan Unleashed. Not only the underworld is in chaos, but Earth too is in disarray. Thus, Gohan instructs Trunks to return to Earth first to address the issues that have arisen there. Trunks unsheathes the sword of the hero from his back, sensing the aggressive presence of the resurrected undead, known as the Chivalrous Blade. The reanimated foes fall like wheat before the scythe, collapsing in a cacophony. Suddenly, 5 figures materialize before Trunks, striking various peculiar poses and shouting, Raikum, Guys, Barde, Guldo, Captain Jinyu. Together, they proclaim in unison, the Jinyu Force. Boy, you shall ultimately meet your demise at the hands of the Jinyu Force, declares the purple-skinned Captain Jinyu, pointing an accusing finger at Trunks. Oh, how formidable you all are. Trunks replies, darting forward and swiftly drawing his sword. A flash of lightning occurs. With a series of muffled thuds, 5 corpses are cleaved into 6 pieces, tumbling into the dust. Without a glance back, Trunks propels himself toward his next destination. Is that the aura of a Saiyan? Trunks instantaneously teleports and arrives just in time to witness a bald Saiyan demolishing a village. You scoundrel! Trunks sheathes his sword, opting to confront this brute with his fists. The bald giant turns to Trunks, noticing the furry tail protruding from behind him. Are you also a Saiyan? Are you the son of Kakarot or Vegeta? The bald warrior inquires, revealing himself to be Nappa, once a subordinate of Vegeta, ultimately slain for defying orders. Trunks regards him with a derisive smirk. By your appearance, you must be Vegeta's offspring. It seems I can avenge my father with my own hands. Vegeta, I shall slay your son. Ha ha. Nappa cackles, charging toward Trunks. Trunks meets him head-on, delivering a single punch that reduces Nappa to a mere pulp. Trunks vanishes once more. The Bojack squad, consisting of 5 members, traverses a barren sandy expanse. Suddenly, Trunks's figure materializes in the air above, gazing down upon the 5 below. Indeed, it is Bojack. They have truly been resurrected. Trunks murmurs, transforming explosively into a Super Saiyan. He then discreetly gathers a colossal energy sphere. Bojack! He roars. Startled, Bojack and his comrades glance upward, only to be met with a gigantic energy ball colliding with their faces. Boom! An explosion ensues, blinding light ravages the area, and a massive mushroom cloud ascends into the sky. In an instant, save for Bojack, the other 4 are gravely injured. At this moment, Trunks's power has far surpassed theirs, yielding significant results in this surprise attack. Perish! Trunks's figure blurs, and he instantly teleports into the thick smoke, appearing beside Bido. Before Bido can react, Trunks drives his sword into his heart, extinguishing his life. Bido! Zhongya screams upon realizing the calamity. Just as her cry escapes, her head is violently hurled into the air, and she too meets her demise. You bastard, you wretched golden-haired fiend. Bojack roars in fury, retreating and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts into the smoke. Trunks remains unscathed, while his 2 subordinates, Gokwa and Butchie, are obliterated. Ha ha ha, you are truly deranged. Even slaughtering your own subordinates. Trunks laughs heartily, soaring into the air before confronting Bojack. You shall not escape my wrath. Bojack bellows, gathering an energy sphere to hurl at Trunks. Trunks scoffs, raising his hand to catch the energy blast, which subsequently propels him hundreds of meters away. Trunks exclaims, dodging as the energy blast grazes past him, detonating in the distance with a deafening roar. Trunks watches Bojack intently, fully aware of the threat he poses. He knows that Bojack is no match for his 4 subordinates, and, without hesitation, unleashes his full power. Bojack recognizes the danger as well, having previously suffered at Gohan's hands. He too goes all out. The 2 engage in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows that generate explosive sounds, causing the very heavens to tremble. In the underworld, Gohan's battle with the malevolent spirit has commenced. Cloaked in a mysterious aura, Gohan radiates intensity, enveloped in a silvery energy. Each strike he delivers is executed with utmost power, inflicting considerable damage. What are you laughing at, you grotesque creature? I'll obliterate you, you hideous monster. Disgusting, I could vomit just looking at you. Die. What are you doing? Are you starving? Put some effort into it, what? Can't you speak? Then eat dung. He bellows, unleashing a torrent of insults. You fool. A disgrace to the monster realm, a fighter among refuse. Bow before me. The 2 combatants clash, ascending from the ground to the sky and back again. Yet Gohan's vitriol stands in stark contrast to his previous fighting style. The enormous screen in the Yama Palace broadcasts the fierce confrontation between Gohan and the malevolent spirit, leaving Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha in utter shock. They are astonished not only by Gohan's current prowess and appearance, but also by his unconventional fighting approach. They cannot fathom why Gohan would resort to such vile taunts against the malevolent spirit. The group exchanges bewildered glances. Do you think Gohan has become this irritable due to the immense pressure he has faced over the years? Krillin speculates, swallowing hard. It's possible, Yamcha replies. After all, when we died, he was still a child, left to confront those 2 terrifying beasts alone. It's quite normal for him to have developed some issues. Indeed, childhood trauma. Tien concurs. But shouldn't we be marveling at Gohan's strength? He is holding his ground against the malevolent spirit, clearly surpassing Goku, Tien remarks. Gohan truly is remarkable, Kaiatsu adds. He avenged us by taking down those 2 androids. Yamcha wipes the sweat from his brow, a hint of anxiety creeping in. I wonder, once he defeats the malevolent spirit, will he come to see us? If he defeats the malevolent spirit, he will surely come, Krillin asserts. What I mean is, are you all worried he might insult us as well? After all, We haven't been in touch for years. Yamcha chuckles awkwardly. What is there to fear? Tien retorts. Gohan would only act like that toward his enemies. I remember him as a very well-behaved and understanding child, with an exceptionally good temperament. Indeed, Tien is correct, Kaiatsu agrees, raising both hands in support. Krillin sighs, resigned. There's nothing we can do about it. Lord Enma and King Kai have both stated that we are dead and cannot interfere with the affairs of the living. Otherwise, it would be a grave sin. We are indeed powerless, as we have passed on. Well then, Yamcha swallows hard. Let's just watch the battle. Gohan hurls an energy sphere at the malevolent spirit's chest. The spirit chuckles sinisterly, dispersing into a flurry of colorful particles that scatter with the wind. In a different location, he swiftly reassembles, opening his mouth to unleash an energy blast toward Gohan. You foul, insolent wretch. Your words are nothing but excrement. Gohan shouts, instantly teleporting behind the malevolent spirit and delivering a powerful punch that sends the spirit reeling, stars swirling in his vision. Chapter 053. Gohan's new technique. The evil containment wave shimmered with a myriad of sparkling particles, only to transform into a kaleidoscope of colors that vanished into thin air. To be frank, it was quite vexing. This marked the first time Gohan encountered such an irksome adversary. He recalled distinctly that the evil containment wave, when reprimanded, would lose some of its power. He had followed this advice moments ago. However, the actual impact was negligible, effective, yet minimal. Before long, the evil containment wave began to coalesce nearby, and Gohan sensed its presence instantly. In a mere blink, energy blasts were unleashed with reckless abandon. This time, the evil containment wave had yet to fully materialize when it was struck down, dispersing into colorful particles in the air. Suddenly, a circular wormhole opened behind Gohan, and an arm of the evil containment wave shot forth like lightning, reaching for the nape of Gohan's neck. Sensing the impending danger, Gohan deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the elongated arm that crashed into the ground, causing it to crack and splinter. In that fleeting moment of evasion, the evil containment wave had reformed its body, its two arms extending and relentlessly assaulting Gohan. He danced nimbly upon the tips of its fingers, dodging attack after attack. On King Kai's planet, Goku, having regained some stamina and energy after a dose of red medicine from King Kai, pressed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Eyes closed as he observed the battle in the underworld. He marveled aloud. Gohan is incredibly strong. But why doesn't he transform into a Super Saiyan? It's truly perplexing. Even so, his energy rivals that of the evil containment wave. Can Gohan truly be this powerful without transforming? It's astonishing. Beside him, Chi-Chi remarked, Goku. Is Gohan really that formidable? Just look for yourself. He truly is remarkable, Goku replied. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, the two Supreme Kais, Jebet and Dandy, gathered around a sphere the size of a basketball, watching the battle unfold in the underworld. Do you see? This is the power unleashed after potential is awakened. The old Supreme Kai declared proudly. Go, Gohan. The Supreme Kai cheered, fists clenched in encouragement. You can do it, Gohan. Dandy echoed, equally enthusiastic. As Gohan was his closest friend, Vegeta, groggy from a brief unconsciousness, felt rejuvenated, both in strength and spirit. Upon awakening, he sensed two formidable energies clashing violently. His pupils constricted as he gazed toward the confrontation between Gohan and the evil containment wave. Who is battling the evil containment wave? Their energy is on par with it. He wondered. Wait, where did Kakarot's energy go? Is he dead? Damn it, I must see for myself. Curiosity compelled him to ascend slowly towards the battleground of Gohan and the evil containment wave. Suddenly, two figures zipped past him, Gohan and the evil containment wave, engaged in their fierce duel. The gust from their swift movement nearly sent Vegeta tumbling from the sky. Who is that? He fumed. That energy feels so familiar. It seems like a Saiyan-S energy. No, it cannot be. The only remaining Saiyans are myself, Kakarot, and that fool's son, Gohan, along with Trunks. Gohan. As he spoke, his eyes widened in realization. He finally recognized the source of that energy. Was it not Kakarot's son? That little mushroom-headed boy has grown to this extent. When he had seen androids 17 and 18 arrive in the underworld, he knew something monumental must have transpired on Earth. It had to be either Gohan or Trunks who had defeated the androids. Yet, even then, he never anticipated Gohan's power could reach such heights. The shock reverberated within him like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Wait, what about Trunks? Has he arrived as well? If memory serves, Trunks must be around 14 or 15 now. He couldn't recall precisely. It had been so many years without him realizing. Meanwhile, Gohan delivered a powerful punch to the evil containment wave's face, only to be met with a kick to his abdomen in return. A swift strike from Gohan sent the evil containment wave reeling, and the two engaged in a reckless exchange that had persisted for over half an hour, both spitting blood as they fought fiercely. Soon, They found themselves near the Hall of Judgment. At that moment, Android 18 was perched atop King Cold, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to his face, while Android 17 had severed Frisia's tail, eliciting frantic cries from the tyrant. Boom. Gohan was kicked away by the evil containment wave, hurtling towards the four of them like a meteor. The evil containment wave stood in the air, arms crossed, chuckling malevolently. Gohan crashed down, sending Frisia and the others tumbling from the shockwave. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Gohan rose from the smoke, laughing heartily, then in an instant, he appeared before Frisia, delivering a direct punch to the tyrant's head, which exploded upon impact. With a flicker, Gohan vanished again, reappearing to crush King Cold in two while simultaneously unleashing an energy blast that obliterated him entirely. As Son Gohan, Android 17 and 18 gasped, turning to flee. But they barely got far before Gohan launched two energy blasts, transforming them into bursts of fireworks. After this display, Gohan charged two enormous energy spheres, and with a swift movement, he appeared behind the evil containment wave. The energy blasts were unleashed with tremendous force, causing the evil containment wave to revert once more into colorful particles. The onlookers in the Hall of Judgment were left utterly dumbfounded, as was Goku on King Kai's planet. What is this? Is this the aesthetic of violent beauty in battle? Yet the conflict was far from over, for the evil containment wave was reborn once more. It cackled wickedly, lunging at Gohan with an agility that defied belief, contorting its body like a twisted pretzel. Caught off guard, Gohan was sent flying. Damn you, Gohan shouted, his figure flickering in the air as he closed in on the evil containment wave, and they resumed their life and death struggle. Both combatants possessed astonishing resilience and self-healing abilities. Nearly an hour had passed, and their ferocity remained undiminished, leaving the spectators in awe. However, they gradually began to sense a shift, for as time progressed, the energy of the evil containment wave began to wane, while Gohan's energy grew increasingly fierce. What is that? Krillin pointed to the screen high above. Huh, the others noticed as well. It's the spirit bomb, Yamcha exclaimed, eyes wide. In the sky, a gleaming energy sphere radiated brilliance. No, that is not a spirit bomb. Tien Shinhan shook his head. The energy of a spirit bomb is pure and righteous, but this energy is tainted with malevolence. How could it be a spirit bomb? Oh, could this be the doing of the evil containment wave? Krillin said, astonished. Gohan, be careful. The group couldn't help but express their concern for Gohan. Goku on King Kai's planet, however, perceived the situation differently. That is not a spirit bomb. It is Gohan extracting the energy of the evil containment wave. No wonder its energy is diminishing. As the scene shifted, Gohan tore off the evil containment wave's two arms. Chapter 054, Unraveling Several Mysteries. With both hands ablaze with fierce flames, Son Gohan directly incinerated the arms of the evil containment wave. This time, the evil containment wave no longer wore its previous nonchalant smirk. Instead, its visage contorted into a grimace of agony. Son Gohan reveled inwardly, delivering a lightning-fast kick that struck the evil containment wave squarely in the chest. The impact concaved its torso, causing it to spew forth a torrent of blood. Staggering backward, the evil containment wave found itself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage of punches from Son Gohan, each blow resonating like thunderclaps. Meanwhile, the malevolent energy sphere overhead swelled ominously. The evil containment wave retreated repeatedly, its severed arms regenerating, yet its diminished energy rendered it incapable of even dispersing into colorful particles. With a pained gasp, it released a mouthful of blood, narrowly missing Son Gohan, who sidestepped gracefully. In a swift motion, he seized its throat with his left hand, while his right unleashed a ceaseless flurry of punches, sending the evil containment wave's form hurtling through the air. The scene was drenched in brutality and carnage. Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, shuddered, haunted by unpleasant memories. After 10 minutes of relentless assault, Son Gohan declared, perish, as he flung the limp form of the evil containment wave into the sky and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. The formidable energy beam surged forth like a blue, electrified dragon, engulfing the evil containment wave in an instant. With a wretched scream, the evil containment wave's body rapidly vaporized, ultimately vanishing from the air. Exhaling deeply, Son Gohan gazed upward at the shimmering malevolent energy sphere, extending his right hand into the void, and then abruptly clenching his fingers. Boom. The wicked energy orb exploded. Purified in the process, a cascade of crystalline energy rained down, rejuvenating the atmosphere of the underworld, which became refreshingly cool. As the evil containment wave dissipated, the barriers surrounding the Yama Palace crumbled, allowing King Yama to regain his dominion over the netherworld. He swiftly set about restoring order. As the lingering souls in the human realm scattered back to the underworld, The balance between the two realms was re-established, returning to a state of harmony. However, there were exceptions. For instance, Chi-Chi and the Ox King on King Kai's planet did not return to the underworld. Their physical forms remained intact, adorned instead with a halo. Vegeta, who was grappling with existential doubts, also bore a halo while retaining his corporeal existence. Within the Yama Palace, King Yama smiled faintly, storing away his zeal and humility. Just before the passage between the underworld and the human realm closed, the successful reincarnation of the old Kai, Piccolo, also returned to the underworld. Son Gohan materialized in the grand hall of the Yama Palace, where the imposing figure of King Yama awaited him. Upon seeing Son Gohan, King Yama greeted him warmly, his massive physique resembling a small mountain, yet exuding a friendly demeanor. Thank you, Gohan. Without your assistance, the underworld would have faced dire consequences, and the human realm would have been in peril as well. This is indeed a monumental accomplishment. Do you have any requests? With a slight smile, Son Gohan replied. In that case, I shall speak plainly. Could the merits from this incident be attributed to my mother and grandfather? Might they be directly restored to life? Restoration in such a manner is, unfortunately, beyond my capabilities, King Yama conveyed. However, rest assured that I have preserved their physical forms. With their bodies intact, they will experience little difference from being alive. Thank you, King Yama, Son Gohan expressed gratefully. Not at all. It is the least I could do, King Yama chuckled. With matters settled, Son Gohan regarded King Yama with newfound appreciation. The king was not as rigid as he had anticipated. Before he could even voice his concerns, King Yama had already taken proactive measures. By the way, Vegeta may not have played a direct role, but he certainly contributed by delaying the evil containment wave significantly. Coupled with Trunks' efforts in cleansing numerous malevolent souls in the human realm, I have decided to preserve Vegeta's corporeal form as well. Oh, Son Gohan nodded, indifferent to Vegeta's fate. After all, it had little bearing on him. Vegeta had even struck him several times in their youth. However, retaliation seemed unnecessary now, given the respect he held for Bulma and Trunks. Now that he was in the underworld, he intended to pay Vegeta a visit for a specific purpose, to learn the technique of creating an artificial moon. Son Gohan turned to King Yama, inquiring, King Yama, will I be allowed to return to the underworld in the future? Certainly, King Yama assured him. While the living cannot traverse to the human realm, there are no explicit regulations preventing the living from visiting the underworld. As long as you are not concerned about being tainted by the spirits of the departed, you may come whenever you wish. Very well, then, Son Gohan acknowledged, before glancing at his former companions standing a short distance away. Their faces were a mix of familiarity and strangeness, evoking an array of emotions. The expressions of his old friends were a blend of excitement and apprehension, leaving Son Gohan puzzled. While excitement was understandable, what could account for their tension? Then, he spotted the fortune teller. Fortune teller? So you are truly here. Son Gohan exclaimed, surprised. The fortune teller gazed at him, her expression revealing her unfamiliarity. This unexpected greeting caught her off guard. Yes, what's the matter? She inquired. Recognizing him as Goku's son, though they had never met, Son Gohan explained, it's nothing now, but I had sought you out in your palace twice before and found you absent. The fortune teller's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I see now. The underworld has been quite busy. I have been conscripted by King Yama to assist here for several years. By the way, has Master Roshi passed away? She, being Master Roshi's sister, was likely the most knowledgeable about his whereabouts. Master Roshi? No, that fellow is still hiding out with Puar and Oolong in a submarine in the East Sea, if I remember correctly. But that was many years ago. I have no idea if they have changed location since then. Son Gohan fell silent, having assumed Master Roshi had perished. Instead, he discovered he had simply gone into hiding. Did he remain unaware of the android's demise? He had not made an appearance since then. However, if Master Roshi was indeed unable to sense energy, perhaps it was not an issue after all. What about the cat sage? Son Gohan inquired, eager to uncover more information. The fortune teller sighed. Alas, he has passed away. It was his gluttony that led to his downfall. One day he craved fish, ventured into the human realm, and encountered the androids. I am not certain about the details of his demise. Thus, the cat sage had met a tragic fate. Chapter 55. Coexistence. Son Gohan silently wished for the cat sage to transcend death and awaken the bloodline of a destroyer. He approached his long-lost companions, each adorned with identical halos, a testament to their production line in the underworld. Gohan! Piccolo exclaimed, rushing forward. He had not witnessed Son Gohan's battle with the evil containment wave and thus bore the least emotional burden, his face radiating genuine affection. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan replied with a warm smile. Piccolo approached, scrutinizing Gohan with palpable delight, exclaiming, Gohan, how you've grown. You've also become remarkably powerful. Just now, I could sense your formidable energy even from the mortal realm. Splendid, truly splendid. Indeed, Piccolo had also become much stronger than Gohan remembered. The current Piccolo gave the impression that he could almost match Bojack in strength, indicating that he had diligently trained even after his demise. Feeling a twinge of shame, Gohan recalled that this was due to his fusion with the deity Piccolo, who had fled from a losing battle against Bojack's crew to merge with old Kai. Oh, so that is how it is. Gohan nodded in understanding. By the way, Gohan, during the battle, a large fellow with red hair assisted me. Yet he emitted no energy whatsoever. Do you know who he is? Piccolo inquired. A large red-haired fellow? Of course, I know him. It must be Android 16. I recognized his kind-hearted nature, which is why I chose to spare him. I never anticipated he would actually intervene when Earth faced peril. My intuition about him was indeed correct. Gohan was somewhat surprised, yet found it reasonable, as Android 16 had always been such a character. So he is an android? No wonder he lacked any presence, Piccolo remarked, momentarily astonished. It's truly wonderful to see you again, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said, extending his arms to envelop Piccolo in a hearty embrace. The unexpected gesture left Piccolo visibly uncomfortable, his face tinged with green. Gee Gohan, Piccolo stammered, feeling a bit out of sorts. Indeed, Gohan had matured. He would never have dared such bold actions before. Ha ha ha, is Uncle Piccolo shy? Gohan teased as he released him with a smile. In no way. Piccolo vehemently denied, though his flustered expression betrayed him. All right, then it's nothing, Gohan laughed, his face beaming as he turned to Yamcha. Ah, Uncle Yamcha, you seem to have bulked up a bit. I suppose the afterlife has its perks, Gohan remarked, giving Yamcha a warm hug. Haha, really? Yamcha scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Indeed. By the way, I used to have a scar on my face similar to yours, Uncle Yamcha. It was incredibly cool, but sadly, it was later removed by the dragon, Gohan added, releasing Yamcha with a hint of regret. Seeing Gohan's amiable demeanor, Yamcha let out a hearty laugh. Ha, scars only look cool on others. When it's on your own face, you just want it gone. Well, that is true, Gohan replied, chuckling as he glanced at Tien. Tien, who usually wore a stern expression, broke into a rare smile upon seeing Gohan after so many years. Hee, Gohan, you've truly become strong, he said. Gohan reciprocated with a hug, then released him, saying, Ha ha, Uncle Tien, it's rare to see you smile. I thought your smile might look awkward, but to my surprise, you look quite dashing. Remember to smile more often. Oh really? Hee, Tien said, feeling a bit bashful. Of course, Gohan affirmed confidently before moving on to Krillin. Uncle Krillin. Gohan squatted down, unable to help the significant height difference. Krillin's eyes were red, wiping away tears. Gohan. Oh, why are you crying? Gohan asked. Uncle Krillin. I must inform you, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. No, I'm just so happy, Krillin exclaimed, unable to cry any longer, delivering a light punch to Gohan's chest, though it lacked force. Seeing you brings me great joy as well, Uncle Krillin, Gohan smiled. In truth, among all the uncles, besides Piccolo, he felt closest to Krillin, so his happiness was genuine. Gohan, you must have had a tough time these past years, Krillin said, wiping his eyes again. Gohan's smile radiated, not at all. It's just been a matter of facing down two great evils alone for over a decade, a minor detail. You're deceiving me. You were just a child. How could you not have struggled facing two great demons? Krillin insisted. Gohan remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed softly, stating, Indeed. It wasn't easy. I thought you all might not realize this, believing I was simply enjoying life on Earth, singing, dancing, and playing video games with the androids. His tone was remarkably calm. However, those listening felt a chill run down their spines when recalling his fierce battles against the evil forces. I'm truly sorry, Gohan. It's because King Enma and King Kai said we were dead and could no longer interfere with the mortal realm, so I sincerely apologize, Krillin said, his head bowed in remorse. Yes, Gohan, both King Kai and King Enma assured us that you would manage things well, and indeed, you have, Piccolo added, with others nodding in agreement. Utter nonsense. Gohan is aware that in a certain timeline, someone went to the martial arts tournament with a halo and caused quite a ruckus on Earth. Gohan fell silent for a moment before saying coolly, Uncle Piccolo, you are the wisest among them. My father may be a fool, but how did you all fall into such thoughtlessness? Yes, you died and can't interfere with the mortal realm, but could you at least think a little? King Kai is preoccupied with too many planets to keep an eye on Earth. He's probably racing around every day, am I wrong? Did you ever consider having that buffoon King Kai relay a message to me, asking me to venture to New Namek to seek the Dragon Balls to revive you? That doesn't count as interfering with the mortal realm, does it? It's merely asking him to pass on a message. If that is also too much, then forget I said anything. What happened to all of you? Did you all lose your wits? The group exchanged glances, a storm brewing within them. Indeed. How had they not thought of that? Was some great cosmic force at play? We didn't think of it, Krillin said anxiously. Yes, we were just as worried, yet we never realized we could approach it this way, Yamcha added, wanting to pat Gohan on the shoulder but hesitating. Gohan. It was our mistake, Piccolo said. Gohan stood up, scanning the faces of those present. They bore expressions of guilt, yet this time, they didn't shy away, appearing prepared to accept Gohan's admonishments. Taking a deep breath, Gohan said softly, let this be, then. I've scolded you all, let us consider it even. He then turned to Dend. Dend was even smaller than Krillin, but since he floated in the air, Gohan didn't need to crouch. Dend. It's been a long time, Gohan greeted. Indeed, it has been a while, Gohan. Gohan, didn't you cut off your tail before? Dend asked, noticing the furry appendage behind Gohan. It grew back, and I think it looks quite cool, so I decided not to cut it off. I think it looks cool too. Good taste, Gohan complimented him. He then turned to his uncles, asking, so, are you all working under King Enma now? Piccolo responded. They've come to assist because there are too many souls in the afterlife. I prefer not to help, so I remain a free agent, otherwise I'd be stuck in this Enma palace. I see, Gohan replied. Son Gohan nodded and continued, I would like to pose a question to all of you uncles. If there were a way to resurrect, would you wish to come back? Resurrection? A term both foreign and distant. Krillin pondered for a moment before replying. Initially, I was quite keen on that notion, but in recent years, I've relinquished that obsession. After all, it makes little difference where one is, even in death. One could attain immortality. Look, we still appear as we did over a decade ago. However, it also depends on them. If they all were to be resurrected, then I suppose I would join them as well. Yamcha chimed in. I share Krillin's sentiment. Ha. Tien followed suit, stating, I wish to see Tianjin. Son Gohan turned to Tien. Tien remarked, if resurrection were possible, then I would opt for it. And what about you, Uncle Piccolo? After a brief silence, Piccolo responded, I desire resurrection. Death imposes numerous limitations. For instance, well, in short, I want to be resurrected. I have missed too much over the years and cannot afford to miss any more. Very well, Son Gohan nodded. Since that is the case, it appears everyone wishes to be resurrected. Await my good news, for I believe that day is not far off. He gazed at the eagerly awaiting King Enma and the countless souls forming long lines behind him. You all may go about your business. I have someone to meet. All right. They all dispersed, leaving only Piccolo behind. Piccolo inquired, Gohan, are you seeking Vegeta? Yes, Gohan affirmed, as expected of Uncle Piccolo, sharp as ever. Gohan smiled, observing Piccolo, who sported only 2 antennae. Very well, be on your way, Piccolo said. Goodbye, Uncle Piccolo. Farewell. Son Gohan sensed Vegeta's energy, and, with a swift instant transmission, appeared before him. Vegeta was aimlessly flying through the desolate expanse of hell, a mere shell of his former self. The realm was eerily empty. All his former adversaries had perished, leaving him with a profound sense of loneliness and emptiness. How would he endure the days to come? With a sudden whoosh, Son Gohan materialized directly in front of him, nearly causing Vegeta to collide with him. Who? Startled, Vegeta leaped back several meters, finally recognizing Son Gohan. Gohan, what brings you here? He demanded. Rule number 1 of the Vegeta Code. You may be strong, but my aura reigns supreme. Son Gohan crossed his arms and remarked, my Uncle Vegeta, why such hostility? Have I offended you in some way? State your business swiftly. Vegeta glared at him coldly. I'm only addressing you as uncle out of courtesy, otherwise I wouldn't. I wish to learn about the artificial full moon, Son Gohan declared. Vegeta glanced at his tail and, with a hint of pride, replied, why should I teach you? Son Gohan's lips twitched slightly. He raised his hand, palm open towards Vegeta, and a surge of energy erupted forth, quickly coalescing into a force capable of annihilation. Refusing to teach me could lead to your demise. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes at him. As the energy surged ominously toward Vegeta, his emotions became tumultuous. Recalling the environment in which Son Gohan had grown up, he conceded, fine, I will instruct you. Thank you. Uncle Vegeta, Son Gohan beamed, retracting his hand, his face adorned with a broad smile. The two descended onto a patch of dark red soil. Vegeta elucidated the principles behind the artificial full moon. Creating an artificial full moon is quite simple. Nearly every Saiyan raised on planet Vegeta knows how to do it. It is no closely guarded secret. The principle is straightforward. By merging 1's energy sphere with oxygen, one can generate a construct akin to the moon that emits over 1,700 watts of Blutz waves, enabling Saiyans to transform into great apes. After a single explanation, Son Gohan grasped the fundamentals and successfully conjured an artificial full moon. At that moment, a brilliant artificial full moon hung high above the desolate realm of hell. Son Gohan looked up, his heart racing like a drum. Vegeta, standing nearby, felt a wave of panic. He had once been pursued by Son Gohan in his great ape form and knew that the boy would lose his sanity upon transformation. Such a grand display was enough to instill fear in anyone. Just as he prepared to flee, Son Gohan abruptly crushed the artificial moon in midair, halting his transformation. Well, it seems you have retained your wits, Vegeta thought, unsure of what to say. The now composed Son Gohan turned to Vegeta and said, "Since you have regained your corporeal form, Uncle Vegeta, you must strive to grow stronger, if only to set an example for your son." Vegeta scoffed. "I don't need you to tell me that." "Very well, then, farewell," Son Gohan replied with a smile, vanishing in an instant, leaving Vegeta in a daze. A moment later, he gritted his teeth, cursing the detestable Kakarot and his offspring, before taking off to train. On King Kai's planet, Son Gohan materialized out of thin air. He observed Chi-Chi and Ox King, both panting heavily in their seats, and silently acknowledged that the tenfold gravity was indeed a daunting challenge. Although Chi-Chi and Ox King were martial artists, they were not yet capable of moving freely under such weight. Upon seeing Son Gohan's arrival, Chi-Chi struggled to stand but found it arduous to approach him. "Gohan, you finally returned." "Yes, I'm back, Mom," Son Gohan responded, quickly moving to support her as she sat down again. "Please, sit. Standing is too exhausting." "All right," Chi-Chi complied, settling back into her seat. At that moment, Goku burst out from the house. "Wow, Gohan, you're so powerful now. When you have time, let us spar." His excitement was palpable, eagerness radiating from him. "Oh, sure," Son Gohan chuckled at his father. Chapter 057. Trunks has also broken through. Just then, King Kai rushed out. "Oh dear, if you two are going to fight, please do it somewhere else. I beg you." King Kai was genuinely frightened. If these two were to clash on his planet, he feared he might lose his very abode. "Goku, your body has not yet recovered. You must not fight." Chi-Chi vehemently opposed, glaring fiercely. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Goku immediately backed down. All right. I'll wait until I'm healed to fight. Gohan, is that all right?" He looked to Son Gohan for confirmation. "No problem. I also wish to spar with Dad." The enthusiastic Son Gohan grinned, rubbing his fists together. "That is splendid. Once I'm healed, we'll have an exhilarating battle." "Sounds good." Chi-Chi and Ox King exchanged exasperated looks at the father-son banter. How absurd that a father and son would be eager to brawl. It could only be said that the Saiyan mind was utterly unconventional, bordering on madness. At that moment, King Kai produced a sword and handed it to Son Gohan. "Gohan, this is the sword I promised you. I had to plead with the Grand Kai for quite some time before he granted it to me." "Oh, thank you," Son Gohan replied disinterestedly, accepting the sword without even glancing at it before stowing it in a capsule. A belated gift is worth less than grass. Trunks' sword of valor far surpassed this one. Not to mention Son Gohan's King Kai sword. For now, it would serve as a mere toy, perhaps for slicing fruit. Noticing Son Gohan's apparent disdain for his gift, King Kai hesitated, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Nearby, Goku, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Gohan, can you not transform into a Super Saiyan now?" "Of course, Dad. Why do you ask?" "As I observed your battle with the malevolent wave, I noted that you did not transform into a Super Saiyan, yet you exhibited remarkable strength. What accounts for this phenomenon?" "Ah, that is due to my potential having been unlocked by the Elder Kaioshin. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I can unleash considerable power." Son Gohan responded candidly. "The Elder Kaioshin? Is he an exceptionally formidable being?" Son Goku inquired. "He is not merely a person, but a deity. Essentially the superior of the King of Worlds." "Is that so? The King of Worlds?" Son Goku glanced toward the North Kai, who nodded vigorously. "Indeed, yes. He is the superior of my superior. I never imagined that Gohan would come to know the Elder Kaioshin. It is truly remarkable." Son Gohan smiled, attributing it to mere happenstance. The North Kai internally acknowledged that Son Gohan was indeed extraordinary, capable of associating with such a figure. It is worth noting that even he had yet to behold the Elder Kaioshin's visage. Upon hearing the North Kai's affirmation, Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, that's incredible. Does the Elder Kaioshin possess any delectable delicacies?" Not really. When it comes to delicious food, our Earth reigns supreme. The cuisine there is truly the finest." "You have a point. I too find Earth's food to be exquisite. The fare here in the realm of the King of Worlds leaves much to be desired." The North Kai's mouth twitched. "What? Are you complaining about the free food? If it were inedible, would I be as round and plump as I am?" Son Goku continued. "Gohan, when you next visit Earth, could you bring back some delightful treats for me?" "Certainly, no problem at all," Son Gohan readily replied. "I crave braised pig's trotters, toasted bread, that roast goose adorned with sesame seeds, and those delightful beef balls that burst upon biting. Oh, and the sushi wrapped in seaweed is also quite splendid. Father, you must not be aware, but there is a new dish of whole roasted lamb that is absolutely divine. Its aroma can be detected from 10 kilometers away. Simply irresistible. Is that so? You do tend to exaggerate. The father and son leaned against each other, engrossed in a discussion about food, their mouths watering profusely. Kiki, the Ox King, and the North Kai could only listen in envy, their mouths watering incessantly. The dishes they spoke of seemed utterly delectable. Soon, concerned that Son Goku might flood the area with saliva, Son Gohan escorted Kiki and the Ox King to the underworld, as the tenfold gravity of the North Kai's planet was ill-suited for their well-being. In comparison, although the underworld is somewhat dim, its gravitational environment is akin to that of Earth, and there are numerous friends there to offer mutual support. It is indeed a commendable choice. Upon learning that Kiki and the Ox King would be residing in the underworld, Lord Enma promptly arranged 2 spacious rooms in the Enma Hall, providing them with super VIP treatment. Once all arrangements were finalized, Son Gohan bid farewell to his companions and prepared to return to Earth. However, it seemed there existed an invisible barrier between the underworld and the mortal realm, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary energy signatures to penetrate. Only those of formidable strength, like the malevolent wave, could breach this barrier. Moreover, there were no such restrictions between the mortal realm and the divine realm, nor between the divine realm and the underworld. Thus, Son Gohan could not sense Trunks' energy in the underworld. He had to first instantaneously travel to the North Kai's planet, then sense Trunks' energy there before teleporting back to Earth. Unbeknownst to him, the North Kai's planet had become an indispensable transit hub, a crucial waypoint. Whoosh! Son Gohan materialized near Trunks. At that moment, Trunks sat cross-legged on a flat expanse of grass, meditating, with the sword of hope resting across his lap. He resembled a serene swordsman, both striking and cool. Now 16 years of age, Trunks had purple hair and a handsome visage, almost indistinguishable from his initial appearance in the original series. He furrowed his brow, sensing Son Gohan's presence, and then opened his eyes wide. Gohan, it's truly you, you've returned, Trunks exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and tossing the sword of hope into the air. The sword appeared almost sentient, twirling twice before landing steadily in its sheath on his back. Impressive, Trunks. Son Gohan applauded enthusiastically. When it comes to swordplay, Trunks has indeed surpassed me considerably. This fellow wields his sword as if it were second nature, exuding an effortless grace. Haha, it's not too bad, Trunks replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping in as he scratched his head. Son Gohan approached, scrutinizing Trunks closely, and suddenly exclaimed, Trunks, have you broken through? Trunks beamed as he recounted his recent achievements. Yes, Gohan. I just dispatched a number of undead and engaged that Bojack in battle, during which I ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Well done, Trunks. It seems that Bojack has indeed been our fortunate harbinger. He facilitated my own breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. And now he has allowed you to reach the same level. How could he not be considered a blessing? Have you expressed your gratitude to him? I obliterated him to ashes with a single Kamehameha wave, Trunks replied. That's fine. Although he has perished, he will forever reside in our hearts, merely transitioning to another form of existence. Gohan, please tell me about the battles in the underworld. I am eager to hear. Very well, let us converse as we fly. The two ascended into the sky, heading westward. Since they were not pressed for time, they leisurely soared homeward, admiring the ever-receding landscape below, a unique pleasure in itself. Son Gohan soon finished recounting his battle with the malevolent wave. After a moment of contemplation, Trunks ventured to ask, Gohan, have you seen my father? Chapter 058. The time machine is near completion. I have. Your father remains as proud as ever. Recalling Vegeta's haughty demeanor, Son Gohan struggled to control his wording. Really? How is his strength? Trunks inquired with curiosity. The father he had never met held significant importance in his heart. With a sigh, Son Gohan replied, Trunks, your father has not increased in strength over the years due to his lack of a physical body. As it stands, he is now weaker than you. Oh, I see. Trunks' spirits dampened slightly upon hearing Son Gohan's words. Suddenly, Son Gohan said, Trunks, would you like to see your father? I can take you to him. Huh. Trunks looked up in surprise, a hint of panic in his eyes. What's wrong? Don't you want to meet him? Son Gohan asked. No, it's not that. I'm just a bit nervous and not quite prepared mentally, Trunks admitted. TCH, look at you. What is there to be afraid of? Summon your courage. The valor of a swordsman. Gohan, when I feel ready to meet him, I will let you know. Very well, that works too. As they conversed, the two descended from the sky and arrived at Trunks' home. The Capsule Corporation was once again flourishing, thriving with an air reminiscent of its peak years. After exchanging greetings along the way, they finally found Bulma, who was buried in her research lab. Mom, we're back, Trunks announced. Hello, Bulma, Son Gohan added. However, Bulma did not lift her head, merely waving her hand. Sit over there and do not disturb me. X2. The brothers silently took a seat on the couch, not daring to make a sound. It was not until half an hour later that Bulma stretched and stood up. I had a feeling that both of you would return. This morning, the television suddenly reported a plethora of bizarre occurrences, only to fall silent again. I surmised it must have been you two who intervened. Am I correct? Bulma approached and settled onto the sofa opposite them. Well, sort of. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Sort of? How does that differ from my guess? Bulma inquired, her expression one of surprise. Trunks interjected. That's because Gohan went to the afterlife to assist. Most of the strange incidents on Earth were handled by me. You actually went to the afterlife, Gohan? How was it? Did you see them? Bulma asked, her excitement causing her to stand. The them she referenced was readily understood to be Goku and the others. I did see them, Gohan slowly began, recounting the events that transpired in the afterlife to Bulma in detail. Upon concluding, Bulma was utterly astonished. I had no idea so much had happened. Once regaining her composure, she turned her attention to Trunks, noting, by the way, Trunks, it appears you've grown taller. You've become quite the young man. Indeed, Mom. I'm now officially an adult, Trunks boasted, thumping his chest with pride. Curiously, Gohan asked, Bulma, what were you busy with earlier? It was evident she had been engrossed in something critical, as they had been kept waiting for quite some time. Bulma replied, I was fine-tuning the time machine. It's now in the final stages of calibration, and with the development of the energy cells, it's expected to be completed within 6 months. Gohan was taken aback. Is it really that swift? It's 2 or 3 years ahead of the original timeline. That's impressive progress. With her hands on her hips, Bulma declared proudly, well, who do you think is behind this? It's none other than the genius, Miss Bulma. Heh, of course, the data you retrieved from Dr. Gero was also invaluable. But on reflection, it makes perfect sense. This world diverges from the original timeline. The androids have been eradicated, resources are abundant, and I'm not working alone anymore. With the data from Dr. Gero, we should be able to expedite the process even further. However, Bulma had been preoccupied with numerous projects beyond just the time machine. New capsule designs, blaster technology, and various other innovations had her schedule completely filled. Bulma, you're truly remarkable. Gohan exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Ahem. Bulma cleared her throat and returned to the sofa, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Gohan and Trunks, causing them both to feel rather uneasy. Mom, please don't look at me like that. It's a bit frightening, as though you intend to devour me, Trunks shivered. You little rascal, Bulma scolded with a smirk. You too. It seems your romantic fortunes have been quite prosperous this past year. What do you mean? Gohan asked, perplexed. Bulma continued. While you were away, 2 girls have been inquiring about you both, visiting every few days. Quite remarkable indeed. Is it Videl? Is it Mai? Gohan and Trunks asked in unison. Bulma chuckled. Who else could it be? Gohan, it's high time for you to settle down and start a family. Perhaps even have a few robust little ones to expand the Saiyan lineage. Now that the androids have been vanquished, it's the perfect moment to consider such matters. Especially since you're not getting any younger. But Bulma, I'm only 22. Gohan protested helplessly. 22? Is that still considered young? I recall you're almost 23. Attempting to misrepresent your age? You're nearing 30, Gohan. Wait, Bulma, how can 22 be nearing 30? Your arithmetic must be off. Are you seriously questioning the calculations of a scientist? Don't be absurd, Bulma retorted. Listening to their banter, Trunks could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Trunks, you two need to get a move on. You're 14, but considering the 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, you're actually 16 now. Time to think about it, she added. Trunks quickly covered his mouth, afraid to speak, knowing better than to provoke any trouble. All right, I get it. The 2 brothers conceded. Gohan, what do you think would be a good gift for a girl? Trunks asked, a look of frustration on his face. You might want to consult your mother about that. I'm not really sure. I can teach you about training, but this, I can't help you with. Gohan shrugged helplessly. Gohan, you know I can't ask Mom about that, Trunks replied. Ha 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 ha. Gohan laughed heartily at Trunks' predicament. Ignoring Gohan's laughter, Trunks pressed on. Gohan, you should go see Videl too. She has come looking for you so many times. You ought to visit her once, right? Have you decided on a gift for her? How about a sword? Gohan suggested, pulling out the sword given to him by King Kai. Trunks fell silent for a few seconds, then replied with exasperation, Gohan, you can't give a girl a sword. I think food would be a better choice. Are you sure? Chapter 059. King Kai? The discussion concluded without any definitive answers. The brothers parted ways, with Gohan purchasing an abundance of snack packs to store in his capsule, while Trunks pondered for a while before deciding to retrieve the most exquisite jet capsule from home. At the East City Police Department, in the 1st Action Unit's activity room, all the officers had been dispatched on assignments, leaving only Captain Videl behind. Seated at her desk, Videl rested her chin on her hands, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and took her phone to compose a message for Bulma. Bulma, has Gohan not returned yet? The message was sent. Half a minute passed without a response. A minute went by, still no reply. After 5 minutes, Videl kept glancing at her phone, letting out a sigh as she propped her chin up again, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. Could it be that Gohan wouldn't return? It felt like he had been gone for years. Had he forgotten about her? Her mind was a chaotic mess. So much so that Gohan had been standing behind her for quite some time without her noticing. Gohan reached out and gently tapped her shoulder. Videl. Who? Videl jumped, her forehead colliding with the table. Ouch, that hurt. She rubbed her forehead and turned around, prepared to admonish the person who had startled her, only to find Gohan standing there with a smile. Videl froze momentarily, then gasped, her large eyes widening in surprise. She hastily stood up, adjusting her clothes. Gee, Gohan, when did you come back? Have you been standing here for long? She recalled sending a message to Bulma earlier, in her daydreaming state. Surely Gohan had seen her looking foolish. Oh, how embarrassing, Videl thought, her face flushing with warmth. No, I just got here, Gohan reassured her. Phew, that's a relief, Videl sighed inwardly. Gohan retrieved the long sword and the capsule, placing them on the table. I'm not certain what you like, so I brought these for you. What's inside? Videl asked curiously, pointing to the capsule. Oh, snacks. I wasn't sure what you'd prefer, so I bought a little of everything, Gohan smiled. Before long, Videl realized just what Gohan meant by a little of everything. She opened the storage capsule and extracted an abundance of snack gift packs, nearly filling half of the expansive office. Staring in disbelief at the plethora of treats, she was utterly astonished. After a moment, she remarked, Gohan, it seems I cannot possibly consume all of this alone. Laughing heartily, she added, but if I can't finish it, I can always share it with my colleagues. Gohan, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head in embarrassment. Help me, he thought. I would rather face another round of the evil spirit wave. He was so flustered that he felt as though he might excavate a 3-bedroom apartment beneath his feet. Having lived 2 lifetimes in solitary confinement, he had no experience in matters of romance whatsoever. Throughout this life, his memories were filled solely with studying, training, fighting, fleeing, and defeating enemies, leaving no room for interactions with girls. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, and after arduous efforts to balance work and study through college, he was abruptly taken by a dump truck upon entering society, leaving him with a similar lack of experience. Beatty, brimming with joy, collected the heaps of snacks and exclaimed, Gohan, you really don't need to bring me gifts. Just seeing you brings me immense happiness. However, she continued, I do have something for you. As she spoke, she retrieved her own storage capsule and handed it to Gohan. I've bought you several sets of clothes, but I could never find you to deliver them, and I'm unsure if you'll like them. Gohan felt a whirlwind of emotions at receiving a gift from a girl for the first time. I will accept it, thank you. He hardly remembered how he left the East City police station, but he vaguely recalled Beatty confessing her feelings to him. Gohan, I like you, and I wish to live with you. This phrase echoed in his mind, leaving him bewildered even after departing East City. As he soared through the air, Gohan shook his head vigorously, trying to rid himself of the thought. After a while, he arrived at East Sea. He recalled the fortune teller's words that the turtle hermit, Pu'er, and Oolong were hidden within a submarine in the East Sea. But amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, where could he possibly find that submarine? He sensed nothing. The search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Gohan circled above the East Sea several times before diving beneath the waves. While he did not locate the submarine, he stumbled upon a heavy treasure chest. Upon opening it, he gasped. It was filled with magnificent treasures, gold, silver, and jewels of every kind. It appeared that if he ever found himself in need of money, retrieving jewels would be a worthwhile endeavor. After securing the treasure chest, Gohan reluctantly left the East Sea. He then returned to East City, where he packed several tables of delicacies from a local restaurant and instantly teleported to the North Kaishin-S planet. His father, long since salivating, devoured 2 tables of food, filling himself to a satisfying 8/10. Gohan also sent a table to the underworld, ensuring that Chi-Chi and the Ox King were not overlooked. Following this, he spent a considerable amount of time searching for Dandy's energy signature, eventually succeeding in pinpointing it and instantly transporting to the Kaishin realm. Just then, Goku, having detected Gohan's energy, followed him to the Kaishin realm. The father and son arrived in tandem, startling both the Kaishin and Jebet. Once they recognized Gohan, the Kaishin breathed a sigh of relief and greeted him warmly. Gohan, welcome. And this gentleman must be Mr. Goku? Yes, I am his father, Gohan confirmed with a nod. He then glanced around, noticing the old Kaishin lecturing Dandy while the Kaishin and Jebet idly played with ants. The Kaishin and Jebet exchanged glances at the halo above Goku's head, understanding the significance. Greetings, Mr. Goku. It is a pleasure to meet you. The Kaishin extended his hand. Ah, hello? So you are the esteemed Kaishin? Gohan has spoken of you, Goku replied, shaking hands lightly. Indeed, I am Kaioshin Shin. The Kaioshin nodded, maintaining a smile throughout. Haha, Kaioshin, this planet is magnificent, and the air is so fresh. It's even more comfortable than Earth. Goku exclaimed with hearty laughter. Indeed, this is the sacred realm of the gods, incomparable to the mortal world. The Kaioshin responded with a hint of pride. By the way, Mr. Goku, it seems you have sustained an injury. Jebbit, could you assist him with treatment? The Kaioshin turned to Jebbit with a command. Yes, Kaioshin, Jebbit affirmed, approaching. Wow, Kaioshin, you truly are remarkable to have noticed my injury, Goku marveled. Of course, just remain still, Jebbit instructed. Oh, all right, Goku acquiesced. Under Goku's curious gaze, Jebbit placed a hand upon his chest, releasing a healing spell. A radiant light enveloped Goku, filling him with warmth and comfort. Soon, the light dissipated, and Goku leaped up, exclaiming, Wow, this is fantastic. I feel light as a feather. Gohan, let us spar. The onlookers were taken aback. The Kaioshin sensed an ominous premonition. Should I have allowed Jebbit to treat him? In that fleeting moment, the Kaioshin felt he might have made an error. Ha ha, since Dad is so eager to fight. I shall oblige. Gohan laughed heartily. Kaioshin, might I trouble you to safeguard these items for me? Gohan asked, producing several capsules and handing them to the Kaioshin. They contain food and new clothes. They must not be damaged. Very well. The Kaioshin reluctantly accepted the capsules. While he could create and repair planets, it was nonetheless a bothersome task. Thus, he was not overly keen on having the father and son battle on his planet. However, given the current situation, it seemed inevitable, and he could only hope they would temper their strength. Sensing the Kaioshin's concern, Gohan reassured him, Rest assured, Kaioshin, we will control our strength. Just look, he is quite amiable. The Kaioshin felt a wave of relief wash over him, as Gohan and Goku prepared to engage in combat. The old Kaioshin and Dandy decided to cease their studies and come to watch. Such battles between powerful beings were a rarity. Gohan and Goku ascended into the air, standing 10 meters apart. Gohan looked at Goku and said, Dad, I won't hold back, so don't underestimate me. I won't hold back either, Goku replied, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. The Saiyan's combative nature surged forth, and the blood within him boiled. Boom. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His body engulfed in golden flames, surrounded by crackling lightning. Gohan grinned widely, instantly unlocking a mysterious realm, and with a brief flash, he vanished from sight. Goku, taken aback, sensed a sudden and intense danger from behind. His hair stood on end as he attempted to evade. But it was too late. Gohan reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch that struck with a resounding thud. Goku's figure was sent flying like a cannonball, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily into the ground. The earth of the Kaioshin realm cracked and splintered, a mountain crumbling into debris. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, and dust scattered in all directions. The Kaioshin's brow twitched anxiously. Oh no, this is becoming increasingly dire. Huh. Goku unleashed a burst of energy, rocks flying in all directions, then vanished in an instant. Yet, nothing could escape Gohan's keen perception of energy. You think you can ambush me with my own techniques? Not a chance. Gohan dodged aside, and sure enough, Goku appeared out of thin air. With a menacing grin, Gohan delivered another powerful kick, sending Goku soaring away once more. In the blink of an eye, Gohan executed an instantaneous movement, intercepting Goku's descent, and delivered a powerful flying kick that propelled Goku skyward. With a sudden flick of his fingers, an energy sphere shot into the heavens, detonating upon impact with Goku, sending sparks flying in all directions. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of flowing water, seamless and captivating to behold. Although Gohan claimed he would show no mercy, he had indeed held back. Otherwise, Goku would be suffering far worse than mere injuries. How could he still dare to transform into Super Saiyan 2 after declaring to exert his utmost strength? Gohan chose not to pursue the advantage. This was merely a sparring match, not a life-or-death struggle, and he could not bring himself to annihilate his own father. With arms crossed, he observed the breathless and somewhat disheveled Goku floating above. Dad, are you alright? Gohan called out. Ha ha ha, I'm fine. But Gohan, you sure hit hard. Came Goku's hearty laughter, as if he were untouched by injury. Dad, we agreed to go all out. You're definitely going to be at a disadvantage if you keep this up. Gohan chuckled. Clenching his fists, Goku's gaze hardened as he declared, Alright then. Let me show you my Super Saiyan 3. With that, Goku wasted no time in transforming. A long howl echoed through the air, and the sky became turbulent. Waves of golden energy radiated outward from Goku's form. Thunder rumbled ominously above. The crackling sounds of electricity filled the atmosphere. It was the first time Gohan witnessed his father transform into Super Saiyan 3, and he watched intently. Had it been any other opponent, he would have seized the opportunity to strike. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down. Gohan caught a glimpse of a massive shadowy ape looming behind Goku. Suddenly, Goku's hair began to elongate. In no time, the golden eyebrows vanished, revealing a fierce countenance. As the golden hair cascaded down to his waist in the form of Super Saiyan 3, the surging energy created a tempest, causing the divine beings observing from the ground to be buffeted by the fierce winds. They shielded their eyes, struggling to keep them open. "Dad, your aura is impressive," Gohan exclaimed as his own silver energy flared to life. "Huh." Both charged towards each other, extending their right fists in unison. The two fists collided with a resounding crash. Bang! Goku was once again sent flying backward, while Gohan remained steadfast. However, this time Goku appeared far more relaxed. After being propelled away, he initiated a counterattack. Utilizing instantaneous movement, he reappeared and delivered a horizontal kick aimed at Gohan. Gohan anticipated the attack, raising his right arm to block the thunderous strike. With a swift turn, his left arm shot out, firmly grasping Goku's ankle with both arms. "Ha ha!" Gohan laughed, using all his strength to swing Goku around like a whirlwind. "Ah!" Goku cried out, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "Ha ha ha, take this." Body shockwave. Gohan laughed uproariously, unleashing a blinding light from his hands, rendering Goku immobile before forcefully hurling him down from the sky. Goku plummeted like a blazing meteor, crashing into the earth with a thunderous roar that shook the ground. Two mountains erupted as the earth trembled, sending the divine beings below into a state of alarm. In an instant, Gohan vanished from sight. He reappeared, hovering above the spot where Goku had fallen. Placing two fingers upon his forehead, he summoned a colossal wave of energy that transformed from silver to a dazzling violet hue, warping the air around him as if reality itself were fracturing. Behold the magic convergence light cannon, the most potent single-target attack. Its destructive potential could easily surpass any ordinary battle. "Dad, do you still wish to continue?" Gohan called out, his aura now at its zenith, the silver-violet flames intensifying. As Goku, his clothes tattered, crawled from the fissures in the ground, he cast a disgruntled glance upward at Gohan. Seeing Gohan charged and ready to unleash the magic convergence light cannon, he was taken aback. With hands on his hips, Goku pouted, "No more fighting, Gohan. You're way too powerful now. I can't keep up. Let me train a bit more before we spar again." Upon hearing Goku's decision to cease, Gohan retracted the magic convergence light cannon and his fierce energy. "Gohan, I didn't realize you had learned that technique from Piccolo. I had quite the struggle with it before," Goku remarked. "Hee, I picked it up secretly," Gohan replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 061. Opening a dimensional space. Gohan approached the Supreme Kai. "Lord Kai, I kept my promise, only destroying 3 mountains." The Supreme Kai sighed in relief. The damage was far less than anticipated. Thank the ancients for their protection. However, a hint of forced laughter escaped him. "Mr. Gohan, here," he said, handing Gohan several capsules. "Thank you," Gohan said gratefully, accepting the capsules. Jebet, observing the disheveled state of Goku, decided to provide him with a new outfit, though he adamantly refused to treat his injuries. With a mere gesture, Goku's tattered orange GI was instantly restored to pristine condition. What a marvelous magic! Goku marveled in astonishment. Gohan turned to the Supreme Kai with a smile. "Lord Kai, could you teach me how to open a dimensional space for storage? It's quite inconvenient carrying things around right now. I always worry that my capsules might break during battle." While the Supreme Kai hesitated for a moment before continuing. "It is possible, but it involves some magical knowledge. I wonder if Mr. Gohan has the aptitude for it." "Well, I won't know until I try," Gohan replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I will make time to explain how to open a dimensional space to you." The Supreme Kai finally agreed. "Ha ha ha, that would be splendid." Dandy approached. "Gohan, it's been a while." "Indeed, Dandy. How have you been faring here?" Gohan asked, wrapping an arm around Dandy's shoulder. Dandy accepted the embrace without a hint of discomfort. "Lord Old Kai has taught me a great deal and helped unlock my potential. I'll soon be able to upgrade the Dragon Balls." "Splendid. 3 joyous tidings," Gohan exclaimed, bursting into laughter reminiscent of Frisia's. "What 3 joyous tidings?" Dandy inquired curiously. "Ah, it's nothing. Come now, let us eat," Gohan said, producing a capsule and tossing it to the ground, which transformed into a massive buffet table. "Ah, are we having a feast?" Goku, who had been sluggish moments ago, perked up and approached eagerly. "Yes, but Dad, you should eat less. You've already devoured 2 tables worth." Gohan replied with a hint of exasperation. "All right, but I still feel hungry." Goku pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "You're already dead, so you could technically forego food," Gohan remarked, glancing at the halo above Goku's head. "I don't want to. That would be so dull." Goku adamantly shook his head in refusal. Gohan ignored him and turned to the Supreme Kai and Jebet, complaining. "Don't you two have any sense? Summon a large table and chairs already." Oh, right. Both quickly raised their hands, conjuring a large table and 6 chairs. Gohan's demeanor had grown rather stern. Sun Wukong could not restrain himself and hurried over to assist, placing the packed meal boxes onto the table, one by one. Dandy also lent a hand, and soon the 3 of them had filled the enormous table with a feast of delectable dishes. Hey, old man. Stop reading that magazine and come to the table. You rascal. If you keep looking at that, it'll be confiscated. Oh, I'm coming. The group settled around the table, their appetites stirred by the sight and aroma of the sumptuous food. However, Dandy exhibited no interest whatsoever, for he had no need for sustenance. He could survive on water and photosynthesis alone. Son Gohan retrieved 2 bottles of a special beverage and offered them to Dandy. Dandy, give this a try. I assure you, it's a flavor you've never experienced before. Thank you, Dandy replied, touched by the gesture. The feeling of being valued by others was truly wonderful. This, he mused, must be what true friendship feels like. Son Gohan was indeed remarkable. During the meal, Son Gohan inquired of the Supreme Kai, Great Supreme Kai, could you assist me in locating someone on Earth? He has concealed his energy, and I cannot find him. Surely you must have a way. Of course, the Supreme Kai, Xian, nodded. However, the old Supreme Kai interrupted, suggesting that Dandy should handle it, as he was the Earth's deity and would find someone with relative ease. Ah, that makes sense. I hadn't considered that, Son Gohan acknowledged. Then, when Dandy returns to Earth, perhaps he could assist in the search. Yes, no problem, Dandy agreed with a nod. Sun Wukong, his mouth stuffed, curiously asked. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? 6 words, 1 correct, Son Gohan replied. We need to find Master Roshi, the fortune teller, said he. Along with Pu'er and Oolong, is hidden in a submarine in the East Sea, but I couldn't find him. Master Roshi must have concealed his energy. Oh, I see. With a whole duck leg stuffed in his mouth, the culinary duel came to a close after half an hour, with Sun Wukong and Son Gohan emerging victorious. Gazing at the chaotic aftermath, the Supreme Kai waved his hand, sweeping away all the debris and chairs. The father and son patted their bulging bellies as they rested on the grass, reveling in the pleasures of life and gourmet food. Before long, the Supreme Kai approached to teach Son Gohan about opening a dimensional space. Sun Wukong, feeling rather bored, simply sat on the sidelines to listen. The Supreme Kai sat cross-legged opposite them, eloquently discussing the fundamentals of magical knowledge. To delve into the creation of a dimensional space, one must first understand the basic principles of spatial magic. Only through grasping the fundamentals of spatial magic can one successfully open a dimensional space. Initially, Sun Wukong listened, almost dozing off, utterly bewildered by the Supreme Kai's discourse, which seemed exceedingly complex. In contrast, Son Gohan was far more engaged, finding the Supreme Kai's teachings somewhat reminiscent of the energy structuring concepts imparted by Elder Pibara of planet Yardrat. Could it be that all things share a common origin, ultimately converging towards the same destination? Yet, Son Gohan forgot that his current body was a fusion of 2 souls, endowing him with spiritual strength, soul power, and comprehension far beyond his previous self. It was entirely normal for him to understand the Supreme Kai's explanations of magical knowledge. Had this been before, he would likely have shared Sun Wukong's bewilderment. Time passed swiftly, and the Supreme Kai eventually concluded his explanation of the foundational magical principles. Son Gohan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few minutes, assimilating the key knowledge points. He then stood up, instantly entering a focused state. With all his might, he delivered a punch into the air. Crack! The void suddenly split open, and Son Gohan's fist penetrated into an unknown dimensional space. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Unfazed, Son Gohan crouched down, closely examining the dark fissure, pondering where it might lead. However, the rift swiftly closed. Nevertheless, Son Gohan gained a deeper understanding of the so-called dimensional space. During their respite, Son Gohan also requested Sun Wukong to teach him the fusion technique of planet Metamor. The fusion technique was quite simple, primarily involving a series of fusion steps, which Son Gohan mastered after just 1 demonstration. The next requirement was for the 2 fusing individuals to maintain a harmonious energy flow, which was not particularly challenging. If both elements were combined without error, the fusion would succeed. Upon successful fusion, they would gain a formidable warrior beyond limits. The effective duration of the fusion was 30 minutes, with a skill difficulty rating of 1 star and a skill evaluation of bug level. In the following month, whenever he had free time, Son Gohan visited the Supreme Kai's realm to learn how to open a dimensional space. After a full month of diligent study, Son Gohan finally succeeded in creating a dimensional space of approximately 2 cubic meters. He stashed his storage capsules and some essential items inside, allowing for much greater convenience in retrieval than before. In the second month, Son Gohan took Trunks to Hell for a visit with Vegeta. Vegeta maintained his usual aloof demeanor, seemingly eternally turned away from the world. Even the arrival of his own son, Trunks, failed to penetrate his cold exterior. However, Son Gohan sensed that Vegeta's physique had grown stronger, likely due to his relentless training after regaining his corporeal form. Noticing Vegeta's apparent disinterest in his presence, Trunks appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet, just as they were about to depart, Vegeta uttered a phrase that brightened Trunks' spirits. "Trunks, you have done well these years." In the third month, Son Gohan and Trunks returned to planet Yardrat, eager to learn a technique they had yet to acquire, the giant transformation. The giant transformation on planet Yardrat differed from that of Namekian warriors, which was more of an innate racial ability and could not be learned. In contrast, the giant transformation of Yardrat was a technique of Spirito, which could indeed be learned and replicated. This technique was divided into overall enlargement and localized enlargement. For instance, one could suddenly enlarge a fist to the size of a pod, or even a truck, or one could enlarge their entire body, akin to an enhanced version of Luffy's Gear 3rd. Mastering the giant transformation took them a full month. By the time they returned to Earth, Dandy had already been sent back by Jebbet. In the plaza of the Heavenly Palace, 4 figures stood: Son Gohan, Trunks, Dandy, and Mr. Popo. They were engaged in discussion. Dandy spoke. "Gohan, Trunks, the Dragon Balls have been reactivated. One of you should go collect them, as I wish to give them an upgrade." Son Gohan turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, could you handle this task?" Trunks nodded. "Yes, Brother Gohan." He then used instant transmission to return home, retrieve the Dragon Radar, and began gathering the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan approached the edge of the Heavenly Palace Plaza and addressed Dandy. "Do you remember what I mentioned last time in the Supreme Kai's realm? Please assist me in locating that person." "Of course, I remember." Dandy stepped beside him, concentrating his power as he gazed towards the mortal realm. Moments later, he reported, "How did it go?" Son Gohan inquired. Dandy furrowed his brow, looking puzzled. "Strangely, I found Puer and Oolong, but I couldn't locate Master Roshi at all. Alas, this is impossible. If the fortune teller has declared that he is not yet deceased, and his soul has not ventured to the underworld, then he must still be among the living." Son Gohan remarked with a hint of astonishment. "That remains a mystery. We could inquire with Oolong and Puer. They might possess some knowledge," Dandy suggested. "Very well. Provide me with their whereabouts," Son Gohan replied. "Place your hand upon my shoulder, and you shall be able to sense their location," Dandy instructed. "Understood," Son Gohan nodded, pondering how it seemed that divine beings were well versed in such techniques. He rested a hand on Dandy's shoulder, and in an instant, he felt as though he had unlocked a new perspective, akin to that of a deity. Before long, he discerned the presence of Oolong and Puer concealed within a submarine in the East Sea. However, Son Gohan furrowed his brow as he noted the absence of their energy signatures. After all, they were not martial artists and lacked the vibrant energy that accompanied such individuals. Only the essence of life remained. Nevertheless, with Dandy's divine perspective, he swiftly detected Puer's life force and, in a flash, teleported to their location. Inside the submarine nestled beneath the ocean's surface, Oolong and Puer appeared despondent. The calamity wrought by the androids had persisted for over a decade. In the initial years, they had evaded capture alongside Master Roshi, but eventually found refuge in a fairly decent submarine, where they had remained in hiding for several years. They would periodically surface to replenish their supplies before retreating once more. However, over a year ago, Master Roshi had gone ashore and had not returned, leaving the two companions to rely solely on one another. They were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding outside, and during their supply runs, they dared not venture far, hastily collecting fresh water and seafood before scurrying back to the safety of the submarine. Now, however, they faced the dire predicament of dwindling energy reserves. Fearing the rapid depletion of power, they had abstained from using the radio, but despite their efforts to conserve, their energy was ultimately running out. This meant that if they failed to locate a new source of energy, they would be unable to continue hiding within the submarine. Oolong, slouched on the couch, sighed heavily. "Puer, do you think we are destined to perish here?" After a moment's contemplation, Puer decided to take a bold step. "Oolong, what if we surfaced and hid elsewhere? Perhaps in the mountains? But what if Master Roshi returns and cannot find us?" Oolong countered. "Indeed, what shall we do?" sighed Puer. Just then, Son Gohan suddenly appeared in the submarine with a swift movement. Oolong, startled by the unexpected presence, emitted a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered before promptly fainting. Puer, too, was taken aback, his fur standing on end as he screamed in a high-pitched tone, amplifying the chaos. Moments later, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. "What a pair of cowards," Son Gohan lamented, lifting both Oolong and Puer and teleporting them to the plaza of the Heavenly Temple. He doused them with a bucket of water. The two let out resounding cries as Son Gohan, exasperated, covered his ears. "Cease your noise. I am Son Gohan." Open your eyes and look. Son Gohan. Who is that? Oolong and Pu'er whispered, suddenly wide-eyed. Of course. Isn't that Goku's child? They exclaimed in unison. As they recognized Son Gohan, they were struck by his towering presence, having undergone significant changes in both appearance and stature over the years. Yet, the unmistakable fluffy tail gave him away. Is it truly Goku's child? Oolong and Pu'er asked, shaking off the water and eyeing Son Gohan curiously. There's no need for speculation. I am indeed the little brat you speak of. Now, tell me, where is Master Roshi? Son Gohan pressed. Upon confirming Son Gohan's identity, Oolong and Pu'er breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. Master Roshi went ashore over a year ago to gather supplies, and has since vanished. Pu'er and I are at a loss regarding his whereabouts, Oolong explained. Shaking off the remaining droplets, Son Gohan paused, taken aback by this revelation. He then turned to Pu'er, his expression questioning. Pu'er quickly replied, what Oolong says is true. Master Roshi is missing. This is peculiar. Son Gohan and Dandy exchanged glances. If Master Roshi's soul had not entered the afterlife, it implied he was still alive. Yet he was nowhere to be found on Earth. What could this mean? Had he become a cosmic wanderer, or perhaps undergone a reincarnation? The possibilities were astounding. Gohan, what is the current status of the androids? Pu'er cautiously inquired. Son Gohan, wishing to assuage their fears, replied honestly, rest assured, the androids have been vanquished. You need not hide any longer. Oolong and Pu'er's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions shifting to shock. Dead? Really? Indeed, it was Trunks and I who defeated them. By the way, you may not know Trunks. He is Bulma's son, and you shall meet him shortly. Oolong and Pu'er exchanged glances, and then suddenly held hands, breaking into a dance. The vibrant energy of their animated spirits enveloped Son Gohan, catching him off guard. Shortly thereafter, upon hearing the news of Yamcha's potential revival, Pu'er began to weep uncontrollably. The shift in mood was remarkable. The trio conversed for about half an hour before Trunks finally returned, carrying 7 Dragon Balls. Trunks curiously regarded Oolong and Pu'er, who in turn scrutinized him with equal intrigue. Oolong, Pu'er, what is the reason he possesses a tail? Is he your brother? Because Trunks' father is Vegeta, Son Gohan clarified. Vegeta? Oolong and Pu'er exclaimed in shock. In their memories, Vegeta was a brutal Saiyan, notorious for his threats to annihilate Earth and defeat Goku and his allies, his bloodied form never hesitating to utter threats. He was, without a doubt, second only to the androids in terms of villainy. The revelation that Bulma had borne a child with such a fearsome individual was staggering, rivaled only by the news of the android's demise. Conversely, Dandy had successfully updated the Dragon Balls, completing their upgrade to version 30. The enhanced Dragon Balls appeared significantly larger. Though other than that, there were no remarkable changes. Unable to contain his curiosity, Son Gohan inquired, Dandy, how does it look? Can we resurrect them now? As long as both body and soul remain intact, there should be no issue, Dandy replied with a smile. Wonderful. Quickly, contact King Kai and inform him that we are prepared to revive them. Understood, Dandy nodded, promptly reaching out to King Kai. Once King Kai responded affirmatively, Son Gohan began the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. Arise, Shenron. Fulfill my wish. As Son Gohan's voice reverberated, the sky darkened. The 7 Dragon Balls emanated a brilliant glow, converging into a thick golden beam that shot skyward. With a crack of thunder, the golden light soon materialized into a lengthy azure dragon, its massive head emerging from the clouds, its eyes glowing red as it intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Summon me, O human, and declare your wish. I am capable of granting you 3 desires. The dialogue seemed to have undergone a slight alteration. Gohan tilted his head in curiosity, gazing at the dragon, and then spoke. Dragon, please resurrect those humans who fell victim to the androids. The dragon regarded Gohan, slowly responding. Very well, it shall be as you wish. Immediately, the dragon's immense eyes glowed a brilliant red as it commenced the fulfillment of Gohan's desire. On King Kai's planet, the halo above Piccolo gradually dimmed until it vanished entirely. Next, the halos of Krillin, Tien, Yamchu, Chi-Chi, Dend, and the Ox King disappeared as well. This signified their successful resurrection, returning them to the realm of the living. However, Goku remained solitary, still adorned with a halo. In Hell, Vegeta's halo also dissipated, yet King Kai had neglected to inform him, leaving him oblivious to his own revival. On Earth, within the Supreme Kai's temple, the dragon intoned in a deep voice. Your first wish has been granted. Now, please state your second desire. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Dend immediately communicated with King Kai to confirm the resurrection of everyone. Subsequently, he approached the edge of the temple's plaza to survey Earth, only to discover that nearly no humans had been revived. This disheartening realization prompted a sigh from Dend. as the vast span of time had likely led to the reincarnation or decay of those who had perished at the hands of the androids, leaving no possibility for their return. As for the second wish, Gohan looked up at the celestial dragon and inquired, "Might you bring Goku back to life?" Without hesitation, the dragon responded, "I am sorry, but Goku has died of natural causes and cannot be resurrected within my capabilities." Undeterred, Gohan pressed on, "Is there no other way?" The dragon clarified, "So your second wish is to inquire about methods to revive Goku?" Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Very well, please hold on." The dragon's eyes glowed red once more. And after a moment, it revealed, "Above me lies a powerful super dragon, one endowed with boundless abilities. It surely possesses a means to resurrect Goku. Alternatively, if one could find a source of potent life energy and infuse it into his body, there remains a chance for his revival." "Is that all?" Gohan queried, gazing at the dragon. "Indeed, that is all," the dragon replied, momentarily taken aback, before stating, "Thus, your second wish has been fulfilled. Please articulate your third wish." Without hesitation, Gohan declared, "Then grant me an artifact imbued with immense life force." "I suspect you are testing my limits, Gohan," the dragon remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance upon him, reminiscent of a previous encounter. "No, absolutely not. I shall not be belittled in this manner, lest I lose my dignity." With resolve, the dragon extracted a fragment of the life essence left by the dragon god, Sarama, infusing it into an emerald vial. The extraction would plunge the dragon into a year-long slumber, but it mattered little, as it would vanish in his sleep after fulfilling its wishes anyway. The timing was impeccable, a negligible sacrifice for the sake of its own prestige. With a flash of its crimson eyes, the dragon manifested an emerald vial in Gohan's hands. Upon examining the vial, Gohan inquired, "How is this to be used?" Yet, the dragon offered no reply, abruptly dissipating. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered in all directions, and the sky cleared. Trunks remarked curiously, "Why do I feel as if the dragon has escaped?" Perhaps it was urgent, Gohan mused, fiddling with the vial, contemplating consulting old Kai before utilizing it for greater assurance. The green vial, approximately 5 centimeters in length, felt cool to the touch. Even through the layer of jade, the vibrant life energy within could still be sensed, imparting a delightful sensation. Gohan stored it within the dimensional space, and, with a single instant transmission, arrived at King Kai's planet. Upon arrival, everyone reveled in the joy of their rebirth. Goku, too, was elated for the other's return. Yet he had entirely forgotten his own state of non-existence. Gohan appeared before him. "Dad, you should be revived soon as well. I will first return them to Earth." "Haha, I'm in no rush. It matters not to me," Goku chuckled. In truth, over a decade had elapsed. A day or two was inconsequential. "Gohan, is it truly possible for Goku to be revived?" Chi-Chi inquired softly. "Rest assured, it will be fine," Gohan affirmed with a nod. For now, they could only hope for the best. If the vial of life energy bestowed by the dragon proved ineffective, they might negotiate a deal with old Kai. If fortune turned against them, they could still seek the Super Dragon Balls. After all, it was improbable that a living person could perish from mere anticipation. With Gohan's reassuring words, Chi-Chi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Haha, Goku, we shall take our leave first," Yamcha said in a seemingly carefree manner, though he discreetly wiped away a tear. "Farewell, Goku. Farewell, King Kai." The group exchanged their goodbyes. "All right, everyone, hold hands and grasp tightly," Gohan instructed, taking Chi-Chi's hand. Chi-Chi clasped the Ox King's hand, who in turn held Yamcha's, while Yamcha took Tien's hand, and Din rode upon Tien's shoulders. Tien attempted to reach for Piccolo's hand, only to be swatted away, prompting laughter from the others. With no other choice, Tien extended his hand towards Krillin, who laughed heartily as he grabbed Tien's arm. Piccolo approached Gohan from behind, resting a hand upon his shoulder. "Now let us depart," Gohan declared, his fingers touching his brow. Successfully sensing Trunks' energy, he activated instant transmission. Whoosh. The group vanished, reappearing on the plaza of the Supreme Kai's temple. "Ah, this air. It has been over a decade since I last breathed it. How delightful to be back on Earth." Trunks marveled, gazing at the crowd. Among them, he recognized only Chi-Chi and the Ox King, while the others were mere names he had heard from Gohan. Now, witnessing their return felt surreal. Nevertheless, he approached them politely to greet them. "Yamcha, you truly have returned." Per arrived, eyes glistening with tears, rushing toward him. The master and servant embraced, their bond evident. The onlookers, upon learning that Trunks was the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma, were taken aback but quickly recovered, understanding the implications. This was entirely in line with Bulma's character, nothing unusual to remark upon. Following this, Gohan pulled Trunks aside and whispered, "Trunks, I suspect your father has also been revived by the Dragon Balls, though he may still be unaware of it in Hell. Would you like to go retrieve him?" "Huh. Me go get him?" Trunks responded, surprised. Why not? It is an excellent opportunity for you to bond with your father. Gohan spoke sincerely, fully aware of Trunks' sentiments, even if he sometimes struggled to articulate them. Encouraging Trunks to bring Vegeta back was the best course of action. All right, Trunks nodded, vanishing from Earth with a swift, instant transmission. Oh, and Bulma too, Gohan added, instantly transporting Bulma to the Supreme Kai's temple. Upon witnessing the resurrection of her comrades, Bulma's eyes glistened with emotion. This scene felt like a vivid dream, one she had waited over a decade to experience. Subsequently, Gohan addressed his companions before instantaneously teleporting to the North Kai's planet. Father, let us visit the Kaioshin realm, he declared. Are we going to dine? No. We are going to seek a means to revive you. However, due to the inability to sense the presence of Kaioshin and others, Gohan had to resort to contacting the old Kai through the communication orb, requesting Jebet to make the journey. Before long, Goku and Gohan arrived at the Kaioshin planet. Gohan recounted the entire situation to the old Kai, then presented the emerald vial given by Shenron. The old Kai, taken aback, accepted the vial with astonishment, exclaiming, "Such pure life essence. This must originate from some high-tier creature." "I have no knowledge of that," Gohan replied, shaking his head fervently. The old Kai continued, "Though it is but a scant trace, it is indeed the essence of life. This could serve as a spark. Perhaps it truly holds the potential to revive Goku." "How do we utilize it?" Gohan inquired. After a brief contemplation, the old Kai handed the emerald vial to Goku, instructing him to drink it. All right. Goku accepted the vial, uncorked it, and tilted his head back, consuming its contents in one swift motion. He then smacked his lips, a look of lingering satisfaction upon his face. "Father, how do you feel?" Numerous eyes were fixed upon Goku, not daring to blink. Before Goku could respond, a radiant green light erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Goku was compelled to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to channel the energy. A torrent of life energy surged forth from within him, causing the surrounding grass to grow wildly, with countless flowers blooming in the process. Witnessing this marvel, Gohan's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, not long after, the halo above Goku's head dimmed and then vanished completely, signifying that Goku had successfully returned to life. Goku opened his eyes, astonished at the transformed landscape around him, and turned to Gohan, saying, "Gohan, I feel so hungry." "What is happening?" "Father, you have been revived." "Ha ha," Gohan exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Goku's shoulders and shake him vigorously. Chapter 065, Departure to the Past. Is it truly a revival? Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is there any doubt? The halo above your head has vanished. Wow, I'm off to Earth for some food. I'm famished. Farewell, Kaioshin and Jebet, Goku called out. Gohan, I must return now. With a wave of his hand, he touched his forehead, murmuring incantations. Piccolo S energy. Piccolo S energy. Piccolo S energy. In an instant, he vanished. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Haha, that's just how my father is. Don't be surprised. He can be quite dependable most of the time. Indeed, nodded the two Kaioshins and Jebet. But I must return as well. Next time, I'll bring some delicious food for you all, Gohan stated. The old Kai waved his hand. Go on, it's a time for reunion. Don't waste any more time. And, by the way, the latest issue of the magazine should be updated, right? The author is so slow. Give them a nudge for me. All right, I'll check when I have time, Gohan replied. He waved farewell and instantaneously returned to Earth. Meanwhile, Trunks had already brought Vegeta back. However, Vegeta seemed quite aloof, leaning against a large tree and silently observing everyone. Occasionally, he would clench his teeth and tighten his fists, contemplating delivering a beating to Kakarot. Ultimately, they decided to host a gathering for a long-overdue celebration. The following day, in the Eastern Sea, a magnificent cruise ship glided gracefully across the waves. Gohan stood on the deck, leaning against the railing, enjoying the sea breeze and relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Beside him stood a meticulously dressed Videl, her eyes sparkling, reflecting Gohan's silhouette. The two basked in the gentle wind, quietly dreaming of their future together. On another part of the deck, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien were indulging in barbecued delights and sipping icy beverages, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Oolong and Poir frolicked while Trunks and Mai surfed in the ocean. The two Kaioshins and Jebet savored shrimp sushi, praising its exquisite taste. Goku was busy grilling an entire butterfly pig. Piccolo and Din were sipping soda, reminiscing about their adventures on Namek and sharing recent updates. Under Bulma's insistence, Vegeta reluctantly donned new attire, lounging in a rocking chair with a disinterested demeanor as he pondered life. Chi-Chi and Bulma were engaged in animated discussion, occasionally glancing at Gohan and Videl, then at Trunks and Mai, bursting into fits of laughter. Ox King took on the responsibility of directing the chefs to expedite the meal preparation. The scene was serene and warm, embodying the epitome of beauty. The missing Master Roshi had yet to be found, and the group planned to inquire about his whereabouts from Shinron a year later. To this day, the true culprit behind the death of the South Kai remained a mystery. Even after his demise, the South Kai continued to serve with a halo, unaware of who had plotted against him. However, all of this felt distant to Gohan. At present, he was solely focused on constructing a new residence, transforming the old abode on Garlic Junior Mountain into a sprawling estate. Without delay, he promptly sought out the finest architectural team through Bulma, who would undertake the project according to Gohan's vision. The funding was secured, and the following day, construction commenced with great vigor. During the building phase, Goku, Chi-Chi, and Ox King temporarily resided in West City, where most homes had lost their owners and had become abandoned properties. Had it not been for their special attachment to Garlic Junior Mountain, they would have foregone the need for a new estate. On the third day, after completing his training, Gohan was summoned by Bulma. She pointed to the newly completed time machine, hands on her hips, wearing a proud expression. Gohan, the time machine is finished. Isn't it impressive? Gohan looked at Bulma's flushed face and smiled. It truly is remarkable. But Bulma, I can't help but feel you seem younger now. Your complexion is so vibrant. Oh, really? Bulma immediately grabbed a mirror from the table, inspecting her reflection from every angle. Haha, I knew it. It must be because Uncle Vegeta has been revived. You're happy about it, aren't you? It feels like you've returned to the exuberance of 10 years ago. Haha. Cough, cough. Bulma cleared her throat and continued. Let us return to the topic of the time machine. She then adopted a serious demeanor. To be honest, under the current circumstances, there's no need to go back and deliver the heart disease medicine to Goku. Since with you, Gohan, everything will eventually fall back into place. However, those 10 years were incredibly harsh and challenging. Although Earth is better now, billions of ordinary people lost their lives and can no longer be revived. Therefore, Gohan, since the time machine is ready, let us send your father the heart disease medicine. I cannot bear to witness such a tragic history again. Nor do I wish to see you and Trunks suffer any longer. Understood. Gohan paused for a moment, then nodded. Here, this is the heart disease medicine. A remedy not yet invented in that era. And these 2 batteries are the fuel for the time machine, to be used in case of emergencies. You should keep them. As Gohan observed the medication, resembling glucose, he tossed it into a spatial pocket. He took a few extra moments to examine the 2 large tubes of time machine fuel. Though referred to as a battery, it resembles a liquid fuel more closely, radiating a transparent azure hue that glimmers like amber. It is indeed a striking battery. After casting a glance at it, I nonchalantly tossed it into the dimensional rift. Aunt Bulma, how does one operate this time machine? Gohan inquired. Bulma lifted the lid of the time machine and began to demonstrate to Gohan. It's quite simple. This is the start button, and this is the return button. As for the time, I've already set it. 1 hour before Frieza arrives on Earth seeking vengeance. Back in the day, due to Goku's slight tardiness, the Z-Fighters had suffered greatly at Frieza's hands. Had it not been for Frieza's vengeful and sadistic intent, Piccolo and Vegeta likely would have been left waiting indefinitely for Goku. Alright, I understand, Gohan nodded, tucking the time machine away. And Trunks? He asked. He probably took Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta has been quite eager to experience it ever since he learned of its existence, so Trunks took him there today. Bulma replied. Well then, it seems I must return to the past alone, Gohan remarked. After departing from the Capsule Corporation, Gohan pondered for a moment before flying to the nearest city to procure several boxes of assorted fish snacks. Chapter 66. The Secret of the Senza Beans. Let us commence. Gohan suppressed his aura and pressed the launch button. Whoosh. The time machine soared into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the year 764 of the Age of the Universe, on the afternoon of August 18th, amidst an open expanse of desert in the East City, Gohan materialized from the time machine, landing gracefully on the ground. He opened the lid, leaped out, and transformed the time machine back into a capsule. Releasing his aura to perceive his surroundings, Gohan detected the presences of Master Roshi, Grin, and Old Kai. He was finally assured. It was indeed 16 years prior. The very land on which he stood was the same as it had been back then. The trees, the mountains. Every grain of sand was a remnant from 16 years ago. The sensation was truly peculiar, akin to standing in the river of time, witnessing the illusions of history. At this time, Gohan had recently celebrated his 7th birthday, and Vegeta had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Frieza was still quite distant from Earth, and the Z-Fighters had not yet sensed the impending threat. Taking a deep breath, Gohan waved his hand across his face. Instantly, a thin veil of mist enveloped him, obscuring his visage from others. This was merely a trivial technique derived from the Yadrit people, nothing to be astonished about. A flash of light emanated from his palm as he retrieved a heart medication. Inspecting it for any anomalies, none were found. Gohan's dimensional rift node was situated deep within his mind, and remained accessible regardless of his temporal travels. With an hour to spare, what should he do? Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to pay a visit to Master Grin. Pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, Gohan locked onto Grin's aura and instantly teleported to the summit of Grin Tower, the home of Master Grin. At that moment, Master Grin was engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Yajirobe. Gohan appeared with a whoosh, causing Yajirobe, whose eyes were covered with a blindfold, to collide with him, resulting in a pained cry as he clutched his head. "Who goes there?" Yajirobe exclaimed, tearing off his blindfold to reveal a stranger whose features were obscured, and he hastily drew his katana, brandishing it defensively. Master Grin eyed Gohan warily, narrowing his gaze upon the furry tail trailing behind him. "A Saiyan?" Master Grin queried. "A Saiyan indeed?" Yajirobe stammered, noticing Gohan's tail, suddenly feeling that his weapon was far less intimidating. "What brings you here?" Gohan chuckled. "Fear not. I am merely a wandering masked hero. I came seeking some sins of beans from Master Grin. Look, I even brought gifts, unlike this glutton here who seeks to take without offering anything in return." As he spoke, Gohan produced several boxes of assorted fish snacks and placed them on the ground. The sight astonished both Master Grin and Yajirobe. Such an ability to manifest objects from thin air was a rarity indeed. However, the aroma of the fish snacks proved irresistible, causing Master Grin to swallow hard. "Master Grin, where are the sins of beans?" Gohan inquired. Master Grin gestured toward a corner where several earthen jars rested. "They are over there, though there may not be many left." Gohan approached, opened the lids, and soon discovered the truth behind the meager supply. 3 jars yielded a mere 10 beans that rolled across the ground. "Good heavens, just 10? This is absurd," Gohan exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, akin to someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. He was aware that this was the will of the universe attempting to eliminate the sins of beans as an overpowered item, facilitated through Yajirobe's actions. Nonetheless, it did not diminish Gohan's resentment towards Yajirobe. What a waste. These could have provided sustenance for several meals, yet they have all been consumed as snacks. Master Grin sighed. "Yajirobe has a habit of indulging whenever he can. There's little we can do to stop him." Gohan glared at Yajirobe. "A single senzu bean can sustain one for 10 days. How come you Haven tea burst from overeating?" Despite being unable to discern Gohan's features, Yajirobe was nonetheless intimidated. Taking a few steps back, "Well, it's not like there's anything else here aside from these beans," Yajirobe retorted. Gohan, disinterested in his excuses, collected the 10 beans and turned to Master Grin. "This is far too few. Could you perhaps share with me the secret to cultivating senzu beans?" Master Grin hesitated for a moment. Gohan indicated the boxes of fish snacks on the ground and continued, "See, I have come with sincerity, and you can likely sense that I mean no harm. If I had any malicious intent, you would not be standing here unharmed, would you?" Gohan's tone was calm. Yet Master Grin detected an underlying threat. "Very well, it's not exactly a well-guarded secret." Master Grin conceded. If he could tolerate someone like Yajirobe, who had freeloaded for years without ever bringing him a single fish snack, what could he possibly refuse? Furthermore, Gohan's aura was remarkably pure, unlike that of a villain. Gohan listened attentively as Master Grin continued. "There is no special secret to cultivating senzu beans. The key lies in the soil used for their growth. Ordinary soil cannot support their roots. Only soil from the other world meets the requirements for their cultivation." "Are you implying that the soil in that pot is from the other world?" Gohan asked, surprised, pointing at the pot nurturing the senzu beans. "Indeed," Master Grin nodded. "I stumbled upon this divine soil many years ago and began cultivating the beans. However, as time has passed, the nutrients within the soil have diminished, and the yield of the senzu beans has significantly decreased." "Well, I hope you are not deceiving me, as it would be quite troublesome to return," Gohan remarked, arranging the jars neatly once more. "Rest assured, I am not lying. However, obtaining soil from the other world is no simple feat. It is, after all, the other world," Master Grin said, licking his paw, an old habit resurfacing. "Indeed, you make a valid point," Gohan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Master Grin's words, though he remained unconvinced. "Farewell, Master Grin." With that, Gohan leaped from Grin Tower, leaving behind a bewildered Master Grin and Yajirobe. As Son Gohan completely vanished from sight, a Kairobe inquired. "So who exactly is he?" The cat sage remarked. "He claimed to be a passing masked rider. Yet, he is a Saiyan. Meow, what does it matter? Ultimately, we are still alive, aren't we?" A Kairobe responded. Suddenly, the cat sage called out in a grave voice, "Stop. Open the box." He gestured towards several crates of assorted fish jerky. As time passed, Frieza drew ever closer to Earth, and the Z warriors residing on the planet began to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza and King Cold. After a brief moment of shock, they commenced to gather, their brows furrowed in deep concern as they deliberated on strategies. Unsurprisingly, their spirits were at an all-time low. The current Frieza was a force beyond their ability to contend with, not to mention the presence of another equally formidable energy alongside him. A profound sense of unease and dread enveloped each individual. Chapter 067. Another Trunks. They deduced the landing site of Frieza's spacecraft and stealthily approached. Soon, a colossal disc-shaped ship appeared in the sky, descending slowly. For many, it was their first time experiencing Frieza's terrifying aura up close. Their bodies stiffened, their steps heavy, and expressions marked by fear. Observing their cowardice, Vegeta, donned in a pink shirt, scoffed coldly. Want to hear the truth? The end of the earth is upon us. A hush fell over the crowd. No one dared to refute him. Meanwhile, Son Gohan had already positioned himself atop a mountain, witnessing the unfolding events with clarity. As anticipated, everything was exactly as he remembered, unchanged. Everyone had arrived. The massive disc-shaped vessel neared the ground, its base extending dozens of metallic claws into the earth before landing smoothly. Subsequently, the hatch of the ship creaked open, and a dozen raucous minions streamed out, forming a line before the vessel. Following them, Frieza and King Cold emerged. Frieza unleashed a barrage of taunts before gesturing for the minions to commence their slaughter of the humans on Earth, vowing to bring Goku back to a state of unbearable suffering. Standing on the mountain peak, Son Gohan extended his right hand toward Frieza's group, preparing to unleash an energy wave to obliterate them. However, just then, a figure soared from the opposite side of the mountain and landed before Frieza and his entourage. Upon seeing the newcomer, Son Gohan's pupils constricted, and he slowly retracted his outstretched arm. The individual, with flowing purple hair and a long sword slung across his back, clad in loose-fitting work attire, could only be Trunks. Yet, Son Gohan was acutely aware that this Trunks was certainly not the one who habitually chased after him. Calling him Gohan brother, this Trunks bore a demeanor far colder, with a maturity that replaced the youthful innocence of his counterpart, resembling a stoic hero emerging from the silver screen. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes, observing the developments with a murmured, he really did come. Below, Trunks began to showcase his formidable prowess. Drawing his long sword with a resounding whoosh, his precise strikes dispatching over a dozen raucous minions in an instant. Vegeta and Piccolo, still hidden behind the mountains, were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The sheer number of energies that had vanished in an instant was astonishing. Then, with fists clenched tightly, Trunks summoned a golden aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan with golden hair and azure eyes. In that moment, the atmosphere surged. Witnessing Trunks' transformation, Frieza's body quaked. Retreating several steps as memories of the terror inflicted upon him by Super Saiyan Goku a year prior flooded back. Meanwhile, the crowd on the mountain erupted in commotion, speculating on the sudden surge of energy. Sensing Trunks' power, Son Gohan assessed Trunks' current strength, which seemed comparable to his own capabilities over 2 years ago, prior to his burial. It was commendable strength, considering that he was 21 at that time, while this Trunks was merely 17. Clearly, after his demise, Trunks had undergone rigorous training to elevate his power to this level, though there remained room for improvement in his focus. As Son Gohan pondered, the battle between Frieza and Trunks was poised to erupt. Unable to maintain his composure upon witnessing Trunks transform into the Super Saiyan he despised most, Frieza unleashed an energy sphere toward Trunks. A thunderous roar echoed, and smoke billowed within the ravine. Yet, in the Dragon Ball world, the adage of smoke without harm remained an immutable truth. Could such an attack possibly injure Trunks? The answer was a resounding no. Trunks soared into the sky, landing atop a peak. However, he nearly stepped on Son Gohan, who sat cross-legged below. Danger. Instinctively, Trunks sensed a formidable presence lurking behind him, capable of delivering a lethal strike. Was someone there? He spun around abruptly, only to find Son Gohan seated there, his features indistinct. For the first time in his life, the typically composed and refined Trunks uttered an expletive, damn. Reacting instinctively, he swung his sword towards Son Gohan. Noticing the shimmering blade approaching, Son Gohan instantly amplified his energy, enveloping his arm in a silver aura, effortlessly grasping Trunks' sword. Trunks struggled to withdraw it, but it was futile. An overwhelming terror engulfed him, far surpassing the pressure he had felt against the androids. He found himself immobilized beneath the weight of this terrifying force. Who is this person? Trunks was astonished, nearly crumbling under the strain. In his recollections, there was no one like this. Furthermore, the individual's energy only surged during an attack. At other times, it was imperceptible, or else he would not have flown to this mountain peak, almost stepping on him. Who could this person be? Trunks frantically searched his mind for answers, but found none. Unable to sense the other's energy, just as he was engulfed in terror, he heard Son Gohan call out his name. Trunks, we are not enemies. First, deal with Frieza and King Cold, complete what you must do, and then we can talk. This person knows my name. A tempest surged within Trunks as fear became instinctive in the face of the unknown. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "All right." This individual was overwhelmingly powerful. If they wished to take his life, it would be effortless. It seemed that this person did not desire his demise. Thus he was not an enemy, at least not for now. Moreover, after a brief encounter, this enigmatic figure imparted a sense of familiarity and warmth, which was utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, below, Frieza, observing the explosion and Trunks' prolonged absence, assumed that Trunks had perished in the blast and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a deluded fool. King Cold beside him couldn't help but commend Frieza. Well done, Frieza. Yet suddenly, a booming voice echoed from above. Frieza. Both Frieza and King Cold looked up sharply, only to see an energy sphere hurtling down, exploding beside them with a deafening crash. Curse that Saiyan monkey. Frieza spat furiously as he ascended into the air. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Trunks suddenly appeared above him, bringing his sword down with ferocious force, cleaving Frieza in half in an instant. Amidst the astonished expression of Frieza, Trunks swiftly swung his long sword multiple times, cleaving Frieza into several pieces of flesh. Subsequently, Trunks raised his hand, unleashing a blast of energy that obliterated Frieza's remains into mere ash. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, a masterful display of skill and power. King Cold stood in stunned silence, watching in disbelief as his beloved son was reduced to dust. Beyond King Cold, hidden behind the mountains, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and others witnessed this spectacle from the sky, their faces frozen in astonishment. They could scarcely believe that such a formidable foe as Frieza had been vanquished in an instant. What's more, the assailant appeared to be exceedingly youthful, merely 16 or 17 years of age, a notion that was simply hard to fathom. Unable to contain their curiosity, they soared into the air towards the unfolding scene. Shortly thereafter, King Cold attempted to deceive Trunks into relinquishing his sword, convinced that victory was within his grasp. However, he too fell victim to Trunks' lethal prowess, meeting his end in an instant. The events unfolded as scripted, with the Z fighters approaching Trunks cautiously, hesitant to speak. Trunks turned his gaze to the mountaintop, only to find that Gohan's figure had vanished. Chapter 068, a dialogue between two worlds. Where has he gone? Trunks pondered, perplexed by Gohan's absence. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying Gohan's voice to his ears. Trunks, remember, do not mention me to them. Trunks scanned his surroundings, yet could not discern the source of the voice. It felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of his long-deceased elder brother. Very well, as you wish. He exhaled deeply, dispelling his Super Saiyan form and regaining his composure. Turning towards Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others, he smiled and proclaimed, I am going to fetch Mr. Goku. Would you care to join me? What? The group gasped in astonishment. The youth had audaciously uttered Goku's name, a revelation they hadn't anticipated. Observing their shocked expressions, Trunks continued, Mr. Goku's spaceship should be landing nearby. Follow me. With that, he soared into the sky, discerning the direction before taking flight. Krillin, Vegeta, and the others hesitated momentarily, torn between the desire to follow and their apprehensions. Ultimately, their curiosity proved insatiable, and they all pursued Trunks. 3 hours later, Goku's spaceship descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Clad in attire from planet Yardrat, Goku made his entrance. The story progressed with Trunks engaging in a sparring session with Goku, subsequently revealing the harrowing future to him and presenting the heart disease antidote he had brought along. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Gohan had wiped the anger from his face and was seated in a culinary establishment in East City, indulging in a splendid array of dishes. This establishment was familiar to him, as he had frequented it often in his previous world. Every detail was identical, even the patrons, though the current proprietress appeared significantly younger, merely in her early 20s, whereas Gohan recalled her as a captivating woman in her 40s. This sensation was indeed peculiar. Gohan observed the proprietress with keen interest as he savored his meal, reflecting on Trunks' unexpected appearance. It seemed clear that the timelines had diverged upon his rebirth. In the reality where he had perished, Trunks had battled the androids alone and brought forth the antidote for heart disease to this world. Everything had changed, yet remained the same. The intricacies of time were undoubtedly the most complex phenomenon in existence. Gohan's mind raced with calculations and conjectures. Had he known that a Trunks would arrive in this world bearing medicine, he would have never ventured here. Why not simply enjoy exquisite food, train when satiated, and avoid this tumult? To be candid, he was not particularly eager to encounter familiar faces from this world. He dreaded the explanations and the potential for unnecessary complications. In any case, with Trunks addressing the matters at hand, he was content to remain a passive observer, relishing his comfort. As he contemplated, not a morsel of food went to waste. Everything found its rightful place. The young proprietress, witnessing such an impressive appetite from the handsome patron, could not help but steal glances at Gohan. "Madam, the bill, please." "Coming right up, sir." Her voice was both gentle and melodious, though her figure had somewhat diminished compared to years hence. Gohan cheerfully settled the bill and departed the eatery. At that moment, he sensed Trunks' energy drifting away from Goku and the others, flitting about as if searching for him. Has he finally wrapped up? Gohan mused, teleporting instantaneously to Trunks' location atop a mountain. Trunks surveyed his surroundings, puzzled. Strange, has he departed? Recalling the familiar and comforting sensation Gohan had imparted, Trunks felt an overwhelming desire to see Gohan once more and ascertain his true identity. In a flash, Gohan appeared beside him. "Instant transmission?" Trunks exclaimed, startled, stepping back a couple of paces before finally recognizing Gohan's visage. Upon seeing Gohan's face, Trunks' pupils dilated, and his hands began to tremble. "Gee, Gohan, is it truly you?" He rubbed his eyes vigorously, both reddened. "Yes, it is I," Gohan affirmed with a nod. Silence enveloped them. Trunks continued to gaze at Gohan, soon shaking his head in denial. "No, you are not my Gohan. My Gohan does not resemble this." Trunks' expression swiftly shifted from exhilaration to despondency, then from despondency to confusion, and finally to astonishment. This power, if reborn as an actor, one could hardly argue against earning an Academy Award. "Mr. Gohan, have you also come from the future?" Trunks was astute. Upon regaining clarity, he deduced Gohan's origins with remarkable accuracy. Gohan nodded. "Indeed. Let us find a place to converse." He gestured towards a flat patch of grass atop the mountain. "Very well," Trunks replied, his gaze never departing from Gohan. They descended to the mountaintop, and Trunks suppressed his energy. Seated on the grass, Trunks' eyes brimmed with astonishment and uncertainty. This Gohan was taller than his memory of the brother he cherished, his arms unscathed, and the scars on his face absent. Most notably, he possessed a fluffy tail. Were it not for the warmth and familiarity of the sensation and the striking resemblance, Trunks might have hesitated to recognize him. Recalling the overwhelming energy that had once suppressed him, Trunks could hardly fathom that the mysterious figure was indeed Gohan. The moment Trunks settled, he eagerly inquired, "Mr. Gohan, what is the meaning of this? Have you truly come from the future?" Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed." "Trunks, first, tell me about your situation over there." "All right," Trunks replied without hesitation, recounting the events of the future world in detail, mirroring Gohan's memories. In the year 778, he had perished. Trunks had spent years evading androids 17 and 18, living a life of concealment. Later, Bulma successfully developed the time machine. Then Bulma summoned Trunks to deliver a heart disease remedy to Goku of this world. A familiar tale, utterly unchanged. "This is my story, Mr. Gohan. What about you?" Trunks gazed at Gohan as he spoke. Gohan's eyes grew deep, lost in reminiscence. "In the year 778 of the age, I emerged from the grave." "What?" Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. "What an extraordinary beginning." Chapter 069, Guiding Trunks. Why didn't my brother Gohan emerge as well? Trunks pondered, astounded that Mr. Gohan before him had such an astonishing origin. He had thoroughly checked back then. Gohan had shown no signs of life. He was undeniably deceased. Yet, this Gohan before him was very much alive. Gohan waved his hand, enveloping the two in a barrier that muted sound and concealed their presence. He continued, "There is nothing strange about this. Time is ever-changing, and each second can birth a different existence. In this world, who could have predicted that such a formidable father would suddenly succumb to heart disease? Many events occur unexpectedly, whether from a simple heartbeat, an ant's sting, or even the varying warmth of the soil. In any case, I suddenly awakened. The divergence between our two worlds likely began here. Later, Trunks and I discovered a spaceship at the former site of the Capsule Corporation, which your mother successfully repaired. This vessel was equipped with a gravity system, facilitating training with remarkable efficiency. Subsequently, I recalled my father mentioning, when I was very young, a wondrous room of spirit and time located in the Supreme Kai's palace. Thus, Trunks and I set out to find it, and fortunately, the palace had yet to be destroyed by the androids, allowing us to locate the room of spirit and time. Trunks could not contain his curiosity. The room of spirit and time? What is that? It is an exceptionally conducive environment for training, with gravity several times greater than that of Earth. Furthermore, a year spent inside equates to merely a day outside. Alas, each individual may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. However, this sufficed. Trunks and I trained there for a year and a half, and upon our return, the androids were no longer our adversaries. We successfully vanquished them. Listening to Gohan's account, Trunks was profoundly shaken. Although Mr. Gohan spoke of it nonchalantly, he understood better than anyone the terror posed by the androids. Surely, Mr. Gohan had endured harrowing battles to achieve victory. And what happened next? Trunks inquired further. Observing Gohan's unscathed left arm, aware that there must be more to the tale. Subsequently, I contacted Lord King Kai through Mr. Popo, the guardian of the Supreme Kai's palace, and learned the whereabouts of New Namek from him. I boarded the spaceship repaired by Aunt Bulma and journeyed to New Namek. There, I successfully utilized the Dragon Balls to restore my severed arm and brought a new Supreme Kai, Din, to Earth. Din once again created miraculous Dragon Balls, ushering in a new era of peace for the planet. That should suffice. It is enough. Gohan decided to conclude his narrative. After hearing Gohan's story, Trunks marveled. I never imagined the disparity between our two worlds would be so vast. Everything Mr. Gohan recounted, the spaceship, the room of spirit and time, New Namek, was entirely foreign to me. Had I known these things sooner, Gohan regarded Trunks, recalling the trials he had faced alone over the years, and sighed. When you return, you might wish to seek it out, though I cannot say if the Supreme Kai's palace still exists. Indeed. Trunks nodded thoughtfully and continued. Mr. Gohan, may I request something of you? Speak freely, Gohan replied. Can you guide me in my training? I can sense your immense power, far surpassing that of Mr. Goku whom I encountered earlier. I must grow stronger to defeat the androids and restore peace to Earth. Certainly. However, I expected you would ask me to assist you in slaying the androids, Gohan chuckled. After all, that is a matter from my timeline. I wish to resolve it myself. I want to personally vanquish those two fiends, avenging all my comrades and my brother Gohan. Trunks clenched his fist, his words resolute. Excellent, very ambitious. Gohan smiled and patted Trunks on the shoulder. Now, Trunks, you have heard my path to strength, so I shall not repeat it. Instead, I wish to share some insights regarding Super Saiyans. Tell me, Trunks, do you believe there is a possibility for further transformations beyond Super Saiyan? Further transformations? Trunks was taken aback. He had never contemplated such a notion. Could Super Saiyan achieve yet another evolution? Unbelievable. Gohan remarked. Your expression reveals that you have not considered this. Allow me to enlighten you. The power of the Saiyans knows no bounds, and similarly, the transformations of Super Saiyan are limitless. To me, Super Saiyan is not the pinnacle. It is merely the beginning, and there is still a long journey ahead, with the potential to continually break through barriers and grow stronger. We must first shatter the mental barriers within us. It is only with this mindset that we can discover new methods and directions for advancement. If you believe that Super Saiyan is the ultimate limit, then your achievements in this life will likely be confined to the initial stages of that transformation. Remember, you must constantly surpass yourself and transcend your limits. Trunks nodded earnestly, feeling a tingling in his mind, as if a new realm of thought had been unlocked, providing him with a fresh direction. This is the advantage of having guidance in one's training. Left to my own devices, I would forever lag behind, even with the same innate talent. Thank you for your teachings, Mr. Gohan. Trunks rose and bowed deeply to him. The gift of knowledge is akin to rebirth. Trunks was profoundly grateful. Although Gohan had only shared a few words, the impact of his guidance was monumental. Yes, sit down, sit down. Gohan gestured for Trunks to take a seat once more. Trunks, you must listen attentively to what I am about to say next. You may proceed. Trunks straightened his posture. Gohan's expression turned grave. In truth, aside from the androids 17 and 18, Dr. Gero's computer also created an even more perilous android. This individual has likely awakened in your timeline, so you must remain vigilant against his ambushes. There is such a thing? Trunks was taken aback, feeling an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. Strength is the foundation upon which all challenges are met. Moreover, if one day you acquire the Z-Sword, remember to sever it at the first opportunity. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. Trunks nodded earnestly, committing every word to memory. He had always been a cautious individual, unyielding in his focus. After further discussion, Trunks boarded the time machine and swiftly disappeared into the sky, returning to his own timeline. Watching Trunks vanish, Gohan fell into silence for a moment. He knew that the words he had shared with Trunks would undoubtedly alter the course of history in that world. But what of it? Such a tragic history is best left behind. Chapter 070. This is called time. Gohan also produced the time machine, returning to his own timeline. He conveyed the news of another Trunks appearance to Bulma, leaving her utterly astonished. As the hours slipped by, a mere half-day had elapsed without any noteworthy events, merely heralding the approach of the next mealtime. The following day, Son Gohan ventured to Korin Tower, where he planted a mystical bean in the very pot that the cat sage had once nurtured. After bestowing a touch of water upon it, he proceeded to King Kai's planet, sowing 5 more beans and instructing Jebet to water them diligently. 2 months swiftly passed. The new estate atop Bunyan Mountain underwent its final inspection, and Son Gohan's family moved into their spacious new abode. Notably, Chi-Chi found herself expecting once more. The laws of nature rang true. After a prolonged drought, the arrival of nourishing rain fosters growth and vitality. On this day, after his training, Son Gohan returned to Kirin Tower to check on the planted beans, only to be met with disappointment. 2 months had elapsed, and none had sprouted. Could it be that this particular bean had perished? He felt an impulse to excavate it for examination, yet ultimately restrained himself. Subsequently, he journeyed to King Kai's planet. Upon beholding the 5 sprouting mystical bean seedlings, a broad smile illuminated Son Gohan's face, revealing his back molars. A sense of solace and fulfillment washed over him, akin to a proud father marveling at his child's growth. The germination signified that they had succeeded halfway. "Jebbit, well done," he lauded the diligent aide, rewarding him with a sumptuous feast. A year sped by in the blink of an eye. Vegeta, brimming with self-assurance from what he believed to be a monumental breakthrough, sought to challenge Son Goku. However, he was soundly outmatched as Son Goku transformed from his normal state to Super Saiyan, and then to Super Saiyan 2, leaving Vegeta astounded. Shortly after their bout, Chi-Chi successfully gave birth to a plump baby boy, whom she named Goten, Son Goten. As Son Gohan gazed at his younger brother, who was nearly 25 years his junior, he marveled at their parents' enduring vitality. In a light-hearted moment, Trunks poked Son Gohan, whispering his longing for a sibling, filled with envy. "Go tell your mother," Son Gohan chuckled in response. During this year, they summoned the Eternal Dragon and located Master Roshi. Through him, they learned of his misadventures in the demon realm, where he had lost his way for years. Gratefully, he recounted how the dragon's assistants had rescued him from eternal entrapment. Master Roshi described his experience as exceedingly peculiar and lamented the trials he faced in the demon realm, where the enchantresses were rather too liberal for his comfort. As for the mystical beans, after a year had passed atop Kirin Tower, they had taken root and grown to over 10 centimeters in height, though it remained uncertain when they would bear fruit. The 5 seedlings on King Kai's planet, however, had flourished splendidly, blooming with delightful purple buds. Time, as ever, flew swiftly. Another year had passed, during which Son Gohan and Videl joyfully entered the sacred bond of marriage, commencing their blissful life together. After countless nights of anticipation, Videl discovered she was expecting. Months later, a checkup revealed the delightful news. She was carrying a pair of fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. The 2 charming children possessed exquisite features, with large expressive eyes and long eyelashes, hinting at their future beauty. A jubilant celebration ensued, and Son Gohan found himself in such a state of excitement that sleep eluded him for days. Ultimately, the names were chosen. The girl, named by Videl, was called Xiaofeng, while the boy, named by Son Gohan, was dubbed Sun Wu, a nod to his past life. Now a father, Son Gohan felt the weight of responsibility more acutely, dedicating himself to his training with unwavering diligence, his strength steadily increasing. One day, Chi-Chi inquired with curiosity, "Gohan, have you no desire to pursue academia anymore?" He replied with a smile, "Mother, my current studies revolve around martial prowess." Chi-Chi, amused, chose not to press further. Gohan had matured into a father, making his own decisions, and life had become exceedingly pleasant, free from concerns of sustenance, and had transformed into what many perceived as a life of luxury. This was far cooler than being an academic, for Son Gohan had invested in the Universal Capsule Corporation, reaping substantial dividends each year, amassing wealth beyond measure. Currently, Piccolo resided in the Kai's temple, dedicating his days to training and meditation. His presence alleviated Dandy's boredom. Tien and Kaiatsu had embraced a life of asceticism, traversing the world on foot for rigorous training. Yamcha had become a fitness instructor, flaunting his impressive physique to entice young female students. Encouraged by Videl, Krillin took a position at the East City Police Department, rising to the rank of squad leader. Master Roshi and Oolong continued their leisurely existence on Kame House, indulging in magazines, television, and light exercise, living a life of utmost ease. On one particular day, Son Gohan was amusing himself with his babbling son, Goten, when Trunks descended from the sky, now fully grown and embodying the essence of a true warrior. His formidable strength positioned him as the 3rd strongest on Earth, second only to Son Gohan and Son Goku. With unparalleled power as a Super Saiyan 2, he could easily overpower Vegeta. "Haha, Goten, call me brother, Trunks," Trunks exclaimed, lifting Goten high above his head. Goten giggled and danced, unable to contain his delight. "Call him Goten." Trunks spun around, eliciting laughter from Goten, who mimicked Trunks' joyous laughter. Son Gohan watched the pair, feeling as though he were witnessing a scene from a bygone era. "You must call Trunks brother, Goten. It cannot simply be Trunks," he advised, as Trunks insisted on relishing the title of brother. Ultimately, Trunks set Goten down, slightly disgruntled. "Why won't Goten call me brother, Gohan? I just can't fathom it," Trunks lamented. "Next time, Remember to bribe him with candy before trying again, Gohan suggested. Trunks' eyes lit up at the thought, believing it might just work. Well, just so you know, Trunks, I'm officially a father now and never speak falsehoods, son Gohan declared with pride. Chapter 071, The Evil Sorcerer. The previous chapter can be deemed a perfect conclusion. But now an unruly sequel unfolds. Now, a special news bulletin interrupts. Today, across the globe, a surge of terrorists has emerged, wielding peculiar devices that penetrate the human body to siphon energy. Investigations suggest these perpetrators belong to a single organization. Citizens are urged to exercise caution when venturing out, and to report any suspicious activities to the relevant authorities. The screen displays images of the organization's followers, all muscular men bearing a distinctive black mark upon their foreheads. Upon hearing the voice of the television broadcast, Son Gohan abruptly turned his head to gaze at the screen. Upon seeing the image, he could not help but furrow his brow. That emblem, familiar, all too familiar. It was the distinctive insignia of the malevolent sorcerer Babidi. Had he finally returned? Just as Gohan pondered this, he heard his name being called. Gohan, Gohan. Huh, what is it? He turned to see Videl, who noticed his sudden distraction. Why are you so lost in thought? Chi-Chi also cast a glance in his direction. At that moment, it was lunchtime. Son Goku was nowhere to be found, having likely wandered off. Seated at the table were Son Gohan, Chi-Chi, Videl, the Ox King, and 2 babysitters hired to care for the 3 children. Normally, it would be improper for the babysitters to dine at the same table as the family, but the Gohan household was not particular about such matters. It was merely a matter of adding a couple of extra sets of utensils. Something has happened. Gohan pointed at the television, which continued to replay the news. This shouldn't be a serious issue, right? Chi-Chi inquired. Well, it might not be too grave. Let's eat first, Gohan replied with a smile, returning to his meal. What more could Babidi possibly stir up? After the meal, Son Gohan instantly teleported to the sacred world of the Kais. Upon encountering Dandy, he immediately spoke. Dandy, please help me locate a certain individual. Sensing Gohan's energy, the floating Piccolo opened his eyes and descended. What happened? Piccolo and Dandy asked in unison. It appears that some peculiar beings have recently surfaced on Earth, and they may pose a threat to its safety. Gohan recounted the news he had just seen. I need to speak with their leader, but it seems that individual has employed some special means to conceal their energy. Is that so? I haven't seen any alien spacecraft arriving on Earth in recent days, Dandy replied incredulously, moving to the edge of the sacred world to look down upon the mortal realm. Could it be the work of Earthlings? Piccolo frowned, standing alongside Dandy as they surveyed the world below. Though he was no longer the Kai of Earth after his fusion with the old Kai, he still retained the ability to observe the mortal realm from the sacred world. There are a total of 38 individuals, each wielding a unique energy collector. Thousands of ordinary people have fallen victim, but fortunately, they have merely had their energy drained and have not perished. With some rest, they should recover. Damn it, I simply failed to patrol the mortal realm today. Dandy clenched his fists in frustration. He lamented how insidious these dark forces truly were. Just then, the voice of the North Kai echoed through the air. Hey, Gohan. Are you listening? Yes, just speak directly if you have something to say. Gohan surmised that the North Kai's message was likely related to the sorcerer Babidi. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to contact him out of the blue. Do you recall the incident when the South Kai was murdered? Yes, that happened several years ago, prior to the invasion by Bojack, didn't it? Indeed. The culprit has finally been identified. A sense of foreboding washed over Gohan. He feared that the person the North Kai was referring to was indeed Babidi. There is an evil sorcerer who has recently gathered numerous wicked warriors, traversing the galaxy to collect energy. His activities in the southern galaxy several years ago are related to the death of the South Kai. Gohan's heart sank. His suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed the nefarious deeds of that grotesque Babidi. This vile sorcerer, Babidi, is said to be a descendant of the evil sorcerer Babidi, who once created the Majin Buu. I suspect he seeks to resurrect Majin Buu. Gohan, I must inform you of an even graver matter. Babidi is currently on Earth. Gohan sighed. It seems you are correct. I am currently having Dandy locate his whereabouts. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. 3 figures arrived successively at the sacred world: Son Goku, the Kaioshin of Universe 7, and the Supreme Kai's attendant, Kibito. Son Goku had teleported from the North Kai, while the Kaioshin and Kibito had sensed Babidi's presence, leading them to Earth. Upon their meeting, the Kaioshin bestowed upon Gohan an award for foresight. Gohan, it's fortunate that you had the foresight to relocate the seal of Majin Buu. Now that Bibidi's descendant has truly emerged. Gohan nodded. Indeed. Our urgent task is to locate Babidi and his cohorts. Dandy stepped forward and bowed to the Kaioshin. Lord Kaioshin, I have a question. There have been no alien spacecraft arriving on Earth recently. How could Babidi have appeared so suddenly? The Kaioshin smiled. Dandy, you misunderstand. Babidi is well-versed in dark magic, and his abilities surpass even those of his father, Babidi. He must have utilized a spell akin to instantaneous movement to traverse space to Earth. I found him. The Kaioshin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. He had pinpointed Babidi's hiding place. Wonderful. Truly, you are remarkable, Lord Kaioshin, Dandy responded. Meanwhile, Son Goku grew excited. Gohan, do you think this Babidi is a formidable opponent? Gohan retorted, who knows? But since he is a sorcerer, we must be cautious of his magic. Let us not discuss this any longer. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, follow me, the Kaioshin commanded as he leaped from the sacred world. Lord Kaioshin, why not just teleport directly? Gohan couldn't help but quip, yet he followed the Kaioshin nonetheless. Piccolo and Son Goku leapt down as well, because we need to discuss a few matters along the way. Many are still unaware of Babidi, the Kaioshin explained. At that moment, a ripple in the air signaled the arrival of Trunks and Vegeta, who had teleported to their location. Gohan, what's going on? Trunks queried. I sensed your energies converging and figured something significant was afoot, so I came along, he explained as he joined the group. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed, turning his head away. Observing the haughty Vegeta, Gohan couldn't help but worry that he might develop a neck issue one day. In Chapter 072, Babidi was on the verge of exploding with rage. Since you are all here, let me enlighten you about this wicked sorcerer Babidi, the Kaioshin began, glancing at the gathered crowd. Thankfully, Gohan had the foresight to relocate the seal of Majin Buu to the Kaioshin realm, thus averting a calamity. Babidi would now find it impossible to locate Majin Buu. Our current mission is to eliminate Babidi and the evil warriors he has gathered, Vegeta coldly remarked. Then they are doomed. All the strongest beings of this universe are gathered here. They are merely walking into a trap. The Kaioshin turned to Vegeta with a smile. Do not underestimate Babidi. He may have some formidable subordinates. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, unimpressed. Lord Kaioshin, I am quite curious about what that Majin Buu looks like. Son Goku eagerly remarked, his eyes practically sparkling with excitement. The Kaioshin was taken aback by his words. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Despite being fellow Saiyans, the differences in their personalities were striking. Gohan and Trunks were both quite composed, while Son Goku and Vegeta appeared somewhat reckless. What a stark contrast in dispositions. Who truly is the father figure here? Meanwhile, at that very moment, in a basin atop the cloudy mountain, a colossal spaceship lay buried beneath the earth, with only a small opening on the surface allowing access in and out. In the lowest chamber of the ship, the diminutive and grotesque Babidi, resembling a repugnant insect, was in a fit of rage. Damn it, what is happening? Where is Majin Buu? What has become of the sealing sphere? He screeched, his voice shrill and his spittle flying as his fury intensified. Standing beside him was the towering figure of Dabura, the king of the demon realm, draped in a blue cloak with pink skin. He lowered his head and spoke. Master Babidi, could it be that someone tampered with things before our arrival? Yes, it must be so. That scoundrel East Kaioshin is the only one who knows Majin Buu's whereabouts. It infuriates me to no end. Babidi gasped, the veins on his forehead bulging as his anger reached its peak. Dabura attempted to console him, saying, Master Babidi, even if we cannot locate him, it matters not. You have me at your side. Even without Majin Buu, we can dominate the universe. No one can rival us. Babidi shot a glance at Dabura, scoffing, humph. You pale in comparison to Majin Buu, my father's most perfect creation. Hearing this, Dabura felt a pang of indignation but dared not retort. Although he was the king of the demon realm, he was currently ensnared by Babidi's wicked spell, marked with a mew upon his forehead, forced to obey without harboring any rebellious thoughts, lest he suffer unbearable torment. He nodded. Yes, Master Babidi, what shall we do now? With a cold smirk, Babidi replied, siphon all the energy from the earthlings, then obliterate this planet. One day, I shall find Majin Buu and exact vengeance upon that East Kaioshin for my father. Yes, Master Babidi, I eagerly await that day. Dabura flattered. By the way, is that fellow still asleep? Babidi suddenly inquired. Yes, that scoundrel. Go wake him. But Master Babidi, he does nothing when he wakes up, and his temper is quite fierce. I can't stand him sleeping. Go wake him this instant. Babidi commanded. Humph, does he dare defy me? Understood, Dabura replied, turning to ascend to the second level. Meanwhile, Gohan and his companions landed atop a mountain in the Kame House vicinity. The Kaioshin pointed to a spot in the valley, saying, Babidi's spaceship is hidden there. Do you see that entrance? They all nodded. Their vision surpassed that of ordinary humans, enabling them to see further. At that moment, a burly man descended from the sky, wielding a standard energy collector, and entered through the ship's opening. It appears he has returned to collect energy, Trunks remarked. Looking to Gohan. What should we do now? Trunks asked, with others also turning to Gohan. subtly indicating their reliance on him. It must be said that in terms of strength, Gohan was currently the top contender. Even the aloof Vegeta had to acknowledge Gohan's formidable power. They were completely unaware of the level Gohan had attained. Gohan stated, "The enemy is visible while we are concealed. We are planning a surprise attack. What else can we do? We should seize the opportunity and destroy their spaceship while they are distracted. Any we can take down will be a victory." The others grimaced, recognizing how challenging it was to defend against a powerful enemy like Babidi. "Just watch me," Gohan grinned, raising his hand toward Babidi's spaceship, unleashing a blue energy blast. Whoosh! A brilliant light pierced the heavens. Upon striking the ground, the energy blast erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The earth shook, flames soared into the sky, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, enveloping the valley in thick smoke. Dust and debris filled the air, as a vast portion of the Kame House vicinity was obliterated. The group stood in stunned silence, watching the cataclysmic explosion unfold. At that moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, a battered Babidi shielded himself with a protective barrier. Blood spewing from his mouth in fury. Who dared to destroy my spaceship? You wretched fool, you've obliterated the energy I painstakingly collected over the years. Ag. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion wan. Dabura, covered in dust, shook it off and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, reporting to Babidi. Cough, cough. Master Babidi, in addition to the destroyed energy, Pui, and Goku, along with dozens of warriors, perished in the explosion. What about that fellow? Babidi inquired. He was still asleep just now. I hadn't had the chance to wake him, so he is likely. Damn it. Forget him. Let us find out who is responsible for this, and I will kill them, Babidi declared. Yes, Master Babidi, Dabura affirmed respectfully. Babidi and Dabura soared into the air, spotting Gohan and his companions. Damn it, it's them. Dabura, go teach them a lesson. Babidi seethed, trembling with rage. His years of effort lay in ruins. All thanks to this group. Such transgressions could not go unpunished. They must be exterminated to quell his wrath. Dabura responded, yes, and then descended toward the group. Who are you? How dare you destroy my spaceship? You are courting death. Babidi, hiding behind Dabura, peered out, his fury causing several of his sparse hairs to fall out. His gaze fell upon the Kaioshin among the crowd. Cursed East Kaioshin, you are the one behind this. I will see you dead. Chapter 073, Vegeta's First Battle. Babidi, infuriated and concealed behind Dabura, shouted with rage. Dabura, kill this East Kaioshin. Yes, Master Babidi, Dabura responded loudly, stepping forward to glare at the 7 individuals ahead. Humph. You shall perish here today, Babidi, the East Kaioshin retorted. Yet, his eyes were filled with caution as he regarded Dabura, aware of the latter's formidable origin. He quickly explained to his companions, this brute is Dabura, the king of the demon realm. His strength is unfathomable, so tread carefully. Having said this, he retreated behind the others. Dabura sneered, Humph, now that you know my name, do you still wish to struggle in vain? Fool, what nonsense are you spouting? I shall be your opponent. Vegeta shot back, stepping forward with a cold laugh. Seeing Vegeta attempting to take on the challenge, Goku could not stand idly by. Vegeta, I want to have a go too, he exclaimed. Umph, then let's determine who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. All right, let us do it. Goku replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Thus, Goku and Vegeta engaged in a spirited contest of rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The atmosphere grew tense. Dabura and Babidi exchanged glances of disbelief. Dabura shouted, stop arguing. You should all attack together. Silence. Vegeta glared back. Dabura seethed with frustration, veins bulging on his forehead, pondering how to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. After a minute, the game concluded, and Vegeta emerged victorious, ready to face Dabura. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, raising his chin defiantly. Clenching his fists, his black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and golden flames of energy erupted around him. In an instant, a powerful aura enveloped him, stirring up fierce winds around him. Son Gohan cast a look of astonishment towards Vegeta. He was taken aback by the remarkable achievements that Vegeta had attained in such a brief span of years. Such an aura. It could not be mistaken. It was akin to the power he and Trunks had when they first emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. In the course of 2 to 3 years, Vegeta had ascended from the initial stages of Super Saiyan to his current formidable state. This indicated that the effort Vegeta had exerted over these years was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. His prowess surpassed that of the perfect Cell during the climactic battle in the Z timeline by a substantial margin. With a mighty roar, Vegeta unleashed his full power, the energy around him surging to its zenith. He propelled himself forward with incredible speed towards Dabura. Humph, seeking death, Dabura sneered, conjuring a large sword from thin air and swinging it menacingly at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta evaded Dabura's strike, reappearing at his right side, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Dabura's face. The sound of their clash echoed as Dabura parried the blow with his sword. "Aya!" they both shouted. Engaging in a fierce struggle, waves of energy radiating outward in all directions. The battle was poised to erupt. Observing the escalating confrontation, Babidi hastily retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The clash continued as Vegeta and Dabura exchanged countless strikes with their fists and feet, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Following this, they executed a full-force collision, their fists colliding with tremendous impact. Surrounding stones shattered into dust, and the ground beneath them sank deeply, centered around their fierce struggle. With a resounding crash, Vegeta, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, was propelled backward, flipping several times in the air before barely regaining his balance. Ultimately, his strength was still considerably inferior to Dabura's. Engaging in a straightforward confrontation yielded little advantage. However, true to his character, Vegeta was not one to concede easily. He soared into the air, his hands moving rapidly as he unleashed a barrage of energy spheres towards Dabura, creating a relentless barrage of sound. A classic tactic, the prince's strategy. Yet, it was well known that this seemingly ferocious maneuver would prove futile against an opponent of such overwhelming strength. It would yield no tangible results, merely causing devastation to the landscape and generating blinding flashes of light. As anticipated, Dabura emerged unscathed from the clouds of smoke, appearing directly in front of Vegeta, his sword descending with lethal intent. Yet, defeating Vegeta in such a manner proved to be a daunting task. Vegeta swiftly brought his hands together above his head, seemingly triggering a skill akin to catching a blade with bare hands, successfully blocking Dabura's sword. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, his energy flaring once more as he ignited with fierce determination, forcing Dabura's sword apart with a powerful twist. The weapon shattered into two segments, rendered useless. However, this exertion left Vegeta breathless, sweat pouring from his brow. Heh. Dabura tossed aside the broken blade. In the blink of an eye, he launched a knee strike that struck Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying. What followed was a torrential onslaught of punches and kicks, leaving Vegeta no choice but to defend himself, retreating under the relentless assault. Dabura's strength was undeniably superior, making him a formidable adversary. Vegeta erupted with renewed vigor, his radiant aura forcing Dabura back once more. At that moment, Son Goku called from a distance. "Vegeta, isn't it time for me to step in?" Huff, huff, huff. "Kakarot, shut your mouth." Vegeta shot back, his gaze fixed intently on Dabura, his breathing growing heavier. Nonetheless, his pride would not allow him to relent, and he addressed Dabura. "Humph, is this all you can muster?" Hardly impressive. Dabura's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled an energy blast towards Vegeta. Vegeta leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack, which hurtled towards the spectators with alarming speed. The Supreme Kai and Kibito gasped in shock. However, witnessing the calm demeanor of their companions, they too stifled their panic, remaining motionless to appear more composed. The energy sphere screamed towards them, drawing closer. In that instant, Trunks surged forward, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 in an instant, and struck the incoming energy ball with a single punch, sending it flying away. The energy sphere detonated in the distance, creating another mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. Vegeta, now airborne, erupted into laughter, energy flickering between his hands as if he were harnessing a radiant sun. "Ha ha ha! Dabura, dare you face my next move?" Vegeta proclaimed with audacious bravado, employing psychological tactics. "Vegeta, that energy could obliterate the earth." The Supreme Kai and Kibito exclaimed, their hearts racing, as the Supreme Kai shouted urgently. Yet, how could Vegeta heed his warning? Even if he did, it would make no difference. No one could sway Vegeta's resolve but himself. Such was the nature of this proud warrior. "Prepare yourself." Final flash. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a cataclysmic blue beam that descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Dabura. In an instant, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift, as if the world were consumed solely by Vegeta's energy assault. The final flash traveled with blinding speed, leaving Dabura no time to evade. Reluctantly, he summoned his own energy to its peak, bracing himself against Vegeta's monumental strike. "Bastard, do you think I fear you?" Dabura retorted defiantly, pressing against the final flash as sizzling sounds emanated from his palms, wisps of smoke rising. The heat scorched his hands, releasing the scent of seared flesh. His feet sank into the ground, carving deep trenches as he was pushed back. After being propelled several meters away, Dabura let out a furious scream, veins bulging in his arms, and finally managed to deflect the final flash to the side. The overwhelming energy, trailing a long wake, surged past, shattering several mountains before piercing the atmosphere, erupting in the vast cosmos. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped half the earth. Those within its radiance shielded their eyes against the blinding glare. Chapter 074. The Darkened Vegeta and the Third Individual. The final flash seemed to drain Vegeta of his last vestiges of strength. He descended to the ground, leaning heavily on his right arm, breathing laboriously like a bellows. At that moment, Vegeta appeared utterly spent, a shadow of his former self. As the intense light finally dissipated, Dabura continued to blow on his scorched palm, glancing at the unsteady Vegeta with a mocking smile. Remarkable, you've managed to injure me. Are you truly the strongest among them? What a pity. With that, he approached Vegeta step by step. Vegeta's eyelids felt heavy, and as he beheld Dabura's advancing figure, it appeared as though he were seeing double. Yet, how could he, Vegeta, possibly accept defeat in this manner? I have not lost yet. Ha ha. Too bad your strength does not match your bravado. Dabura laughed heartily, quickening his pace, his aura flaring as he charged forward. Is this where it ends? Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Just then, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the charging Dabura flying. Dabura tumbled through the air, rolling several times before crashing into a weathered stone, which shattered into fragments upon impact. Regaining his footing, Dabura leapt up, shock evident on his face. Who is this? Such incredible power. He looked up and found himself staring at a golden-haired youth, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, wielding a sword on his back. The kick he received just now made him feel the very breath of death. This fellow, who appeared so unassuming, possessed such formidable power. Father, the Senzu Bean. Trunks exclaimed as he retrieved a Senzu Bean and tossed it to Vegeta. Gohan had given Trunks 2 Senzu Beans, which he carried with him. Although the beans they had planted were not yet ripe, there were still 4 seeds remaining. Hence Gohan had bestowed 2 upon Trunks. Vegeta was taken aback to discover that Trunks had Senzu Beans, but now was not the time for such thoughts. He accepted the bean and consumed it. Observing from the sidelines, Goku suddenly grew anxious. Ah, Trunks, you've broken the rules. It's my turn now? Silence, Kakarot. I will deal with this fiend myself. I have yet to be defeated, Vegeta retorted, having regained his strength and even grown stronger after eating the Senzu Bean. Vegeta, you're cheating. Goku expressed his discontent. Trunks furrowed his brow and interjected. Father, let me finish him off. The prolonged wait for Vegeta to engage in a one-on-one battle was becoming intolerable for Trunks. Trunks, step aside. Vegeta commanded. Fine, fine, he is my father. Trunks muttered to himself, suppressing his anger and retreating to his previous position. Just then, Vegeta suddenly contorted his face in agony, clutching his head and collapsing to his knees. In an instant, beads of sweat poured down his forehead, his expression one of excruciating torment. At that moment, Vegeta's muscles bulged, and he was drenched in perspiration. What is wrong, father? Trunks, sensing the dire situation, flew over to assist Vegeta. However, he was unexpectedly struck away by a furious punch from the suddenly enraged Vegeta. Trembling, Vegeta rose to his feet, erupting into a maniacal laughter. His aura swelled and surged, soon surpassing the confines of Super Saiyan 1. Within a few breaths, his body crackled with electric energy, successfully ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Ha! He cackled, his laughter wild and primal. Piccolo and Goku, watching from the sidelines, felt as if they were witnessing the Vegeta from the first invasion of Earth. What is happening? What is wrong with Vegeta? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Piccolo, equally stunned, remarked, Vegeta has unexpectedly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 during battle? Incredible. No, Vegeta's energy is off. It's too ferocious, Goku observed, furrowing his brow. Gohan, of course, understood what was transpiring. Vegeta had been enchanted by Babidi. Through this enchantment, his power had been amplified, forcibly breaking through the limits of Super Saiyan 2. It could be said that misfortune had turned into fortune. This battle was not in vain. It had honed his combat prowess and allowed him to transcend his previous limits. Moreover, Vegeta was not easily controllable. The M-shaped mark on Vegeta's forehead became increasingly pronounced, signifying his enchantment. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Vegeta, cease your battle with Dabura and kill the Supreme Kai. It was Babidi, who had returned, hiding behind a weathered stone. Shut up. Vegeta strained to turn his head towards Babidi's direction. What? How dare you defy my orders? Babidi exclaimed incredulously. Those who had been enchanted by him were not supposed to resist his commands. Otherwise, they would suffer excruciating headaches, or worse, cerebral hemorrhages, rendering them unable to act. Kill the Supreme Kai. Babidi commanded again, refusing to believe what was happening. Ugh. Vegeta sank back to his knees, pounding the ground with his fists. Shut up. How could I possibly obey your orders? I am the noble prince of all Saiyans, you wretched insect. Vegeta suddenly stood in a fury. Fully unleashing his Super Saiyan 2 aura, causing the ground to crack and splinter like a spider's web. Babidi was left dumbfounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a being. Nearby, Trunks gazed at Vegeta with a complex expression. His father's pride was more formidable than he had anticipated. The Supreme Kai, narrowing his eyes, said, "Babidi, it is Babidi who has controlled Vegeta." Goku shot him a glance, implying that even he could see that, Supreme Kai. There's no need to state the obvious. "Kill him. I will go after Babidi," the Supreme Kai declared. With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards Babidi's location. Gohan called out from behind, "Supreme Kai, be careful." Just then, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura resumed. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's power surged immensely, putting Dabura at a distinct disadvantage, narrowly escaping defeat. Humph. Dabura suddenly spat at Vegeta, who raised his hand to block it, only to find the saliva rapidly petrifying his white glove. Ugh, filthy creature. Vegeta quickly removed the glove and tossed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, attempting to attack Babidi, was suddenly sent flying back, spewing blood. "What happened, Supreme Kai?" Jebet exclaimed in shock, catching the Supreme Kai and casting a healing spell upon him. The Supreme Kai quickly recovered. Yet his expression was one of fear as he glanced towards Babidi's hiding place. "Babidi has another accomplice." "Accomplice? Didn't Babidi only have Dabura left?" Jebet questioned in disbelief. "Indeed. I sensed an unusual presence earlier. I didn't expect there to be another who could conceal their energy." "Father, Uncle Piccolo, let us go see." Gohan exclaimed as he soared into the air. Goku and Piccolo followed closely behind. The three flew towards Babidi's location. Upon seeing them depart, Jebet asked the Supreme Kai, "What about us? Let us remain here quietly and not become a burden to them." The Supreme Kai replied. Having gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities at this point, the commentary was merely for show. As Gohan, Goku, and Piccolo soared through the sky, they looked down towards Babidi's south hiding place, only to find Babidi being lifted by the neck with one hand. Babidi struggled wildly in the air. "Frieza?" Piccolo gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Not Frieza." Gohan shook his head. Chapter 075, a warrior more talented than Frieza. On the ground, Babidi, being choked and suspended in midair, turned pale, desperately kicking his legs while fearfully gazing at the man he had intended to control. The man gripping Babidi bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, yet was taller and more imposing, his form composed of white and purple, exuding a greater sense of strength than Frieza's diminutive stature. This was none other than Frieza's elder brother, Cooler, renowned as the most talented warrior within the Frieza family. Babidi's tiny hands clawed at Cooler's fingers in a futile struggle. "See, Cooler, what do you intend to do? Let me go?" "Of course, I intend to kill you." "Babidi, a worthless being with no utility, should not exist," Cooler replied, his eyes glinting coldly as he tightened his grip. Babidi found it increasingly difficult to breathe. "See, Cooler, how dare you betray me? Let me go?" "Not only do I dare to betray you, but I also dare to kill you, Babidi." "Did you truly believe you could control me?" The thought of Vegeta moments ago, juxtaposed with Cooler's unrelenting smirk, filled Babidi with overwhelming terror. The meaning behind this fellow willingly allowing himself to be controlled back in the day remains a mystery. What are his true intentions? However, Babidi no longer had the chance to ponder these questions. "Die." With that, Gula's eyes widened in fury. Babidi's head erupted violently, a nauseating stench filling the air, as his lifeless body slumped to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. The filthy blood pooled around him. Gula discarded Babidi's headless corpse and tilted his head upwards, gazing at the three figures hovering in the sky, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. With Babidi's demise, the M mark on Gula's forehead vanished. Not only he, but Vegeta, Dabura, and all those who had been enchanted by Babidi's dark magic returned to their normal states, free from his control. Yet, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura raged on, reaching a fever pitch. Although their powers had diminished slightly due to the removal of the enchantment, the intensity of their combat remained unparalleled. Vegeta did not regress from Super Saiyan 2. Rather, he now embodied a weakened version of it, akin to the youthful Gohan from the Z timeline, capable of holding his ground against Dabura. Drawing upon his extensive battle experience, he gradually gained the upper hand. While Trunks stood by, supporting his father, Piccolo, with his keen ears, had overheard the entire exchange between Gula and Babidi. Without turning around, he informed Gohan and Goku. "The fellow down there is named Gula." "Gula? He truly resembles Frieza," Goku mused, stroking his chin in curiosity, as the sight of Gula inevitably conjured memories of Frieza. Meanwhile, Gohan furrowed his brow, realizing that Gula's appearance posed significant issues. If his memory served him correctly, according to the timeline from the movie, Gula should have appeared around the time Goku was afflicted with a viral heart disease, supposedly coming to teach Goku a lesson. After mercilessly thrashing Goku twice, Goku unexpectedly unlocked the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, launching Gula into the sun with a Kamehameha. However, even then, Gula did not perish entirely, later transforming into a metallic form that nearly obliterated Namek. During that encounter, both Goku and Vegeta had come perilously close to their demise. A rather formidable opponent indeed. Yet, after rifling through his memories, Gohan realized that the Gula before him had never set foot on Earth over a decade ago. This indicated that he was making his official debut now. Could it be that his father's heart disease had deterred Gula from appearing? Or was it possible that Trunks had altered the timeline, causing Gula to emerge prematurely? In any case, there were discrepancies in the timeline. Everyone, after watching for so long, aren't you ready to descend? Gula extended his palm towards the three figures in the sky, energy surging within his grasp, ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Gohan, Piccolo, and Goku exchanged glances before descending to a position not far from Gula. Upon their arrival, Gula retracted the turbulent energy from his hand and scrutinized Gohan and the others with keen interest. Ah, you must be Goku, the Super Saiyan who killed my brother. Gula's expression was a blend of amusement and menace as he directed his gaze at Goku. Indeed, I am Goku. Who is your brother? Goku stepped forward, his fists crackling with anticipation, a thrill coursing through him upon encountering a worthy adversary. My foolish brother often laughed like this. Ha ha ha. Gula responded. Ah, I see. It must be Frieza. I never imagined Frieza had a brother. Are you here to avenge him? Goku realized with a start, noting the striking resemblance between Gula and Frieza. No, it should be that Frieza resembles this Gula. Humph, my foolish brother and mindless father were outmatched. Death is their fate. Why should I seek vengeance for them? But from your demeanor, it seems you wish to kill me? Gula scoffed. Ah, that is not my intention. I merely wish to engage you in combat. What if I wish to kill you? Gula's gaze suddenly shifted, emanating danger. Haha, I'm not so easily slain, Goku retorted, hands on his hips, laughter spilling forth. Oh, is that so? Gula remarked, his figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing before Goku with extraordinary speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Goku hurtling away. His body crashed into a weathered stone forest, shattering it to pieces with a resounding boom. Old man, Piccolo shouted in alarm, adopting a defensive stance. He's fine. He can take a hit, Gohan reassured, though his brow furrowed slightly. This power, it feels a bit off, doesn't it? Far stronger than Frieza. Gohan was acutely aware that the Gula before him had yet to reveal his final form, possessing at least one more powerful transformation than Frieza. That form was rather impressive in its own right. Returning to the present, Gohan scrutinized Gula, who stood beside him, and inquired, Gula, you were the one who killed the Supreme Kai of the South, weren't you? Gula regarded Gohan, who was half a head taller, with a cold demeanor, and replied, Heh, and who might you be? I am Gohan. The person you just sent flying is my father. Humph. Gohan suddenly surged forward, delivering a lightning-fast punch to Gula's abdomen, sending him flying in a manner reminiscent of Goku's earlier fate. Boom. Once again, the weathered stone forest erupted, dust and debris filling the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Gula quickly soared into the air, returning to a position several meters away from Gohan, while Goku also flew back into the fray. Both had landed a blow on each other but remained unscathed, excitement coursing through them. Goku stretched his limbs, bouncing with energy, and called out, Gohan, hold off for now. Let me take him on. Gohan shrugged, signaling for Goku to proceed. Gula observed Gohan, then turned to Goku, lifting his chin with a mocking smile. You don't seem too capable, Goku. I have no interest in fighting someone like you, unlike that fool Frieza. Ah, I've been underestimated. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. How about this? Huh? Goku shouted, transforming into his Super Saiyan form, golden flames erupting around him, his hair standing on end. Gula crossed his arms and shook his head disdainfully. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Hardly impressive, it's only suitable for dealing with my brother's kind. Oh, then how about this? Goku gathered energy again, his aura intensifying, the golden flames surging stronger, arcs of electricity dancing around him as his power soared. Super Saiyan 2. Hee hee. Now this is getting interesting. But I haven't just been eating and sleeping for the past decade. Ha ha ha. Come on, let me finish you off, Super Saiyan Goku. Gula erupted into laughter, his body radiating a violet aura as he lunged toward Goku. Chapter 76. Gula's further transformation. In their first clash, Goku was sent flying once more. Gula's strength had escalated to an unfathomable level. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Goku found himself at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. Bright flashes lit the sky as the two warriors engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Boom. Another weathered stone mountain shattered, the earth quaking beneath their ferocity. Gohan and Piccolo swiftly vacated the battlefield, observing from a distance. Piccolo felt a sense of incredulity as he remarked, "This cooler is astonishingly more formidable than Frieza. Capable of contending with Goku?" Yet, almost immediately, he retracted his words. "No, he is merely suppressing Goku. How could that be possible?" Gohan interjected. "Isn't it reasonable for an elder brother to surpass his younger sibling? Moreover, it's not just us who are advancing. Perhaps in the past, he was indeed comparable to Frieza. But over the last decade, something may have transpired that enhanced his strength." Piccolo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that makes sense. However, Goku is still concealing his true power. He is yet to unleash his Super Saiyan 3 form, and this cooler is undoubtedly no match for him. Let us hope so," he added. Suddenly, an energy sphere hurtled toward the two. "Damn, a stray shot," Gohan exclaimed, deftly swatting it away. Swiftly, Goku and Cooler engaged in rapid movement. Yet Cooler consistently anticipated Goku's maneuvers, always arriving a step ahead. The air crackled with the sound of fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Goku found himself on the defensive, relentlessly retreating in search of an opportunity to break free. Meanwhile, Vegeta had concluded his battle, having obliterated Dubra with a single energy wave. The foe's presence was completely extinguished, likely ascending to the heavens. Consequently, Trunks and Vegeta joined the onlookers. "Who is that? He can actually overpower Uncle Goku?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. He believed his own Super Saiyan 2 strength paled in comparison to Goku's. Thus, the adversary clashing with Goku must surely possess a power surpassing his own, which left him utterly astonished. Vegeta's expression was equally grim. For despite his recent forced ascension to Super Saiyan 2, he was still inferior to Trunks in strength. Gohan clarified, "That is Frieza's brother, named Cooler." Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated Frieza had an unseen sibling. Trunks, on the other hand, felt indifferent, having never encountered Frieza himself. Gohan had only mentioned Frieza's deeds during their childhood. As their conversation unfolded, Cooler raised his hand, fingers converging, emitting a flickering light at his fingertips before unleashing a barrage of purple energy beams that sliced through the air, targeting Goku. This technique bore resemblance to Frieza's death beam, and Piccolo grimaced, recalling how he had once been utterly overpowered by Frieza's second form on Namek. Goku deftly dodged, weaving frantically among the rays. However, the onslaught was relentless, and he ultimately sustained injuries. His arm was lacerated, blood pouring from the wound, and a painful gash marred his face. This provoked Goku, who seized an opportunity to instantaneously teleport away, creating distance. Clenching his fists, he let out a long, piercing howl that shattered the silence. His energy surged dramatically, and his hair began to lengthen and thicken. "Oh my, the fearsome Saiyan has been concealing his strength," Cooler observed with arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the entire earth trembled. Waves of energy radiated outward as Goku completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, eyebrows vanished, and his emerald green eyes gleamed like precious jade. Goku's visage took on a rather sinister charm. "Indeed, you presently exude a more villainous aura than I," Cooler sneered. "Come, let us commence the next round," Goku retorted coolly, his demeanor exuding an icy resolve. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Cooler, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the nape of Cooler's neck, precise and calculated. Cooler was caught off guard. Propelled away by the blow, Goku had vastly increased his strength by transforming from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. As he watched Cooler fly backward, Goku instantaneously teleported to his location, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon Cooler like a torrential downpour. "Taste this," Goku declared, thrusting both hands forward. A massive energy sphere pressed against Cooler's chest. In the blink of an eye, Cooler was thrust into the ground, the energy sphere detonating with cataclysmic force, shaking the very earth beneath them. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted skyward, engulfing everyone in its wake. The onlookers hastily retreated to the sidelines, regaining their vision just in time to hear Cooler's maniacal laughter emanating from the center of the explosion. His energy began to surge exponentially. That despicable fiend. Vegeta clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. In an instant, a purple shockwave surged upward, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Cooler ascended slowly, his form having undergone a remarkable transformation. Compared to before, he appeared significantly more robust, with thicker arms and legs, and his height had increased considerably. Not only that, but his upper body seemed to be encased in a pearly white armor, protecting vital areas. From his head, four horns extended backward, while his face was adorned with armor. His eyes glowing red, pupils vanished, radiating a menacing aura. The protrusions on his shoulders resembled protective plates, and from his back emerged two elongated horns. Sharp, blade-like extensions sprouted from his arms and feet, enhancing his capacity for aggression. A thick, sinuous tail, emanating violet energy, flicked menacingly, its tip gleaming ominously. Cooler was enveloped in a swirling vortex of purple energy, flames flickering across his skin, his formidable presence nearly tangible, exuding overwhelming might. The spectators were taken aback by Cooler's transformation, but what astonished them even more was the sheer intensity of his aura. At that moment, Cooler surpassed Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form, reaching an alarmingly formidable level. Goku's expression turned grave. He realized he was facing a formidable adversary. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn, Goku. Cooler proclaimed with glee, his body transforming into a streak of purple lightning, dashing towards Goku with unfathomable speed. Ha ha. Cooler laughed maniacally as he executed a sweeping kick, accompanied by explosive bursts of energy. Goku swiftly raised his arms in defense, but was nonetheless sent hurtling away by the sheer force of the blow. The overwhelming impact caused a metallic taste to rise in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was an incomprehensibly potent force. Cooler was not inclined to relent. He swiftly combined his hands, unleashing a colossal energy sphere, alternating between purple and black, hurtling towards Goku. Finally regaining his footing, Goku looked up to see the ominous energy sphere descending upon him. He roared in defiance, channeling the full extent of his Super Saiyan 3 power, and thrust both hands forward to meet the impending attack. Chapter 077. I am Cooler, and this is my story. I am Cooler, the most gifted warrior in my family. Ahem, speaking of my family, since I became aware of my surroundings, only 3 of us have remained. Myself, my foolish brother Frieza, and our father King Cold. 3 individuals comprise our family. Isn't that rather cool? Yes, cool in the most chilling sense. Remember, I am not making a cold joke here. Our names and our personalities are as frosty as ice. My younger brother, lacking mastery over his power, has resorted to developing several deceptive transformations to avoid losing control. He often presents himself in a foolish guise, which is rather laughable. However, I am different. I possess an innate and perfect command of my power, wielding it at full capacity. Thus, I have no need for any meaningless, regressive transformations. I am undeniably far cooler than he could ever aspire to be. Moreover, allow me to whisper a secret to you. This matter is likely unknown even to Frieza. In fact, I can undergo yet another transformation beyond this, significantly amplifying my combat prowess. Haha, I shall always possess one additional transformation compared to Frieza. After all, as an elder brother, having greater strength is essential to protect my younger sibling. However, I take solace in the fact that my brother has gradually grown stronger over time. Observing his progress in the North Galaxy brings me satisfaction, and to avoid overshadowing him, I ventured to the South Galaxy for my own development. It is worth mentioning that I have also become a figure of dominance in this region, ranking among the foremost in the South Galaxy. In a remarkably short span, I assembled the formidable Gula Legion, with the Gula Mecha Squad being my trusted vanguard, commanding the entire Legion. Over the course of 2 decades, we have traversed the South Galaxy, encountering few adversaries. Indeed, life can feel as desolate as snow. Until one fateful day, I received alarming reports from the North Galaxy. What? My inept brother was defeated by a Saiyan? And in a fit of vengeance. Even our father was slain? Damn it, is our family left with only me? This is infuriating, utterly unacceptable. I seldom resort to profanity. But this is beyond my limits. Those Saiyan monkeys, how dare they? I distinctly recall that within their ranks, a battle power exceeding 10,000 was considered their zenith. How can it be? Does this imply that Frieza, with his battle power of 1,200,000,000, was vanquished by an ant? This is utterly preposterous. Absurd to the point of cosmic extremes. Later I learned that it was a certain Son Goku who transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, slaying both Frieza and our father. What on earth is this Super Saiyan my father often spoke of? Is it truly that fearsome? Can one rise from the ashes of a mere 10,000 coins to become a billionaire in a mere decade? Damn it, this is preposterous. So, it is permissible for you to mutate an ant into an elephant, yet I, a mere elephant, cannot transform? You are allowed to exploit these absurdities? I cannot place my faith in such nonsense. You will perish. But what must I do to grow stronger? Father never imparted that knowledge to us. Then again, if one's strength is already invincible, why seek further enhancement? Yet now, circumstances have changed, and unexpected events have arisen. Although I surpass Frieza in strength, there is no guarantee that this Super Saiyan, Son Goku, will not defy expectations and grow even stronger. After all, there are precedents. Both Frieza and our father fell at his hands, and who is to say I will not be served as the next course? Thus, our family is left with only me. I must remain composed and endeavor to restore our family's former glory, ensuring the detestable Saiyans realize that our cold lineage is not to be trifled with. But how? Indeed, Can I become stronger? I pondered long and hard. Until one day, a nefarious sorcerer arrived in the South Galaxy. This fellow was up to no good, and I felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. However, the imposing figure beside him, known as Debura, appeared to possess considerable power, rivaling my own. I also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Those who fell under the sorcerer Babiti's influence became significantly stronger. Just as I was feeling drowsy, a pillow was conveniently delivered to me. How delightful! I purposely allowed myself to be controlled by him. Yet that foolish creature failed to recognize my intentions, strutting about with pride. Let him revel for a while. Indeed, after being enchanted, my strength surged. This was splendid. Furthermore, this grotesque individual had much from which I could learn. For instance, the method to conceal one's energy signature was precisely what I required. It appeared quite advantageous. I devoted my time to this knowledge. Over the ensuing years, this individual guided me through a series of escapades, mercilessly slaying and siphoning energy. It was said that his aim was to resurrect a being known as Majin Buu. Such an obsession seemed excessive. I could not comprehend it. Yet I occasionally admired his tenacity. However, this hideous creature deserved death. Eventually, I discerned that his enchantment could not perpetually augment my strength. My power stagnated once more, and that wretched, loathsome creature ignited a fury within me. He insisted I eliminate that so-called South Kai? In truth, after all these years in the South Galaxy, I had long desired to rid the world of him. An utterly useless relic. What purpose does he serve? Does he merely linger on that wretched planet, resting and recuperating, retiring, racing, listening to music? Nonsense. He must be eliminated. That scoundrel Babidi used his powers to transport me to South Kai's planet. Yet, I sought to observe this so-called deity in secret. What could he possibly be doing? Spending his days on that decrepit celestial body, ignoring the affairs of the mortal realm. Oh, yes, it is perhaps for the best that he remains apathetic. Otherwise, the Gula Legion would not have flourished so seamlessly. Oh, this grand figure is rather arrogant, possessing some rather peculiar abilities. Why must he constantly bicker with that individual known as North Kai? It is utterly insufferable. Oh, training can lead to strength? Is it merely physical conditioning? That is all it takes. And he boasts of this Saiyan, Son Goku? That fellow merely trains to grow stronger? He does not undergo some sudden transformation from ant to elephant? Very well, I seem to have uncovered a secret. And what is this about challenging some character to a contest on the Grand Kai's planet? What is this martial arts business? Speak clearly, you imbecile. Your vague words are maddening. I swear I shall end your life. Cursed North Kai and South Kai. Enough. Time to eliminate. With a swift stroke, I severed South Kai's head from his shoulders. Worthless wretch, unworthy of existence, a waste of resources. Upon witnessing my deed, the grotesque Babidi appeared rather pleased. Very well. I shall spare you for now. First, I must delve into the nature of this training. As that infernal North Kai stated, is it truly just physical exercise? Yet, to be honest, the notion of physical training sounds rather tedious. I shall give it a try. A month's worth of training for just a day or two will suffice. Lo and behold, my combat power has indeed surged. Remarkable. It seems that the Super Saiyan, Son Goku, must have trained for several months. Else how could he possibly have defeated Frieza? Regarding the rapid progression of Gula and Frieza's powers, this text provides the following settings and analyses. 1. They possess an exceptional lineage, allowing for swift advancement in their training. 2. Mental torment is also a form of training, akin to layering effort for explosive results, enabling rapid enhancement of strength. 3. They harbor immense potential, similar to latent energy release. After training, this potential accelerates, albeit limited. Once fully tapped, their training progress will decelerate, returning to a normal state. Chapter 078. Fierce Battle, Son Gohan vs. Gula. Son Goku is relentlessly pushed back by the dark crimson energy sphere. His palms press firmly against the energy sphere, while his feet carve deep trenches into the ground as he stumbles backward. Cursed be Gula, who has grown so formidable. Son Goku swallows the blood that has surged to his throat, fighting desperately against the overwhelming force. Humph. Gula scoffs, pushing with both hands, causing the energy sphere to swell with renewed ferocity. Alas, it appears that Son Goku is nearing his limit. His arms bulge with veins, his visage contorted in agony, and his breath begins to falter as the tide of battle shifts dramatically. Should reinforcements fail to arrive, he may well be consumed by this formidable energy sphere. At that moment, sensing the dire predicament, Son Gohan's figure flickers into the fray. Father, allow me to take over, he declares, positioning his hands against the energy sphere, instantly alleviating the pressure on Goku. Without further ado, Gohan swiftly enters his all-powerful state. Gohan, give it your all and defeat him. Goku exhorts, clutching his chest, beads of sweat cascading down his brow as he gazes at his son, panting heavily. Yes, I will. Gohan nods resolutely, then unleashes a mighty roar. A surge of silvery energy envelopes him as he begins to propel the energy sphere across the ground. Oh, Gohan has arrived, Gula remarks with a knowing tone, observing Gohan as he pushes the energy sphere with determination. Goku, panting, reverts from his Super Saiyan form to his usual state and gradually ascends towards Piccolo and the others. Old man, let me assist you, Piccolo offers, but Goku waves him off with a wry smile. No need, Piccolo. I can still hold my ground. On the battlefield, Gohan accelerates, delivering a powerful kick that sends the energy sphere hurtling towards Gula. Whoosh! Gula barely manages to evade, the sphere grazing him and leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. The energy sphere then vanishes into the vastness of space, its subsequent explosion a mystery. However, Gohan is undeterred. In an instant, he teleports beside Gula, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon him. Under such an onslaught, Gula staggers back, struggling to defend himself. Gohan then delivers a fierce kick that sends Gula soaring away, his body akin to a meteorite igniting against the atmosphere. Gohan raises his hand, launching an energy sphere that detonates violently upon impact with Gula. Yet, Gula swiftly erects an energy barrier, which shatters under the tremendous force, causing him to spew blood. Despite this, Gula's resilience is remarkable. He remains largely unscathed. However, Gohan's attacks seem to home in on him like a relentless predator, each energy sphere striking true, leaving Gula in a state of distress. Gohan is truly impressive, Piccolo cannot help but exclaim. Indeed, just moments ago it was Gula dominating Goku. And now it's Gohan who has taken the upper hand. Goku replies with a smile, feeling much rejuvenated after a brief rest. Trunks watches with wide eyes, as if he were the one fighting, brimming with excitement. Vegeta remarks, I am not surprised by Gohan's achievements. He has always exhibited exceptional talent since childhood. The others exchange incredulous glances at Vegeta's unexpected praise. Meanwhile, Gula, incensed by Gohan's relentless assault, is engulfed in flames and drenched in blood. He bellows in fury, his purple aura intensifying, sending shockwaves that deflect Gohan's attacks in all directions. In an instant, energy spheres scatter wildly, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The ground fractures as though subjected to a series of nuclear detonations, leaving the earth in a state of distress. Ha, Gohan, I have not erred. You are indeed the strongest among them. Gula laughs heartily, disregarding the blood trickling from his mouth. Prepare to face my ultimate move, supernova explosion. He raises his hand skyward, conjuring a massive golden energy sphere that expands ominously, stretching hundreds of meters in diameter. Gohan, preferring silence during battle, gathers the Kamehameha with unparalleled speed. His hands, clasped at his waist, erupt with blinding brilliance. Gula bellows, launching the colossal supernova towards the ground instead of Gohan. You fool! Gohan curses, swiftly darting to the earth, directing his surging Kamehameha skyward. Blue and gold clash in a spectacle of color, dividing the heavens. Gula's veins bulge as Gohan's muscles ripple with power. Gohan unleashes a surge of energy, amplifying the Kamehameha to more than double its original size, pushing the massive energy sphere back into the sky. I can't hold on. Gula screams, feeling his limbs weaken. I must flee, or it will be my end. He darts to the side with lightning speed. But the monstrous energy sphere is too immense. Despite his quickness, it scorches his tail, leaving him in agony, blood spraying from the severed appendage. Now in a wretched state, gasping for breath, Gula's injuries far exceed those of Goku's earlier. Boom! The supernova collides with the Kamehameha high above, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The blinding light and energy shockwaves sweep across half the earth, causing the ground to tremble as if it were experiencing a series of minor earthquakes. Thankfully, this catastrophic blast does not occur on the surface. Otherwise, the planet would face annihilation, reduced to cosmic dust. Gula, chest heaving, wipes away the blood at the corner of his mouth, fixating his glare on Gohan. At that moment, Gohan raises his hand, directing several energy blasts towards Gula. What a troublesome opponent, Gula mutters, swiftly dodging, but his leg is pierced by energy once again. Yet instead of fear, he trembles with exhilaration, erupting into laughter. Ha, Gohan. Today I shall ensure your demise. He bellows, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Gohan concentrates 2 fingers at his brow, gradually forming the magic penetrating light cannon. Chapter 079, The Golden Legend, Golden Gula. Magic penetrating light cannon. Gohan shouts, releasing a massive energy beam entwined in violet and gold, aimed directly at Gula. However, Gula's energy surges to such an extent that it distorts the surrounding air. The magic penetrating light cannon strikes an invisible barrier, its speed suddenly reduced. At that moment, A blinding golden light erupts into the sky, piercing through the heavens. Gohan's dual-colored beam is deflected by Gula's overwhelming aura, veering off course and shooting into the distance. Witnessing Gula's formidable energy, the onlookers are left in awe. Piccolo's jaw drops, large enough to fit an entire egg. What is this terrifying aura? Gula's energy has escalated, warping the very fabric of space around him. Such incredible power. Goku and Vegeta clench their fists, their bodies trembling not out of fear, but from the exhilarating thrill of confronting a true powerhouse. Despite being outmatched, the Saiyan spirit runs hot with unyielding courage, coursing through their veins like an unquenchable fire. Uncle Goku, please consume this magical being. It appears that Gohan may require our assistance, Trunks said, his brow furrowed as he presented the solitary bean to Sun Wukong. Just then, Jebbit and the King Kai descended from the sky. Allow me to aid Sun Wukong in his recovery, Jebbit declared, placing a healing spell upon Sun Wukong, instantly restoring him to peak condition. Trunks quietly retracted the magical bean, for they had previously assumed that the King Kai and Jebbit had returned to the King Kai's realm. Gohan's expression was deeply troubled as he hurled energy blasts towards the brilliantly radiant Gula. However, his ominous energy seemed to dissipate into nothingness. Failing to inflict any genuine harm upon the epicenter of the storm, Gula, whose aura continued to escalate, transcending its previous limits and ascending to an unprecedented realm. No wonder his defenses are so formidable, akin to an indestructible creature. It seems you have reached that level. It all makes sense now, Gohan observed. His gaze fixated on the dazzling golden light, igniting within him a fierce combat spirit. As the smoke gradually cleared, Gula's form was revealed to all. A resplendent golden hue enveloped him, as if his very being had been sculpted from gold, transforming him into a golden deity of war. This was his new form, Golden Gula. Gula erupted into laughter. Ha ha, Gohan, I must concede, you possess great strength to compel me into this form. I scarcely believed I could attain such power myself. Gohan retorted. So, shall we refer to you as Rich Gold Gula now? Let us simply call it Golden Gula. Shall we? What do you think of my invincible appearance? Are you not impressed? Gohan replied. I am indeed somewhat astonished, though it was within my expectations. Huh, what audacity! Gula scoffed, his eyes suddenly emitting twin beams of purple light directed at Gohan. Gohan narrowly evaded, but at that moment, he felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, a visceral instinct warning him of imminent danger. Oh no! Gula had somehow materialized behind him, delivering a crushing kick to his back. The impact shattered Gohan's spine with a sickening crack, sending him hurtling through the air. The searing pain left him momentarily stunned. Gula's speed was astonishingly swift. Fortunately, Gohan's formidable self-healing abilities quickly mended his injuries, rejoining his spine. With a swift motion, Gohan vanished from his trajectory, reappearing beside Gula in an instant. Gula smirked, executing a swift chop with his hand. However, Gohan was cleaved in two, only for his true form to re-emerge a heartbeat later. This time, he multiplied, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. 16 silhouettes encircled Gula, each conjuring a pulsating energy orb and directing it towards him, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sound. What is this technique? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. It's the multiplication technique from Yardrat, Trunks explained. Multiplication technique? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. It resembles TN's four-way split, Sun Wukong pondered, stroking his chin. Haha, mere parlor tricks. Gula laughed heartily as the explosion of energy erupted, obliterating 15 of the images into dust. Yet, Gohan's true form had already taken flight above Gula's head. Oh really? Then how about this? Solar flare. As Gula laughed mockingly, looking up at Gohan, Gohan unleashed a powerful shout. And it was as if a sun had burst forth in the sky. Blinding white light engulfed the surroundings. Ah, my eyes! Gula cried out, the intense pain rendering him temporarily blind, tears streaming down his face. Thunderous explosions of energy erupted around him, sending shockwaves that rattled the very earth. Oh! Gula found himself at the epicenter of the blast, not only suffering from excruciating pain in his eyes, but also feeling a searing sensation across his skin. He had sustained injuries, albeit minor, but injuries nonetheless. How could he be wounded in his golden state? With such a staggering disparity in combat power, how could this occur? Cursed Gohan, employing such devious tactics. As the energy blast struck Gula, erupting in continuous explosions, Gohan swiftly created distance, changing into an exceptionally flexible combat suit. He then raised his hand skyward, summoning a perfectly round energy sphere that ascended into the heavens. With a fierce contraction of his fingers, he commanded, explode. A resounding boom echoed through the air, and a brilliant artificial moon illuminated the sky. Gula, barely regaining his sight, gazed at the dual celestial bodies, rubbing his eyes in confusion. What have you done? Gohan, now transformed back to his normal state, felt his heartbeat quicken. Let me show you my transformation, do you dare? His rapid heartbeat made his speech somewhat disjointed. Transformation? Gula inquired, puzzled, as he crossed his arms, dismissing the idea of engaging in a sneak attack. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood dumbfounded among the onlookers. An artificial full moon? What is this fool planning? What use is turning into a giant ape? His combat power is still far below that strange form he had earlier. Is Gohan really going to transform into a giant gorilla? Sun Wukong questioned, equally perplexed. Trunks, suppressing his curiosity, explained, Gohan can transform into a giant ape and then further ascend to the Super Saiyan form. Vegeta and Sun Wukong stood momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the King Kai and Jebbet, having witnessed Gohan's golden giant ape form before, found nothing unusual about it. However, upon realizing that Gohan intended to transform into a giant ape, Gula crossed his arms, roaring with laughter. Foolish. What use is becoming that hideous, grotesque giant monkey? Not only does your combat power diminish, but your speed will as well. Go ahead, complete your transformation. What of it? Gula looked disdainfully at Gohan, who was rapidly expanding into a giant ape, harboring a deep-seated contempt for such a foolish transformation. Chapter 80, Super Saiyan 4. Beneath the Imperial engine, Gohan's eyes absorbed the rays of the artificial full moon, and his tail began to react. In no time, he transformed into a towering 25-meter black giant ape, his blood-red eyes radiating a fierce, murderous intent, brimming with primal ferocity. HAA. A thunderous roar erupted from the giant ape's gaping maw, as golden flames surged forth. The once black-furred giant ape was instantly bathed in a radiant golden hue. The hair atop the giant ape's head became voluminous and upright, resembling the hairstyle of a Super Saiyan. This was the Super Saiyan state of the giant ape, harnessing the power of a Super Saiyan within the form of a giant ape. The augmentation in combat power was tenfold from the ape form, multiplied by 50 from the Super Saiyan form, yielding a total enhancement of 500 times. In this state, Gohan's aura surpassed that of his previous enigmatic form. However, his agility was somewhat compromised. The Super Saiyan giant ape's combat prowess leaned heavily towards strength and defense. Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, their perceptions of Saiyans being profoundly challenged. Nevertheless, even with this transformation, Gohan's combat power remained vastly inferior to Gula's. Yet the transformation was far from complete. Boom! Thunder cracked in the heavens. Blue lightning danced across the golden giant ape's form as Gohan successfully transcended into the Super Saiyan 2 state. His entire body, adorned with golden fur, resembled a multitude of golden steel needles. This transformation had been attempted by Son Gohan in the past, albeit unsuccessfully. However, he had now succeeded. His baseline combat power had grown exponentially compared to just a few years prior. Daily, relentless training had allowed him to become increasingly formidable. A tempestuous aura surged forth, accompanied by incessant thunder and lightning. Gusts of wind howled, producing a mournful sound. The great ape form multiplied by 10, combined with Super Saiyan 2's 100-fold increase, resulted in an astonishing total power amplification of 1,000 times. Interesting, indeed, but still a far cry from my own capabilities. Although Gula was somewhat taken aback by Gohan's peculiar transformation, he remained entirely confident in his own strength. Are you ready yet, kid? He asked, somewhat impatiently. What's the rush? Are you afraid of me? Afraid of you? Gula scoffed dismissively. Taunting Gula, the golden great ape struck its chest twice, its massive fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, its muscles swelled, transforming into a muscular golden great ape. The previously subdued energy began to roar anew. The aura climbed rapidly once again. The fur on the great ape's head grew wild and unruly. Witnessing this, Son Goku exclaimed, "Is this Super Saiyan 3? When did Gohan master Super Saiyan 3? In truth, 2 years prior, Son Gohan had already unlocked this form. However, due to its numerous drawbacks compared to his unique and mysterious realm, he had refrained from using it. Consequently, everyone assumed he could not achieve Super Saiyan 3. An overwhelming energy spread throughout the vicinity, darkening the sky. The thunder and lightning continued unabated. The earth itself trembled, as if struggling to endure this formidable energy wave. Gula's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The great ape's Super Saiyan 3 form brought a power increase of 10 times the 400-fold amplification of Super Saiyan 3, a staggering 4,000 times enhancement. At that moment, Gohan, in his golden great ape form, experienced a profound realization. The world fell silent, unrestrained and free. A flash of insight struck him like lightning. Gohan's blood-red pupils narrowed sharply. His heart raced once more. The 25-meter-tall golden great ape swiftly diminished in size. In an instant, golden light pierced the heavens. Waves of golden energy rippled outward, clearing the dark clouds above. Apologies, this is my first time transforming like this, so I'm still getting used to it. Came Gohan's voice from the center of the golden radiance. The onlookers gradually discerned Gohan's new appearance. At that moment, he had grown from 186 centimeters to 210 centimeters. His physique appearing more robust and powerful. His thick, tousled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, with a fringe falling over his forehead. His deep-set eyes, once merely blood-red, now showcased distinct whites, with golden irises radiating an uncanny light. The dark red eyeliner enhanced his enigmatic allure. Gohan's upper body was adorned with dark red fur, while his arms were similarly covered, exuding a primal aura. Each wrist bore a gray bracer. His lower half was clad in loose-fitting black cargo pants and gray combat boots, exuding an air of confidence. A bushy dark red tail swayed behind him in the wind. Gohan took a moment to sense the immense combat power coursing through him. His power had surged 4,000 times, equivalent to that of Super Saiyan 3 in great ape form, yet now he bore this strength in human form, thus discarding all the drawbacks associated with both the great ape and Super Saiyan 3 forms. In this state, his stamina, speed, strength, defense, endurance, and energy consumption were all perfected. He was undoubtedly a hexagonal warrior. The energy expenditure was at an all-time low. Yet, this form possessed a terrifying power amplification of over 4,000 times. In that instant, Gohan finally grasped why Vegeta and GT could transcend Super Saiyan 3 and directly achieve Super Saiyan 4. This so-called Super Saiyan 4 was, in essence, the ability to harness the Super Saiyan 3 power of the great ape within a human body. Thus, it was both Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. Although uncertain of his understanding, Gohan accepted this for the time being. Gazing at the surging energy of Gohan, everyone stood in stunned silence, including Trunks. Hadn't they agreed to transform into golden great apes together? Why had Gohan suddenly become so strikingly handsome? Piccolo was equally astonished. What transformation is this? Is this truly Gohan? It was astonishing that Gohan's power could reach such heights, and even his appearance had altered. Son Goku couldn't help but marvel, noting how Gohan always managed to surprise everyone. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had glimpsed a new path. Perhaps he could not achieve such an evolution, but he firmly believed that Trunks could. His son was capable. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists in elation. Gohan's energy now rivaled that of Gula. Surely he could win, right? He certainly could. Jebet was equally confident. Yes, Gohan would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, feeling more exhilarated than anyone else. Gohan, you're incredible. Gula, observing son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 form, felt his battle spirit ignite, his blood boiling with anticipation. Come on, Gohan, I've waited so long for this. I hope you won't disappoint me, he shouted, with golden flames of energy roaring around him, distorting the space in his vicinity. Humph, come on then, let us see who can defeat whom. Gohan's fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. At that moment, it felt as though molten lava coursed through his veins instead of blood. Chapter 81. The Battle of Super Saiyan 4 in Gold. Two figures transformed into beams of light, colliding with tremendous force. Their fists clashed, unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated the surrounding space. Boom. Gohan was knocked back several steps. In this initial confrontation following his transformation, he acutely felt the terrifying strength of Golden Gula. Gula's combat power was significantly greater than that of Gohan in his current Super Saiyan 4 form. It was truly fearsome. Is this all you've got? Gula sneered as he charged at the reeling Gohan. But Gohan, refusing to retreat, instantly teleported in front of Gula and landed a powerful punch to his face. Gula's head was knocked askew, but Gohan also received a brutal blow to his chest. Energy exploded forth. Both warriors spat out blood, their auras sending them reeling back several dozen meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Gula and Gohan erupted once more, radiant energy enveloping them as they charged at each other heedlessly. Fists collided, legs struck, and their tails ensnared each other's necks. They unleashed a plethora of outrageous techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Their speed was so astonishing that it was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. Only the powerful waves of energy reverberating through the sky could be felt. The onlookers were left speechless. Such power, such madness, such speed. What caliber of battle was this? It was far beyond their own capabilities. Whoosh. Gula's eyes widened as two purple beams shot toward the nearby Gohan. As Sun Wukong retracted his head, two beams of energy grazed over him, singeing a considerable amount of his hair. He bent low, assuming a stance, and unleashed a powerful right punch that erupted with the sound of a sonic boom, striking Gula squarely in the abdomen. An immense surge of energy erupted from Gula's back, radiating brilliance and carving away a distant mountain range. Gula, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain in his gut, retaliated with a knee strike aimed at Sun Wukong, but the attack was thwarted as Sun Wukong blocked it with his arms. Another energy storm detonated. Following the intense collision, both fighters swiftly distanced themselves, hovering several meters apart in the air. After such a high-intensity battle, both combatants were breathing heavily, feeling the depletion of their energy. However, both were exceptional beings endowed with remarkable regenerative capabilities, allowing them to recover astonishingly fast. Within mere seconds, they regained their vigor. Observing the agile Sun Wukong, as if he had suffered no fatigue, Gula expressed his surprise. "How do you manage this? You seem utterly unfazed. Likewise, you appear to be in perfect condition." Sun Wukong replied, though internally, he too was astonished. Gula's current form clearly indicated a complete output of energy, yet there was no sign of fatigue. If it were Frieza engaging in such a full energy mode, his energy would undoubtedly begin to wane. This highlighted Gula's superior energy control compared to Frieza. Let us continue, Gula sneered, the purple and gold aura around him flaring back to life. He charged at Sun Wukong, his right hand trailing behind him, coalescing a gleaming energy sphere. Sun Wukong mirrored his movements. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely, and the two energy spheres detonated in a terrifying explosion. Amidst the cacophony, the fabric of space tore open, revealing a kaleidoscopic rift. Both were at the epicenter of the blast, their bodies jolted, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Sun Wukong was propelled backward, staggering dozens of meters before channeling a torrent of golden energy into his right hand, forming a 2-meter-long energy sword. The Spirito attack formed energy sword. By concentrating energy into a single point, its destructive potential doubled, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong teleported to Gula's side, the energy sword slicing through the air with lethal intent. Gula's pupils dilated as he raised his hand to block the energy sword, resulting in a deep, bloody gash. Excellent, effective. Sun Wukong grinned, relentlessly slashing with the 2-meter energy blade, raining several strikes upon Gula. In a fit of anger, Gula swung his massive golden tail towards Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong effortlessly raised his hand to block, the energy sword glowing brilliantly, severing a significant portion of Gula's tail. It was a testament to Gula's formidable defenses. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Gula roared, unleashing a protective barrier as an energy wave erupted, forcibly pushing Sun Wukong out of his attack range. He gazed at the energy sword in Sun Wukong's hand with a mix of fear and confusion, unable to comprehend how such an attack could inflict damage upon him. Despite his current power being superior to Sun Wukong's, he found himself unequipped to defeat that flamboyant Saiyan. It was inconceivable. He could hardly accept this reality. Faced with the situation, Gula resolved to abandon close combat and switch to ranged attacks. With that thought, Gula unleashed destructive rays from his eyes and fired countless energy blasts towards Sun Wukong, employing a classic royal combat tactic. Sun Wukong's energy sword vanished, and a shimmering silver, liquid-like aura enveloped his skin, resembling a body coated in flowing mercury. The Spirito defense formed energy liquidation, sacrificing offensive power for robust defense. It absorbed a portion of the opponent's energy for his own use. Sun Wukong raised his hand to deflect the purple destructive rays. However, many of Gula's energy blasts struck him directly, in an extraordinary turn of events. The flowing silver aura on Sun Wukong automatically absorbed a significant portion of the energy before exploding violently. The weakened energy blasts could not breach Sun Wukong's defenses, and astonishingly, his energy began to swell even stronger. Gula stood dumbfounded, on the verge of cursing. Yet, a defensive form has its limits. After sustaining enough damage, it would inevitably dissipate. Sun Wukong, not wishing to prolong the confrontation, prepared to take the initiative. In a flash, he teleported, reappearing beside Gula. The energy sword in his right hand surged forward, slicing at Gula with speed surpassing light. Alarmed, Gula felt every cell in his body signal danger to his brain. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him as he soared skyward. Sun Wukong's energy sword missed its mark. However, with another teleportation, Sun Wukong pursued relentlessly. One chased. The other fled. There was no escape. Sun Wukong's energy sword struck Gula once more, severing another substantial length of his tail. Triple supernova. Gula bellowed in desperation. 3 massive golden energy spheres in the sky converging into one. He thrust his hands forward, sending the colossal sphere crashing down towards Sun Wukong and the earth below. The enormous energy sphere, several hundred meters in diameter, whistled as it descended, consuming the surrounding air, creating a massive energy vortex in the sky. Chapter 082. Do not engage with the Sun family in energy waves. Oh no, such a massive energy sphere will obliterate the Earth. Gula is going to destroy the planet. The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with alarm. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks transformed into their most powerful forms, ready to unite against Gula's triple supernova. Piccolo also joined their ranks. Even the King Kai and Jebbit began to gather their energies, standing beneath the colossal golden energy sphere. Sun Wukong's black hair whipped in the wind, his pants fluttering violently. The searing heat of the triple supernova evaporated all moisture in the vicinity, making the air unbearably hot. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute. He showed no intention of retreating. His hands, clasped at his waist, coalesced a terrifying surge of energy. Tenfold Kamehameha. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the overwhelmingly powerful tenfold Kamehameha wave. The massive blue energy beam shot skyward, meeting the incoming triple supernova. The collision of these two formidable energies instantly vacuumed the air from the surroundings. Boom! At the epicenter of the explosion, a ferocious wave of energy erupted, sweeping across the entire planet. Sun Wukong, Trunks, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even King Kai and Jebbit unleashed their energy waves to counter the colossal triple supernova above. In an instant, a multitude of colorful energy beams converged and surged forward, shaking the hearts of all present. Even Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived, joining the fray and exerting their utmost efforts to unleash energy waves against the massive sphere overhead. Though their powers were now negligible, they had never considered retreating, for behind them lay their home. Everyone was giving their all. Observing the desperate struggle of his friends and family, Sun Wukong felt a tumult of emotions surge within him, awakening an even greater strength from deep within. He let out a thunderous roar, his muscular arms trembling with power as the tenfold Kamehameha surged to unprecedented heights. This radiant beam, piercing through the heavens, pushed back Guldo's triple supernova. What? Guldo's eyes widened in disbelief. Veins bulged across his body, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His expression contorted into a terrifying grimace. I can't hold on any longer. Ag. In that moment, Guldo felt his limbs grow weak. Utterly incapable of containing the colossal energy sphere that soared skyward, he was on the brink of being consumed by the very supernova he had unleashed. No, I cannot perish like this. I refuse to die. Guldo steeled his resolve and made a momentous decision. He abruptly ceased his energy output and fled frantically beyond the atmosphere. With Guldo's continuous energy no longer present, the tenfold Kamehameha surged forth, propelling the supernova at an unimaginable speed beyond the atmosphere. However, the moment Guldo turned to escape, calamity struck. He was engulfed by his own supernova, thrust deeper into the vastness of space. Damn it! Guldo seethed in frustration, frantically pounding against the energy sphere. Boom! The immense energy sphere erupted with a thunderous explosion. Guldo's body was predictably engulfed within. His anguished cries were likewise swallowed by the chaos. On this day, a terrifying wave of energy erupted throughout the solar system. This surge enveloped a significant portion of the northern galaxy. The scattered brilliance lingered in the air, the disquieting aftershocks of the explosion persisting for several minutes. On Earth, panting heavily, all combatants felt utterly drained, as if their very essence had been siphoned away. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, the three mighty Super Saiyans, returned to their normal state. Even having merely participated in the final energy clash against an adversary as formidable as Guldo, they were left with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At last, we have triumphed. The words of the Kaioshin brought everyone's thoughts back to the present. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Krillin and Yamcha, disregarding all semblance of dignity, collapsed onto the ground. Trunks stared at Gohan with confusion. What is Gohan still doing up there? At that moment, Gohan remained gazing at the boundless starry sky above. The battle had concluded. Was he still lost in thought? Suddenly, Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. The energy. Guldo's energy still lingers, albeit weakened. What? Everyone gasped in shock, their faces paling in an instant. How could he still be alive after such a tremendous explosion? This monstrous fiend, such a terrifying entity. Surely, he will return for vengeance. Amidst their growing anxiety, Gohan pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished in an instant. Vegeta, taken aback, exclaimed, "Where did he go?" Mr. Gohan is pursuing Guldo, the Kaioshin explained. As he could see Gohan's trajectory. What? We Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Has this fool lost his mind? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Son Goku remained remarkably composed. Gohan is far more astute than I. He must have a plan to manage it. He is not one to act impulsively. In the void of space, only the upper half of Guldo remained, floating amidst the starlit expanse. Even that half was battered and bloodied, one eye completely blinded. Yet, despite his grievous wounds, he clung to life, showcasing the tenacity of his spirit. Damn those Saiyans. Whoosh. Gohan appeared out of thin air. Guldo blinked, half opening one eye to regard Gohan, believing himself to be hallucinating. A Saiyan in the depths of space? This is akin to a dream. Guldo, your vitality is astonishing. How can you still be alive? Gohan's voice resonated like a thread, piercing through Guldo's consciousness. Guldo was stunned. This was no illusion. This red-haired monkey had truly ventured into the cosmos. How is he doing this? Guldo felt his sanity slipping. In truth, Gohan was not surprised at all. Surviving in the vacuum of space posed no challenge for him now. This was not merely due to transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, where his physique became formidable enough to disregard the void of space. It was also linked to the wish he made on Namek long ago. He had acquired attributes akin to those of Majin Buu. This wish granted him not only exceptional regenerative and restorative abilities, but also the capacity to endure the vacuum of space. Even if Guldo were to grow stronger, Gohan was confident he could outlast him. How infuriating. That bastard Guldo was about to explode with rage. The fury in his remaining eye burned with infinite hatred. Gohan extended his right hand, palm open, pointing at Guldo, coldly stating, "Had you not harbored intentions of annihilating Earth, I might have spared your life. Alas, such is your fate. Rest assured, I shall inform King Enma of your arrival." No. The fury in Guldo's eyes morphed into sheer terror. Am I doomed? I do not wish to die? In the midst of Guldo's horror-stricken gaze, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Gohan's palm, instantaneously engulfing the remnants of his body. Ah! Cursed Gohan. Guldo screamed, his essence vanishing entirely in a blaze of energy. Chapter 083, The Awakening of the God of Destruction. Observing the complete obliteration of Guldo, Gohan instantaneously transported back to Earth. At this moment, he remained in his Super Saiyan 4 form. This state was minimally taxing and did not impede his actions, allowing Gohan to savor this new transformation and ascertain any effects on his body. Upon Gohan's return, everyone gathered around him, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment at his Super Saiyan 4 state. "Gohan, did you handle it?" Yamcha was the first to inquire. "Yes, he is probably on his way to the afterlife now." Gohan nodded in affirmation. "Ah, haha, Gohan, you are quite the comedian," Yamcha chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Gohan, your transformation is incredible. I can hardly recognize you." Krillin approached, raising his hand for comparison, realizing his own bald head barely reached Gohan's chest. Haha, Gohan laughed. "This is merely a transformation. Reverting is simply a matter of returning to my original form." "Remarkable, Gohan." Son Goku praised his son wholeheartedly, patting Gohan's sturdy shoulder. Vegeta remained silent, but scrutinized Gohan intently, knowing that someone would inevitably ask the questions he was pondering. Sure enough, his son Trunks began with, "Gohan, what kind of transformation is this? It's so cool." He longed to run his fingers through Gohan's dark crimson fur. "This is an alternative transformation that harnesses the power of the great ape while retaining human form. Let us call it Super Saiyan 4, Gohan explained. "Super Saiyan 4? Gohan, can I learn this transformation?" Son Goku inquired with intrigue. Gohan nodded and patiently elaborated. "In theory, yes, but Dad, you lack a tail. And maintaining rationality after transforming into a great ape could pose a challenge for you. Do you need a tail to transform?" Son Goku questioned, somewhat perplexed. "This is my first transformation as well, so I'm not entirely certain, but I believe that the initial transformation requires reverting to the golden great ape form." Vegeta interjected. "Perhaps a Saiyan without a tail can still transform into a great ape by enhancing the blood's waves. How can we enhance this so-called Bobo Ray?" Son Wukong inquired, perplexed. Vegeta shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "I have no idea." Son Wukong replied, "Firstly, I didn't provoke you, Vegeta." Beside them, Trunks expressed his admiration. "I want to try that transformation too. It looks incredibly cool." Son Gohan chuckled, "Well, once you strengthen your basic combat power to the level required for transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, you should be able to achieve this transformation." Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation. King Kai, patting his chest in relief, sighed, "Phew, I was frightened just now." Thankfully, Gohan defeated Cooler, otherwise, I felt I might have been killed. Indeed, Frisia's brother possesses unfathomable power. The group erupted into hearty laughter, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. This was akin to casting off a heavy burden, a delightful reprieve after a near disaster. Subsequently, Son Gohan prepared to journey to the afterlife, and the others dispersed to collect the Dragon Balls to restore the destruction caused during the battle. Meanwhile, in a distant realm of the highest order, the God Realm, on the planet of the Destroyer, this planet, shaped like an inverted triangle, was dominated by a colossal, leafless tree that had flourished for millennia, its fate unknown. There was no distinction between day and night. The sky was vibrantly colorful, perpetually bathed in daylight. The sole inhabitant of this planet was none other than Beerus, the destroyer of the seventh universe. Each day bled into the next, year after year, devoid of the marks of time upon the god. Boredom plagued Beerus, who often succumbed to slumber, sometimes for millennia. Culinary delights and enchanting dreams were his eternal pursuits. At this very moment, he rolled over in bed. Crashing to the floor with a thud, rubbing his bleary eyes and yawning incessantly, Beerus stretched languidly, adjusting his robe as he lethargically ambled from his bedroom to the living room. In his living room resided a prophetic fish, capable of foreseeing future events, a remarkable creature indeed. Beerus casually flicked the fish on its head, causing it to whimper in indignation. Stifling another yawn, Beerus ambled to the window, opening it to gaze at the scenery outside. Whis, whis, he called out, his voice echoing. A tall figure materialized before him. It was Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Clutching a beautifully crafted staff topped with a radiant halo, at the center of which lay a black magical orb the size of a Dragon Ball. Whis possessed an elegant stature, striking features, and pale blue skin. A large light blue halo adorned his neck, and his silvery hair defied gravity, soaring skyward. With a warm smile that radiated like sunlight in winter, Whis approached Beerus respectfully. Lord Beerus, what troubles you? Beerus, displaying signs of irritation, replied with a frown, dreadfully annoying. I just had a nightmare that jolted me awake. Oh, what was it about, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Let me think, Beerus mused, stroking his chin. I think I dreamt someone was trying to kill me. My life felt gravely threatened. Whis chuckled softly. Ha ha ha. How could anyone possibly kill Lord Beerus? Dreams are merely dreams. But I have heard that dreams can sometimes serve as prophecies, right? Prophetic fish? Beerus turned his gaze toward the fish swimming in its tank. Huh. Is that about me? The fish bobbed its head. You see, Whis, even the prophetic fish concurs. By the way, how long did I sleep? Beerus yawned again. You slept for less than 50 years, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile. Ah, how dreadful. My sleep quality has indeed deteriorated, Beerus lamented, resting his chin on his hands in frustration. Whis stifled a chuckle. So, did planet Vegeta meet its demise? Beerus continued. Yes, it was destroyed by Frieza, Whis confirmed. That Frieza is somewhat efficient. What is he up to now? Beerus asked. He was killed by someone named Sun Wukong, a Super Saiyan, Whis explained. Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief. A Saiyan managed to kill Frieza? You cannot be jesting, Whis. Whis shook his head. I assure you, Lord Beerus, it is true. This Sun Wukong transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is he formidable? Beerus queried. Well, it's not merely a question of strength. In any case, Frieza has perished, yet very few Saiyans remain, Whis elaborated. Beerus, perplexed, scratched his head. I had intended to let Frieza destroy planet Vegeta before I dealt with him myself. Unexpectedly, this Saiyan has done me a favor. Yet, the more I ponder it, the more uneasy I feel. Whis, where are the remaining Saiyans residing now? Beerus inquired. Let me check, Whis replied, raising his staff towards the ground. The black magical orb at the top glowed brightly, revealing a dazzling starry sky, with planets whizzing by until it focused on a blue planet. Lord Beerus. The surviving Saiyans currently inhabit a planet known as Earth in the northern galaxy, Whis stated. Earth? Wasn't that planet nearly annihilated by those foolish dinosaurs? Beerus questioned, perplexed. Whis chuckled. That was a long time ago, Lord Beerus. You have slumbered for quite a while. Is that so? Saying it that way. I can't shake the feeling that the death I dreamed of is somehow tied to this Earth. How troublesome, Beerus sighed, thumping his head against the window sill, causing it to shatter. Whis remarked. The prophetic fish quivered in fear. Beerus approached the fish once more, flicking its head lightly. Prophetic fish, tell me, is there truly someone capable of killing me? Or do you think there is anyone in this world who could rival me? With teary eyes, the prophetic fish replied. No one can kill you, but if you seek to stretch your limbs, there may be someone who can stand as your opponent. Really? A glimmer sparked in Beerus' eyes. Oh, who? Speak swiftly. The fish responded. The legendary Super Saiyan God might be a worthy adversary. The Super Saiyan God? What on earth is that? Beerus asked, confused. In any case, he is a Saiyan. Ha Whis, how dreadfully dull. Let us journey to Earth. How far is it from here? Beerus laughed heartily, shedding his robe, which fell to the ground. Whis turned away, covering his eyes. Unfazed, Beerus donned his destroyer attire piece by piece. Whis remarked, it is not very far. We shall arrive in the time it takes to watch an episode of an animated series. Then let us depart at once. Beerus urged, now fully dressed. Very well. Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile, striking the base of his staff against the ground. Whis and Beerus transformed into a radiant beam of white light, soaring into the sky toward Earth. On the planet, a multitude gathered at the sacred temple, summoning the mighty dragon. The azure, 100-meter-long dragon spiraled above the sacred temple, with the heavens enveloped in darkness, as they had yet to commence their wishes. At that moment, a brilliant light descended from the sky, striking the plaza and revealing the sudden arrival of two figures, Whis and Beerus. Meanwhile, Gohan had yet to return from the afterlife. All the Z-fighters stood in the sacred temple, accompanied by the Supreme Kai and Jebbet, along with Dandy and Bobo. Upon the unexpected appearance of the two unfamiliar beings, curiosity swept through the crowd, prompting them to turn their heads in unison. However, upon closer inspection, Vegeta was struck with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The dragon above, beads of sweat rolling down its forehead, turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, neither the Supreme Kai Asin nor Jebbet recognized Beerus. The azure dragon lowered its head, striving to appear less imposing. "Oh, what an immense honor, Lord Beerus. I never anticipated your esteemed presence on Earth. I should not be conversing with you from such a lofty height." Indeed, it was unmistakably Beerus. Vegeta was drenched in perspiration, utterly unnerved. Trunks, sensing his father's distress, patted him on the back, startling Vegeta. "Father, what is wrong?" Vegeta remained silent. The others, however, were intrigued by Beerus and Whis, for they sensed no energy emanating from them. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Beerus glanced upwards, maintaining an air of aloofness befitting a god of destruction. He then tilted his head, spotting the Supreme Kai Asin. Observing Asin's self-satisfied demeanor, Beerus furrowed his brow, feeling discomfort. Had he just experienced a nightmare connected to this individual? What business did a Supreme Kai have running about and mingling with these Saiyans? Was he courting danger? Far away in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai was in a state of panic, flailing about in anxiety. Oh, the ignorance of the younger generation. They do not even recognize Beerus. What an utter disgrace. He was both anxious and furious. Simultaneously, beads of sweat dripped down the forehead of the North Kai on North Kai's planet, as the appearance of Beerus brought forth unsettling memories. "Greetings, I am Son Goku." Goku approached to greet them. The dragon's booming voice had captured everyone's attention, including Goku's, who merely recognized Beerus's name without understanding his true identity. Witnessing Goku's boldness, Vegeta's pupils constricted as he mentally screamed, "Has that fool Kakarot lost his mind?" Vegeta was aware of the terrifying nature of Beerus, having encountered him in his youth. Beerus regarded Goku with keen interest. "So, you are the Super Saiyan who vanquished Frieza?" Goku affirmed, "Indeed. That was me. What of it? Are you here to avenge Frieza?" Beerus chuckled heartily before his expression suddenly turned icy. "Boy, do you know about the Super Saiyan God?" Goku shook his head earnestly. "No, I don't." "Oh, then allow me to see what powers the one who defeated Frieza possesses." Beerus sneered. "All right, you wish to test your skills against me?" Goku replied, eager for the challenge. "You may interpret it that way. Come forth." As Beerus spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back, merely observing Goku. "Huh!" Goku shouted, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura erupting around him. "Oh, so this is a Super Saiyan? No wonder you could defeat Frieza." Goku dashed forward, launching a flurry of punches at Beerus. But Beerus merely shifted slightly, evading all of Goku's strikes. Realizing this form was ineffective, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He couldn't even graze Beerus's clothing. "Damn it, why aren't you fighting back?" Goku exclaimed, performing a backflip and transitioning into Super Saiyan 3. His hair cascading down to his waist, eyebrows vanishing, and a tempestuous aura enveloping him. "Oh, do you wish for me to retaliate?" Beerus smirked, narrowing his eyes. "Indeed. Let me witness your strength," Goku declared. "Very well," Beerus nodded. "Huh." Goku bellowed, unleashing his Super Saiyan energy to its zenith, charging at Beerus with blinding speed. He drew closer, closer still, until he caught sight of a slight grin on Beerus's lips as he extended a finger and flicked Goku's forehead. Boom! Goku's body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his hair swiftly reverting to black as he fell unconscious. "What?" The crowd gasped, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A Super Saiyan 3 Goku was defeated by a mere flick? Who would believe such a tale? Surely, this must be a dream. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, Gohan, engaged in a heartfelt conversation with King Enma about sending Gula to paradise, suddenly sensed something amiss. Had his father's energy just reached the afterlife, only to vanish instantaneously? What could this mean?